This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1. Wu Qian, awaken your main combat class, Knight. Shizhen, awaken your life-related class, Chef. Lin Qing, awakening failed. A solemn voice echoed, and the senior students within the awakening formation felt varying emotions. Wang Chen couldn't help but feel nervous. This day every year marks the day for seniors to awaken their classes. As a time traveler, he had experienced 3 years, and had gained a thorough understanding of this world and class awakening. This world, akin to an online game, was rife with ghosts and monsters. After awakening their classes, people could gain experience points by completing dungeons, conquering secret realms, participating in battles, and slaying monsters in the wild. They then used experience points to level up, acquire skills, and enhance their equipment and attributes. Every year in their senior year, they would awaken their classes. There are countless awakening classes, but they fall into 3 main categories: combat, support, and life. The success rate of class awakening isn't 100% guaranteed. Without divine intervention, failure in awakening means nothing. Of the 3 classes, combat is the most popular, followed by support, and finally life. Combat classes are the usual suspects, such as mages, warriors, and assassins. Support classes include priests, beast tamers, and formation masters. Life classes are those that appear more closely related to daily life, such as cooks, herbalists, and miners. In Wang Chen's opinion, there's no worse class, only the worst player. The awakened class merely determines the starting point. Wang Chen took a deep breath. This world values strength over everything, a very realistic reality. He was also extremely nervous. Amidst the tense atmosphere, Wang Chen's turn soon arrived. Wang Chen adjusted his mindset and strode towards the awakening stone formation. He placed his right hand on the awakening stone, and a 5-colored light emanated from it. A few seconds later, the result finally came. Wang Chen, awaken the main combat hidden class, Gunner. After hearing this deep voice, Wang Chen froze. As if in doubt. Everyone present couldn't help but look at Wang Chen. A hidden combat class? Doesn't that mean instant success? A quick success? Are you kidding? Is a gunner a human class? Go check out the class encyclopedia. I remember the class encyclopedia gave the gunner a particularly bad review. Many students began to discuss the matter. The principal and school leaders on the podium were startled to stand up when they heard about the gunner. But they quickly calmed down and sat back down. A hidden class? I thought number 1 middle school was going to make a comeback, but my excitement was in vain. Yeah. The chance of awakening a hidden class is pitifully low. Only 2 or 3 people awaken in the entire city each year. And the gunner is the worst of the hidden classes. It's worse than awakening an ordinary support class. Alas, it was a false alarm. It turns out to be a useless class. The leaders expressed disappointment. Wang Chen smiled wryly and shook his head. He was well aware of the gunner class. As a formidable class in the later stages, it boasts exceptionally powerful firepower coverage and sustained firepower, leaving enemies nowhere to hide. After awakening advanced weapons and equipping them with sufficient ammunition, their terrifying range of firepower leaves the enemy no chance of retaliation. Unfortunately, this class is incredibly difficult for any faction to cultivate, and the in-game gold required is truly terrifying. To maintain their output, gunners need awakened weapons and sufficient ammunition. Awakened weapons can be obtained by leveling up, but subsequent maintenance requires considerable expense. As for ammunition, it's even more expensive in today's world. Ammunition is often made from durable materials like monster teeth, bone, and metal. 1 round often costs at least a year's living expenses for an average high school student, and as the ammunition's power increases, so does its price. For example, a Gatling gun's magazine can contain hundreds or even thousands of rounds, pure money. The gunner's demand for in-game gold is far beyond the reach of ordinary people. In the entire Dragon Nation, only 1 gunner has achieved a 2nd class upgrade, and after that, they remain at that level forever. Through this, everyone seems to have reached a consensus. Even with the combined strength of an entire family, a truly advanced gunner cannot be created. As a result, many believe that the 10 hidden classes should be called 9, and that the gunner should have been eliminated long ago. Wang Chen, already without family support, is only slightly better than those who failed their awakening. After all, he's one of the top 10 hidden classes. I see. I thought awakening a top 10 hidden class was so impressive, but this is it. Ha ha. I remember now. Gunners are really useless. Without money, you can't even play. It's like you haven't awakened at all. Even a top student like me has finally come to this. After all the hard work of awakening a hidden class, it's still such a useless class. It's such a shame. Wang Chen has always been top of the school, but how could he awaken such a useless class? Some classmates heard the conversation from the leadership and started to discuss it. Some gloated, while others felt sorry for Wang Chen. Wang Chen slowly walked back to the class, facing the mixed looks, and gradually he felt relieved. Awakening a class isn't something he can decide. It doesn't matter. He just take it one step at a time. After accepting the reality, he opened his stats and checked them. Name, Wang Chen. Occupation, Gunner. Level 1, 0 th level. Strength, 10, increases defense and recovery, agility. 20, increases movement speed, attack speed, and critical strike rate, intelligence. 10, increases spell damage and spell critical strike rate, weapons, none. Ammunition, none. Description, Gunner, a ranged attack unit. Wherever their firepower reaches, nothing grows. After reading it, Wang Chen smiled bitterly. This description is impressive, but what's the point? It's still a useless class. Just as Wang Chen was worrying about the future, a cold, robotic female voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for awakening the Weapon Master System. Finally, the benefits of a time traveler have arrived. Wang Chen was so excited that he almost jumped up and down. However, he controlled his emotions and quickly entered the system. System, please introduce yourself. Ding! Weapon Master System. When the host reaches the corresponding level, new weapons and ammunition can be unlocked. As the level increases, the unlocked weapons and ammunition become more powerful. Chapter 2. In other words, as you level up, you can unlock weapons like Gatling guns, fire chilants, and bazookas. According to the description of the gunner, in the later stages, you can even unlock heavy tanks, cruisers, aircraft carriers, and more. Most terrifyingly, the ammunition upgrades unlock not only more powerful bullets, but also grenades, incendiary bombs, and other weapons. Later on, you can unlock devastating weapons like heavy stabilized bombs, Tsar bombs, nuclear bombs, and neutron bombs. Isn't the wizard powerful enough? A fiery blast can cause massive casualties, but compared to the gunner's devastating weapons, it's nothing. No matter what kind of bomb is dropped, who can escape? Thinking of this, even Wang Chen couldn't help but gasp. The more he thought about it, the more exciting it became. This is so exciting! Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the newbie gift pack. Open it? There's also a newbie gift pack? How thoughtful. Open it! Open it! Wang Chen was impatient. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining bullets. Steel core bullets, unlimited use once loaded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining one of each type of primary weapon. Hearing the system notification, Wang Chen quickly checked his weapons and ammunition on the property page. All weapons and ammunition had arrived. Among them were a sidearm revolver, an AK automatic rifle, an MP5 submachine gun, a shotgun, and more. What excited Wang Chen most was the unlimited supply of steel core bullets. With unlimited supply, there was no need to worry about consumption, solving the gunner's biggest problem. No more Krypton gold, free to fire as much as you wanted. Steel core bullets, with a steel core and a bullet shell covered in a steel core, possess high penetration and exceptionally strong penetrating power. Compared to the bullets made of teeth and bones in this world, their power is countless times greater. Furthermore, the craftsmanship of the bullets is simply incomparable. They are on a completely different level. Wang Chen looked at the descriptions of the other weapons. AK, known as the king of long guns, the best rifle for beginners. Its damage is determined by the strength of the bullet. MP5, superior performance and high accuracy. Its damage is determined by the strength of the bullet. RPK, a standard infantry weapon, a powerful long-range firepower outputter. Its damage is determined by the strength of the bullet. No weapon will wear out. In other words, these weapons don't have to worry about wear and tear, and there's no need to consider maintenance costs. This perfectly addresses all the concerns of the gunner. Wang Chen then spent some time communicating with the system. Every 10 levels up unlocks a more powerful weapon, and you can choose which type of weapon you want. In other words, you have to choose between machine guns, sniper rifles, submachine guns, and other types. The first weapon unlocked will determine your future career path, and subsequent weapon unlocks will focus on weapons of the same type. Currently, Wang Chen has a soft spot for machine guns. charging forward with a machine gun and firing. Isn't that the quintessential man's bloody romance? Future weapons will also have the opportunity to unlock the Maxim heavy machine gun, the Vulcan Tyrant, and other weapons. Oh my god! Elemental Mage. Elemental Mage. So powerful. Once they level up, they'd be devastating. I heard a god-level Elemental Mage could obliterate an entire city with a single forbidden spell. As expected of one of our school's 2 top students. While the other one faltered, second-ranked Murong Shui has stood out. Just as Wang Qin was examining the attribute page in his mind, a loud noise startled him awake. At the same time, he saw the magic circle on the awakening stone radiate a dazzling light, a light that spread out like a snow dragon. Only then did Wang Qin realize that Murong Shui, the school's second-ranked student, had awakened the Elemental Mage, one of the 10 hidden classes in the main combat category. The probability of awakening a hidden class is pitifully low, but 2 had awakened today at number 1 middle school, though Wang Qin was the one who was overlooked. Murong Shui returned to the class with a cold expression, only to be greeted by countless admiring glances. Everyone knew how bright Murong Shui's future was. Wang Qin simply observed the scene indifferently, believing it had nothing to do with him. After everyone had awakened, he returned to the classroom. This time, 108 students at number 1 middle school underwent class awakenings. 12 awakened to combat-oriented classes, 2 to hidden classes, 30 awakened to support classes, and 48 awakened to life-related classes. The remaining 38 failed their class awakenings. The school's leadership was very pleased with this ratio. Number 1 middle school principal Qin Yun looked at all the senior students and nodded with satisfaction. He said loudly, "Classmates, the class awakenings have all concluded. Regardless of whether the awakening succeeds or not, or what class you switch to, we must continue to strive. Those who failed their awakenings can learn some talents and techniques. Those who succeeded should strive to level up and improve their attributes and skill proficiency. Tomorrow, our Nanjiang City Novice Leveling Dungeon will be open to all students. Students with combat and support classes can enter the dungeon for practical leveling. Students with life-related classes, don't worry. The school has prepared a life skills hall for you. Teachers have been arranged to teach you life-related skills. In a week, there will be a major exam. I hope everyone will do well and get into their dream university. Class awakening is a watershed in life, and the subsequent major exam determines the course of one's life. The school had already distributed information about the novice leveling dungeon to all students. The monsters in the novice dungeon are concentrated between levels 1 and 8, with a small number and a relatively low difficulty level. But it's much safer than the wilds of Nanjiang. While leveling outdoors is an option, there are too many unknown dangers. After school, Wang Qin was about to go home alone, but Murong Shui quickly stopped him. Seeing this, Zhang Yong, a close friend not far away, grinned and said, "Master Murong, what are you doing? Are you interested in our Wang Qin?" Murong Shui glanced at Zhang Yong and said coldly, "Get lost." Okay. As a close friend, Zhang Yong walked away rather unceremoniously, patting Wang Qin on the shoulder before leaving. He had a rather self-absorbed air. Wang Qin, on the other hand, wore a nonchalant expression. In his 3 years here, he had consistently ranked first in the school, while Murong Shui was second. So the two were sworn enemies. But Murong Shui, with her impressive looks and figure, had always been dissatisfied. She was known as the campus belle, excelling in every aspect, except academically. Murong Shui looked up at Wang Qin, who was a head taller than her. She said proudly, "This time, I finally won my class awakening." "Oh!" Wang Qin's expression was expressionless. "But we're both hidden professions. Do you dare to compete with me again in the final exam?" Murong Shui asked directly, noticing Wang Qin's composure. Chapter 3. "Oh!" Wang Qin said casually, then walked past Murong Shui and hurried away. Murong Shui stamped her feet in anger. "I don't care. It's a deal. I finally beat you once, and from now on I keep dominating you and make up for the frustration I've endured these past 3 years." As a fellow academic genius, her wish for the past 3 years was to surpass Wang Qin. Wang Qin returned home, but it was empty. He made a quick bite to eat and surveyed the simple furnishings inside. There was also an old photo. There were 3 people in the photo: Wang Qin, a slender woman, and an elderly woman with a weathered face. The 3 of them, bathed in the sunlight, smiled with a particularly warm warmth. This photo was from before he traveled through time, and he possessed all the memories of the original owner. He had a deep bond with the 2 people in the photo. The old man was his grandfather, and the woman was his aunt, Lin Qianmo. Although she was called his aunt, she was only 2 years older than Wang Chen. Last year, my grandfather passed away, and my aunt successfully entered Huaqing University, leaving the family feeling rather lonely. Wang Chen was determined to get into Huaqing, partly because of my aunt, and partly because Huaqing is one of the best universities in Longhua. The year my aunt took the college entrance exam, she was the only one in the entire city who got in. Originally, my aunt hadn't wanted to attend Huaqing, wanting to stay and take care of Wang Chen. But this matter concerned my aunt's future, and Wang Chen understood the pros and cons. My aunt had already missed a year of the college entrance exam to care for my grandfather. He couldn't delay my aunt any longer. He persuaded her daily, assuring her that she could take care of herself. Finally, my aunt agreed and went to Huaqing. But this trip would take at least 3 years. The thought of Huaqing intensified Wang Chen's fighting spirit. He immediately pulled out his RPK machine gun and loaded it with steel core bullets. Holding the machine gun upright, he leaped into the courtyard. Then he began firing into the air. Da-da-da. Instantly, dozens of rounds were unleashed. His body trembled with the recoil of the machine gun. What a thrill! Fuck. Which bastard is setting off a cannon? It's almost nighttime. Are you crazy? You scared me to death. Who is that? You scared me so badly. Can you afford to pay me? Damn it! Can you have some sense of public morality? Are you trying to scare a bunch of people to death? But all he was greeted with was a barrage of insults. After the insults, pots and pans, eggs, and vegetable leaves. Damn it! Wang Chen leaped quickly and ran off into the distance. To avoid any trouble. Even after running far away, Wang Chen still felt incredibly excited. Firing a gun was exhilarating. Furthermore, Wang Chen touched the barrel of the machine gun. It was still ice cold. This meant there was no need to worry about the barrel exploding from heat. He could fire continuously, stopping whenever he pleased. However, the most important thing right now was leveling up. After a night's rest, they arrived at the school gate the next morning. A bus was waiting at the school gate, ready to take them to the dungeon location. It didn't take long for them to arrive at the dungeon entrance. It was already packed. Wang Chen's Nanjiang No. 1 Middle School wasn't the only one participating in the novice dungeon. All the students from Nanjiang No. 1 Middle School, both main combat and support classes, who had completed their class awakenings, had come. Nanjiang has 8 high schools, and a total of over 1,000 students have completed class awakenings, though most of them are in life-related professions. Only over 200 have reached the novice dungeon. The school's leadership began arranging the dungeon entrance procedures for the students. Several principals gathered and chatted. Old Qin, you've done well this time. You've awakened 2 hidden classes. Although one is a bit useless, this achievement is already unmatched in Nanjiang. Last year, your school produced Lin Qianmo, who even got admitted to Huaqing Academy. You're sure to get another one this year. I'm so envious. Our school hasn't produced a single hidden class in 3 years. Listening to Principal Qin Yun's smug expression, actually Murong Shui has a good chance of getting into Huaqing Academy. It's a shame for Wang Chen though. Lin Qianmo is his aunt. I thought he'd be as talented as her, but in the end, he awakened a mere gunner. Sigh. As they spoke, they felt sorry for Wang Chen. Indeed, you praised Wang Chen to the skies before. But thankfully, there's Murong Shui, the eldest daughter of the Murong family. Her future is limitless. Just as the principals were chatting animatedly, Zhang Yong patted Wang Chen's shoulder. Want to team up? Wang Chen glanced at his best friend. He had awakened to the support class, the Warlock. Although it was a support class, it held great promise, offering both damage and buffs to both humans and monsters. No! Wang Chen shook his head flatly. What? Do you dislike me? This young master invited you sincerely, and you're not giving me face. Give me a reason. If you can't, I make you suffer. Zhang Yong said, feigning anger. In reality, there was no anger on his face at all. He had long been accustomed to Wang Chen's solitary ways. Whatever. Wang Chen shrugged indifferently. Zhang Yong, however, grew anxious and quickly asked, Brother Chen. I actually want to help you. But why? Wang Chen replied calmly, I don't need help. I'm soloing. I gain more experience and level up faster. Zhang Yong was confused. How did you know? Wang Chen glanced at him. Who told you to sleep in class? Zhang Yong still didn't understand the reason. At this moment, Murong Shui, standing nearby, said, Wang Chen is right. Teaming up will make killing monsters faster, but the experience points are split equally. For example, if 2 people team up, it would be more appropriate if their monster killing efficiency could be increased to over 100%, But that's unlikely to be possible. According to the experience of my seniors, dungeons below level 10 are suitable for solo play, while those above level 10, which are more difficult, are suitable for team play. With this, Zhang Yong finally understood. Principal Qin Yun, who had rushed over, also overheard their conversation. He glanced at Wang Chen with a questioning look. After a moment's thought, he said, "So you and Murong Shui are both going to solo play?" Wang Chen and Murong Shui nodded simultaneously. "If you insist on solo play, safety comes first." As he spoke, Principal Qin Yun's gaze lingered on Wang Chen for a moment. This was clearly directed at Wang Chen. Then he looked at the crowd and continued, "Main combat classes should bring a few support classes with them to team up and enter dungeons to gain experience. Remember, high difficulty dungeons absolutely require support. If you're reluctant to bring support during normal times, will they be willing to go with you when you need them? It's not that easy." Chapter 4. After hearing this, Wang Chen was quite moved. Support classes level up very slowly due to their low damage output. However, at higher levels, support classes are indispensable. When leveling up, don't build good relationships with support classes, and don't even bother to help them level up. When you really need a support in a high-level dungeon, don't blame the powerful support for ignoring you. Many main combat classes can be replaced by support classes, but most support classes can't be replaced by main combat classes. Principal, then why can Murong Shui and Wang Chen solo? Someone asked. Principal Qin Yun frowned, pondered for a moment, and said, "Murong Shui is about to apply to Huaqing Academy, and needs to level up quickly. She can only stay in the novice dungeon for 2 days before she has to leave. As for Wang Chen, I don't know much about his class's combat power, but are there any support class students willing to team up with him?" At this, the support class students took a step back without hesitation. Everyone believed the gunner class required in-game currency was definitely not strong enough to hold up, and its damage output was uncertain. It was far from comfortable to team up with a warrior, paladin, or even a mage. You might even be a hindrance. Principal Qin, I'm also planning to apply to Huaqing Academy, so I don't want to team up, Wang Chen said calmly. Everyone was stunned. A gunner wanted to apply to Huaqing. Even Qin Yun was stunned. Student Wang Chen, I know you're talented, but Huaqing Academy is truly difficult to get into. This statement gave Wang Chen plenty of face, but ultimately, he still felt the gunner class wasn't up to par. How can you tell if you can do it without trying? Wang Chen said calmly. Qin Yun took a breath, sensing Wang Chen's determination. It's good for young people to have some drive. Keep going. Huaqing Academy's basic level requirement is 12th. From those who have reached 12th, they select those who have reached 15th, making it safer. Wang Chen nodded. Wang Chen also had some understanding of these matters. Lin Qianmo was admitted to Huaqing Academy at 17th level. But for ordinary classes, reaching level 12 in a week is incredibly difficult, and level 15 is practically hellish. The highest level of monsters in the novice dungeon is level 8. Reaching level 12 solely through the novice dungeon is simply impossible. As for killing wild monsters, that's extremely dangerous. Rashly leveling up in the wild is practically suicide. Soon, many people form teams. Typically, a team consists of a main combat class and 1 or 2 support classes. Zhang Yong's team includes a knight and a prophet. All 3 offer both defense and healing, and their damage output is quite good. Before entering the dungeon, Murong Shui looked at Wang Chen and said, I want to see how quickly you, a hidden class, can level up. But don't get too cocky. Safety comes first. Wang Chen simply nodded. Watching Murong Shui tilt her head back, revealing her fair skin, he said angrily, Humph. You blockhead. I don't believe you can level up as fast as me. With that, he puffed into the dungeon. Wang Chen followed suit and entered the dungeon. In the dungeon, a vast, overgrown wilderness greeted him. There was no sky overhead, only a faint glow. There were no monsters gathered at the entrance, giving the newbie some time to adjust. However, the further they went, the more monsters appeared. The purpose of the novice dungeon was to allow newcomers, like them, to better adapt to combat. Wang Chen, entering the dungeon for the first time, was extremely alert. He found a small slope and surveyed his surroundings. He saw a red-eyed hound appear in front of him, baring its teeth and sniffing around, as if searching for food. Monster, red-eyed hound, normal. Level, 1. Strength, 15. Agility, 25. Intelligence, 5. Skill, bite. Description, a mutated dog with red eyes, ferocious and violent. This monster has even higher attributes than humans. Wang Chen immediately took out his RPK machine gun. It was time to test its true power. After releasing the safety, he loaded the gun. He held his breath, aimed, and then pulled the trigger. Da-da-da. A series of gunshots rang out, accompanied by streams of flames and the smoke from the ammunition. Fuck, this is so exciting. It's just the recoil. I still need to control it. Wang Chen pressed the machine gun with all his might. Due to his low level and lacking stats, he didn't have enough power to completely suppress the recoil. A few more levels would completely overcome the recoil problem. A continuous stream of damage values, decreasing by 1, then 2, floated above the red-eyed dog's head. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've dealt 1 damage to the red-eyed dog. Ding! Congratulations, host. You've dealt 2 damage to the red-eyed dog. Ding! The red-eyed dog is under attack, and is about to use its bite skill on the host. Ding! Congratulations, host. Your shot at the red-eyed dog has caused a knockback effect. A series of notifications rang out, and Wang Chen was stunned. Knockback effect on monsters? In other words, the impact of the bullets has a chance of physically knocking the opponent back. But Wang Chen didn't stop firing his machine gun. Da-da-da. A barrage of bullets blared, and the red-eyed dog desperately rushed towards Wang Chen. But every few steps, the machine gun's knockback effect pushed it back several steps, making it seem like it was standing still. With unlimited bullets, if the probability of a knockback effect was this high, a single monster wouldn't be able to get through. Even if this probability decreased, Wang Chen could compensate by increasing his attack speed. Da-da-da. Let's fire away. The machine gun was like a man's natural stimulant. With a machine gun in hand, he forgot all fear. Da-da-da. The RPK machine gun fired continuously. Wang Chen had adapted to it, and the bullet output rate had reached his ideal rate. He could fire over 500 rounds per minute. To increase the upper limit, he needed to improve his own attributes. Ding! Congratulations, host, killed the red-eyed dog, plus 10 experience. He's dead already? Wang Chen felt unsatisfied, not yet satisfied. It only took a few seconds to kill a monster. The machine gun was indeed very efficient. A level 1 monster gave 1% experience, and killing 100 of them would level him up. It wouldn't take long at all to reach level 2. Originally, Wang Chen had planned to stay in the novice dungeon for 2 days, leaving after reaching level 8. Now it seemed that 2 days wouldn't be enough. Chapter 5. After the battle, I touched the rifle in my hand. The barrel was still cold and firm. It was indeed a system product. I then opened the weapon's properties. Weapon, PRK machine gun. Fire rate, 600 rounds/minute. Maximum kill range, 1000 meters. Feature, knockback. Damage, 1, steel core bullet, kill 100 red-eyed dogs to advance to level 2. So let's begin the slaughter. Da-da-da. Wang Chen, holding the RPK machine gun, began firing wildly again. A burst of bullets erupted like a flaming dragon, filling the dark land with dazzling light. Ding! Congratulations, host. Killed the red-eyed dog. Gained 10 experience points. Ding! Congratulations, host. Killed the red-eyed dog. Gained 10 experience points. After more than 10 minutes of frantic killing, his experience points had risen considerably. But Wang Chen wasn't entirely satisfied. It felt a bit slow. Since the RPK machine gun has knockback and unlimited damage, why not find a higher level monster? Wang Chen made up his mind. Da-da-da. After finishing off the red-eyed dog in front of him with a swift shot, he gazed toward a dense forest in the distance. This dense forest contained many level 2 monsters. He shook his arms, relaxed them, and fired a few times with the machine gun. The recoil was so strong that his arms felt a little sore. After relaxing his arms, he shouldered the machine gun and headed straight for the forest. As he reached the edge of the forest, he saw a mutated wolf. Its eyes glowed bloody, its claws like blades, a strikingly eerie appearance. Monster, Blood Wolf. Level 2. Strength, 20. Agility, 20. Intelligence, 10. Description, a hungry wolf driven mad by the sight of blood. Run quickly, or you become its food. Wang Chen pulled the trigger without hesitation, his body shaking with the machine gun fire. Da-da-da. The fire dragon's bullets blazed out in a dense stream. Ding! Congratulations, host. Damage dealt to the hungry wolf increased by 1. Ding! The hungry wolf is under attack, and is about to use its pounce skill on the host. Ding! Congratulations, host. The shot against the hungry wolf has knocked back the enemy. The hungry wolf rushed towards Wang Chen like crazy, But faced with the barrage of bullets, no matter how hard it tried, it was repelled. Facing Wang Chen, these monsters could only take the beating and pose no real threat. Duh. Another burst of shots, knocking the hungry wolf to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you've killed the hungry wolf, surpassing your level and killing a monster. Experience plus 20. For Wang Chen, the difference between killing a level 1 monster and a level 2 monster is simply a matter of a few more shots. But the experience gained is doubled. Now Wang Chen's experience is halfway through. Then let's keep going. The more Wang Chen fired, the more excited he became. He resumed the slaughter. Duh. Holding his RPK light machine gun, he continuously attacked monsters. As time passed, Wang Chen heard a notification. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level is 2. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing your basic attribute by 1 point. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining a free attribute point, which you can add freely. Wang Chen took a deep breath. This was his first level up, but he needed to contain his excitement. After all, this was only the first step, and level 15 was still a long way off. Leveling up did bring many benefits, with all 3 attributes increasing slightly. As for the free attributes, Wang Chen wasn't in a hurry to add them. According to the textbook, there was no need to rush to add points in the early stages. It was best to wait until the class advanced. This was to avoid adding the wrong points and wasting them. Resetting and adding points would be extremely costly. Wang Chen then prepared to start killing again. But suddenly, the system's voice sounded again. Ding! Warning! The host's relentless slaughter of hungry wolves has angered the hidden boss, the Wolf King. The Wolf King has locked onto the host, and will soon catch up. Wang Chen frowned. This was triggering the hidden boss. According to the textbook, normal monster farming would not trigger the hidden boss at all. However, if the monsters were killed too quickly, causing them to spawn faster than they were being killed, the hidden boss would be triggered. Wang Chen could feel the ground trembling, and the movement grew louder. He quickly leaped onto a large tree. Looking around, he saw a massive, blood-red wolf approaching him. Behind the Wolf King, several smaller wolves followed. Once locked onto this creature, the Wolf King would pursue it until its target was dead, unless Wang Chen left the dungeon. In that case, I give you a burst of bullets. Wang Chen gazed at the Wolf King in the distance, his eyes gleaming with excitement. The APK machine gun had a full 1,000-meter range. There was no need to worry about ammunition consumption. He'd just give it a taste of bullets first. He aimed his machine gun at one of the wolves and took a look at its attributes. Monster, Guard Wolf Elite. Level 2. Strength, 25. Agility, 29. Intelligence, 15. As soon as the Wolf King entered firing range. Duh. It was met with a barrage of fire. Woo! The wolves howled incessantly. But a series of damage values were inflicted on one of them. As Wang Chen's level increased, the recoil's effect on him became less and less. Before the wolf could take a few steps, it collapsed with a thud. At the same time, a system notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations, host, kill an elite monster, gain 30 experience points. 30? Not bad. Wang Chen was quite surprised. I didn't expect elite monsters to have so much experience points. But Wang Chen didn't stop there. He began firing at the other wolves. They were all easily dispatched. After dealing with the small fry, it was time to take on the boss. At this point, the range remaining on the Wolf King was less than 500 meters. However, this distance was sufficient. Monster, Wolf King Wild Boss. Level 3. Strength, 45. Agility, 40. Intelligence, 20. Facing the high-status Wolf King, Wang Chen's expression was solemn as he began firing frantically. With this high-frequency fire, he simultaneously blocked the Wolf King's advance and inflicted damage. If one round of bullets isn't enough, then 2, then 100, then 1,000. Just as the Wolf King was about to reach Wang Chen, it collapsed to the ground with a thud. A notification sounded. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you've defeated the Wolf King boss by surpassing your level. Experience bonus, 500. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your level is now level 3. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your basic attribute has increased by 1 point. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You've gained a free attribute point. You can add points freely. Chapter 6. With a flash of white light, he leveled up again. What surprised Wang Chen was that something glowed on the ground. In other words, equipment had dropped. Wang Chen immediately picked it up. Ding! Congratulations, host, you obtained the Wolf Fang Fist gloves. The chance of equipment dropping is already incredibly low. Minor monsters never drop equipment, and only elite monsters and bosses have a very small chance of dropping it. Generally, if you want to farm equipment, you either farm dungeons or kill wild bosses. However, if there are players in your party who are higher level than the boss or elite monster, the drop rate will be greatly reduced. Conversely, killing monsters of higher levels can increase the drop rate slightly. Because of this, equipment is extremely expensive. Even the lowest level white equipment can still fetch a hefty price. Another way to obtain equipment is to farm materials, sell them, and then hand them over to livelihood-related professions for crafting, but this method is even more expensive. Wang Chen eagerly opened the equipment's properties page. Equipment, Wolf Fang Fist Gloves. Equipment level, 5. Class, no requirements. Strength, +6. Agility, +8. Intelligence, +6. Although it's a basic item, its stats are quite good. It's suitable for early game use, and can be sold later. Then, it was installed on the equipment slot. Ding! Congratulations! The host has reached level 3, and met the 3-dimensional attribute requirements. 308 bullets have been obtained, 308 caliber Winchester bullets, gunpowder enhancement, bullet damage of 10 points. After upgrading, you've met the 3-dimensional attribute requirements and unlock new bullets. Wang Chen excitedly removed the previous steel core bullets and replaced them with the current 308 rounds. Ding! Congratulations! The host has successfully replaced the bullets. The base damage is 10 points. Let's test the power first. Wang Chen, carrying the RPK machine gun, headed deeper into the dungeon. Already level 3, there was no need to level up in the level 3 monster area. He could definitely take on higher level monsters. He arrived at a lakeside, where many level 5 monsters were present. Wang Chen looked at a wild boar with a mouth full of tusks, and immediately checked its stats. Monster, black boar normal. Level, 5. Strength, 31. Agility, 25. Intelligence, 13. Description, a violent wild boar, a carnivore with thick skin and sharp tusks. He loaded his gun, aimed, and pulled the trigger, firing directly at the black boar. -10. -20. -10. A long string of damage values appeared. Plop. In just a few seconds, the black-skinned wild boar collapsed to the ground. With the upgrade, the bullet's power increased significantly. Previously, it would take dozens of seconds to defeat such a monster, but now it takes only seconds. Ding! Congratulations, host! You surpassed your level and killed a black-skinned wild boar, gaining 50 experience points. Although the upgrade gave you more experience points, 50 experience points only increased your experience by 0.5%, but your killing efficiency increased significantly. Slaying monsters at higher levels became so easy, a true pleasure for the gunner. On the first sight of a monster, I unleashed a barrage of bullets. If anyone outside saw this, they'd be heartbroken. Remember, these bullets are quite expensive on the market. Wang Chen didn't have to worry about bullets at all. Another round of fighting ensued. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you killed a mutant cat above your level, gaining 30 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you killed a black-skinned wild boar above your level, gaining 50 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you killed a wild rhino above your level, gaining 50 experience points. In just 5 or 6 seconds, a monster was slain by the machine gun. Wang Chen's experience points continued to rise. At this rate, he could reach a level in 2 hours at most. For others, reaching level 3 on the first day was a great achievement. The higher the level, the more experience points you gained, but the slower you leveled up. But Wang Chen was different. They could easily reach level 8 in a week. Level 8 was enough to get into a prestigious university. To enter a nationally ranked university, you'd need to be at level 9 or 10. At that moment, outside the dungeon, several seniors chatted over tea. It wasn't so much a casual chat as it was a subtle attempt to show off. I wonder what level the highest student reached on the first day. I don't know, but the highest level on the first day was level 5. Xian Wanhao from our school once said it. However, Lin Qianmo from Lao Qin's school tied it. This year, Lao Qin, your school's Murong Shui also has a chance to reach level 5. Your school is really lucky, but you just wasted another hidden class. Qin Yun took a deep breath and said, I hope so. If you can't reach level 5, Forget about getting into Huaqing University. He began to wonder, I just don't know how this Wang Chen has the guts to even want to apply to Huaqing? Could he really pull off a miracle? Oh, forget it. Even the Murong family can't afford a gunner, let alone the clean Wang Chen family. The novice dungeon is only open for 12 hours each day. After 12 hours, players will automatically exit the dungeon. Whether or not they can reach level 5 on their first day of dungeoneering determines their chances of admission to Huaqing. Patriarch Murong? Just as Qingyun was lost in thought, a majestic aura passed through him. He glanced over and quickly stood up to greet him. The visitor was none other than the Murong family patriarch, Murong Zhan, Murong Shue's father. Murong Zhan, without the slightest hesitation, found an empty seat and sat down. Hello, principals. Today is my daughter's first day of dungeoneering, so I came to check it out. Zhan's expression was stern, but his words were still polite. I can only guess it's for you, my precious daughter. Your daughter is truly remarkable. She even awakened the elemental mage, one of the 10 hidden professions. Qingyun said with a smile. This is all thanks to Principal Qin's care over the past 3 years. It's a shame I didn't make it to Shishua's awakening ceremony, Murong Zhan said with regret. As a parent, they long to witness the glory of their children's awakening. Now it all depends on whether Murangshu can reach level 5 on the first day. If she wants to get into Huaqing, this is a must, Qingyun continued. It shouldn't be a problem. Even if her final score falls short, I can always use my connections, Murong Zhan said casually. Qingyun shook his head. Your daughter is incredibly strong-willed. If she knew you were using connections, she'd probably make a scene. Murong Zhan didn't dwell on the topic and changed the subject. I heard your school has another hidden class. What is it? Qingyun's face darkened upon hearing this. This was the pain in his heart. After taking a breath he said, Gunner? Gunner? The supposedly invincible class in the late stages? Murong Zhan's expression darkened. Chapter 7. Invincible in the later stages? That's just a legend. Who could afford a gunner? What a pity for Wang Chen. He's always been top of the school. His aunt got admitted to Huaqing University. I thought he'd have no problem getting into Huaqing. However, Murong Shui is also a student at our school. When she gets to Huaqing, Wang Chen's aunt can take care of her. After all, they're from the same school. Qingyun naturally understood Murong Zhan's intentions. Hearing Qingyun's words, Murong Zhan felt relieved. As experienced players, they understood the underlying meaning of his words. At this moment, Wang Chen was still killing monsters. To level up faster, he sought out areas where monsters were concentrated. The machine gun barely stopped firing. Along the way, he killed many level 4 and 5 monsters. Not satisfied yet, Wang Chen headed straight for the area where level 6 monsters were located. The more levels he climbed, the more experience he gained. On a lush slope, a large number of tiger and leopard-like monsters appeared ahead. To Wang Chen, these were piles of experience points. Loading his rifle, he found a relatively safe position on higher ground. Raising his RPK machine gun, he fired directly at the monsters. Da-da-da. Roar. The roar of a ferocious tiger was heard. Ding! The white tiger has been attacked and will pounce and bite its host. But it was still paralyzed by the barrage of bullets, unable to move forward. At this point, the white tiger's attributes could also be seen. Monster, white tiger, normal. Level, 6. Strength, 38. Agility, 35. Intelligence, 20. Description, a mountain tyrant with the power to crush bones. Be careful not to become its food. It's true that level 6 monsters have high attributes. Wang Chen held his breath, concentrated, and pulled the trigger. Da-da-da. A dense stream of bullets formed a fiery dragon, blasting towards the white tiger. The enraged white tiger, its maw gaping, attempted to charge at Wang Chen, but was repelled by the knockback effect, its advance slowing significantly. After about 10 seconds, he finally brought the white tiger down. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You surpassed your level and killed a level 6 white tiger. 100 XP added. The greater the level difference, the higher the XP. Then let's kill with abandon. Wang Chen once again engaged in killing mode. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. Every 10 seconds or so, a white tiger was blasted to death. The sound of machine gun fire and the white tiger's roar echoed throughout the valley. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You surpassed your level and killed a level 6 white tiger. 100 XP added. Ding! Congratulations to the host. You killed a level 6 white tiger above your level. gaining 100 experience points. Time flew by, and 20 minutes later, a white light suddenly emanated from Wang Chen's body. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your level has increased. Your current level is level 4. Ding! Congratulations to the host, your basic attribute has increased by 1 point. Ding! Congratulations to the host, you've gained 1 free attribute, which you can freely add points to. Another level up? Becoming a gunslinger after spending money is so satisfying. Wang Chen simply went to the monster-heavy area, climbed onto a small hill, and, after adjusting his stance, began firing. It could be said that Wang Chen, armed with a machine gun, was wreaking havoc in the novice dungeon. He exuded the aura of machine gun in hand, the world is mine. At this rate of leveling, I can level up again in less than an hour. I can only spend 12 hours in the novice dungeon per day. I should be able to reach level 8 in these 12 hours, which is much faster than expected. After reaching level 8, I have to head to the wilds of the suburbs. By then, monsters below level 8 won't be enough for me. Wang Chen chattered as he plotted his next leveling route. To level up in the wilds of the suburbs, you need the school's approval. The school has a strict standard for approval. That's level 8 the minimum. Both the school and the city guards are responsible for the students. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a level 7 blood-toothed tiger, gaining 150 experience points. After killing over 100 white tigers, he simply continued deeper and began shooting at level 7 monsters. Again, it was just a matter of a volley of bullets. The novice dungeon was designed for beginners. The monsters there are low-powered, the environment is simple, and there's no chance of backstabbing monsters or being surrounded by monsters. In terms of safety, it's much safer than the wilds. It's still relatively easy now, but once we're out in the wild, we absolutely must be vigilant. Even now, Wang Chen is keeping a vigilant eye on all directions. Once, my aunt returned from a trip to the suburbs, covered in blood and badly injured. My aunt earnestly told me that whether in a dungeon or in an emergency, I must be extremely careful. I must be on guard against wild monsters, their aggressive attacks, and my companions. Dangers are everywhere out there, and even my companions must be on guard. As he continued to kill, Wang Chen checked his stat panel again. I was only 1 step away from leveling up again. This time, the leveling process was rapid, even faster than the previous one. Less than an hour later, the upgrade was nearly complete. The monsters here are incredibly dense, and the machine gun fire is practically non-stop. Wang Chen analyzed. In the novice dungeon, level 6 and 7 monsters were densely packed, but the highest level, level 8, had yet to be seen. The machine gun fired relentlessly, reaping monsters and gaining experience points. Even after slaying so many monsters, only the previous boss had dropped a single piece of equipment. After all, almost all the monsters in the novice dungeon had been weakened, allowing new players to better adapt to actual combat. But the only monsters that remained were level 8 monsters. Reaching level 8 signified that a new player had accumulated sufficient combat experience. After reaching level 8, they could leave the novice dungeon completely. And the final level 8 monsters served as a perfect transition for new players. Experience the true power of wild monsters in advance. At this moment, Wang Chen's body shone with light again, finally reaching level 5. His attributes increased again. Wang Chen's strength, adaptability, and agility all improved. The killing spree continued. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surpassing their level and killing a level 7 black bear. 50 XP added. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surpassing their level and killing a level 7 black bear. 50 XP added. Wang Chen could sense that his leveling speed had significantly slowed down after reaching level 5. His experience bar had probably doubled, and the experience gained from killing level 7 monsters had almost halved. At this rate, it would be difficult for an average student to reach level 12 in a week. There wasn't enough time to level up in the wilds of the suburbs after leaving the dungeon. Chapter 8. If you want to reach level 12 in a week, you need to reach at least level 8 in the novice dungeon within 3 days. Otherwise, it's practically impossible to do so in a timely manner. Thinking of this, Wang Chen didn't dare to delay any further. Continuing to wield his RPK, he continued firing at the nearby black bear. Thanks to his improved stats, Wang Chen no longer had to worry about the machine gun's recoil. After clearing out a group of monsters, he sought an area densely populated by them. Finding a relatively safe sniping position, he began to kill them directly. Then he continued forward, shooting down the monsters ahead one by one. After killing for a while longer and covering some distance, the terrain shifted again. Here was a dense forest, with no monsters to be seen. It seemed as if something was hidden deep within. Wang Chen knew this was the end of the novice dungeon. The level 8 monsters were hidden within this dense forest. I had learned about this subject in school. Wang Chen pondered for a moment. It's been 6.5 hours since we entered the dungeon, and I'm probably the only one who's made it to the final area. Normally, after 7 hours of a dungeon opening, most people are only at level 3. Even those who have awakened hidden classes are at most level 4, or even less. Wang Chen glanced deep into the dense forest, wanting to see just how powerful the unweakened level 8 monsters were, and how many volleys of bullets they could withstand. So, holding the RPK machine gun, he slowly advanced, concentrating on observing every detail and listening closely to every sound, to prevent a sudden attack from some monster. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Only gusts of wind could be heard, but no monsters were visible. This struck Wang Chen as strange, and he became extremely alert. As he walked, he heard a sharp gust of wind. Whoosh! At that moment, a tree trunk, like an iron rod, whipped toward Wang Chen. It moved at the speed of a flash of black lightning. Wang Chen heard the sharp whistling sound, and saw a flash of black lightning approaching. He quickly leaned back, barely dodging the tree trunk. It's important to emphasize the importance of increasing attributes. Although the gunner's three-dimensional attributes don't increase the damage of his guns, they greatly improve his agility, strength, and reaction speed. Thankfully, his agility was high enough to dodge the sudden attack. Wang Chen also saw the owner of the tree trunk clearly, a monster with a human face and a tree body, standing a full 3 meters tall. The monster's attributes could also be seen. Monster, Dryad. Level, 8. Strength, 55. Agility, 50. Intelligence, 30. Description: the incarnation of a tree, hermaphroditic. While not as powerful as a female dryad, it still dominates this forest. Wang Chen didn't hesitate, immediately pulling the trigger and firing wildly at the dryad. Duh. He retreated as he fired, trying to get to a safe distance. Otherwise, he could be hit by the dryad at any moment. Wang Chen was still a fragile creature, unable to withstand the attacks of this level 8 monster. The dryad wasn't to be outdone, swinging the tree trunk it had used before towards Wang Chen. Wang Chen, once again using his agility, dodged the tree trunk's attack. It must be said that this rookie dungeon was well thought out, ultimately allowing players to experience the true power of a level 8 monster. They even chose a tree demon capable of camouflage and sneak attacks. This camouflage and sneak attack ability gives new players a foretaste of the dangers of the wild. After firing a burst of bullets, Wang Chen realized that the tree demon wasn't charging at him at all. Instead, it was swinging its trunk, attempting to strike him with it. At that moment, Wang Chen seemed to understand something. This tree demon can't move. It can only attack with its trunk. Wang Chen immediately turned his gun and began to shoot at the tree trunk. Duh. The tree trunk was directly pushed back, unable to move forward. Just by shooting at the tree trunk, one could see the damage value. In other words, no matter which part of the tree demon's body was attacked, it would inflict damage. Wang Chen withstood the attack from the tree trunk, but his keen vision revealed that the tree demon was manipulating 2 other trunks, striking him. Surely, they can attack with multiple weapons at once. Wang Chen swung his weapon left and right as he fired, aiming his bullets to reach the 3 trunks as best he could, while rapidly moving backward. He retreated to a distance of 1,000 meters from the tree demon. Although the 3 trunks had to withstand the bullet's knockback, they could still move forward. Once they reached a point 500 meters from Wang Chen, they could no longer move forward. In other words, 500 meters was the tree demon's maximum attack range. Duh. Now at a safe range, Wang Chen began to fire frantically. Bullets rained down recklessly on both the tree trunks and the tree demon itself. Huh? Why isn't it dead yet? After shooting for over 10 seconds, the tree demon still remained undefeated. This was the first time Wang Chen had encountered this situation. Normally, nearly 20 seconds was enough to kill a level 8 monster. So, the monsters in the wild are stronger than those in dungeons. Wang Chen remembered this. Duh. So, a few more bursts of fire followed. After another 10 seconds, the tree demon's screams were suddenly heard. Boom! The massive body fell to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surpassing their level and killing a level 8 tree demon. Gain 160 experience points. It took nearly 40 seconds to kill the tree demon. Thankfully, the experience points were much more valuable. It took hundreds of rounds to kill the tree demon. Any other gunner wouldn't have been able to afford it. Killing the tree demon was quite cost-effective. Just find the monster and keep firing. There was basically no need to be distracted. But the prerequisite is to keep the attack range down. Wang Chen surveyed the dense forest ahead. This gloomy forest was filled with large trees, most of which were these tree demons. However, Wang Chen quickly learned to distinguish between ordinary trees and tree demons. Furthermore, the tree demons were very close together. Every few steps, he could find one within safe range, sometimes without even moving. This would greatly increase his leveling efficiency. Thinking of this, he raised his machine gun, pulled the trigger, and began firing. Duh. The bullets flew like a fire dragon, and every 30 seconds or so, a tree demon fell to the ground. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surpassing your level and killing a level 8 tree demon. 160 XP added. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surpassing your level and killing a level 8 tree demon. 160 XP added. In less than an hour, Wang Chen reached level 6. Chapter 9. Outside the dungeon, night had fallen. A full 10 hours had passed since the students entered. Several principals had been stationed at the dungeon's exit the entire time. They hoped to see their students return triumphantly after their first day's dungeon run, but also to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. For example, if a student was seriously injured and needed immediate medical attention. Every year, these principals would stand guard. And Murong Shan didn't leave either. He wanted to see his precious daughter clear the dungeon on the first day. Her speed in clearing the dungeon on the first day was crucial to her chances of admission to Huaqing University. Of course, he also wanted to witness the glory his daughter would bring him. Even someone of his status hoped his children would be admitted to the nation's top universities. Suddenly, a brilliant light appeared at the dungeon's exit. Everyone couldn't help but look towards the light. Why would someone come out? There's still 2 hours until the time comes. Did something go wrong? Someone asked in surprise. Soon, the person coming out was spotted. It was Wang Chen. Principal Qingyun was stunned. He quickly ran over, looking Wang Chen over and asking, "Why are you out so early?" He seemed to be checking if Wang Chen was injured. But after a thorough inspection, he found no signs of injury. Is it strange that they came out after killing everyone? Otherwise, it would be so boring to be in there. Wang Chen shrugged and said calmly. Everyone was stunned by these words, unable to grasp their true meaning. Wang Chen's tone was so casual, as if he was discussing a very ordinary matter. But for any student, the novice dungeon holds immense importance, no joke. Qingyun scratched his head, then noticed Wang Chen's level. Name, Wang Chen. Occupation, gunner. Level, 7. Suddenly, a tingling sensation washed over him, his face awash with disbelief. He trembled. Huh? You're level 7? As he spoke, it felt as if he had seen things wrong, too shocking to react. After all, he had never seen anyone reach level 7 after surviving the novice dungeon on the first day. The highest he had seen was level 5. In other words, Wang Chen had broken the previous record, and in just 10 hours. After the other principals recovered from their shock, they looked at Wang Chen as if he were a monster. In their minds, Wang Chen was even more unimaginable than a monster. That's right. It's just that there aren't enough monsters in there. Otherwise, he'd be almost level 8. Wang Chen spoke calmly. It seemed like a matter of course. Principal, can I apply to level up in the suburban wilderness? Wang Chen asked again. Qingyun seemed stunned, and the other principals and Murong Zhan were all stunned, unable to recover. Wang Chen's seemingly casual words stunned them all. Who could have imagined that the monsters in the dungeon could be completely wiped out? Although the dungeon's monsters reset daily, it had never been completely cleared of monsters in a single 12-hour day. Moreover, this was a novice dungeon, and the students entering were all low-level beginners. He had no experience, few skills, low stats, and weak combat power. The level 8 monsters deep within the novice dungeon were still unnerved. Even killing one was incredibly difficult for a novice, let alone killing more. But Wang Chen had done it, in just 10 hours, shattering everyone's understanding of dungeon clearing. He had even broken a record. Everyone was baffled. This kid, a hidden class, one of the most despised, had actually pulled it off. Principal Qin? Seeing Qingyun didn't react, Wang Chen waved his hand in front of him. Qingyun finally realized what was happening and nodded repeatedly. Okay. I issue you a certificate shortly. Take a break. Once everyone gets out, I take you back. Qingyun had even forgotten that Wang Chen wasn't even level 8, yet he agreed anyway. Qingyun returned to the principals, the look of shock still lingering on his face. Principal Qin, this guy's level 7? And he killed all the monsters? One of them asked. Really? I don't know either. Qin Yun was still baffled. The other principals hadn't seen Wang Chen's level. They had only overheard the conversation between Qin Yun and Wang Chen. But seeing Qin Yun's expression, they probably guessed that this was real. What I'm sure of is that he's indeed level 7. In other words, he killed every monster in the dungeon. It's not fake, Qin Yun said after a moment's hesitation. At this time, several principals also approached Wang Chen and confirmed that he was level 7. They were stunned. What a perverted leveling speed. He even killed all the monsters. Just how terrifying is Wang Chen's combat prowess? Is he the awakened gunner from your school? Murongzhan realized. Qin Yun nodded heavily. I thought he was a useless class, but this slap in the face hurts. How did he manage to be such a high-paying class like the gunner? Murongzhan's eyes narrowed. Maybe he doesn't have to worry about payouts? Is he wealthy? How is that possible? Where would his family even have that much money? Never mind, that's his secret. I've seen some powerful hidden classes, but none this efficient. Could it be that the gunner has broken the payout curse, and is now so invincible in the early stages? That's not right. Even if the gunner had unlimited ammo in the early stages, it wouldn't be that outrageous. Yes, if it's so powerful in the early stages, wouldn't it be invincible in the late stages? That's not necessarily true. The gunner's ammunition is very expensive in the late stages, and you still need to spend money to upgrade. Unless Wang Chen could overcome the gunner's payout drawbacks. The principals exchanged words. They were all experienced veterans. So they knew the gunner's flaws, and its strengths in both the early and late stages. At least Wang Chen is very powerful now, and he has great potential. What happens next isn't our responsibility. Qin Yun glanced at Wang Chen not far away, a hint of anticipation in his heart. That's right. Whatever institution he gets into will be responsible for his future. Murongzhan smiled and nodded. But our Schwer will definitely be hurt this time. Qin Yun reassured him, don't worry. She'd be fine. For the past 3 years at school, she's always been outshined by Wang Chen, nicknamed Perpetual Second by the students. She's used to it. Murongzhan couldn't help but smile wryly. Is that so? You get used to it, you get used to it. Chapter 10. However, Murongzhan didn't say much. For Murongxue, having someone who could keep her in check was perhaps a good thing. Time passed, and it quickly reached 9 o'clock in the evening, exactly 12 hours after the dungeon opened. One by one, students appeared at the dungeon exit. After 12 hours of bloody battle, they were all exhausted, but some still felt a tinge of excitement amidst their exhaustion. Actual combat was intense, completely different from studying from a textbook. Many were covered in blood, and the air was thick with the smell of blood. The principals hurriedly checked their students and organized teachers to check for any injuries. If any were injured, they would receive prompt medical treatment. After a busy period, everyone had exited the dungeon, with only a few sustaining minor injuries. Most of them had reached level 3, while the more powerful ones had reached level 4. However, Murongxue, observing that all the students around her were at level 3 or 4, a smug smile played on her face. As if she were the true victor. I've definitely won again this time. I've already tied the record. Where's Wang Chen? Murongxue looked around. Finally, she spotted Wang Chen beneath a tree and was about to approach him. But suddenly, as if struck by lightning, she stopped dead in her tracks, her beautiful eyes wide open, as if she had seen some terrifying monster. Level 7? How is that possible? Murongxue trembled as she spoke, her face filled with disbelief. Schwer. A moment later, Murongzhan approached. Seeing his precious daughter looking like she'd been electrocuted, he guessed the reason. Ah. Dad, you're here. Murongxue took a long time to recover. Murongzhan, with a doting look in his eyes, patted Murongxue's shoulder and said lovingly, Schwer, you're amazing. You even tied the first day dungeon record. Murongxue shook her head. No, he's already broken it. As she spoke, her fair finger pointed at Wang Chen, the shock on her face lingering for a long time. Damn it! Damn it! I thought I could defeat him after awakening the elemental mage, but I still lost miserably. Murongzhan burst into laughter. Ha ha. I never thought our Schwer would meet a formidable foe and be suppressed by him for 3 years. Murongxue pouted, her fighting spirit returning to her. With a stubborn look on her face, she said, Humph. I defeat him sooner or later. It's good to have fighting spirit, but Dad has to tell you, Wang Chen came out in 10 hours and killed all the level 8 monsters in the dungeon. Murongzhan took the opportunity to finish him off. Since his daughter still had fighting spirit, he decided to encourage her again. If you want to go further, mental endurance is crucial. Hearing this, Murong Shui was struck by lightning again. What a joke. Killed all the level 8 monsters? She thought she was impressive for killing a level 7 monster. As for level 8 monsters, she'd never even seen one. And he came out 2 hours early. So, there weren't enough level 8 monsters in the dungeon for Wang Chen to kill. If there were enough, wouldn't that mean he could kill all the monsters up to level 8? Thinking of this, Murong Shui realized the gap between her and Wang Chen. Although she was a fiercely competitive person, she still felt a little frustrated. Murong Zhan said slowly, "Don't overthink it. Some classes require a late-game boost. Without sufficient funds, a gunner in the middle and late stages will struggle to achieve anything, unless they can overcome the gunner's need for in-game spending. On the contrary, you have a significant advantage." Murong Shui was incredibly clever, and immediately understood Murong Zhan's point. This was simply a comparison between her family and Wang Chen's. Wang Chen's family was poor and powerless, while gunners required vast sums of in-game spending. Her own family, on the other hand, was wealthy and powerful, providing her with abundant resources. I understand. I will never give in. Sooner or later, I will surpass him. Murong Shui's frustration was brief. Her fighting spirit quickly rekindled. Satisfied, Murong Zhan took Murong Shui back to school in his private car. The others took their respective school buses. Gao Yong deliberately sat in the row in front of Wang Chen, then knelt on his chair with his head tucked in. He said with a smug look, "Wang Chen, leveling up with a girl is so comfortable and fun, and I even made it to level 4. Showing off his achievements to his buddies made him feel happy." Wang Chen, however, simply glanced at him and said calmly, "Watch out for your kidneys." "TSK TSK. Gao Yong slapped his forehead foolishly. If it really worked, kidneys wouldn't be a problem. But suddenly, the silly smile vanished, and he stared blankly at Wang Chen. How did you get to level 7? How did you do it?" "I worked my ass off to kill monsters to get to level 4, but you made it to level 7. Did you completely overrun the dungeon?" Gao Yong spoke in horror. Stunned, he completely forgot where he was, and spoke so loudly that everyone could hear him clearly. At this moment, everyone's attention was focused on Wang Chen. This was a genuine level 7. Compared to the dungeon monsters, Wang Chen was even more of a monster. How could he be level 7? Is he cheating? As expected of the school's top scorer for 3 years. I thought he'd be useless after awakening the gunner, but he's still as strong as ever. Level 7? Oh my god, doesn't that mean he's breaking the first day record for rookie dungeons? The bus erupted in excitement. Some people even took the initiative to talk to Wang Chen. No one knew how Wang Chen had overcome the gunner's shortcomings, but the fact that he had broken the record was enough to prove his promising future. However, Wang Chen merely responded politely, unwilling to engage in further conversation. Zhang Yong suddenly felt proud, and spoke with a more assertive air. "Brother Chen, can you help me level up when you have time?" After boasting for a moment, Zhang Yong turned and looked at Wang Chen with admiration. "Let's talk about it later. I won't be coming to the novice dungeon tomorrow," Wang Chen explained. After getting off the car, Principal Qin Yun didn't forget to give Wang Chen some instructions. After all, Wang Chen hadn't reached level 8 yet, so he made an exception and issued him a certificate. When going to the suburbs and the wilds, safety is always the top priority. The next morning, Wang Chen drove to the west of Nanjiang City. This area was isolated by a tall city wall, and outside was the dangerous wilderness. Exiting this wall, one entered the wild monster area, where even the weakest monsters were level 10. Furthermore, they were even stronger and more intelligent than those in the novice dungeon. Chapter 11. However, the greater the danger, the greater the reward. Monsters in the wild area have high experience points, and can drop more materials, and even equipment and weapons. These equipment and weapons can be used or sold. In the city, there are many shops, such as weapon shops, jewelry stores, and blacksmith shops. But the largest trading venue is undoubtedly the Dragon Nation Exchange. Wang Chen went directly to this exchange, which is open only to Dragon Nation citizens. The exchange was bustling with activity, with many newcomers who had just awakened their professions, and some students from well-off families looking to purchase equipment to improve their attributes. Because he was new to the exchange, Wang Chen only had level 1 access. To gain more access, he needed to increase his achievement points. That is, completing transactions in the exchange, whether buying or selling, would earn achievement points. Wang Chen checked the items for sale. Weapons, equipment, materials, medicinal herbs, everything was available. Right now, Wang Chen has very little money, and can't even afford the lowest tier black iron weapons. Unless he sells his gear, he need it. However, as a gunner, his equipment needs aren't particularly high, so he's not in a rush to upgrade. But equipment is better than nothing, and Wang Chen plans to earn some money before upgrading to better gear. Next, Wang Chen wrote down the value of some low-level materials. By wolf fawn grass, 30 gold coins each. By red bear hide, 50 gold coins each. By black wolf head, 40 gold coins each. By black iron ore, 40 gold coins each. Life-related professions like alchemists, blacksmiths, and pharmacists require a large amount of materials to improve their skills. Then, they crafted useful items, such as equipment and medicine, and profited from them. Through skill training, life-related professions could be upgraded. At higher levels, life-related professions could earn even higher profits and offer excellent growth potential. Wang Chen was most concerned about the price of bullets. After taking a look, he frowned. The cheapest bullets cost 5 gold coins each, and they were made of wolf fangs, so the gunpowder wouldn't be that powerful. Even a single volley of these bullets would cost hundreds of gold coins. Thankfully, Wang Chen didn't have to worry about spending money on bullets. Then Wang Chen took another look at the quests in the lower level areas. Clear the level 14 Nanling Mine Dungeon, and obtain the core of the final boss, the Goblin King. Reward, 100,000 gold coins. Note: the quest item will only drop if you reach Nightmare difficulty or above. The high reward for the quest also indirectly reflects its difficulty. For now, Qin Chuan had no plans to go. Level 14 dungeons require entry to at least level 10. Levels are a major drawback. Furthermore, dungeons are divided into easy, normal, nightmare, and hell levels. Nightmare levels are several times more difficult than normal levels. As for hell levels, not just anyone can enter. After scrolling through the quest information, Wang Chen arrived at the city gate. He directly took out his exit permit and handed it to the guard. After receiving the permit, the guard carefully examined Wang Chen and confirmed that it was indeed Wang Chen. But he frowned. How could he only be level 7? How could the principal approve such a permit? The monsters outside the city were at least level 10. A difference of 3 levels would be extremely dangerous. Out of kindness, the guard couldn't help but say, "Student, your certificate has been validated. You can freely enter and exit all major cities in Dragon Country, but your level isn't high enough yet. The jungle is full of monsters, starting at least level 10, making it extremely dangerous. Are you sure you want to level up there?" Wang Chen smiled and nodded, "Yes." "Okay then. Remember, if you encounter danger, the first thing you should do is run back. Don't be embarrassed. Your life is most important," the guard warned. "Thank you." Wang Chen saluted the guard. Then the city gate opened, and Wang Chen followed. An eerie aura permeated the suburban wilderness, a chill tinge in the wind. It felt like a completely different world from the city. A thin mist filled the air, and the deeper you went, the stronger the smell of blood grew. Flatly, you could hear the roars of wild beasts. As you walked, you could see people leveling up against large monsters, either alone or in groups. But they were all classed at level 10 or above. Soon after, Wang Chen spotted a wild monster about 100 meters away through the mist. Monster, Black Wolf. Level, 10. Strength, 60. Agility, 58. Intelligence, 40. This Black Wolf's strength is primary, with agility secondary, meaning its hide isn't particularly thick, but its damage is likely high. Wang Chen didn't care about the monster's damage. What mattered most was its hide and health. Monsters with excessive hide and health would take longer to defeat. Let's test the bullets first. Wang Chen picked up the RPK machine gun, pulled the trigger, and fired. Da-da-da. A long string of damage values appeared. Roar! The attacked Black Wolf was instantly enraged. Braving the flaming gunfire, it desperately lunged at Wang Chen. Though the Black Wolf fought tooth and nail, moving forward dozens of meters, it couldn't reach Wang Chen, who was 100 meters away. Finally, it collapsed in a hail of bullets. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surpassing their level and killing the Black Wolf. Experience plus 200. Ding! Obtained Black Wolf head plus 1, and in Wang Chen's storage space, the material for a wolf head appeared. Everyone gained storage space after awakening a profession. As their level increases, their storage space increases. Storage space can also be increased by equipping items such as storage bags. After a brief test run, Wang Chen realized the strength of a level 10 monster. Compared to a level 8 monster, it requires approximately 100 more bullets. However, in the jungle, Wang Chen still needed to be careful of sneak attacks from other monsters. Moreover, the density of monsters in the wild was even higher than in the novice dungeon. Wang Chen continued to observe his surroundings while moving. Next, Wang Chen found a large tree, with a dense cluster of black wolves in front of him. After confirming there was no danger behind him, he pulled the trigger. No need to worry about bullets, he could just fire away. As expected of one of the 10 hidden classes, after overcoming the Krypton Gold issue, the gunner's full potential could be fully unleashed. As the RPK machine gun fired, a large amount of damage was recorded. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a black wolf above their level. XP plus 200. Ding! Black wolf head plus 1. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a black wolf above their level. XP plus 200. Ding! Black wolf head plus 1. Every 10 seconds or so, a black wolf fell to the ground. Chapter 12. Experience points increased steadily as the killing continued. It must be said that this wave of monsters gathered a large number of black wolves, and this wave alone provided Wang Chen with nearly half of his experience points. As the machine gun continued to fire, the surrounding air grew scorching hot, and puffs of smoke spread. After killing this wave, Wang Chen found another wave of level 10 monsters. The machine gun's muzzle raged wildly, like a fire dragon. These monsters simply couldn't withstand the onslaught of bullets. After about an hour, Wang Chen had cleared all the monsters in this area. Ding! Congratulations to the host on leveling up. Current level is 8. Ding! Congratulations to the host on increasing your basic attribute by 1 point. Ding! Congratulations to the host on gaining a free attribute point, which can be added freely. Directly reached level 8. With 3 attribute increases, Wang Chen no longer needed to worry about stamina consumption. If he could fire non-stop all day long. Unlike other classes, which have a consumption issue, mages have mental energy. If it's depleted, they can't cast spells. Warriors and knights will deplete their stamina after prolonged combat. All of these classes need time to rest and recover. As for Wang Chen, a gunner, as long as he can pull the trigger and withstand the recoil, he doesn't need to rest. Let's move forward. Wang Chen looked at the corpses scattered on the ground and headed deeper into the ground. As he walked, he killed monsters along the roadside. Now, Wang Chen not only had to kill level 10 monsters, but also level 11 and 12 monsters along the road. It's just a matter of wasting a few more rounds of bullets. Killing monsters has become incredibly easy for Wang Chen. As they walked, they arrived at an area called the Black Sand Forest. Wang Chen was already quite far from Nanjiang City. Someone leveling up. Wang Chen saw several teams ahead of him, killing monsters. It seemed as if higher level players were leading lower level players. It was clear that each team had a level 10 player, and the rest of the team had to be level 12 or higher. Leading people to level up? Could they be from some aristocratic family or guild? Wang Chen speculated. But regardless, Wang Chen planned to hide. His level wasn't high enough yet, and if he were seen by these people, it would easily cause unnecessary trouble. Leveling up was important. Less trouble was better than more. Wang Chen headed in the other direction. After walking a distance, he found a lush slope. There weren't many people there. Also, there were quite a few monsters, and most importantly, there was the red-haired bear Wang Chen needed. These red bears aren't just worth experience points, they're also worth gold. Wang Chen found a relatively safe, elevated position, set up his RPK machine gun, and pulled the trigger. Roar! As the machine gun blasted, the bear monster roared. As the red bear charged toward Wang Chen, its attributes could be seen. Monster, red bear. Level, 11. Strength, 68. Agility, 55. Intelligence, 30. Their attributes were quite impressive. Wang Chen's machine gun fire continued without pause. Due to the knockback effect, the red bear couldn't get close to Wang Chen at all. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surpassing their level and killing a level 11 red bear. Experience increased by 230. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 red bear pelt. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surpassing their level and killing a level 11 red bear. Experience increased by 230. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 red bear pelt. With continuous killing, it took over an hour to completely slay all the red bears. A large number of red bear pelts were also obtained. After finishing one batch, they moved on to another. By the afternoon, Wang Chen's experience had reached level 9, and he was only 1 step away from level 10. At level 10, gunners can advance their profession and learn new skills. Skills can be learned through teachers, skill books, or skill scrolls. However, as a hidden profession, gunners' teachers rarely teach any skills. Wang Chen could only blame the other two methods for learning. Skill books are acquired through leveling up, while skill scrolls can be purchased at the exchange. However, the prices are incredibly high. Even the lowest level skill scroll costs over 100,000 gold coins. Furthermore, the skills unlocked are randomized to your class, and you can even unlock skills you've already learned. If you learn skills you don't use, all the gold would be wasted. Wang Chen couldn't think too much about it. He just leveled up first. After another round of slaughter, a white light finally flickered around him. Ding! Congratulations to the host on leveling up. Current level is 10. Ding! Congratulations to the host on increasing your basic attribute by 1 point. Ding! Congratulations to the host on gaining a free attribute point, which you can freely add. Ding! Host has reached level 10. Do you want to advance to your class? Wang Chen listened to the mechanical voice, feeling a little impatient. After advancing a class, you gain access to weapons with more powerful firepower and unlock new skills. Proceed. Ding! Please allow the system to select a class advancement: sniper, heavy gunner, demolitionist, machine gunner. The system listed a series of gunnery career paths. Wang Chen was a little dazed. Machine gunner. Wang Chen thought for a moment and made his choice. Ding! Congratulations on your successful class advancement. The system has made an adaptive selection for you. Ding! Congratulations on your new weapon unlocked. Please check it out. Ding! Congratulations on your skill slot unlocking. You've gained skill weapon mastery and shooting mastery. After selecting the machine gunner, the system's class advancement path changed to that of a machine gun. Wang Chen examined the new weapon again. Ding! Congratulations to the host on obtaining a new weapon, the Gatling Inferno. What the hell? Gatling Inferno? Wang Chen was startled. This machine gun was incredibly powerful, and a sharp red spike extended from the tip, meaning it could be switched to melee mode. Wang Chen quickly retrieved the Gatling Inferno from its storage space. Gently stroking the massive gun, the barrel glowed with a blue-orange effect, seemingly radiating a surge of power. Next, he checked the Gatling Inferno's attributes. Weapon: Gatling Inferno, heavy machine gun. Required level, level 10. Fire rate, 1,000 rounds/minute. Ammunition, 5.56 millimeters. Range, 1,000 meters, damage reduced beyond 700 meters. Attributes: knockback, 35% increased damage. Damage, bullet damage, attribute bonus damage. Looking at Wang Chen, he couldn't help but gasp. 1,000 bullets per minute, the output efficiency is ridiculously fast. Chapter 13. And there's a 35% damage increase. Incredible. This is a real damage increase. Then Wang Chen glanced at his skill bar again. Weapon mastery, passive: gain a weapon attack bonus by leveling up, with a minimum of 10% and a maximum of 100%. Shooting mastery, passive: significantly improves shooting accuracy. 2 passive skills. Only 2? The book says other classes gain several skills after advancing, but I only have 2. But it doesn't matter. As a weapon class, firearms don't require high skill requirements. Ding! Congratulations to the host for receiving the advancement reward, a free skill book. Skills? Wang Chen checked and studied without hesitation. Focus, passive: after entering a full-on shooting state, the percentage of attack power is increased, with a minimum of 1% and a maximum of 100%. The attack power increase is related to the length of focus. Another passive. Still, it looks pretty cool. 2 passive skills increase damage, while the other improves hit rate. Directly or indirectly, they increase output efficiency. Ding! Friendly reminder: the host needs to improve their 3 attributes. The more powerful the weapon, the more 3 attributes are needed to pick it up. Strength provides defense and recovery, agility provides high critical strikes and critical strike rate, and intelligence provides magic damage. In other words, if you want to pick up a more powerful weapon, you need sufficient 3-dimensional support, otherwise you won't be able to lift it. Of the 3 attributes, intelligence is of little importance to Wang Chen. Strength is somewhat important, but agility is the most important. As a gunner, you must increase your agility to increase your critical hit damage and critical hit chance. A gunner with high explosive and high damage is a qualified gunner. Of course, strength also needs to be improved. When hunting monsters outdoors, regardless of your class, you need a certain level of survivability. Wang Chen directly opened the stat panel. Name: Wang Chen. Occupation, gunner. Level 10, 0 turns. Strength, 26. Agility, 38. Intelligence, 26. Free attribute points, 10. Weapon, Gatling Inferno. Gear, Wolf Fang Gauntlets, equipment level 5. Ammunition, 308 rounds. Skills, Weapon Specialization, passive, Marksmanship Specialization, passive, Focus, passive. Looking at his stats, Wang Chen felt a little excited. So what if all his skills were passive? A gunner doesn't need fancy skills. A machine gun is enough to conquer the world. With the Gatling Inferno's damage alone, even encountering someone 7, 8, or even 10 levels higher wouldn't be a problem, unless he was forced into close combat. Thinking of this, Wang Chen prepared to continue his monster hunt. Suddenly, a dark figure sprinted past. Wang Chen immediately raised his machine gun and went on alert. However, the black-clad figure showed no sign of approaching, running along a small path. He was very fast, his agility evident at first glance. As he ran, he glanced at Wang Chen and his rifle, then continued on his way, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Unsurprisingly, he was an assassin. Wang Chen ignored them and continued on his way, but just as he was about to leave, he saw two men catching up. They seemed to be chasing the black-clad man from earlier. As they were chasing, the two men suddenly unleashed a massive fireball, heading directly in Wang Chen's direction. Wang Chen dodged it by leaning to the side. If it weren't for Wang Chen's agility, he would have likely been hit by the fireball. The two men knew they had hit the wrong person, but they ignored him and continued their pursuit. Wang Chen watched them. A warrior and a mage, a common monster-killing combination. They chased for a short distance before retreating. Their speed was simply not on the same level as the black-clad man from earlier. The mage, gazing into the distant darkness, said unwillingly, "Damn it. He got away." The warrior said, "Don't worry. He can't escape." The mage then took a breath and glanced at Wang Chen. "Boy, did you see a black-clad assassin passing by?" Wang Chen simply glanced at him, then fixed his gaze on the tree where the fireball had struck. "Your fireball." The mage then realized the fire had come his way, and that he had nearly accidentally injured the other person. He said, "I'm so sorry." For some reason, even though he could tell the man in front of him was only level 10, he spoke with a condescending air. Who gave him the courage? The massive machine gun in his hand? The soldier felt a little annoyed. He was just a gunner, wasn't he? What's so great about that? They were so low level, and they dared to ask him to apologize. He slowly raised the axe in his hand, as if ready to strike at any moment. Wang Chen's face remained calm. He lowered the machine gun to fire in a split second. "Hurry and chase them. Don't mess around," the mage whispered hurriedly. The warrior then lowered his axe, and quickly left with the mage. These two had just escaped death. If they dared to attack, Wang Chen's Gatling Inferno would unleash immediately. It could be assumed that these two were not very high level, perhaps around level 20 at most. Wang Chen hadn't seen their information, so the only possibility was that they were using some kind of concealed information method. But if he were 1 against 2, Wang Chen only needed to constantly withstand the warrior's charge and seize the opportunity to interrupt the mage's spell, which had a long casting time. Before he could successfully cast a spell, his companions might be killed, and if they were interrupted mid-cast, they would have to recast the spell. These classes had much lower health than monsters of the same level. Although their damage was much higher than that of wild monsters, if they couldn't hurt Wang Chen, they were just sitting ducks. Wang Chen continued on his monster-killing quest. -20, -58, -60, -49, -55. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surpassing their level and killing a level 12 black claw bear. 200 XP added. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surpassing their level and killing a level 13 furious rabbit. 270 XP added. As damage values appeared densely, experience points increased rapidly. The increased damage allowed Wang Chen to enjoy the thrill of the Gatling gun. It took only a second or two for them to be killed, his monster-killing speed increasing exponentially. However, after level 10, the experience bar increased so much that the overall leveling speed slowed down. Wang Chen killed monsters as he went, and when he found a gathering area, he would find a safe sniper position and unleash the slaughter. By the time night fell, Wang Chen still had 20% of his experience bar left to reach level 11. However, Wang Chen had no intention of turning back. He needed to save time. Chapter 14. However, the current problem is that the leveling speed is too slow. Even if I keep leveling up, I only reach level 13 tomorrow. I have no idea if I can reach level 15 the day after tomorrow. Wang Chen pondered as he killed monsters. My Aunt Lin Qian will reach level 16 in 2 days, and was eventually accepted into Huaqing Academy. If you want to reach that level, you can't rely solely on killing monsters. Could it be that you also need to run dungeons? Wang Chen suddenly thought of this. Running dungeons, especially nightmare-level dungeons, contains many enhanced elite monsters and yields significantly more experience than running outside. Let's go to the Nailing Mine tomorrow. Wang Chen made up his mind. It was already dark, with only moonlight and starlight. Occasionally, the distant roars of monsters and the rustling of the wind could be heard, giving it an eerie and sinister sound. Wang Chen knew that the wild areas were even more dangerous at night. He killed every monster in a 500-meter radius around him. Then he sat down under a tree and planned his next leveling route. But then, he noticed someone approaching him from a distance. Leveling up in the middle of the night? But there aren't many people leveling up at night. Or maybe they're lost? Wang Chen mentioned the Gatling Inferno and became wary. From his previous encounters, Wang Chen knew well that in the jungle, people are often more dangerous than monsters. The person slowly approached him, showing no sign of avoiding Wang Chen. When they got closer, Wang Chen could clearly see that it was the person he had seen that afternoon, the assassin he was hunting. Still leveling up in the wild so late? Really desperate. The assassin removed his mask and walked over to Wang Chen. A delicate little face, perhaps 18 or 19, was visible. Wang Chen tried to see her stats, but found none. Not bad, Wang Chen said nonchalantly. Do you have any water? The assassin sat down beside him. Wang Chen handed her a bottle of water. Thank you. The assassin gulped. Then his eyes fell on Wang Chen's weapon. Your gun is so huge. Can I touch it? Wang Chen glanced at her. A weapon was the foundation of his life. How could he let anyone touch it casually? The assassin, realizing his abruptness, said with a smile, Did you miss my message? Let me see yours first. The assassin observed Wang Chen. Huh? A level 10 gunner? This is the first time I've seen a gunner like that. I thought you were a hunter who hadn't caught a pet yet. As he spoke, his eyes etched with surprise. But Wang Chen didn't respond. The assassin said to himself, You didn't see my message because of this. Then he pulled out a badge-shaped item. This is a shielding badge. Anyone 10 levels higher than you can't see any of your messages. Now you can see my message. Wang Chen nodded slightly. Name, Luo Xia. Occupation, Shadow Assassin. Level 18 assassin, that's pretty high. But at this moment, Luo Xia's smile completely faded. Wang Chen, realizing the problem, quickly moved to the side of the tree. A mage, an archer, and a warrior carrying an axe appeared. Wang Chen had seen all of the mages and warriors before. This time, there was one more person. They surrounded Luo Xia and Wang Chen from 3 directions. Luo Xia frowned, his expression solemn for a moment, then angrily said, You chased me for 3 days just for a skill scroll. You're really brave. So it was about the skill scroll. Luo Xia then turned and said softly, I'm leaving now. I find you later. Swoosh. At that moment, a sharp sword pierced the darkness, piercing Luo Xia. Luo Xia reacted quickly, teleporting to barely avoid the arrow. Damn it! Seeing this, Luo Xia knew it would be difficult to escape. The archers and mages had locked onto him. Their attack range was very short, and if he tried to flee, he would easily be hit by these 2 ranged classes. But breaking through the warriors would also be difficult. After all, assassins are fragile, only slightly stronger than commoner classes like mages and priests. Moreover, the next moment, Luo Xia's body began to glow, becoming even more conspicuous in the darkness. Archer's mark? Wang Chen realized the problem. This was a skill unique to archers. Once a target was marked, they could no longer enter stealth mode, and attacking the marked target would inflict additional damage. It not only increased damage, but also dealt with stealth-type classes and monsters. Little assassin, I see where you can escape this time. The mage's cold voice rang out. The warrior, axe in hand, slowly approached Luo Xia. The archer, bow and arrow drawn, remained aimed at Luo Xia, preventing him from escaping. Clearly, they had enlisted the help of the archer to track Luo Xia down. The archer's mark skill counters Luo Xia's invisibility. The mage, holding his staff, glared at Wang Chen and Luo Xia with icy eyes. Humph. I never thought you were in the same group, one a shady assassin, the other a gunner who only knows how to sneak attacks and shoot from behind. Wang Chen frowned at this. What were the mage and archer, Luo Xia flung his hands, and a dagger appeared in his hand. I give you the skill scroll. He has nothing to do with this matter. Let him go. The warrior said coldly, Humph. You two must die. If you spread the word, we might be the ones being hunted. The archer shouted, That's right. Dead men can't talk. Clearly, the three were determined to kill. Run. I hold them back. Luo Xia whispered. Can you hold them back? Wang Chen asked. Even if we can't hold them off, there's always a way to escape. Wang Chen found this a bit amusing. How could a marked assassin escape the pursuit of three men? He was practically being chased like a stray dog, which was enough to show the huge gap in strength between the two sides. Back off. Wang Chen glanced at Luo Xia. Luo Xia was stunned. What did he mean? Tell him to back off. Could this level 10 little guy have to face three of them alone? Go! Lest we get into trouble, the mage said coldly. As he spoke, he swung his staff into the air, and a flare-like orb appeared, exploding in the air, illuminating the surroundings. Clearly, this was a skill designed for Luo Xia. In such a brightly lit area, it was even more difficult for the assassin to escape. His invisibility skill was completely suppressed. With the illuminating orb and the mark, Luo Xia was like a wounded bird. The three men's attention was completely focused on Luo Xia, and as for Wang Chen, they completely ignored him. What kind of trouble could a level 10 gunner cause? Little did he know, Wang Chen's gaze was already fixed on the archer. Chapter 15. Archers have the longest and fastest range. Mages need to charge their weapons, while warriors are close range. The best target is undoubtedly the archer. Just as the archer, mage, and warrior were about to attack, the Gatling Inferno launched, heading straight for the archer. The bullet, like a dragon of fire, struck the archer. Fortunately, he had some defense, but his entire body trembled. He was even thrown back several meters. There was no numerical display for hits. The archer's eyes widened, but, struck by the bullet, he tried to redirect his arrow, but Wang Chen was shooting at him while retreating. In just 2 seconds, he was out of range. But he was still hit by the machine gun. Critically, the archer was fully aware that his health bar was rapidly decreasing. How is this possible? The warrior and the mage, as if in a dream, couldn't believe what was happening before their eyes. Luo Xia's jaw dropped in shock. It turned out she was the one who needed protecting. She knew Wang Chen relied on his machine gun, but she hadn't imagined its power. Furthermore, Wang Chen displayed considerable combat experience, retreating while firing, creating a safe range for himself. Over 20 rounds had flown, and it was clear the damage had been inflicted on the level 20 archer. In other words, each bullet was as powerful as a single mage skill. It was truly unimaginable. The archer, realizing something was amiss, didn't dare advance to fire his shot. He knew the enemy's bullets had a knockback effect. Moreover, the dense barrage of bullets, even if their power wasn't so high, wouldn't have allowed them to reach the enemy. He quickly covered his injured body and fled to the left. Little did he know that he had already been locked onto Wang Chen's focus fire. No matter how he fled, he couldn't outrun the bullets. Besides, Wang Chen had predicted all his movements. Another burst of bullets, and the archer collapsed to the ground with a thud. Oh my god! He fell in 2 seconds? Luo Xia's mouth opened wide enough to fit an apple. The mage and warrior were completely stunned. Their level 20 companion had been killed in just 2 seconds. What a joke. You have to remember, archers are equipped with leather armor, and have a certain strength bonus. While their tankiness isn't as good as warriors and knights, it's still far superior to mages and priests. Furthermore, archers are highly agile and nimble, but once locked onto the machine gun, they couldn't escape the machine gun fire. Over 100 rounds were fired, with over 80 hitting the target. The firing rate and accuracy were both incredibly high. And before the machine gun had finished firing, the muzzle swung, heading straight for the mage. Several bullets landed on the mage, interrupting his massive fireball spell. He shuddered, wanting to dodge, but didn't dare. After all, he was an intelligence-based class, not as skilled as archers or assassins. Even a highly agile archer couldn't dodge a few bullets. But the mage reacted quickly, no longer charging his spells. With a flick of his staff, he cast an instantaneous mana shield. A blue shield appeared around his body. This was the mage's signature skill. A mana shield could block any damage. The higher its level, the more damage it could block. Increased intelligence also increased the amount of damage it could block. Those god-level mages, with their mana, could even withstand the damage of forbidden spells. The mage within the shield began to twist under the impact of the bullets. Taking advantage of the mana shield's ability to block the damage, he quickly unleashed his skills. Pyroblast. At the moment the mana shield was broken, the skill was finally unleashed. A huge flame appeared around him, spreading out in all directions, blocking all the bullets fired at him. But Wang Qin's bullets were so dense that they could not be stopped. Even if he blocked over 100 rounds, what good would it do? Duh. Another volley of bullets, like a flaming dragon, struck the mage's body, leaving him with no chance of withstanding. In a split second, the mage, deprived of his mana shield, collapsed to the ground. The warrior had already rushed to within 100 meters of Wang Qin, far enough to unleash his charged skill. But upon seeing his two comrades dead, his eyes were filled with terror. But despite his fear, he still had to finish Wang Qin off quickly. Otherwise, his life would be in danger. He immediately unleashed his charged skill, axe raised in both hands, like a savage bull. A warrior's charge greatly increases their resilience, and charging directly into their opponent can also stun them. Wang Qin swung his gun. Duh. A barrage of bullets pelted the warrior. Despite his greatly enhanced resilience, the bullets still interrupted his charge skill. The warrior attempted to charge at Wang Qin, but found himself being cut off and forced back. Clearly, he was being pushed back by Wang Qin's bullets. He was now like a human target. This target differed from the previous two in that it was sturdier. But it was simply a matter of adding more bullets. Duh. The Gatling Inferno, using .308 rounds, doubled its power, with many of the damage being critical hits. The warrior collapsed to the ground in despair. Are all dead? The assassin, Luo Xia, took a long time to react. It was like a dream. It hadn't even been 20 seconds since the battle began. All three classes had been killed. And after killing them, Wang Qin acted as if nothing had happened, even touching the barrel of his gun. Killing the three classes above his level was like crushing ordinary monsters. Killing and looting are good habits to cultivate, no matter where you are. Wang Qin directly picked up the equipment that had fallen to the ground. When a professional dies, the items in their storage space will drop out. Eagle King War Bow, bronze increases strength by 10, agility by 15, increases bow damage by 10%, level 18 or higher. Willow Staff, bronze increases strength by 10, intelligence by 15, increases mana regeneration by 50%, increases spell damage by 10%, level 18 or higher. Rock Shield, bronze increases strength by 30, increases defensive skill effects by 5%, level 18 or higher. Looking at the three pieces of equipment laid out here, they all seem to fetch a good price. These pieces of equipment should have dropped from the level 20 Maluk Centaur dungeon, which the three of them frequently ran. Chapter 16. Wang Qin had read about the Maluk Centaur dungeon in a book. It was located over 100 kilometers from Nanjiang City. Wang Qin immediately collected the four pieces of equipment. They were all bronze level equipment, weapons, and useless. But they wouldn't sell for much. Then, he took some materials, such as the flower demon's tentacles and the centaur's paw, which could all fetch a good price. Luo Xia didn't say anything about this. After all, she hadn't killed the person. After taking all the materials, he found a white scroll. Wang Qin was stunned. He quickly examined the scroll. Basic skill scroll. Grants a random skill below level 20. It was a skill scroll. Even though it was basic, it would cost at least 100,000 gold coins. Wang Qin debated whether to use it himself or sell it. If he used it himself, he might lose money. Wang Qin gritted his teeth. It's okay if I lose. If I learn a good skill, it's a win. If I fail, it's just like losing 100,000 gold coins. Luo Xia was also surprised to see this. He had never expected there was a basic skill scroll. Wang Qin, do you want to use it? That's 100,000 gold coins. Wang Qin smiled. 100,000 gold coins, so what? Will 100,000 gold coins still be worth it in the later stages? Right now, I just have to do everything I can to improve myself. Luo Xia took a deep breath. But what if I learn a useless skill? Life is like that. You have to take a gamble. Wang Qin shrugged nonchalantly. Then, he opened the scroll and learned the skill. The skill scroll transformed into a ball of light, enveloping Wang Qin. Ding! Congratulations to the host for acquiring this skill. Escape active. Escape active allows you to instantly leap backward, removing all movement restricting effects and increasing your movement speed by 100% for 10 seconds. This is a magical skill for surviving in dire situations. As a fragile class, the most important thing you need is a life-saving skill. This escape is somewhat similar to the hunter skill, a magical skill for classes like archers, gunners, and mechanics. When facing a sneak attack or close quarters combat, an escape can release control and create distance. This makes up for Wang Chen's lack of survivability and allows him to better cope with emergencies. How is it? What skill? Luo Xia blinked her bright eyes, her face full of anticipation. Looking so cute, it's hard to imagine her as a shadow assassin. Just a life-saving skill, Wang Chen said casually. Wow, that's a great deal. Life-saving skill scrolls are what all the powers are vying for these days. Luo Xia said with some envy. Yeah. It was a real win. Wang Chen nodded. Thank you for saving me. I give you this, Luo Xia said gratefully. Then he took out a small wooden box and forced it into Wang Chen's hand. Wang Chen opened the box and saw a white scroll. Basic skill scroll. Grants a random skill between level 40 and 80. Wang Chen was stunned. You know, intermediate skill scrolls are extremely expensive, fetching millions or even tens of millions of gold coins. That's far more than a basic skill scroll could ever compare to. For Wang Chen at this moment, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a stratospheric price. In other words, the three men had chased Luo Xia just for this scroll. Wang Chen had originally thought it was a basic skill scroll, but it turned out to be an intermediate one. And just because he saved her, she gave it to him. How did you get this scroll? Wang Chen asked. I opened a treasure chest outside the Maluk Centaur dungeon, and unexpectedly found this skill scroll. But those three bastards saw me, and chased me all the way from the Maluk Centaur dungeon. A crappy intermediate scroll, worth so little, yet they're so crazy. But I just don't want to pamper them. Trying to steal my things is impossible, and they act like mad dogs instead, Luo Xia said, rather unhappily. But it was clear that 10 million gold coins meant nothing to her. Could she be the daughter of some wealthy family? She's truly wealthy. And then she was chased here and nearly died? Wang Chen sneered. Luo Xia pouted, her face filled with dissatisfaction. Just them? You think you can kill me? You're kidding. If I sustain fatal injuries, I'd be transported back home to the teleportation array. As she spoke, she looked at Wang Chen seriously. I have to thank you. Being hurt isn't a pleasant feeling. I admit I'm afraid of pain. I didn't expect this young woman, a troublemaker, to be afraid of pain. But Wang Chen felt a little overwhelmed. Is there anything to eat? I've been chased by 3 mad dogs for so long and haven't eaten a single meal. Luo Xia looked at Wang Chen again, her eyes tearing up. Here. Wang Chen directly pulled out a few buns from his storage space. Luo Xia took them and wolfed them down. So good. He was eating so fast that even his words were slurred. And the soy milk and fried dough sticks from this morning, would you like some? Wang Chen asked. Yes. Yes. Immediately, Wang Chen pulled out more soy milk and fried dough sticks from his storage space. Because the soy milk was sealed, it didn't solidify. Wang Chen, which university are you from? Luo Xia asked after slurping down a bag of soy milk. Nanjiang No. 1 High School. Puff. Luo Xia was startled and spat out the soy milk in her mouth. You're in high school? You haven't applied to higher education yet? Yes. Wang Chen nodded. Luo Xia shook her head. So you've only just graduated from high school, and you're already so formidable. How should I put it, a little perverse. So which academy are you planning to apply to? Huaqing. Indeed, only Huaqing is suitable for you. Luo Xia wasn't surprised at all. She knew full well that Wang Chen's true strength was enough to enroll in any academy. This was the first time she'd seen a level 10 player slaughter 3 level 20 professionals. If she told anyone, I'm afraid few would believe her. By the way, Huaqing Academy has a War God Tower. When you go there, remember to challenge it. The more levels you clear, the better the rewards. Plus, there are extra rewards for new students. You can also earn a lot of points. Higher education institutions really value points. Points often represent contributions to the institution, and you can use them to buy all sorts of things. Luo Xia recounted many stories about Huaqing Academy. It was clear she was very familiar with it. She only rested when she grew tired. Wang Chen closed his eyes to rest. The next morning, Wang Chen was still resting with his eyes closed when he heard Luo Xia get up. I'm leaving now. Keep leveling up. When you reach a higher level, you can help me level up. With that, he vanished. Chapter 17. A shield badge appeared next to Wang Chen. All night long, no monster spawned. Perhaps because he killed them too quickly, he didn't wait for them to spawn. As planned, he headed straight for the Maluk Centaur dungeon. That's where he could gain more experience. As he approached the Maluk Centaur dungeon, He encountered many centaur monsters along the way, their levels increasing as he approached. From level 12 centaur warriors to level 13 centaur archers. But these monsters were powerless against the Gatling Inferno, lasting only 3 seconds at best. If they received multiple critical hits, they wouldn't even last a second. Furthermore, when the monsters were densely packed, he could trigger the focus skill, increasing his attack power accordingly. The focus skill only stopped when he stopped shooting. As he approached the Maluk Centaur dungeon, the monsters had been mostly cleared, and more people were coming. Soon, Wang Chen arrived at the dungeon entrance. A green vortex, slightly larger than the novice dungeon, emanated an eerie aura, as if warning of the dangers within. Bursts of shouting filled the dungeon entrance. Maluk normal difficulty, 3 players missing 1, need a warrior tank. Maluk speedrun team, we have an archer, a priest, and a warrior, need a mage. Maluk nightmare difficulty, we need a healer in control, we already have a knight and a mage. Nightmare difficulty, we need a tank, a healer, a mage, and control, 5 players missing 4. Many teams were searching for teammates. For them, such a dungeon still required a team. Wang Chen held the Gatling Inferno in his hand, the massive machine gun giving off an oppressive vibe. Everyone knew the damage dealt by firearms. With his escape skill, Wang Chen didn't have to worry about his own safety. Carrying the machine gun in one hand, he headed straight for the dungeon entrance. Combined with his impassive expression, Wang Chen looked like a thug. Because Wang Chen wore the veiled medallion left by Luo Xia, no one could see his level. Combined with the massive gun, he looked intimidating. Wang Chen briefly checked the dungeon information. The Maluk dungeon wasn't high level, and it didn't have a hell difficulty. The monsters in the normal difficulty dungeon were all elite, many times stronger than the wild monsters outside. The nightmare difficulty level featured enhanced elite monsters, making it even more challenging. Typically, a normal difficulty dungeon would require a 3-person team, a tank class like a warrior or knight, a damage class like a mage, archer, or assassin, and a healer. Nightmare difficulty is a 5-player dungeon, so the team composition needs to be more diverse, such as 1 tank, 2 heals, and 2 damage dealers, or 1 tank, 1 healer, and 3 damage dealers. Unable to see Wang Chen's information, someone approached. "Brother, are you a gunner?" Subconsciously, the gunner is a hidden class. If they dare to run the dungeon, they don't have to worry about spending money. So, finding this class to form a team is a good choice. "Brother, our team is short of a damage dealer. Want to join us?" "Young man, you're a gunner, right? Gunners have good damage. Want to join us? We're a professional team, specializing in nightmare difficulty. Once equipment is released, it be distributed based on need." Team after team rushed to invite Wang Chen. But Wang Chen ignored them all, and chose the dungeon difficulty. Nightmare difficulty. Then, accompanied by a whirlpool, he vanished and entered the dungeon. This scene stunned everyone present. What? He went into the dungeon alone? Are you kidding me? Oh my god, that's crazy. A gunner clearing the dungeon by himself? He's insane. Although I can't see his level, even if it's high, it can't be that high. He's not a high-level mage, so why would he clear it solo? Yeah, if he's around level 20, he'd need a healer to clear it solo. I thought he was a big spender, but his brain isn't working so well. Is he just a weakling? Let's see if he makes it out alive. Some people even gloated, waiting to see what would happen. Being ignored and rejected was unpleasant, so they didn't have a good impression of Wang Chen. Furthermore, many people went solo in the dungeon out of arrogance, and many of them died while doing so. Wang Chen ignored what was happening outside. Upon entering the dungeon, he was only aware of a desolate atmosphere, tinged with the scent of blood. Behind him was a large, swirling green gate, and in front of him was a locked iron gate. Entering this gate marked the beginning of the dungeon's journey. Inside the gate lay a ferocious, green-skinned lizard, its maw wide open, claws bared, as if waiting for prey to enter. Wang Chen glanced at the lizard. Monster, Furious Lizard. Level, 14. Strength, 230. Agility, 180. Intelligence, 90. Skill, Lightning Breath. As the level increases, monsters gain unique skills, and their attributes are more than double those of the monsters outside. High strength and agility mean equally high defense and damage. Normal, a level 14 warrior would only have around 60 or 70 strength, far less than the lizard before him. No wonder it took everyone's cooperation to defeat it. He raised the Gatling Inferno, a finger on the trigger, and slowly kicked open the iron gate. The moment the gate opened, he pulled the trigger. Duh-duh-duh. The fire dragon-like bullets shot out, firing faster than before. But it must be said that the Gatling Inferno has greater recoil. Thankfully, Wang Qin's increased strength offset the recoil. The giant lizard tried to close in on Wang Qin, but was repelled by a hail of bullets, unable to reach the range needed to cast its lightning breath. It had to be said that this lizard had great strength, but low intelligence. If it had used its skills the moment Wang Qin left the iron gate, Wang Qin would have had to use his escape skill to dodge. Duh. Another burst of bullets, and the lizard collapsed with a wail. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a dungeon monster above their level, gaining 3,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 1 lizard horn. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining 6 points. Monsters in the dungeon offer a truly high amount of experience points, and the drop rate for materials is also very high. Wang Qin felt a surge of excitement. Killing a level 14 monster only took 2 or 3 seconds. This leveling speed was over 10 times faster than outside. Chapter 18. The Maluk dungeon is a vast plain, and you simply follow a single path. Wang Qin, Gatling Inferno in hand, leaves no creature alive wherever he goes. The only difference is the speed at which they die. If he gets more and higher critical hits, the monster won't last even a second. If he doesn't land a single critical hit, it won't last more than 3 seconds. Just 5 minutes into the dungeon, bursts of white light appeared around Wang Qin. Ding! Congratulations to the host on leveling up. Current level is 11. Ding! Congratulations to the host on increasing your basic attribute by 1 point. Ding! Congratulations to the host on gaining a free attribute point, which you can add freely. In other words, I've finally leveled up. I killed some wild monsters on the road during the day, and combined with the dungeon monsters I just cleared, I've leveled up just in time. Thanks to the bonus from the passive skill, and the passive of Gatling Inferno, my attack power has increased so much that killing monsters has become much easier. If I can enhance and enchant my weapons in the future, wouldn't it be even more terrifying? The thought of this made Wang Qin excited. In today's world, enhancing weapons is a very common practice, but enhancement stones are extremely rare. They only drop from elite monsters, and wild bosses with a very small chance. And after completing each dungeon, there's a 12-hour time limit, so you can't run it indefinitely. As a result, weapon enhancement stones are extremely sought after. The prices are also ridiculously high, making them not affordable for everyone. Enhancing equipment to +5 is already the limit. If you enhance it further after +5, if the enhancement fails, the equipment will be destroyed and converted into materials. It's definitely not worth the effort. It doesn't matter. I just have to kill every elite monster in the dungeon every time. I probably get a drop, right? The quantity will make up for the low probability. As for enchantments, they add other damage attributes to weapons. For example, frost damage, fire damage, arcane damage, etc. There are also some 3-dimensional enchantments, but they cost too much. Only those from wealthy families can afford to pay such a high price for these enchantments. After a continuous killing spree, they finally reached the boss. Wang Qin took a look at the boss's attributes. Monster, Maluk Centaur Chieftain Elite. Level 20. Strength, 523. Agility, 490. Intelligence, 300. Skill, War Stomp, stuns all enemies within 10 meters for 3 seconds. To Wang Qin, this centaur boss was nothing more than a human target. While its War Stomp skill was impressive, it was only a melee skill. For assassins and warriors, classes like these were a nightmare, but for a gunner with ridiculously long arms, it was no problem at all. The Gatling Inferno immediately unleashed a barrage of flaming blows, all of which slammed into the boss, dealing a continuous stream of damage. The attack frequency also increased rapidly. In less than 20 seconds, the boss was slain. Clattering sound. Followed by this, a pile of objects exploded. Wang Qin hurried forward to pick them up. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating a boss above their level, gaining 3,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Crimson Gauntlets. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a reinforcement stone +1. Ding! The host obtained materials from the company. Oh my god, I got a reinforcement stone and some equipment on my first boss kill. Wang Qin sighed. Although the drops weren't numerous, the quality was quite good. Then, he checked the equipment stats. Equipment, Blood Gauntlets, Bronze. Level, 10. Class requirements, none. Strength, 20. Agility, 20. Intelligence, 20. Set stats. After collecting the armor, helmet, gauntlets, leggings, necklace, and ring, you gain an additional 20 points in 3 dimensions. For Wang Chen at this stage, this equipment is quite good. The stat bonuses are quite substantial. He immediately put on the blood gauntlets. Name, Wang Chen. Level 11, 0 turns. Strength, 47. Agility, 49. Intelligence, 37. Weapon, Gatling Inferno. Equipment, Wolf Fang Fists, item level 5, Crimson Gauntlets, item level 10. Ammo, 308 rounds. Active skill, Escape. Passive skills, Weapon Specialization, Marksmanship, Focus. Seeing his stats increase, Wang Chen wanted to complete the entire set. A gunner with high stats felt more secure. Wang Chen looked around. Because the dungeon was large, even if the boss was dead, many elite monsters remained. From the moment he entered the dungeon, Wang Chen fought his way directly to the boss, avoiding any other monsters. For Wang Chen now, defeating the boss wasn't his primary priority. Leveling up and farming for materials was his priority. Afterward, Wang Chen looked around and found an area where centaurs were clustered. Some of these centaurs were melee fighters, while others were archers. For other classes, farming was extremely difficult. Mages were easily interrupted by archers. Melee classes, having to withstand both the onslaught of melee monsters and the relentless barrage of archers, found it difficult to withstand such high damage. However, for Wang Chen, it was no problem at all. Wang Chen's range was 1 kilometer, more than double that of the archers. After scanning the area, he found a gap between 2 boulders. The narrow opening was just wide enough for 1 person. For ranged monsters, this kind of gap was undoubtedly the best place to farm monsters, offering a feeling of one man holding the fort against 10,000. Followed by this, tongues of fire erupted. No need for aiming, simply blasting towards the monster horde. The indiscriminate attack instantly attracted a large number of centaurs, who, after being struck, overtook Wang Chen and headed towards him. But the closer the distance, the higher Wang Chen's accuracy. At a range of 500 meters, Wang Chen's accuracy reached 100%. And that was based on indiscriminate shooting. Hidden in the trench, Wang Chen continued to fire at the immobile monsters, causing the centaurs to swarm so densely that they resembled a vast army. And Wang Chen was a bloody harvest. The centaur army was merely lining up to die. In just over 10 seconds, more than a dozen centaurs had been struck and fallen. The horrific damage continued to pour out, and even elite centaurs of level 14 or 15 could not withstand it. Chapter 19. As time passed, monsters fell one after another, and more massive monsters followed from behind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a centaur archer above their level, gaining 300 XP. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a centaur warrior above their level, gaining 300 XP. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing a centaur witch doctor above their level, gaining 300 XP. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 black iron ore. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 enhancement stone. Wang Chen's furious attack made it impossible to tell how many monsters he had killed. And within a 1 kilometer radius, all the elite monsters were drawn towards him. This is so fucking awesome. The more Wang Chen fired, the more exhilarating it became. He didn't even need to aim, he just kept firing. Thanks to the knockback effect of the Gatling Inferno, these monsters couldn't even get close, and they were all squeezed outside the gap between the 2 boulders. It could be said that every shot hit the target. After a while of killing, his experience increased by a full 30%. As for how many materials dropped, Wang Chen didn't have time to pay attention. But as time passed, Wang Chen sighed. How long will this be? He also realized that his efficiency in killing groups of monsters was indeed inferior to that of a powerful wizard. If only he could unlock weapons, like explosive bombs and missiles. AoE damage still depends on these weapons. The notification sound continued, and he continued to gain experience points and new materials. Even though Wang Chen's strength had increased significantly, he still felt exhausted. So he simply crawled to the ground and set up a support. Crawling on the ground, he continued to attack. His posture improved, and his fatigue lessened considerably. Now Wang Chen was a ruthless killing machine. After all, there were no bullet limits or consumption. All he had to do was pull the trigger. When his left hand tired, he switched to his right, repeating back and forth. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, over an hour had passed. Ding! Congratulations to the host on leveling up. Current level is 12. Ding! Congratulations to the host on increasing your basic attribute by 1 point. Ding! Congratulations to the host on gaining a free attribute point, which you can freely add. Finally, I reached level 12. I gained 2 levels in just 1 dungeon run. As expected, soloing a dungeon is the fastest way to gain experience. However, strength and speed are prerequisites for soloing. If it takes over an hour to defeat a single monster, it's better to go out in the wild. I soloed a nightmare level dungeon in less than 2 hours, and gained more than 1 level. Very impressive efficiency. After a few more minutes of slaughter, all the elite monsters were completely decimated. Afterwards, it was time to check the spoils of killing so many elite monsters. Holy crap, so many? Wang Chen was a little surprised. The backpack contained hundreds of various materials, from enchantments to crafting equipment and medicinal herbs. What surprised Wang Chen most was that 2 items dropped, the crimson leggings and the crimson ring. This meant that half of the crimson set was complete. But Wang Chen knew that collecting the entire set wasn't easy. After all, the crimson breastplate had a pitifully low drop rate. The crimson breastplate also had the highest stat increase in the set, and it only had a chance of dropping from bosses. There are also many strengthening stones in the strategic items. First level strengthening stone, 500 used to strengthen weapons and equipment not higher than the first level, with a slightly lower success rate. Not bad. I have to strengthen the equipment when I return to Nanjiang. Then he put on the equipment. The 3-dimensional attributes have also increased by more than 40 points. With the bonus of the equipment, the 3-dimensional attributes are not lower than those of warriors and knights of the same level. This also invisibly increases a certain safety factor for himself. Although Gatling Purgatory is not a group injury, the endless shooting is not much different from group injury. As long as the terrain is reasonable, there are almost no monsters that cannot be dealt with. Wang Chen was quite impressed. The materials in the backpack add up to tens of thousands. If they are all sold, it will be a considerable profit. After clearing the dungeon again, he can go back to strengthen and enchant the equipment. Enchanting equipment does not rely solely on one enchanting material to enchant. It requires combining many materials together, and then enchanting. Afterward, Wang Chen walked toward the dungeon's exit. Wang Chen had appeared at the dungeon's entrance. When Wang Chen appeared, he caught the attention of everyone around him. For no other reason than the red Gatling Inferno gun in his hand, Wang Chen stood out, its blue vapor emanating from the barrel, a testament to its exceptional power. Some even wanted to touch the massive gun, but, unable to discern Wang Chen's level, they didn't have the courage. He actually made it out alive? Did he get soloed in the dungeon? That's impossible. Those who can solo dungeons are usually level 20 plus. I don't believe this guy is over level 30. Something's wrong. Look at him wearing gauntlets, a necklace, and leggings, all blood-colored, right? In other words, he's got half of the blood-colored set. Huh? He's a mastermind in solo dungeons. I even slandered him before. Wow, a mastermind just walked right past me. Many people suddenly woke up from a dream after seeing Wang Chen's blood-colored gear. The mastermind was right beside them. Wang Chen ignored them and continued on his own. After leaving the dungeon, you enter a cooldown period, and you can't re-enter for 12 hours. Since I've finished the dungeon, I'm free anyway. I might as well go out into the wild and hunt monsters and materials. Thinking of this, he stepped through the crowd and headed out into the wild. As he walked, he came to a clearing devoid of monsters. But his stomach growled uncontrollably. Since separating from Luo Xia, Wang Chen hadn't eaten. He simply took out 2 buns and began to eat as he walked. While eating, he smelled the aroma of barbecue, and Wang Chen couldn't help but look towards a tent pitched in the wilderness. In front of the tent stood a man, about 20 years old, leaning on a piece of wild boar meat. 2 other men and a woman were waiting nearby. The man, seeing Wang Chen holding a bun, took the initiative to greet him. "Brother, would you like to join us?" His enthusiasm, however, made his companions feel a little uncomfortable. After all, they didn't know Wang Chen's rank, and the rifle in his hand was quite intimidating. When facing a big boss, it felt a bit like facing someone superior. "No!" Wang Chen smiled and shook his head. But the man cut off a plate of roasted meat and walked directly to Wang Chen. "I see you didn't prepare any food. Eat some. Eat well so you have the energy to level up. Just buns are useless." Wang Chen, looking at the man's kind face, accepted the piece of meat. Chapter 20. As he took the meat, he glanced around. Seeing the others also devouring the barbecue, he relaxed and took a bite. It had to be said that the barbecued meat was delicious. Wang Chen also realized that he was indeed inexperienced and had not prepared enough food. Sit down and eat. There's wine if you'd like. The man smiled brightly when he saw Wang Chen enjoying his meal. His warm demeanor was very comforting. Forget the wine. Wang Chen waved his hand and sat down in front of the group's campfire. Little brother, my name is Brother Qin. What's your name? The man asked. Wang Chen. Why are you staying here overnight? Why don't you go to the dungeon? Wang Chen asked. Normally, if you're waiting for a dungeon to refresh, you should stay near it. That saves time. Because? The man seemed a little embarrassed as he spoke. A young girl not far away, a level 14 cleric, said cheerfully, We've finished the dungeon today and are waiting for the boss to spawn. I see. Wang Chen nodded. Generally, while waiting for the cooldown after completing a dungeon, one would search for other wild monsters to kill. Wild bosses were undoubtedly the best option. However, to kill a wild boss, one needed to camp for a long time, calculating its spawn time. When the spawn time was close, one would be ready in advance. However, not everyone would spend so much time calculating the spawn time of a wild boss. Brother Wang Chen, you're at a high level. Would you like to join us? It's just that. We need to divide the dropped equipment and materials by kills, since we really need them. Qin Xiong invited him directly. There's nothing wrong with dividing the equipment and materials by kills. After all, some teams tend to look after the weaker ones. Wang Chen smiled and nodded as he chewed his meat. Okay. I join you for a bit. As the saying goes, I've taken someone's food, so I'd be grateful for what I've received. So, I spend some time helping them kill bosses. Wang Chen wouldn't gain much experience from killing wild monsters anyway. It was a good opportunity to see how strong wild bosses were. Thank you very much, Brother Wang Chen, for your kindness. Also, we can cover your ammunition costs from the loot. Gunners are quite expensive, after all, Qin Xiong said excitedly. In fact, he had never teamed up with someone whose level he couldn't tell. He hadn't expected the other party to agree to this. No need. A gunner without ammunition isn't a qualified gunner. Wang Chen waved his hand. With unlimited ammunition, why would he care about ammunition? Qin Xiong smiled awkwardly, wondering, was he incredibly wealthy? Or did he know how to make bullets? Wang Chen then feasted with the rest of the team, chatting and laughing. In this dangerous wilderness, such a joyful atmosphere evoked a sense of youth amidst war. About 2 hours later, a large group of men arrived in unison. They cordoned off the area. One of them, upon seeing Wang Chen and the others outside the tent, approached with a stern expression. Get out of here. The Holy War Guild has booked the entire area, a 1-mile radius. No one is allowed to enter, the man said coldly. His words were extremely overbearing, as if he forbade any rebuttal. Your guild is too overbearing. We've been waiting here for over 5 hours. Why should we move out of the way? Yes. We're waiting for the wild monsters to spawn. Are you going to book them too? Qin Xiong and a companion argued indignantly. But the companion was smart enough not to mention the wild boss spawn. Humph. A wild boss will spawn soon. Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Our young leader needs the Crimson Breastplate, so our guild has booked this wild boss. Until the Crimson Breastplate drops, no one is allowed to covet it. A warrior wielding a great sword stepped out and spoke in a cold voice. Wang Chen also heard the voices from this side. This area with level 14 or 15 monsters only had 2 wild bosses. But only this one wild boss has a 100% chance of dropping items from the bloody set. As for the centaurs in the dungeon, their drop rate is pitifully low. Wang Chen was also quite lucky, getting 1 item in a single raid, and the breastplate's drop rate is even lower than other items. Let's go! Qin Xiong glanced at his companions, then walked over to Wang Chen. He whispered, the Holy War Guild is trying to collect the bloody set for their young leader. They booked this place, probably just for the bloody breastplate. Damn it! A young leader of a well-known guild is using the guild's resources to get him equipment just to get into Huaqing University. He must be a pretty shabby guy. Wang Chen was stunned upon hearing this. So, it was someone from his class. But Qin Xiong had a point. If this young guild leader was any good, he wouldn't have let the entire guild take over a wild monster boss with such fanfare. And it looked like he'd be doing it until the final exam. If nothing unexpected happened, there would be people farming equipment for him in the dungeon. Collecting the set wasn't easy. High-level players weren't likely to run low-level dungeons like this. Low-level players also had a limited number of dungeon runs. As for the Crimson set, few would go through it repeatedly just to complete it. After a few levels, you could wear higher-level gear. There was no need to waste time farming. The only people who needed this set were young men without the necessary skills, who wanted to get into a prestigious university. But the Crimson set did provide a significant boost to three-dimensional stats. Unlike the gunner, whose damage primarily came from guns and bullets, other classes often relied heavily on three-dimensional attributes. For example, mages need high intelligence to increase damage and mana regeneration, while warriors need strength to increase physical damage, health, and tankiness. Can't they wear other equipment? Wang Chen asked. Qin Xiong took a deep breath. Currently, for those below level 20, this set offers the highest upgrade. Individual items might be better, but they don't have set properties. Even the Scarlet set can be worn up to level 30. Wang Chen frowned, not daring to reveal that he already had 3 pieces of scarlet gear. After all, a man is innocent until he's found guilty of possessing a treasure. It would be bad if someone targeted him. After leaving the dungeon, someone noticed the scarlet gear on him, and Wang Chen took it off. However, Wang Chen had thoroughly cleared the Maluk Centaur dungeon to obtain these 3 pieces. If you want to leave, go ahead. I wait here. Chapter 21. Wang Chen certainly wanted the bloody suit. Had been waiting here for over 2 hours. Wang Chen didn't want to miss out. Brother Wang Chen, you're crazy. The Holy War Guild is not something we can afford to offend. A companion beside him said hurriedly. Yeah. We can't even beat them. Forget it. Brother Wang Chen, why don't you go run the dungeon? There are still drops there, so it'd just take a few more days. Qin Xiong also tried to persuade him. Wang Chen glanced at Qin Xiong. Take them, and leave first. Don't worry about me. With that, Wang Chen, carrying his red spear, headed towards the possible spawning location of the wild boss. Qin Xiong tried to reach forward and grab Wang Chen, but his companion grabbed his arm. Forget it. Wang Chen continued walking. Kid, what are you doing? The leading warrior looked at Wang Chen with a cold expression. The other dozen or so members of the Holy War Guild also gave him a cold look. This group of knights were all around level 20, fully equipped, and had a variety of classes, from melee damage and tanks to range damage, recovery, and control. It was precisely because of this that Qin Xiong and his companions didn't dare to provoke them. Besides, they were all members of the guild. Without family background, who would dare challenge the guild? One of the knights landed right in front of Wang Chen. Kid, I'm giving you one last chance. Get out of here. Get out, Wang Chen said coldly. At the same time, he removed his shielding medals to create a false impression. Oh my god. Kid, you just had a shielding medal, and it turns out it's just a level 12 cannon. Considering you're only level 12, you better go home and drink milk. One of the mages burst out laughing. It was as if he had witnessed a colossal joke. The other members of the Holy War Guild also laughed. In their eyes, a level 12 person was like an elementary school student. Qin Xiong's companions immediately felt as if they had been fooled. They hadn't expected the invited gunner to be just a low-level nobody. They had thought he was a big shot. The result was just that, but it didn't matter. Wang Chen's death might be coming soon. Qin Xiong's face was filled with worry. If Wang Chen really died here, it would be partly because of him. If he hadn't asked Wang Chen to join the team to fight the wild boss, this wouldn't have happened. But he was powerless. Facing the members of the Holy War Guild, he was not as high level, his team was not as good, and his equipment was even worse. In the final analysis, his fists were not strong enough. I take this wild boss. If you don't get out of here, you all die here, Wang Chen continued. Wang Chen had originally had little interest in wild bosses, but since these people insisted on acting in a domineering manner, Wang Chen couldn't care less. Since that was the case, Wang Chen was determined to defeat this wild boss. If he could collect the entire Scarlet set, that would be a great opportunity. TSK. I'm dying of laughter. A level 12 brat, and you dare to boast like that here? A mere gunner, one of the top 10 hidden classes. Since your class is said to be invincible in the late stages, I spare you this time. Get out of here, the leading warrior said with a smile. It was as if he had shown the other party enough mercy. Wang Chen also saw the other party's message. Name, Li Chen. Level, 24. Occupation, warrior. So he was just an ordinary warrior, not one of those special classes like Berserker or Arms Warrior. Even at level 24, Wang Chen showed no fear. The mage who had spoken earlier also said, You little bastard, barely grown out. Wild bosses are not something you can afford to keep track of. Hurry and find some monsters to kill. Qin Xiong also hurriedly said, Brother Wang Chen, let's go. You can't defeat them with your arms. Save your life, there's still a long way to go. But Wang Chen ignored them completely. His tone turned icy, Get out of here, or you all die. Qin Xiong and the others could sense a chill, as if they were in an icy cellar. And Wang Chen's eyes were filled with undisguised murderous intent. Damn it! Since you don't know your place, I kill you. The warrior's smile vanished, replaced by a murderous look. It was as if a superior were being looked down upon by an ant. Duh. What greeted him was a dense barrage of bullets, like a dragon of fire. Humph. Let me see how strong your bullets are. The warrior snorted coldly, immediately unleashing his shield wall skill. A shield-shaped white light appeared before him, protecting him. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, bullets landed on him, and the light shield instantly deformed, twisting and threatening to break. Soldier Li Chen was stunned. What kind of bullets? What kind of gun? How could the damage be so high, and over 10 bullets in a single instant? You know, his shield wall skill could even withstand multiple attacks from a dungeon boss of the same level. But before Wang Chen's dozen or so bullets, it was almost broken in an instant. What terrified Li Chen the most was yet to come. The bullets didn't stop at all, but instead shot towards him like a volley of fire. What kind of firing rate is that? Compared to archers and mages, this attack speed is simply outrageous. Furthermore, the damage of each bullet was no less than that of mages of their level. For him, the shield wall skill needed a 5-second cooldown before he could use it again. Instantly, he was terrified and quickly used the charge skill to flee to the left. What are you looking at? Go! Soldier Li Chen's face turned pale with fear, and he roared. An archer quickly fired an arrow at Wang Chen. Among the group, the archer had the fastest long-range damage, and this archer happened to be within Wang Chen's range. Duh. But before the archer could even fire, a barrage of bullets pelted him. The fragile archer couldn't withstand the damage from over 20 rounds of ammunition and fell to the ground, dead. Swish, swish, swish. Soon after, another archer fired at Wang Chen, his arrows swift as a stream of light. Be careful, Qin Xiong shouted. But Wang Chen remained remarkably calm. Duh. The muzzle of the Gatling gun swung, heading straight for the arrow, instantly knocking it to the ground. Many more bullets continued to fly, all hitting the sneak-attacking archer. Bang, bang, bang. Just like the previous archer, over 20 bullets instantly killed him. There was no suspense. Be careful, knight. Qin Xiong roared again, worried. Chapter 22. Little did he know, Wang Chen saw everything. A knight charged at Wang Chen, the closest to him, just within the charge range. Just as he was about to charge, Wang Chen instantly leaped back, leaping over 20 meters. It was Wang Chen's active skill that escaped. Crucially, the knight had lost the target of the skill. The knight was stunned. But just as he was stunned, a torrent of bullets pelted him like a dragon of fire. Duh. As the bullets struck the knight, he was thrown back. At the same time, the priest and paladin began to heal him. But while the health was being healed, it wasn't as fast as the bullets. Each bullet inflicted unbearable damage, yet the barrage of bullets continued to pierce his body. Even the most powerful healer was unable to withstand the damage. A bit tanky. Wang Chen realized that the knight was indeed quite tanky, and with the healer's health recovery, it was a bit unrealistic to finish him off immediately. But it didn't matter. A few more rounds of bullets would be enough. Duh. After another 3 seconds, the knight was finally shot to death. The healers in the back were all stunned. After all, they were wearing full bronze armor, yet they still couldn't heal a fully tanky knight. Just how terrifying was the damage output of this level 12 gunner? Even when they were fighting dungeon bosses over level 20, they had never encountered such a situation. But by the time Wang Chen killed the knight, the mages had already exhausted their spells. 2 massive fireballs, blazing with dazzling light, barreled towards Wang Chen. Thankfully, Wang Chen was vigilant and, just as the fireballs were about to strike him, used his escape skill again. The 2 fireballs smashed into the tree, crushing it to pieces and setting it ablaze. Wang Chen swung his gun and headed straight for the nearest mage. Duh. The mage was even more fragile than the archer. Even with his shield, he was still no match. He only managed to hold out for a little over a second, and any spell cast by a mage within the shield would be interrupted by the bullets. The mage was killed before he could cast his next skill. Then, the next mage followed, and unsurprisingly, it took only 2 seconds. Damn it! I fight you! Li Chen, the leader, grew anxious. If this continued, their entire army would be wiped out. 4 of their damage output had already fallen, and they hadn't done any effective damage to Wang Chen. The most urgent task, as a melee fighter, was to quickly entangle Wang Chen. Wang Chen's eyes narrowed. From Li Chen's gaze, he sensed something was amiss. This must be a way to attract my attention. Wang Qin quickly determined that this soldier was only shouting, but not taking any action. He must be providing cover for his accomplices. In other words, Wang Qin didn't dare to dwell on it. Feeling a gust of wind, he quickly deployed his escape skill to the left. And behind him, a black-clad assassin appeared. The assassin attacked, attempting to stab Wang Qin in the back. Humph! Wang Qin snorted coldly, then pulled the trigger. Duh. A volley of bullets pelted the assassin with a powerful thud. Because the distance was so close, not a single bullet was wasted, achieving a perfect hit rate. The assassin was practically blasted to pieces. At that moment, Li Chen, shield raised and blocking, transformed into a meteor, charging towards Wang Qin. Let's attack together. Boss, heal me, and deal damage to him. Sink the attack. Li Chen had also recovered from his earlier panic. He had no choice but to deal with Wang Qin like a boss. The support class quickly buffed everyone else. Damage increase, 3-dimensional enhancement, cooldown reduction, resilience increase, shield, attack speed. Every possible buff was applied. In just 2 seconds, all the buffs were applied. Previously, Li Chen had underestimated Wang Qin, leading to several casualties. This time, Li Chen didn't dare take any chances and revived the coordinated tactics they cultivated over the years. Furthermore, those not under fire gathered together and deployed in formation. Warriors and knights formed the frontier, followed by assassins, and then ranged damage and support. 10 men remained in the entire team. Wang Qin didn't think twice, aiming and retreating. Duh. The firepower had only paused for a moment, so even if they were regrouping, it wouldn't matter. Before the team could launch an effective attack, a soldier was blasted to death by a barrage of bullets. The soldier's equipment wasn't good, so he took a lot of critical damage. Even though the nurse was healing him, he couldn't recover that quickly. After killing the warrior, Wang Qin adjusted his rifle slightly, aiming at the nurse. As he retreated, Wang Qin had gained a sufficient range advantage. Enough to hit the enemy's long-range damage and support positions. Duh. With just one burst, the nurse was dead. This time, Wang Qin fired while retreating, to prevent anyone from charging forward. But the entire opposing team was completely powerless against Wang Qin. The warriors and knights charged forward under the barrage, while the nurses behind him healed desperately, despite their buffs. But what good was it? They only advanced 100 meters before being blasted to death by machine gun fire. Until Li Chen was the only short-range class left. He was completely stunned. What kind of gun was this? It couldn't even defeat his elite team. And everyone was over 10 levels higher than the enemy. If he told anyone, no one would believe it. Run! Li Chen finally realized his deep fear. Without hesitation, he bolted backward. Duh. However, his legs couldn't outrun the bullets. 2 more bursts of bullets instantly killed him. The remaining fragile ones were even more vulnerable. Like slaughtering pigs and dogs, they slaughtered all the remaining members of the Jihad Guild. Corpses lay on the ground, the stench of blood mixed with the stench of bullet smoke, making it nauseating. All 18 members of the Jihad Guild had been killed. A large pile of items also appeared on the ground. Killing and looting. Wang Qin naturally wouldn't miss out. He collected all the fallen items without even a glance. Then Wang Qin glanced at the large tree nearby, which was on fire. He simply threw all the bodies there. Using the blaze, he destroyed all the evidence. Chapter 23. Qin Xiong's team was stunned. It was as if they had just experienced a nightmare. Huh? They're all dead? Oh my god. Not a single one left? They even burned the bodies. What a ruthless person. But the Holy War Guild is very domineering. They definitely won't let this go. If they find out we're involved, whether we killed these people or not, we all be killed. What should we do? The men exchanged words. For a long time, they couldn't get over the shock they had just experienced. But the more shocked they were, the more they realized their lives might be in danger. Qin Xiong spoke up. Everyone knows the Jihad Guild's behavior. Someone must know we're hiding here for a wild boss. They definitely look for us. If they find us, we'd be dead. So, I suggest we keep our mouths shut and pretend this never happened. Then, quickly leave Nanjiang City, or even Nanzhou Province. Only after leaving the Jihad Guild's territory can we be truly safe. They were all well aware of the Jihad Guild's behavior, so they decided to leave immediately, not betraying Wang Qin, but also escaping. The reason for not betraying Wang Qin was simple. None of them knew what forces were behind him, and they also wanted to prevent him from destroying the body. After all, the dead are the most secretive. If Wang Qin was worried they'd betray him, with his strength, He could easily kill them. As for the wild boss, they had no desire to fight it. It doesn't matter whether they tell me or not. You guys go, Wang Chen said nonchalantly. Okay. See you later, little brother Wang Chen. Qin Xiong gestured goodbye to Wang Chen and gave him a few more instructions. The others quickly withdrew. Wang Chen, however, continued to wait for the wild boss to spawn. After waiting for about an hour, a 3-meter-tall centaur monster appeared out of nowhere. It was the wild boss Qin Xiong, and the others had been waiting for. Wang Chen took a quick look at the wild boss's attributes. It was similar to the Maluk centaur from the dungeon, except for some differences in its abilities. After a few volleys of bullets, in less than half a minute, the wild boss collapsed to the ground. It couldn't withstand Wang Chen's barrage of bullets, and couldn't move a single step forward. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing an elite centaur above their level, gaining 3,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining wolf fawn grass, gaining 5 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a reinforcement stone, gaining 2 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the crimson breastplate, bronze level. Oh my god, I got the lowest drop rate piece of equipment. Wang Chen was quite surprised. As for the other materials, Wang Chen didn't find them unusual. But the crimson breastplate has the lowest drop rate and the highest stats among the crimson set. It increases all 3 stats by 40 points. The rest of the set, the gauntlets, greaves, and helmet, are around 20 points, while the necklace and ring increase agility by over 20 points. It could even be said that this breastplate was the piece of equipment the junior guild leader of the Holy War Guild needed most. And yet, Wang Chen got it. If Wang Chen had backed down, the piece of equipment would have fallen into the hands of the junior guild leader. Wang Chen collected the breastplate with satisfaction. I can't wear it yet. Only when I have the entire set can I conceal it, meaning no one can see me wearing the scarlet set. A quick calculation revealed that the dungeon refresh still had 5 or 6 hours left. Might as well go back to Nanjiang City, pack up my gear, and see if I can enchant it. By the time I reached the Maluk Centaur dungeon, it would be almost time. Increasing my damage significantly increases my monster farming speed. I quickly returned to the city, and took a bus to the Dragon Kingdom Exchange. Along the way, I could see many players coming and going, some going to the jungle to farm monsters, others to the dungeon. Before reaching level 10, they all needed to level up in the wild areas. After entering the Dragon Kingdom Exchange, Wang Chen first sold all his unusable equipment. After killing so many players, he had gained a lot of equipment, selling it for over 200,000 gold coins. Wang Chen couldn't help but sigh at the sight of so many gold coins. If he wanted to make money, looting was the quickest way to earn it. He sold the remaining useless materials for just over 100,000 gold coins. With enough gold, he could complete the next steps of strengthening and enchanting. He soon found the Strengthening Bureau near the Dragon Country Exchange. The Strengthening Bureau was very busy. Strengthening equipment was a costly endeavor, and there was a chance of failure, so it was usually only the wealthy who would come. The staff, as if meeting a rare guest, took Wang Chen to an empty strengthening room. The room was filled with equipment for enhancing equipment. Please place the enhanced item in the enhancement area, then add the enhancement stone. Then, just wait for the results. The staff member briefly explained and left the room. Wang Chen removed the bullet from his gun and placed it in the enhancement area. The first thing to be enhanced was the bullet. After all, the main source of damage came from the bullet. Then, a preview of the enhancement success rate appeared on the enhancement device's screen. Without the enhancement stone, it was still 0. Wang Chen added the enhancement stone, and the enhancement success rate showed 49%. With over 5,000 enhancement stones in total, Wang Chen didn't need to worry about the success rate. He was just being generous. Congratulations. Enhancement successful. All attributes increased by 10%. In other words, the bullet's damage value increased from the initial 101 to 110. Keep going. Wang Chen added another enhancement stone. Thank you for your patronage. Enhancement failed. All enhanced attributes are reset to 0. The bullet's increased damage instantly dropped to 0. Oh my, it's like gambling. It doesn't matter. I have plenty of enhancement stones anyway. Wang Chen inserted another strengthening stone and directly challenged the strengthening device. It took over an hour to strengthen. It barely managed to increase the ammunition count to 3. But it had consumed over 800 strengthening stones. It was a rip-off. A normal class couldn't possibly withstand such a consumption, unless they were incredibly lucky. One more. Wang Chen gritted his teeth and directly selected the continuous strengthening mode. He set the strengthening to increase by 5. Please insert at least 10 strengthening stones. He immediately put in 100, crushing this treacherous machine to death. Then, the strengthening began, the device alternately succeeding and failing, a heart-wrenching sight. After a few minutes, the device suddenly stopped. Congratulations. Strengthening successful, increased by 5. Chapter 24. Finally, the enhancement was successful. Wang Chen was relieved. He had spent over 3,000 enhancement stones. This allowed him to enhance it to a level of +5. Then Wang Chen checked the properties of the 308mm rounds. Item, 308mm rounds, +5. Usage level, 10. Attack, 15. With the increased damage of the bullets, combined with the damage bonuses from other equipment, a single shot could even deal over 200 damage. However, the enhancement wasn't over yet. The bullets needed to be enchanted. The enchanting office was near the enhancement bureau, but enchantment required a large number of materials. After checking all the materials in his storage, Wang Chen realized he was still missing one. But it didn't matter. After selling so many materials, Wang Chen, after completing his equipment, had a considerable amount of funds. He went directly to the Dragon Country Exchange and purchased the necessary enchanting materials. After gathering the materials, he headed to the enchanting office. Once again, he arrived at an enchanting room. The screen of the enchanting device displayed a list of required materials. Each time a matching quantity of material was added, the corresponding option on the screen lit up. Soon, after all the materials had been added, the .308 bullets were added. Bright lights flickered on the bullets. Enchantments were divided into 10 levels, and each time a class advanced, the next level of enchantment could be applied. In other words, the higher the level, the more times you advance, the higher the level of enchantment you can obtain. The more layers of enchantment you have, the higher the stacked attributes and attack effects. However, there is a chance that enchantment will fail, and if it fails, you have to start over. However, the difference between enchantment and reinforcement is that enchantment can be protected by certain items, ensuring it won't drop in level, and some items can also increase the chance of success. As the bullet's light flickered, the sound of the enchanting device soon rang out. Congratulations. Enchanting successful, +1. Wang Chen took a deep breath. Lucky. Successful in one go. I thought it would take quite a while. The enchanted bullet's properties changed again. Wang Chen immediately checked. Item, 308 bullet, enchantment +5, enchantment +1. Usage level, 10. Attack, 15. Enchantment attribute, after damaging an enemy, it will cause health loss, dealing 10% of the base damage per second for 10 seconds. Non-stacking. The enchantment effect is randomized based on the type of equipment. This is quite impressive, dealing sustained damage, especially suitable for dealing with bosses and high-level classes. He removed the bullet and reloaded it into the Gatling Inferno. I still need to level up quickly. When I advance to my second class, I unlock the next weapon. Wang Chen took a deep breath. The road ahead is long, and I need to work harder. Meanwhile, in the Maluk Centaur dungeon, for people teleported out. Lin Haonan, the leader, looked disappointed. Damn! No chest armor dropped again. No one in the other teams dropped it either. This is fucking awful. I'm asking for it at a high price, but no one's selling. As the junior guild leader of the Holy War Guild, he'd put a lot of effort into farming to get the Scarlet set. But waiting for the next dungeon entry would take another 12 hours. Young President, don't worry. The final exam is still a few days away. We still have time. One of his subordinates quickly consoled him. I know, but I have to collect the Crimson set. I not only want to get into Huaqing University, but I also want a good ranking. Where are Li Chen and the others? Judging by the timeline, they should have finished defeating the wild boss long ago. Lin Haonan frowned. Yeah, where are they? Did something go wrong? That shouldn't be the case. There are over 10 of them. What could go wrong defeating a small wild boss? Unless something unexpected happened. Something's wrong. No one from their team is here. The others who were accompanying him on the dungeon were all panicked. You have to remember, they were only level 16 or 17, far less powerful than Li Chen's team. And yet, such a powerful team, not a single one was in sight. Lin Haonan frowned, completely baffled. After a moment's thought, he spoke, let's send out a flare. See if there's any response. Immediately, one of his men fired a flare into the air. The flare exploded, revealing a large red ball of light. It was clearly visible within a 10-mile radius. However, Long after the flare was fired, there was no response. In other words, Li Qian and the others hadn't even seen their flare. What happened? Lin Haonan lowered his head, thinking. Previously, he had instructed Li Qian to meet them at the dungeon entrance after defeating the outdoor boss. Li Qian couldn't have left without permission. Could he have been murdered? That's impossible. Li Qian is a level 20 warrior, practically invincible in this area. He has over a dozen accomplices. Even if someone could kill him, they couldn't possibly wipe out an entire squad. At least one person would have to survive and report back, or perhaps send a signal flare in response. But it looked like nothing had been seen. Something serious must have happened. Let's go! After we get back, we send someone out to look for Li Qian and the others. Lin Haonan didn't dare to be careless. The sudden disappearance of so many people made him uneasy, and he dared not stay any longer. He could only return to the city and make further plans. Wang Qian, after completing the enchantment on his bullets and strengthening them, headed straight for the outskirts. When he reached the city wall, he encountered the guard from his first trip to the outskirts. The guard was stunned upon seeing Wang Qian. He had a particularly vivid memory of him, because Wang Qian was the first person to leave the city at level 7. But now, upon seeing Wang Qian, he was actually level 12. Boy, how did you get to level 12? The guard's mouth dropped open, as if he had seen a monster. According to his memory, Wang Qian had been leveling in the wild for less than 24 hours. And yet, he had leveled up 5 times in a row. It was truly incredible, even overturning all his understanding. Just a few monsters, a few dungeons, and I'm level 12. Isn't that easy? Leveling up is easy. Wang Qian smiled. Then, amidst astonished eyes, he left the city and prepared to head to the Maluk Centaur dungeon. He was busy along the way, sniping at wild monsters as he hurried. Free experience, no one should miss it. The most important thing was that Wang Qian didn't have much experience left to level up. The experience provided by wild bosses was still considerable. By the time they were halfway through the journey, Wang Qian had successfully reached level 13. Chapter 25. As you level up, your experience bar for the next level also increases significantly. To reach level 15, you need to grind at least 3 more times. Once you reach level 15, applying to Huaqing Academy will be a breeze. Soon, they arrived at the entrance to the Maluk Centaur dungeon. Although it was dawn, many people were still waiting for the dungeon to refresh, forming teams and eager to try. Afterward, more teams entered the dungeon. Wang Qian's appearance caught the attention of many present. Oh my god, this guy's gun is so cool. It looks incredibly powerful. Can't tell his level? Is he a master? Unlikely. He's probably wearing the shielding badge. But is he a gunner, one of the 10 hidden professions? A gunner with such a large machine gun must be a gunner, but I've never seen that profession before. He's going to solo the dungeon? A gunner soloing a dungeon? Are you kidding me? In the distance, a beautiful figure stared intently at Wang Qian's back. It was Murong Shui. She knew full well that there was only one gunner in all of Nanjiang City, and that was Wang Qian. She had always longed for Wang Qian's big gun, but now he had a new one. It was bigger, more impressive, and clearly a powerful machine gun. Murong Shui had just reached level 10 and arrived at the dungeon, ready to team up with a team. Among high school students, she was considered one of those who leveled up quickly. But she didn't know Wang Qian's level. Right now, she needs to find a better team. Fortunately, she was an elemental mage, a hidden class with stable damage output, making it easy to find a team. The Maluk Centaur dungeon was only a level 14 dungeon, so it was easy to clear on normal difficulty. With a team, all that mattered was efficiency. Solo? Are you crazy? Murong Shui's eyes were filled with surprise. But soloing it was a different story. Even on normal difficulty, a fully equipped, specialized class would have to be over level 20. Though Murong Shui couldn't believe it, the facts were there. She couldn't see Wang Qian's level, but she was certain that Wang Qian had entered the dungeon on his own. I will never lose to you. Murong Shui clenched her fists, a fierce determination to win. Quickly, she carefully selected a team and entered the dungeon. As an elemental mage, despite her lower level, she still had the power to choose. This was the advantage of her class. Wang Qian entered the dungeon and pushed forward. According to Wang Qian's plan, he wanted to kill the boss as quickly as possible, then clean up the minions. After defeating the boss, he could gather minions and level up without restraint. With the increased damage of his bullets, he could kill the minions with unstoppable force. These lizards and centaur minions could only withstand 5 bullets at most. But 5 bullets, it only took half a second to fire. At this moment, Wang Chen could be said to have left nothing untouched wherever he went. His monster-killing efficiency was terrifying. In just a few minutes, he had reached the boss. Of course, Wang Chen would occasionally fire his bullets to attract the monster's aggression, followed by a large group of centaur minions, undaunted by the prospect of death. Wang Chen's bullets were primarily aimed at the wild monsters blocking the way ahead. As for the monsters pulled out from behind, he would deal with them after he killed the boss. Centaur Maluk, prepare for your judgment by fire. Wang Chen, Gatling Inferno in hand, fired directly at the centaur boss. Duh. Before the centaur Maluk could react, its health had dropped by half. Enraged, it stomped on the ground, shaking the entire instance. After stomping, it rushed towards Wang Chen. However, the hail of bullets inflicted a lot of knockback, and it seemed to drift backwards. In just over 10 seconds, the centaur Maluk collapsed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating a boss above their level, gaining 30,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the blood ring, equipment level 10. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a reinforcement stone, gaining 10 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining a black iron, or gaining 8 experience points. Wang Chen only briefly examined the items before storing them in his storage. After all, there were still a ton of monsters behind him. He was still fragile, and his damage tolerance was average. Using an escape skill, he distanced himself from the monsters behind him, and ran towards the crevice between the boulders where he had previously cleared the dungeon. Without hesitation, he laid down, adjusted himself to a comfortable position, and pulled the trigger, firing. While shooting at existing monsters, he occasionally took advantage of his range advantage to pull them in, whether they were monsters in the dungeon or in the wild. If monsters were close enough to attract the aggro of one, all nearby monsters would gain aggro points. Burning! Youth in the flames of war. It must be said, the more you fire a machine gun, the more addictive it becomes, almost like you can't stop. After killing all the monsters and collecting the loot, Wang Chen withdrew from the dungeon. He began to prepare to kill wild monsters outside. While killing wild monsters, he encountered members of the Holy War Guild. These members of the Holy War Guild asked everyone about what happened yesterday, but no one he asked was completely clueless. What surprised Wang Chen most was that someone had leaked the news that the Holy War Guild had blocked the wild monster boss. This led to a warning from the Dragon Country Professional Association and relevant Nanjiang departments that wild bosses belonged to everyone, and were not the private property of the Holy War Guild. This was what Wang Chen heard while killing wild monsters. To gain more experience, Wang Chen went to the deepest part of the suburban wilderness, where there were monsters of level 17 or 18. While the experience wasn't as good as the elite monsters in the dungeon, compared to level 14 or 15, it was still quite good. Just as Wang Chen had found a level 17 or 18 monster, he saw a group leveling up. It was a multiplayer team consisting of a Nani, a knight, a shaman, a mage, and a formation master. The formation master class surprised Wang Chen quite a bit. After all, it's a rare support class, rarely seen. In the later stages, it can create all sorts of terrifying formations, and with their terrifying devastation, it can even destroy a city. The mage cast a fireball, attracting the aggro of all monsters. The knight then drew them into the light curtain formation. Purple lightning flashed across the formation, dealing massive damage to the monsters within. The mage then used various area of effect damage skills to harvest the monsters. In a short while, all the monsters were eliminated. Chapter 26. Although Wang Chen's damage output wasn't much different from his AoE counterparts, it still dealt 1 hit per bullet. He still hoped to unlock his ranged weapon. Wang Chen didn't linger long, donning all his gear. With sufficient agility and strength, he could better handle emergencies. He then walked past the group. However, Wang Chen's appearance alerted them, and they all cast wary glances at him. After all, in the wild, people are often more dangerous than monsters. Thankfully, Wang Chen walked past without incident. Finding a small hillock, Wang Chen set up his Gatling Inferno and prepared to kill monsters. Among the scorpion monsters, there were 2 elite monsters. And the elite monsters had reached level 20. The surrounding area was densely packed with scorpion monsters, each with a pair of massive claws and a tail as thick as a needle. A glimmer of light shone from the tip of the tail, but it was simply the light from their venom. Wang Chen's position was the best shooting position, commanding a commanding view of the hills, flanked by giant trees. Squeeze the trigger, and bullets blaze out like a flaming dragon. Activate the passive focus skill, continuously increasing attack power. Accompanied by critical hits, a series of damage values appeared on the monsters. -120, -112, -134. The enhanced spawn rate was significantly improved. And there was also enchanted damage, not much, but better than nothing. And the terrifying rate of fire, 1,000 times a minute. The trembling machine gun would keep any monster coming back for more. Just imagine, 16 times per second. Who could possibly withstand that? Other ranged physical classes, like archers, can only fire 2 arrows per second at most, no comparison to the gunner. If he unlocks the Vulcan Tyrant next, Wang Chen has no idea how terrifying his damage output will be. Perhaps, this is the invincible gunner of the late game. Duh. He launched a frantic barrage at the monsters, the visual effect not much different from an AoE attack. The terrifying attack frequency, the exaggerated damage value, the output was off the charts. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surpassing their level to kill the black-tailed scorpion, adding 360 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining materials. Not only did he gain experience, but he also received a large amount of materials and reinforcement stones. A large number of black-tailed scorpions fell to the ground, and not a single one could get within 100 meters of Wang Chen. Although the experience wasn't that impressive, every little bit counted. 10 hours of grinding would return him to the Centaur dungeon. Furthermore, grinding was completely stress-free. He could just practice his finger press speed, switching hands when he got tired. To advance his class faster, or perhaps to unlock more advanced weapons, Wang Chen didn't intend to waste a single moment. After more than 2 hours of grinding, he had already farmed over 1,000 enhancement stones, along with a good supply of various materials. If someone from another class had done the same, they'd be lucky to get 10 or 20 enhancement stones in 2 hours. Even classes with strong area of effect damage, like mages and formation masters, couldn't do that. After all, both classes consume mana when using skills. Unlike Wang Chen, who had unlimited elixirs and no worries as long as his finger strength was strong enough, Wang Chen was having a blast. At this moment, a small group of people approached Wang Chen's direction. Ion, you've awakened the Storm Mage. Our guild has worked tirelessly to help you level up. I believe you're already the highest level student in this class. The person who spoke was a knight. The entire group was a member of the Snow Leopard Guild, and the man called Ion was also a classmate from Wang Chen's school. Brother, don't worry. When I reach the advanced stage of my life, I will definitely not forget you and my fellow guild members. Aiken chuckled, a sense of accomplishment welling up in his heart. Luckily, he joined the guild early and received strong support from the guild, hoping that he would excel in the final exam. This was both an investment in a promising talent and a way to enhance the guild's prestige. Most importantly, the Storm Mage is an extremely powerful hidden class among mages, boasting high damage and crowd control. The edge of the suburban jungle is just ahead. We help you lure the monsters, and you just keep dealing damage. That way, after a while you level up. The knight instructed. They didn't team up, because in a group, experience points are divided equally based on level. So they pulled the monsters, and then Aiken killed them himself, earning all the experience points. This was the fastest way to level up in the wild. And Aiken happened to be a Storm Mage, whose skills were area of effect damage. The closer the monsters were, the better the damage. After pulling a few monsters, Aiken unleashed a few lightning hurricanes, but his mana ran out, requiring him to take a potion to restore his mana before continuing. While the other 4 continued pulling monsters, they all stopped simultaneously. What's wrong, brothers? Aiken asked in surprise. The knight glanced ahead, and Aiken sprinted over. After crossing a hill, he was stunned. Then he could hear the unusual sound of gunfire. Holy crap, is he a gunner? How could he have such an incredible range? Be careful, don't let his bullets hit us. Several people quickly retreated behind a rock, peeked their heads out, and watched the gunner's killing spree. Oh my god, his bullets are free? And he can use them like that? Oh my god! This is the first time I've seen such a powerful gunner. And most importantly, his damage is ridiculously high. Yeah! These level 16 or 17 monsters are like paper in front of him. Hurry, record it. A few people looked at each other in bewilderment. Where are the cameras? They're all here to upgrade, not to take pictures of the scenery. I have this. The formation master pulled a very retro camera from his storage space. Hurry! It'd definitely be big news when we get it back, Aiken said confidently. The formation master then began to film carefully. A stream of flaming bullets gushed out continuously, and large numbers of scorpion monsters fell. As easy as killing pigs and dogs. This is what monster farming is, and look at them. The Snow Leopard Guild hid behind a rock and recorded for over 10 minutes. I don't know how many bullets he fired in those 10 minutes. It was a continuous barrage, without a single break. He's definitely a ruthless individual. I've never heard of such a powerful figure in Nanjiang City. Chapter 27. Let's go! Go back and show this video to the boss. It probably go viral. That's right. And then we have to find out who this person is. If he doesn't have any influence, our Snow Leopard Guild will definitely find a way to recruit him. The group happily returned to Nanjiang City, seemingly having come home with a great harvest. Wang Chen, however, was still completely unaware that he had been filmed. He was busy killing monsters. Soon, the Snow Leopard Guild members returned to the city. After seeing the video, the guild president froze in shock. Is this the gunner? Where did you film the video? Did you create a composite? The guild president's mind raced with questions. Boss, you're incredible. We didn't create any composites at all. We actually witnessed the gunner killing monsters firsthand. The knight said quickly. Yes, this guy looks familiar. Aiken nodded. What was surprising was that the person in the picture looked vaguely familiar, though due to the distance, the image was blurry. Recently, 18 people in their level 20s from the Holy War Guild were killed in the wilds of the city. Could this gunner be connected? The guild leader paused for a moment and asked. Huh? 18? Level 20s? The knight was stunned upon hearing this. Out in the wilds of the city, a person in their level 20s was practically invincible, but 18 of them were killed in a flash. It was unimaginable. It's unlikely. It's the same person. One of the guild's prominent members spoke up. Since this gunner is hunting monsters alone, he's likely a powerful figure from some faction. I get some information on gunners in Nanjiang City in recent years. Then, send someone to approach him. If he doesn't have any guild members, we must do everything we can to recruit him. The president pondered for a moment, then spoke quickly. Boss, it's just a gunner. He can afford to spend money now, but later. Someone grew worried. We see later. This person is likely from a powerful family. Even if he doesn't reach the advanced stage, cultivating a relationship with such a well-off person is beneficial. The president said firmly. Then his eyes shifted to the people filming the video. Have you posted this video yet? They exchanged glances. The knight said somewhat awkwardly, I posted it. You? The president looked at the 5 people with a look of disappointment. Clearly, they had all posted it. After all, such a viral video would garner considerable attention if it were shared. You guys, hey! Quickly, send someone to the suburbs. The guild leader slammed the table and ordered hastily. At the same time, Wang Chen's monster-killing video went viral throughout Nanjiang City. Many people saw it. How was this video filmed? Gunner? Such a rare class? How could they kill monsters like this? I feel like this video was edited and fabricated. Bullets are so expensive, how could they fire so indiscriminately? Yeah, it's too exaggerated. It's clearly fake. In an office at the Holy War Guild headquarters, young President Lin Haonan paced back and forth with a gloomy expression. For his unauthorized blocking of wild monsters, he had been punished by the guild president with solitary confinement. He was not allowed to leave the Holy War Guild headquarters. Since he was already level 16, he wasn't worried about applying to Huaqing Academy. The only thing that affected him was his exam ranking. One of his subordinates hurried into the office. Young President, you're so flustered. How can you be so flustered? Lin Haonan said, somewhat dissatisfied. Young President, take a look at this. Could it be related to the deaths of Li Chen and the others? The subordinate quickly pulled out his phone and played the video. Lin Haonan took it and began to watch. The more he looked, the deeper his frown deepened. Gunner? Doesn't he care about bullets? Why come to the outer wilderness to kill these ordinary monsters instead of higher-level monsters? Could it be that his level isn't high either? After some thought, Lin Haonan quickly came to a conclusion. Normally, someone of such a high level wouldn't come to the outer wilderness. Even if they were short on materials, they'd go to other areas to kill higher-level monsters. In other words, this person could only level up where they were closest to home. I don't know. This video was recorded by someone from the Snow Leopard Guild while they were leveling up. I heard it wasn't synthesized. Young guild leader, could this gunner be from the same class as you? Even the Snow Leopard Guild is mobilizing its entire guild to give experience to someone preparing for a major exam, the subordinate said. It's possible. I heard a kid in number 1 middle school awakened a gunner, but he comes from a fairly modest background. How could he be so arrogant? Damn it! If I hadn't been in solitary confinement, I'd definitely be number 1 in Nanjiang City, Lin Haonan said angrily. But he still couldn't imagine what happened to this gunner. If this gunner had been leveling on his own, he might have killed Li Qin. The Snow Leopard Guild wouldn't have attacked us. Keep sending people to investigate. If it's really that kid from number 1 middle school, when I'm released from solitary confinement, I make sure he's in trouble, the young guild leader said gravely. Wang Qin had no idea he'd become a celebrity in Nanjiang City. Instead, at night, he once again headed to the Maluk Centaur dungeon. With his previous experience, Wang Qin continued to quickly clear the boss, pulling minions as he went. After killing the boss, he continued to pull monsters everywhere. Then, from the shooting point he found, he launched a furious attack on the monsters. After clearing the entire dungeon, he counted the loot. The boss immediately dropped the Crimson Gauntlets, a piece of equipment Wang Qin already had. He could consider selling it later or giving it to someone he knew. It also dropped thousands of enhancement stones and various materials. His experience points had reached level 14. However, reaching level 15 was much more difficult, with the experience bar increasing by 3 times. It'd take 3 or 4 more trips to reach level 16, but the experience requirements for level 15 to 16 still apply. After leaving the dungeon, Wang Qin encountered many people waiting outside. However, upon seeing Wang Qin, these people retreated as if they had seen a monster, not daring to approach him. And they all started whispering among themselves. Could this guy be the gunner from the video? It's very possible, but the people from the Snow Leopard Guild and the Holy War Guild are looking for him. Wang Qin ignored them and continued on his own. Chapter 28. Wang Qin, what level are you? As they walked, they heard a familiar voice. Wang Qin turned and saw Murong Shui. Murong Shui's face was etched with fatigue, and the corners of her clothes were torn, as if she had just been through a battle. The look she gave Wang Qin was filled with stubbornness, filled with the hope that she could surpass him. Wang Qin, however, remained calm. Level 14. Huh? You, how could you possibly? Murong Shui was momentarily flustered, her face filled with astonishment. You have to remember, she had cleared the normal difficulty Maluk Centaur dungeon 3 times in a row. She had barely reached level 11. But 3 consecutive dungeon runs had left her exhausted, and her mana was barely keeping up. Looking at Wang Qin again, even though she had witnessed Wang Qin's solo dungeon runs, her leveling speed couldn't possibly be so absurd. What Murong Shui didn't know was that Wang Qin's solo dungeon wasn't normal difficulty, but nightmare difficulty. So she couldn't imagine how Wang Qin had managed to reach level 14 in such a short time. But Wang Qin didn't explain, acting as if he didn't believe her. Murong Shui felt slighted, and her eyes instantly blazed with fighting spirit, her fighting spirit growing stronger. No matter what, she wanted to surpass Wang Qin. I'm determined to surpass you. Let's fight. Murong Shui pouted, gritting her teeth. Even though her mana was nearly depleted, she persisted. She even refilled a mana potion. Her mana was only a quarter restored. But her own stamina remained a concern. Always second best, she gritted her teeth, determined to challenge Wang Qin no matter what. Are there any dungeon raiding teams left? We need teams that can enter the dungeon without a cooldown. Murong Shui shouted. A team that can enter the dungeon directly? Wang Qin was stunned. Had Murong Shui just emerged from the dungeon? How could she enter it again so soon? Both normal and nightmare difficulty dungeons have a 12-hour cooldown. But how did Murong Shui do it? He could clearly sense that Murong Shui had just emerged from the dungeon, and the aura of battle still lingered. Come here. Wang Qin waved at Murong Shui. Huh? Murong Shui was startled when she heard Wang Qin calling her. Still, she walked obediently over to Wang Qin. What's wrong? Murong Shui asked puzzledly. Then, Wang Qin grabbed her arm and dragged her to a secluded area. Wang Qin, what are you going to do? Murong Shui was stunned, her face flushing slightly. What on earth was this guy going to do? Could he be? But that shouldn't be the case. Wang Qin was usually very well behaved. She was now wondering how to react next. Should she put up a strong resistance? But she didn't have the energy to fight right now. Surrender? Give in? She didn't even dare to imagine what that would look like. After all, she was a virgin, and this was happening in public. I'm asking you, how come you don't have the dungeon cooldown? Wang Qin asked directly. Murong Shui took a deep breath. It turned out he was just asking himself a question. For some reason, a sense of loss crept up inside him. But more of it was embarrassment. Idiot. Murong Shui pulled her hand away. You don't even know this? Then she giggled, a hint of smugness on her face. I thought you knew everything. You level up so quickly, but you don't even know basic common sense. Wang Chen said flatly, I'm not an encyclopedia. How can I possibly know everything? Merong Shui pouted. Humph. Then tell me, how did you level up so quickly? As she spoke, she acted like a victor, having found Wang Chen's weakness. Wang Chen smiled wryly. I just ran dungeons and monsters, and I leveled up. Merong Shui shook her head and sighed deeply. That answer was like no answer at all, but it didn't matter. It was rare to see Wang Chen so frustrated. Now she was happy. Okay. Do you know there's an item called a dungeon cooldown refresh charm? Merong Shui continued. A dungeon cooldown refresh charm? Wang Chen frowned. He had indeed never heard of this item. His teachers hadn't even mentioned it in school. Wang Chen acquired all his knowledge from school and his aunt. If neither school nor his aunt had taught him anything, he would be practically illiterate. Seeing Wang Chen's bewildered expression, Merong Shui's lips curled with pride, and the crimson blush on her neck faded completely. This item can offset the dungeon's cooldown, allowing you to enter it repeatedly. Merong Shui said, pulling out a stack of talismans. It shimmered with a brilliant light, and was engraved with mysterious runes. There were 7 scrolls stacked together. Wang Chen smiled and said, I'm so ignorant. It's nothing. My father gave me this after the class awakening ceremony. I've used it 3 times already, and I still have 7 more. Merong Shui explained. It must be said that the Merong family is a well-known and powerful family in Nanjiang City, possessing many valuable treasures. So it's not surprising that her father gave her items that most people don't know about. At least at the dungeon entrance, Wang Chen had only seen Merong Shui use this scroll. Not bad. After clearing a dungeon, I still have to wait 12 hours for it to refresh. Wang Chen said with a smile. Oh, I'm kind of eager to wait for the refresh now, but now, including my own cooldown on 2 dungeons, I need to clear it at least 9 times to even have a chance to reach level 15. I'm afraid I'd be exhausted, Merong Shui complained. Why? So much trouble. Wang Chen shook his head. Humph. It's all because of you. For 3 years, you've always been better than me in everything, so I must surpass you. Merong Shui clenched her fist. The unyielding spirit rose again. Wang Chen ignored Merong Shui and fell into deep thought. Soon, Wang Chen's eyes lit up. He smiled and patted Merong Shui's shoulder. Give me 3 of these. I help you clear 3 nightmare-level dungeons. How about that? I definitely give you more experience than you'd get in a group with others. Merong Shui was immediately pleasantly surprised. Wang Chen was indeed capable of clearing dungeons solo. The experience gained from 2 people clearing dungeons was much greater than from 3 or 4. Besides, clearing dungeons with Wang Chen would allow her to learn how he leveled up. No. What did you say? Nightmare level? Wang Chen, did you say that wrong? Merong Shui then realized something was amiss with Wang Chen and asked hurriedly. Chapter 29. That's right. Just tell me, after entering the dungeon, you don't have to do anything. Wang Chen explained. This would save Wang Chen time, and Merong Shui would gain more experience. It was a win-win situation. Okay. Enter the dungeon right now. Merong Shui was determined, without the slightest hesitation. Since she was going to play nightmare difficulty, she'd see how Wang Chen did it. As she spoke, she tossed 3 dungeon cooldown refresh talismans to Wang Chen. After Wang Chen formed a team, they walked side by side to the dungeon entrance. They used the dungeon cooldown refresh talismans together and entered the dungeon. Merong Shui, entering nightmare difficulty for the first time, was extremely nervous. She felt that her own strength simply wasn't enough to beat nightmare difficulty. Watching the lizards and centaurs pacing back and forth, her long legs began to weaken. When she saw the monster's attributes, her face paled with shock. If she wasn't careful, a couple of hits from these little monsters would have her dead in a heartbeat. Can you really do this? Merong Shui began to doubt Wang Chen's abilities. At least, the teams Merong Shui had led before couldn't even defeat a single wave of monsters here. What's the deal? I can't risk my life. Follow me and push all the way to the boss. If you can't stay still, throw a fireball or something to draw out the monsters along the way. If you're scared, conserve your mana so you can use your life-saving skills. Wang Chen told her a lot. From Merong Shui's expression, it was clear she was panicking. Merong Shui struggled with her thoughts. If it weren't for Wang Chen, she would have fled the dungeon. Then, she saw Wang Chen pull out a large red gun, puffs of strange smoke rising from its barrel. Merong Shui gritted her teeth. If he dared to solo, what was she afraid of? Let's go! Finally, Murong Shui made up her mind. At worst, she could just use the life-saving amulet her family had given her and run. Wang Chen glanced at her, and saw she had cast an ice shield. She then buffed herself and Wang Chen with intelligence wisdom, increasing intelligence by 20. Although his intelligence requirement was extremely low, it was the only buff a mage could grant. Let's go! Wang Chen opened the dungeon's iron gate. He pulled the trigger and fired directly at the monster ahead. Duh. With just a few shots, the monster in front collapsed to the ground. Murong Shui was stunned. If it were her, she would have had to use several of her ultimates to kill a single monster this large. In other words, the power of Wang Chen's bullets almost matched the damage of her ultimate. The two continued forward, Wang Chen standing in front of Murong Shui, shooting at all the monsters ahead and occasionally firing a few shots into the surrounding monsters, attracting their aggression. As they advanced, a large group of monsters pursued them from behind. Although Murong Shui was amazed at Wang Chen's damage output, the thought of hundreds of monsters chasing her still frightened her. If they were caught up, she would be unable to withstand it. But Wang Chen paid no attention to the monsters. Murong Shui looked at Wang Chen's calm face, feeling a deep sense of emotion. For Wang Chen, killing nightmare-level elite monsters was like slaughtering pigs and dogs. No need for any manipulation, just firing was enough. Watching the vast numbers of monsters being slain ahead, Murong Shui's unyielding spirit suddenly softened. This was what dungeon crawling was all about. The most important thing was that the experience points gained from each monster killed were ridiculously high, even 4 or 5 times what Murong Shui earned from normal difficulty. In just 2 or 3 minutes, they reached the boss. Thousands of wild monsters were chasing them from behind. But Wang Chen had no intention of dealing with them, and instead aimed his gun at the boss. Murong Shui wanted to remind him to clear the monsters behind first, otherwise he would be vulnerable to harassment from the smaller monsters while he was killing the boss. But just as she was about to speak, her throat gurgled. Duh. Wang Chen was already firing his machine gun at the boss. In just 4 or 5 seconds, the formidable centaur boss collapsed to the ground. Murong Shui was completely stunned. This is a boss? She even suspected that this nightmare-level boss was made of paper, completely vulnerable to Wang Chen's spear. When she teamed up with 3 people to fight a normal-level boss, they had to employ various strategies. The warriors took the damage, the healers kept up, the mages dealt damage, and even had to account for the boss's skill cooldowns. It took a full half-hour to defeat the boss. And now, a nightmare-level boss fell in less than 5 seconds. Murong Shui was stunned. She had no idea what kind of damage Wang Chen could do. Clearing the dungeon was like a dimensionality reduction attack. Follow me! Wang Chen shouted as the monsters behind him drew closer. Murong Shui finally woke up from her dream. Wang Chen picked up the scattered items on the ground, not taking the time to see what they were, just collecting them all. Then he arrived at Wang Chen's previous shooting position. You go in first. Wang Chen ordered without further explanation. Murong Shui then ducked in like a sheep. Then Wang Chen crouched down and set up the Gatling Inferno. Duh. He pulled the trigger and began firing indiscriminately. Still, occasionally drawing monsters in. The terrifying rate of fire, like an AoE attack. Murong Shui was once again stunned. It turned out that Wang Chen was not only clearing the dungeon, but also clearing every monster in it. No wonder his experience was so exaggerated. And Wang Chen fired relentlessly, killing large swathes of monsters. Any drinks? Wang Chen asked, one-handedly pulling the trigger. Ah? Drinks? Murong Shui was stunned. Seeing Wang Chen could operate the gun with one hand and appear calm and composed, Murong Shui finally recovered and nodded quickly. Drinks? Only wine. Fine, as long as it's something to drink. Okay. Then Murong Shui pulled a bottle of wine from her storage and a glass. Bang! Amid the sound of gunfire, she uncorked the bottle and nervously poured the wine. Then she handed it to Wang Chen. But inwardly she cursed Wang Chen. He was busy grinding a dungeon. And he still had the mind to drink. But after all, she was the one being led, so she didn't dare say anything. Wang Chen savored the wine while shooting at monsters. Even in the raging trenches, one must know how to enjoy life. I have to say, good wine. The Murong family is truly a wealthy family. You should have one too, Wang Chen reminded him. Murong Shui shook her head. No, take it easy. Watch out for the monsters coming your way. Chapter 30. Wang Chen downed the wine in a few gulps. With his increased strength, he could easily handle the recoil of the Gatling Inferno. Watching Murong Shui's jaw drop in shock, he asked her to drink a glass. You have to know that at this moment, her mind was still in disarray, and all the strange things were taking her a long time to digest. But Wang Chen drank his red wine while he killed monsters. Do you think these monsters can charge us? Wang Chen casually tossed the cup to Murong Shui. A hint of grape flavor lingered on his lips. As she continued to kill monsters, a flash of white light flashed around Murong Shui. She had leveled up. Before she'd even finished the dungeon, she'd already leveled up. She'd reached level 12. This incredible leveling speed still thrilled Murong Shui. This was much faster than when she teamed up to kill the normal difficulty level. Then, Wang Chen slew every monster in the dungeon. Wang Chen still had about 20% experience left, reaching level 15. Murong Shui leveled up a full level and a half. Afterward, Wang Chen brought out the spoils. Let's divide the spoils, he said with a smile. What do you mean by dividing the spoils? Murong Shui pouted, her lips numb at this point. The shock in her heart lingered for a long time. You farmed all this stuff, so it's all yours. I don't want any of it. Murong Shui still understood the rules. After all, she didn't contribute much. Wang Chen was the sole leader. She had no right to share the spoils. How about this? All the materials belong to me, and as for the equipment, I take it first. Whatever you can carry is yours, Wang Chen said after a moment's thought. After all, this girl, who was obsessed with the family business, didn't care about things like materials and enhancement stones. Crimson helmet. Maluk staff. Crimson ring. Wang Chen listed the names of his equipment one by one. Oh, you already have 4 pieces of crimson gear, and there's also the crimson breastplate. At this moment, Murong Shui discovered something that shocked her again. Crimson breastplate. Wang Chen was actually wearing it. When she'd entered the dungeon before, Murong Shui had been too nervous to notice. But now, combined with the recent drops of crimson gear, it seemed Wang Chen was only one piece away from completing the Blood War set. He even had the breastplate, which had the lowest drop rate, and was the one the Holy War Guild members were frantically farming for. Yes. I keep all the crimson gear I can use, and the rest is yours. Wang Chen nodded. He had only put it on once he entered the dungeon, not wanting to show off until he had completed the set. Then he gave the extra crimson gear to Murong Shui. And of course, there was the staff, the Maluk staff. This staff is for you too. Wang Chen tossed it directly to Murong Shui. Murong Shui was stunned. This was the mage's weapon. What's wrong? If you don't want it, I put it up for auction. Seeing her lack of reaction, Wang Chen said. No, no. I want it, I want it. Murong Shui waved her hands quickly. This is the best weapon for mages before level 20. You can't buy a better one even with money. After explaining, Murong Shui checked the stats of Maluk's staff. As she looked at it, she whispered to Wang Chen, Thank you. After all, obtaining some good equipment requires luck. If Wang Chen tried to sell this staff, it would likely spark a frenzy of demand. After all, it was the time of the major exams, and many parents were desperately trying to improve their children's abilities so they could get into better schools. What are you thanking me for? Let's get out first. Let's do it again, Wang Chen said nonchalantly. Murong Shui nodded cautiously. After leaving the dungeon, the two of them immediately used the dungeon cooldown refresh charm. Wang Chen roughly estimated that his cooldown lasted 2 runs, and with 3 refresh charms, he could complete 5 dungeon runs. 5 nightmare level dungeons, if nothing went wrong, would be enough to reach level 16. After a few seconds, the two of them re-entered the dungeon. After learning from her first experience, Murong Shui felt noticeably more relaxed. She stayed close behind Wang Chen, helping him pull monsters more effectively, and doing her best to help him run the dungeon efficiently. A smile of joy even spread across her face. In just over 20 minutes, the entire Maluk Centaur dungeon was cleared, leaving not a single monster behind. After 3 consecutive clears, all the dungeon refresh charms were used up. Wang Chen successfully collected the entire Scarlet set, and Murong Shui also obtained 3 pieces of equipment. Before leaving the dungeon, Wang Chen donned the entire Scarlet set. You should know that this set increases all stats by 20 points, and the entire set is bronze level. Many people out there would scramble to get this set. Although Murong Shui came from a well-off family, it was unlikely she would have been able to collect such a set. Wow! Such high stats, Murong Shui said in surprise. This set of equipment is leather, perfect for classes like assassins and gunners. The entire set increases strength and agility by over 100 points, with intelligence increasing by a bit less, but still over 80 points. While improving all stats, it also significantly boosts Wang Chen's survivability, critical hit rate, and critical hit damage. Wang Chen directly opened his stats page. Name, Wang Chen. Occupation, gunner. Level 15, 0th level. Strength, 147, increases defense and recovery. Agility, 149, increases movement speed, attack speed, and critical strike rate. Intelligence, 127, increases spell damage and spell critical strike rate. Weapon, none. Gear, bloody breastplate, bloody helmet, bloody gauntlets, bloody leggings, bloody necklace, bloody ring, Gatling inferno. Ammunition, 308 rounds, plus 5 for enhancement, plus 1 for enchantment. Skills, weapon specialization, passive, marksmanship, passive, concentration, passive. Wang Chen was stunned by the exaggerated stats. With his current strength alone, he was already competing with warriors and knights of the same level in terms of tankiness. Wang Chen, quickly conceal your armor. When I was doing a dungeon earlier, I heard someone from the Holy War Guild was looking for you. Hide quickly. Something said you killed 18 of their level 20-somethings. Those people are talking nonsense. How could that be possible? But the Holy War Guild is rampant in Nanjiang. Even if you didn't kill them, they definitely not let you off for your gear. Murong Shui quickly warned. Wang Chen nodded and concealed his armor. After all, being too conspicuous wasn't a good thing. Also, can I touch your rifle? Murong Shui then said seriously. Chapter 31. Wang Chen ignored her and left the dungeon directly. Ignored? Murong Shui pouted. Humph. It's just a scuffle with a spear. What's so great about that? I surpass you sooner or later. Even as she spoke, she felt incredibly guilty. Through this dungeon run, she realized just how vast the gap between them truly was. A chasm like an insurmountable chasm. She was just being stubborn, unwilling to acknowledge the truth. After a moment, she finally left the dungeon. Wang Chen pondered for a moment, then looked at Murong Shui and asked, how long do you have until the dungeon refresh cooldown? Murong Shui thought for a moment and said, about 3 hours. Wang Chen also had a cooldown of 4 hours. Let's go to the suburban wilderness and kill some wild monsters first. Every bit of experience is a plus. Okay. This time, I show you the mage's area damage. Murong Shui nodded. She looked eager to try. Let's go! Wang Chen prepared to leave the dungeon area without hesitation. Just then, a man ran toward Wang Chen. Hello. Wang Chen, Murong Shui was stunned. Wang Chen didn't know many people, especially those outside the school, but the man before him wasn't even a student. Murong Shui took a step forward. As the daughter of the Murong family, many people were willing to approach her. So, she assumed this man was looking for her. What's up? Murong Shui raised an eyebrow, feigning aloofness. Sorry, I'm looking for this young man. The man waved his hand, his eyes fixed on Wang Chen. He quickly introduced himself. I'm the vice president of the Snow Leopard Guild. I heard you're a student at number 1 middle school. Excuse me, are you considering joining the guild? Our Snow Leopard Guild is currently ranked 5th in Nanjiang City, and is very powerful. If you join us, we help you become number 1 in the province, or even the country, and we even provide you with additional resources. Murong Shui's face instantly darkened. After all the hassles, they'd come to recruit Wang Chen, yet she, a descendant of a renowned family, had been overlooked. Sorry. Right now, I just want to be on my own and haven't considered joining a guild. After the final exam, I won't be in Nanjiang anymore. Wang Chen shook his head. That's not a big deal. Our Snow Leopard Guild has its own presence in other cities. Before the man could finish, Wang Chen waved his hand and quickly left with an apologetic expression. At the moment, Wang Chen hadn't considered joining any guild. Besides, as a solo dungeon runner, he didn't need the support and assistance of a guild. Just as he was about to leave, several more groups surrounded him. Hello. I'm the head of the Ghost Jade Guild. Hello. I'm from the Legend Guild. Wang Chen was stunned. What was going on? Why were so many guilds suddenly trying to recruit him? Even Murong Shui couldn't understand. She had never been treated this way before. How could so many guilds be so eager to recruit him? After Wang Chen declined, he asked, May I ask why you're trying to recruit me? I'm not high level, and I'm not a high-ranking class. One of them explained, Don't act pretentiously, little brother. The video of you killing monsters has spread all over Nanjiang City. Currently, there are only 2 gunners in all of NJ City. One is middle-aged, and the other is you, a recent graduate. We've investigated thoroughly. The person farming monsters in the video is definitely you, and it couldn't be anyone else. Everyone explained. Some even clicked on the video and played it for Wang Chen. Only then did Wang Chen realize that he had been secretly filmed while farming monsters. Damn, secretly filming is shameful. Now he can't hide it. TSK TSK. Now you're a celebrity. Murong Shui rarely smiled a funny smile. Wang Chen smiled bitterly. Such a celebrity wasn't a good thing. Furthermore, Wang Chen had a premonition that the people from the Holy War Guild would find him sooner or later. Even people from smaller guilds could use their connections to retrieve his information, so the Holy War Guild would have an even easier time. Some of those forces trying to recruit him simply assumed that Wang Chen had no background. If they could recruit him, they could gain his support and loyalty at minimal cost. If Wang Chen could succeed in the future, they would also gain fame and other benefits. Of course, there's another possibility. Wang Chen possesses a powerful background, yet it's unknown. After all, few dare to fire bullets as recklessly as Wang Chen, spending them like they're free. Whichever possibility it is, it compels them to try to recruit Wang Chen, even at great expense. If Wang Chen could get into Huaqing University and join their guild, it would bring their own guild great fame. This fame would attract even more members. Let's go! Wang Chen ignored the guild members, and quickly dragged Murong Shui away. Joining a guild isn't a forced sale, it's a matter of going back. Seeing that Wang Chen had no intention, these people stopped arguing and dispersed. Oh! I didn't expect you to be so popular. After walking away, Murong Shui lamented. She didn't actually have a guild, but there weren't that many guilds openly recruiting her. After all, in this world, strength is respected. Wang Chen shrugged. Yes. Strength is respected. When our Murong family was weak, we were bullied a lot. Murong Shui nodded heavily. She completely agreed with this statement. This also indirectly showed that their Murong family was a family with a history. Wang Chen glanced at a small cave not far away and said, "Let's rest for a while. Do you have anything to eat?" Although Wang Chen had returned to the city once, he had forgotten to bring some food. However, with this young lady, he basically didn't have to worry about food. Yes. You don't bring food when you go out? Murong Shui frowned. As she walked, she pulled out beef jerky, fruit, roast duck, and other food from her storage space. It was practically everything she needed. I forgot. I was just too busy killing monsters and leveling up. Wang Chen scratched his forehead awkwardly. After the two entered the cave, Murong Shui tactfully spread out some grass for them to sit on. Then she laid out the food. Eat more. And replenish your mana while you're there. There are many unknown dangers out in the wild. Wang Chen warned. A mage with no mana flaunting himself in the wild could easily become prey. After all, a mage with no mana is no different from a useless person. Okay. Murong Shui picked up a piece of beef jerky and began chewing, not forgetting to pass a piece to Wang Chen. The two then began to devour their meal. As they ate, Wang Chen's gaze suddenly fixed, and he raised his Gatling inferno. Someone's there. Chapter 32. Because the surroundings were so quiet, Wang Chen noticed every little movement. This was the survival tactic as Aunt Lin Qinmo had taught him. One must be fully alert in the wild, even in low-level areas. Murong Shui's expression hardened at this moment, and she looked in the direction of Wang Chen's gaze, becoming wary as well. She knew very well that Wang Chen wouldn't be aimless. Ha ha. Not bad, not bad. At this moment, figures emerged from both sides of the boulder. They all wore teasing smiles, their smiles tinged with ill intent. The leader stared at Wang Chen and said with a smile, as expected of the top professionals at Nanjiang No. 1 High School. Wow! You spotted us so quickly. Wang Chen's pupil shrank, and his finger rested on the trigger, ready to fire. Furthermore, Wang Chen recognized their identities. These people were members of the Holy War Guild. They all bore the same insignia, identical to the one Wang Chen had previously killed, Li Chen. Someone from the Holy War Guild. Wang Chen said calmly. The leading man, noticing that Wang Chen had recognized one of his men, said to the others behind him, "This guy's not bad. At least, he has a good memory. His monster-killing speed is indeed quite good, but I wonder if he can afford the gold." These people had already witnessed Wang Chen's monster-killing moments earlier. Hasn't the guild leader investigated his family situation? He definitely can't afford it. I wonder if this guy can even make bullets. The others behind him replied. The leader's gaze shifted, amusement etched on Wang Chen. You killed members of our guild, 18 of them. Tell me, what do you want to do? Is it a life for a life? Or? Wang Chen laughed back, a life for a life? That principle doesn't seem to apply in the wild, in dungeons. In today's world, there's an unwritten rule. Outside the city, you're not protected by any forces or laws. It's pure jungle law. Besides, Those members of the Jihad Guild deserve death anyway. That makes some sense. So if I kill you now, it won't matter, right? The leader smiled cruelly. Just a little, then changed the subject. However, our president values talent and can offer you a chance to live. But whether you choose or not is up to you. Oh! Wang Chen's lips curled slightly, finding these people rather amusing. It's simple. You can join our Jihad Guild. Once you join, the president will forgive your murder. If you perform well, he even provide you with equipment, help you level up, and even fund ammunition and weapons. The leader said calmly. Equipment support? Level me up. Ammo funds? Do I need it? You have no idea what the benefits of joining a guild are. Our young leader is already level 16, and I heard the Snow Leopard Guild's new member is also level 16. Look at your gear. Aside from your weapon, you have nothing else. And you're wearing a concealing medal. I guess you're only level 11 or 12. Except for that big gun, your outfit is pretty shabby. Isn't it, Morong, the school beauty? The person behind him continued. Due to Wang Chen's suit stats, including the concealing medal, they couldn't see Wang Chen's equipment or level. They could only determine his equipment by his clothing. As he spoke, he glanced at Morong Shui. Morong Shui frowned and said calmly, Zuokua Long. Wang Chen glanced at Morong Shui. Clearly, Wang Chen didn't recognize this person. He's from class 3. Morong Shui explained in a low voice. Since Wang Chen hadn't paid much attention to socializing during school, he didn't know many people, especially those from other classes. Morong, the school beauty, I can't believe you two academic elites are hanging out together. However, today's matter is between the Holy War Guild and Wang Chen. It has nothing to do with you. Please stand back. If this kid doesn't appreciate it, he get you covered in blood. Zuokua Long had heard of Morong Shui's family background, and didn't want to provoke her because of Wang Chen. His gaze then fell on Wang Chen. No matter how fast you level up, you can't compare to those with guild support. Morong Shui's current level is just that high, and her equipment is mediocre. Look at me. With the support of all the seniors, I'm already wearing bronze level equipment. While I may not be able to secure admission to Huaqing Academy like Morong Shui, getting into Imperial Capital Academy is no problem at all. Don't underestimate your year-round top ranking in school. Now, thanks to bullets you scrounged from who knows where, you can kill monsters faster, but those bullets will eventually run out. Without financial support Before Zuokua Long could finish, Wang Chen said impatiently, impossible. Get out. The word get out came out in a chilling voice. Back in school, Wang Chen had never taken this person seriously, and he felt the same way now. How dared he flaunt his superiority? Humph. You're asking for death. Zuokua Long wasn't angry, but instead had a cruel expression, as if he'd expected all this. Zuokua Long, I warn you. If you dare touch a hair on Wang Chen, my Morong family will never let you go. Morong Shui shouted. Morong school beauty, I admit your family is powerful, but it's impossible for them to rip our guild apart over an unrelated person. Zuokua Long laughed. Then he took a deep breath and feigned regret, saying, what a shame. He finally awakened the gunner, one of the 10 hidden professions, only to die at such a young age. As he spoke, a figure, wielding a dagger, stabbed Wang Chen in the heart. Morong Shui sensed the danger and tried her best to help Wang Chen, but her level wasn't high enough. The person attacking was at least level 20. The mage was too slow to react, and there was no time. He quickly shouted, be careful. Wang Chen's eyes fixed, and without hesitation, he took a step back, grabbing Morong Shui's hand and simultaneously performing his escape skill. Instantly, he was leaning against the boulder. With his back against the boulder, he didn't have to worry about being backstabbed. Morong Shui was startled by Wang Chen's sudden move. This time, she had come alone to level up, even if it was to adapt to various combat scenarios, but it was her first time facing a life-and-death struggle between humans. So she was panicking. Before Morong Shui could react, Wang Chen's machine gun had already landed on the attacker. The attacker was sent reeling, but fortunately, his accomplice healed him, saving his life from the brink of death. Damn, too alert. He even has a life-saving skill, not just a deadly shot. Chapter 33. Wang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Shooting blindly in the wild was simply courting death. However, Wang Chen was well aware that the assassin he had encountered was not a top-tier assassin. Those high-level assassins could achieve complete stealth in the dark. And they also had skills that accelerated their pursuit. Encountering that kind of assassin would be extremely troublesome. At least, Wang Chen couldn't handle it at the moment. Relying solely on escape skills wouldn't completely free him from the assassin's clutches. Even as the other party was surprised, Wang Chen's machine gun wasn't idle. Since the other party was determined to kill him, Wang Chen wouldn't show mercy. These bullets have ridiculously high damage. Are they free? The assassin's forehead was covered in cold sweat as he saw the dense barrage of bullets hurtling towards him like tongues of fire. Of all the people present, he was the only one who had tasted the power of Wang Chen's bullets. Each bullet dealt the same damage as a mage's ultimate, and they continued uninterrupted. Damn it! Jihad Guild, you dared to kill us in the wild? We, the Murong family, and number 1 middle school will never let you go. Murong Shui practically roared. At the same time, standing behind Wang Chen, she began to use her blizzard skill. Ha ha! Murong Shui, you're such a clueless rich kid. This is the suburbs, a place few people visit. Who told you to come here to kill monsters? If you die here, who would know except us? Zhou Quanlong laughed. Although the assassin was injured, there were so many of them, and their level completely surpassed Wang Chen's. In his eyes, Wang Chen was doomed. As for Murong Shui, if she didn't know what was good for them, they wouldn't mind killing a rich kid. The leading young man said coldly, "Don't waste time, hurry up. This guy has a good gun and ammunition, and there's also your school beauty." But when he mentioned the school beauty, a glint of greed flashed in his eyes. "Be careful when you attack. We can still have some fun while it's hot." She heard Murong Shui grit her teeth. She had never imagined that the people from the Jihad Guild would actually dare to attack her. At that moment, she finally realized the cruelty of the wilderness. Hands, still casting spells, began to tremble noticeably. Duh. As they spoke, the assassin continued to be bombarded with bullets. "Hurry up! I can't hold on any longer," the assassin wailed. "Boss, I can't hold on any longer," a priest shouted. "Everyone, come on! Let's see how many bullets he has," the leading young man shouted. "Ah!" But before he could finish his words, the assassin collapsed to the ground. Even the 3 healing classes' desperate efforts couldn't keep him alive. Damn it! The leading young man no longer dared to underestimate Wang Chen. As a warrior, he rushed forward. Archers, mages, warlocks, and other ranged classes began moving toward their range. After all, their range couldn't compare to Wang Chen's. The other warriors and knights broke into a run. The healers behind them kept healing. Duh. As they advanced, they were repelled by Wang Chen's bullets. Furthermore, Wang Chen's bullets were indiscriminate, appearing like a single ton of fire, but as Wang Chen swung his gun left and right, they knocked back large numbers of people. Damn it! Bullets can actually repel. Priest, hold on. Charge. He's dead if he reaches charging distance. But they found the scene had become extremely bloody and chaotic. Wang Chen's indiscriminate shooting caused a large number of people to repel, but even those who rushed forward found a vast blizzard forming in the area between them. And within the blizzard, there was a noticeable slowing effect. Although the damage was minimal, the slowing effect was extremely painful. This was the signature skill of Murong Shui, the elemental mage. There were so many wounded that shrill wails rang out. At the same time, members of the Holy War Guild were shot to the ground one after another. Most importantly, Wang Chen's range completely exceeded their expectations. In the videos they had seen before, they thought Wang Chen's range was only 300 to 400 meters. But now, they discovered it was over 800 meters. Even ranged classes like mages and priests were vulnerable to machine gun fire. As fragile classes, they couldn't withstand the damage of the Gatling Inferno. A few rounds of bullets knocked them to the ground. In just half a minute, only 3 of the more than 10 members of the Holy War Guild remained. The leading warrior, relying on his high defense and the protective skills, managed to hold on until the very end. But he still couldn't get close to Wang Chen and continued to struggle in the blizzard. "You're playing dirty." The warrior gritted his teeth. Wang Chen, however, looked at him calmly as he lay on the ground. It was clearly their range that was outmatched, yet they accused Wang Chen of playing dirty, even if it was a dirty trick. So what? Wang Chen glanced at the corpses scattered on the ground, without a trace of guilt or fear. Without hesitation, he raised his Gatling Inferno again. Duh. A continuous stream of bullets blazed out from the muzzle again. With the blessing of his shooting expertise, there was no need to worry about accuracy. The soldiers were still struggling. Among the survivors was Zhou Quanlong. As an assassin, he had been hiding behind his companions, but when he saw the dense barrage of bullets again, he was completely desperate. He quickly raised his hands and shouted, "Wang Chen, I admit defeat. Everyone stop! Let's all retreat and pretend that what happened today never happened." As he spoke, he prepared to flee. Duh. Wang Chen instantly killed the leading soldier. That soldier deserved to die. Then, he turned the gun and aimed it at Zhuo Quanlong. No matter how fast he ran, he couldn't outrun the bullets, especially since Wang Chen had an incredibly high accuracy rate. Zhuo Quanlong, you're a student of number 1 middle school, after all. How dare you bring outsiders to attack your fellow students? Since you've already challenged me, you still want to run? Do you think you can? Wang Chen's voice rang out calmly. Zhuo Quanlong realized he was under gunfire, a chill running down his spine, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. Turning his head slightly, he saw the soldier lying in a pool of blood, a look of surprise on his face. This was a level 27 warrior, and he only held out for a few seconds before being killed by Wang Chen. If he didn't find a solution, he'd be left here. Wang Chen, I admit defeat today. I admit you're powerful. Assassinating you is just the order of our young guild master. It has nothing to do with me. I have a treasure map to a hidden dungeon. If you spare me, the map is yours. How about it? Zhuo Quanlong said quickly. Chapter 34. A hidden dungeon treasure map? Oh! You can even find something like this? Do you really take me for a fool? Wang Chen said calmly. Zhuo Quanlong's forehead was covered in sweat, and he was afraid Wang Chen wouldn't believe him. He quickly said, How dare I lie to you? The requirement for this secret realm is no higher than level 30. I stole it from the young guild master. The young guild master is currently in solitary confinement with the guild master and has no time to investigate this matter. Originally, I wanted to sell it to a prominent figure. I figured I could get a good price. If you don't believe me, put down your gun. I come over and show it to you. Just then, Murong Shui gently tugged at Wang Chen's sleeve and whispered, Be careful, it's a trap. Zhuo Quanlong saw Murong Shui's movements and knew what she meant. He quickly said, My storage space is bound to me. If I die, it will be destroyed. Wang Chen was silent for a moment. The book mentioned that a storage space can be bound to one's life. This guy is an assassin. He could take advantage of the close proximity to launch a sneak attack. But it doesn't matter. If he dares to attack, all I need to do is use my escape skills in time. Wang Chen said in a deep voice, Don't move. I go over. Then he turned to Murong Shui and said, Don't worry. No matter how fast he moves, he can't be faster than my machine gun. Murong Shui nodded. I know your gun. It's big, fast, and powerful. He spoke loudly, just for Zhuo Quanlong to hear. He was telling him not to act rashly, otherwise he would be courting his own destruction. Zhuo Quanlong grunted, glanced at the rifle in Wang Chen's hand, then looked at the corpses scattered on the ground. If he hadn't hidden behind his companions, he would have been dead long ago. He was well aware of the power of Wang Chen's rifle. For someone like him, a leather armor class, a few shots would be enough. There was no chance of victory. Even if he could sneak attack, Wang Chen had a life-saving skill. Even assassins 7 or 8 levels higher than him hadn't been able to pull off a sneak attack. It would have been impossible for him. He could only hold his head in his hands, waiting for Wang Chen to arrive. Wang Chen's gun remained pointed at him. Although Zhuo Quanlong had many thoughts on his mind, fear took over when faced with the gun. Put down your things and get out of the way. Otherwise, my bullet will take your life. Wang Chen said calmly. The gun pointed at Zhuo Quanlong. Zhuo Quanlong first took out his things, then slowly and carefully placed them on the ground. Then, holding his hands up, he cautiously retreated. His eyes remained fixed on the gun in Wang Chen's hand, and the finger on the trigger. Cold sweat poured down his face, fearing Wang Chen would go back on his word and shoot him to death. Murong Shui looked anxious. Only after Zhuo Quanlong retreated a considerable distance did he breathe a sigh of relief. His eyes grew cold. Wang Chen, I've taken note of what happened today. Just wait and see. Oh! You still want revenge? Wang Chen's gaze narrowed slightly. Ha ha. Zhuo Quanlong burst into laughter, his smile brimming with rage. Clearly, he hated Wang Chen to the core. Wang Chen, you've ruined 2 years of my hard work. I spent 2 days following the young president just to get this treasure map. Don't you know the principle of rooting out the weeds? Since you've let the tiger back into the mountains, I make sure you pay. It's such a shame for you. 3 years of academic excellence, you've taken a useless profession like gunner and brought you to this point. You're quite the character. Murong Shui stamped her feet in anger. You shouldn't have let him go. Humph. Do you think he can survive? Wang Chen snorted. Then he pulled the trigger. Duh. The bullet shot out like a dragon of fire. You? Zhuo Quanlong glanced at Wang Chen with a playful expression, but before he could finish his words, he was struck by a bullet. Ah! Then came a scream. The miserable sound echoed throughout the desolate landscape. Bullets pierced his body in multiple places, and blood spurted from his mouth, evidently due to more inhalation than exhalation. Boy, you haven't even graduated yet, and you're already thinking about joining others in murder and robbery? Do you understand the dangers of society now? Wang Chen said flatly. This person had completely underestimated Wang Chen's range. After picking up the scroll from the ground, he gripped the machine gun with his other hand, and immediately pulled the trigger with a single finger. Duh. Several more bullets pierced Zhuo Qianlong's body with pinpoint accuracy. Zhuo Qianlong was completely dead. Murong Shui looked at the corpse on the ground, then glanced at Wang Chen, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Wang Chen had fully utilized the survival skills her father had taught him. Remain calm, observe constantly, and root out the problem. But as the eldest daughter of the Murong family, having just embarked on this journey, she seemed remarkably naive. The most important thing was the strength of the opponent. Wang Chen was facing over a dozen level 20+ classes, and even Zhuo Qianlong had reached level 16. Wow! I can't believe this guy's already level 16. Murong Shui took a deep breath. You can definitely reach level 16. Why don't you use the family's power to help you level up? Wang Chen returned, holding the treasure map. My dad won't let me, and I don't want to. Relying on the family's power to level up isn't much of a skill. My dad also said that while you're at a low level, you should hone yourself and level up in the wild yourself. Relying on the guild or the family's power, no matter how fast you level up, it's only temporary. But a person's combat awareness, crisis awareness, and combat thinking can't be shortcut. Murong Shui said after a moment's pause. I have to say, this girl has really good upbringing. Rapid growth doesn't depend on leveling speed, but on your understanding of combat and your awareness of danger. The early stages are the best time to develop yourself. Well said, Wang Chen said appreciatively. TSK. You actually know how to compliment people. I thought you were an idiot. Murong Shui's lips blossomed with a smile as bright as a peach blossom at Wang Chen's praise. By the way, you must hide the treasure map well. Once you reach a higher level, consider exploring a hidden dungeon. Generally speaking, hidden dungeons are ones that most people haven't discovered and haven't been officially marked. They contain many unknown dangers. And this treasure map is connected to the Holy War Guild. Wang Chen nodded. I know, but the Holy War Guild will definitely not give up. But it doesn't matter. Murong Shui's brows furrowed. Should I go back and ask my dad to help mediate? Wang Chen smiled and shook his head. They won't be too ostentatious, and it won't be easy to deal with me. As he spoke, he touched the barrel of the gun. It was smooth and still warm. Murong Shui took a deep breath. She knew that this gun and the bullets it held were the source of Wang Chen's confidence. Let's go! The dungeon refresh is almost time. One more refresh, and I be level 16. Chapter 35. The two of them headed straight for the dungeon without hesitation. In fact, Murong Shui was even more anxious than Wang Chen. She was already leveling slower than Wang Chen, and with Wang Chen's level and strength, admission to Huaqing was a 100% certainty. If he had to ask someone to help him get into Huaqing because of his level, it would be incredibly embarrassing. If you were admitted to Huaqing Academy at level 16, and I were at level 15, our homeroom teacher would be overjoyed. As they walked, Murong Shui said with a smile. Yeah. Zhuo Qianlong just reached level 16. I have a feeling that admission to Huaqing Academy will be even more challenging this year. All the major guilds will help some students level up, but the Holy War Guild is really willing to spend a lot of money. Wang Chen nodded gently. Such a high level had already tied the record. However, it was nipped in the bud by Wang Chen. My dad told me that monsters in some high-level dungeons on Blue Star have been going berserk in recent years. It's very likely that the global environment will worsen in the future, so some guilds need to do everything they can to attract talent and increase their strength. Murong Shui pondered for a moment before explaining, no matter what, we must first get into Huaqing University. There, we can enjoy better resources and learn more. According to past practice, only 2 or 3 people in Nanjiang City are admitted to Huaqing each year. Currently, besides Wang Chen and Murong Shui, the young president of the Holy War Guild also has a good chance of getting in. The two chatted as they walked, with Murong Shui doing most of the talking. After all, Murong Shui came from a privileged family, so she knew more than Wang Chen. Murong Shui told Wang Chen a lot about Huaqing Academy. Soon, they arrived at the entrance to the Maluk Centaur dungeon. Hey! Isn't that your good buddy Zhang Yong? Murong Shui said with interest, pointing ahead. Wang Chen also spotted Zhang Yong. He was now scowling, looking around, as if searching for a team. Murong Shui quickly walked forward and saw Zhang Yong's message. This idiot is actually level 11, but finding a team for the Warlock class is so hard. The Warlock class is relatively useless in dungeon runes. Its damage output isn't as good as assassins, mages, archers, and other classes. It lacks healing and can't take on enemies. If you're not fighting bosses, it's basically useless. It's a very challenging class in the early stages. Take him with you? Wang Chen looked at Murong Shui and asked. After all, bringing another person would take away Murong Shui's experience. As for Wang Chen, it didn't matter. With just one more run, he could reach level 16, regardless of the number of players in his team. But Murong Shui was still only level 14. No problem. Murong Shui smiled and agreed. She couldn't refuse. After all, she was being led, and she had no right to veto any request from Wang Chen. As expected, Zhang Yong asked around but couldn't find a team that wanted him. Zhang Yong. At this moment, Murong Shui's voice rang out. After hearing this, Zhang Yong hurried over. She said in surprise, "When did you two get together? Are you really having an affair? Shut up. I tear your mouth apart." Murong Shui was very proud, and how could she accept such rubbish? She could only restrain herself in front of Wang Chen, but with others, she acted like a spoiled brat. "Oh, just kidding. You were about to talk about a perfect match, a handsome man and a beautiful woman." Zhang Yong hurried to Wang Chen's side, his words snarling. Hearing Murong Shui's face flush, his heart, for some reason, began pounding like a deer. "Humph. I was so kind as to take you to the dungeon, but you're still so rude, aren't you?" Murong Shui snorted. "Huh? Take me to the dungeon? Seriously?" Zhang Yong exclaimed excitedly. "Well, it's a little hard for a warlock like you to find a group. Wait a little over 20 minutes, and I take you to the dungeon. After 2 dungeons, you should be able to reach level 12. Wang Chen nodded. "Ah, my benefactors. You two are my great benefactors." Zhang Yong excitedly gave Wang Chen a bear hug. "The school I want to apply to requires at least level 12. Without you, I don't know if I could even reach level 12. Murong Shui glanced at him. "Don't be so rude. If you keep being rude, I won't take you with me." "Yes. Yes. Miss Murong, whatever you say is what I mean. I won't say anything without thinking." Zhang Yong nodded repeatedly. "Humph." Murong Shui snorted proudly. Then Zhang Yong leaned over to Wang Chen's ear and whispered, "When did you take Murong Shui down?" "Sure, Brother Chen." "You?" Murong Shui formed fireballs with her hands. "Oh, don't. Zhang Yong fled. But no matter how hard he ran, he couldn't outrun the fireballs. One of them slammed directly into his butt, sending sparks flying. Zhang Yong, clutching his butt, began to run furiously, screaming from the burn. Wang Chen sat nearby, watching with a smile. Soon, Wang Chen invited Zhang Yong to join the team. Zhang Yong diligently buffed Wang Chen and Murong Shui with magic armor. It increased defense, resistance, and health regeneration. After everything was ready, the 3 of them entered the dungeon. But upon entering, Zhang Yong was so frightened he nearly peed himself. "Big brother and big sister, are you sure? Why is it nightmare difficulty? How can I beat this? I'm a useless person," Zhang Yong said in horror. "A useless person, stop talking nonsense. Just follow and listen," Murong Shui snorted. Wang Chen glanced at Zhang Yong. "Follow me. Murong Shui, you cover the rear." Zhang Yong was completely bewildered and, with a terrified expression, could only follow closely behind Wang Chen. Murong Shui recalled the first time she was led by Wang Chen. She was probably feeling the same way as Zhang Yong. She was genuinely terrified. Not daring to move a step away, Zhang Yong watched the fallen monsters, marveling at Wang Chen's fighting prowess, and terrified by the hundreds of elite monsters chasing him. If one of these elite monsters touched him, he'd be dead. Until Wang Chen killed the boss, Zhang Yong's jaw dropped. This was a full-fledged nightmare-level dungeon boss? It fell in just a few seconds? What a joke. Huh? Died already? Zhang Yong was stunned. "Shut up. Look at you, you useless fellow. You haven't even finished killing me yet." Murong Shui glanced at him and said. Once again, Wang Chen collected the exploded items first and continued to lure monsters. Then he moved to the sniper position and began a frenzied killing spree. Watching the legions of elite monsters fall, Zhang Yong's experience points skyrocketed. Until the last monster fell. Zhang Yong took a deep breath. That's what it means to clear a dungeon. Clear it completely, leaving no one behind. Boss, please take me with you more often next time. Chapter 36. She immediately went into lapdog mode, desperately wanting to cling to Wang Qin's thighs. Can you have some backbone and solo the dungeon like Wang Qin? Shui taunted. You talk as if you can solo this dungeon? Humph. With my boss here, that's all. Zhang Yong said unconvinced. Unable to refute, Shui pouted and ignored Zhang Yong. After all, she made almost no contribution during the dungeon run. Not much different from Zhang Yong. After Wang Qin finished, he also reached level 16, and a mechanical notification sounded in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level is 16. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing your basic attribute by 1 point. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining a free attribute point, which can be added freely. Ding! Congratulations to the host for obtaining the Springfield armor-piercing bullet, ignores 50% enemy defense, increases damage by 100, knockback. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the G14 grenade, increases damage by 200, damage range 20 to 50 meters, cooldown 30 seconds, automatically refreshes after use. Wang Qin couldn't help but feel excited. His bullets had been enhanced again. He had also unlocked a new ranged weapon. The bullet's damage had been greatly increased, and it could also ignore 50% defense, meaning the damage was even more effective, allowing it to kill tank classes like warriors and knights more quickly. Next, Wang Qin let the two of them rest and recover their mana. He hid aside and loaded the new Springfield armor-piercing bullet. Thankfully, Shui didn't ask many questions, and Zhang Yong was a bit of a fool, so he didn't ask Wang Qin about the unlimited ammunition. If they asked, Wang Qin wouldn't have known how to answer. After a brief adjustment, Wang Qin led Zhang Yong and Shui to clear wild monsters for a few hours, until the next cooldown spawned. After completing this cooldown dungeon, Shui reached level 15, while Zhang Yong reached level 12. At level 15, Shui had a good chance of getting into Huaqing Academy. Even if she wasn't sure of her abilities, it didn't matter. She had a family after all. This was also a key reason why Shui didn't need anyone from her family to help her level up. She didn't worry about leveling failure at all. Both failure and success were considered a testament to her. For her, it was a test, while others who leveled up alone were fighting for their futures. At this moment, the sun was setting, and the sky was a blood red. In front of the Nanjiang City Wall, Qin Yun, the principal of Nanjiang No. 1 Middle School, was roaring. Hu Qing, I'm warning you. If your students kill anyone from our school, I will report you. No. 1 Middle School will never let this go. Don't think your school is so great just because you have a junior guild master from the Holy War Guild. Hu Qing was the principal of Nanjiang No. 3 Middle School. Qin Yun had previously learned about the first time the Holy War Guild sent people to attack Wang Qin, and he was worried about Wang Qin being in danger again. Humph. Qin Yun, how old are you? You still don't understand? The people from the Holy War Guild did deal with Wang Qin, but because of that incident, the junior guild master was put in solitary confinement and can't even advance. Your No. 1 Middle School has been doing really well these past 2 years. They even awakened 2 hidden classes this year. TSK. Qin Yun, let me tell you, our school's junior guild master has reached level 16 even after being in solitary confinement. While the awakened class may seem ordinary, with the power of the guild, he can still soar to great heights. And those 2 hidden classes in your school might not even be safe. Oh, and there's actually another talented student in your school who's also reached level 16. He's from the Holy War Guild though, you didn't know that? Ha ha. Hu Qing said this with great joy. In order to surpass No. 1 Middle School, he even helped the Holy War Guild by providing a lot of dungeon and monster killing information. He wanted his school to produce a talent who could get into Huaqing, ideally ranking first in the province and in the top 10 nationwide. Level 16. Qin Yun frowned upon hearing this. He had thought he'd be able to show off in front of the other principals, but he'd never expected to be outshined. And when had his school ever had a level 16 student? Was the Holy War Guild willing to spend so much money? Besides training their junior president, they were training another person, but Qin Yun couldn't care less. He just hoped Wang Qin would return safely. He knew the people of the Holy War Guild wouldn't let him go. He had even dispatched teachers from the school to search for Wang Qin 2 hours ago. As for Wang Qin and Shui's potential level increase, it was up to fate. As time passed, the students who had gone to the wild area to level up returned one after another. There were students at levels 9 and 10, as well as those at levels 12 and 13. But most were between levels 9 and 13. There wasn't a single level 14 student. The only known high-level student was the junior president of the Holy War Guild, who was at level 16. But most of the students had already returned. But Wang Chen, Murong Shui, Zhang Yong, and Zhou Quanlong were nowhere to be seen. Why haven't you come back yet? Zhou Quanlong, is he really from the Holy War Guild? Qin Yun was terribly anxious. Two geniuses had finally appeared, and he didn't want anything to go wrong. As for Zhou Quanlong, even if he was a genius, Qin Yun didn't care. He was practically an undercover agent. If he were a member of the Holy War Guild and reached level 16, it was hard to say whether he would seek revenge on Wang Chen for the young guild leader. Qin Yun noticed Hu Qing's smug smile. He feared Zhou Quanlong would lead the Holy War Guild to cause trouble for Wang Chen. Humph. Qin Yun glanced at Hu Qing coldly, hinting that the feud was settled. Half an hour later, 5 figures finally appeared. Qin Yun breathed a sigh of relief, but Hu Qing was stunned. How could they possibly come back? Hu Qing muttered to himself. Qin Yu hurried forward to meet them, 3 students and 2 teachers. He observed the students' condition. Zhang Yong, level 12, Warlock. Murong Shui, level 15, Elemental Mage. The other principals were astonished. They had never imagined Murong Shui could actually reach level 15. Although she was 1 level behind the junior president of the Holy War Guild, she had at least an 80% chance of being admitted to Huaqing Academy. Next, it all depended on her performance during the final exam. Until they looked at Wang Chen. Since these principals were far above Wang Chen's level, the shielding metal was completely useless. Wang Chen, level 16, gunner. At this point, everyone gasped. Level 16. That level was already quite impressive. Not bad, not bad. As expected of a city-famous gunner. Qin Yun excitedly patted Wang Chen's shoulder. At this moment, Hu Qing looked at Wang Chen with a gloomy expression and asked coldly, "Where are Zhou Quanlong and his companions?" Chapter 37. Wang Chen frowned slightly after hearing this. He knew this was the principal of 3rd Middle School, and Lin Haonan, the junior president of the Holy War Guild, was a student at their school. But why was he asking about Zhou Quanlong? Zhou Quanlong was a student at 1st Middle School. Is it possible that the principal of 3rd Middle School knew about Zhou Quanlong leading his men to hunt him? At this thought, Wang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly. Even facing this principal of such a high rank, he remained neither humble nor arrogant. Zhou Quanlong and his companions? I killed them when they surrounded me. Wang Chen then looked at Qin Yun. Principal Qin Yun, Zhou Quanlong led over a dozen members of the Holy War Guild to kill me, but I killed them in return. Isn't that a violation? Qin Yun took a deep breath. In fact, he had already guessed the situation when he learned that Zhou Quanlong had joined the Holy War Guild. Several senior members of 3rd Middle School were already close to the Holy War Guild. This time, it was very likely that they were trying to target the talents of 1st Middle School, even going so far as to support someone from 1st Middle School to stab him in the back. It's just a shame for a level 16 talent. But it doesn't matter. Zhou Quanlong has only awakened a common assassin. Even though his level is high, he can't compare to those rare and hidden classes in the later stages. Not really, not really. The Jihad Guild's first attempt at killing has already been exposed. In the wild, there's no legal sanctions or protection. It's like survival of the fittest. Qin Yun explained, his eyes falling on Hu Qing. The Jihad Guild is quite generous. They've sent so many people for a fledgling gunner. Hu Qing's face sank, and he knew about the Holy War Guild's affairs. After all, the 2 factions had a vested interest. Hu Qing said coldly, "Humph. That's the Holy War Guild's business, none of my business. But this kid is so ruthless, killing so many people as if it were natural. But Principal Qin Yun, your number 1 middle school won't be as glorious as in previous years this time." After saying this, he turned and left. But as he left, he didn't forget to glare fiercely at Wang Chen. Principal Qin Yun, does Principal who have any connection to the Holy War Guild? How did he know about Zhou Quanlong and the Holy War Guild's assassination of Wang Chen? Murong Shui asked. Hey! The Holy War Guild supports number 3 middle school. They're all in this together, so knowing these things isn't a big deal. Besides, their junior president is still at number 3 middle school, and he's your 2 competitors in the final exam this time. Qin Yun sighed and said, "Oh my god, Brother Chen is amazing. He was surrounded by the Holy War Guild, but he managed to kill them. Well done. Kill those beasts," Zhang Yong said with admiration. He didn't see the siege, but he was certain that the people sent by the Holy War Guild were all high level, and they were all killed by Wang Chen. What's so good about that? Wang Chen, you have a grudge against the Holy War Guild. I heard from the person involved that it was because the Holy War Guild wanted to take over the outdoor boss, and a gunner refused to let them. A conflict ensued, and the gunner ended up killing them all. Is that true? That gunner must be you, right? Qin Yun continued. The person involved? Did the Holy War Guild arrest them? Wang Chen nodded. Yes. The Holy War Guild apprehended the person involved, and combined with the leaked video of you killing monsters, they've confirmed that you killed them. However, the Holy War Guild's possession of a wild boss has been condemned by many factions, so they can only deal with you in secret. As for Zhuo Quanlong, if I'm not mistaken, the Holy War Guild is trying to train an undercover agent to assist in the assassination of people from our school, and their targets are Wang Chun and Murong Shui, Qin Yun said slowly. Listening to Murong Shui, Zhang Yong was furious. I had never imagined the Holy War Guild would be so overbearing, even going so far as to silence them. Alright. Let's go back. No one in Nanjiang City dares to attack, but you must be extra careful for tomorrow's exam. While your life won't be in danger, the slightest mistake could result in you failing. Qin Yun waved his hand. Let's go! Go back and get some rest. The exam officially begins tomorrow. Led by Qin Yun, many students from No. 1 middle school boarded their school buses and returned to their homes. Wang Chen returned home and collapsed on his bed. After the tough battle in the jungle, he was exhausted both physically and mentally. He needed to be constantly alert to prevent any potential danger. At least at home, he could relax mentally. He stripped off his clothes and quickly took a hot bath to relax. Lying in the tub, Wang Chen closed his eyes, contemplating tomorrow's exam. Of the 3 stages of career awakening, exam preparation, and the final exam before graduation, the final exam was the most crucial. Leveling up and preparing for the exam, as well as awakening classes, are all preparations for the final exam. Awakening a good class and reaching higher levels all build an advantage for the final exam. With the armor-piercing round upgrade, the damage has at least tripled, and with the grenades, I filled a gap in my area of effect attack. But that Lin Haonan will definitely find a way to deal with me. Wang Chen was certain of this. Since Lin Haonan had sent so many people to surround and kill me, the feud between the two sides was complete. According to the teachers at No. 1 middle school, Lin Haonan had also reached level 16, and this time the two sides would definitely compete for the top spot in the provincial exam. But it didn't matter. If he didn't know how to live or die, Wang Chen would definitely make him pay. The next morning, at the gates of No. 1 middle school, many students preparing for the final exam said goodbye to their parents and boarded the bus. The parents looked at their children with anticipation, offering encouragement and advice. It seemed that this once-a-year exam would completely determine the fate of these students. After Wang Chen boarded the bus, Murong Shui and Zhang Yong moved closer, one sitting next to him and the other behind him. Brother Chen, what place do you want to get in the provincial exam this time? Zhang Yong asked excitedly. It depends. Wang Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Brother Chen, you have to get first place in the provincial exam. I've already made a stern promise. My big brother must get first place. Zhang Yong said quickly. Listening to Wang Chen's words, he was speechless. What kind of nonsense was he going out to brag about? The 3 of them chatted and laughed, and soon got off the bus in a small town near the desert. Many more candidates arrived here, and as time went on, tens of thousands gathered. All the candidates from Nanjiang City gathered here. Everyone, please be quiet. Before you is the location for the next exam. Chapter 38. Students from all the high schools fell silent. In the 3rd middle school team, Lin Haonan cast a cold glance at the 1st middle school team. Especially after spotting Wang Chen, his eyes betrayed undisguised murderous intent. But in such a situation, he dared not act recklessly. He could only secretly resolve to achieve first place in the provincial exam. After achieving that, he would slowly seek out and nearly kill Wang Chen. Wang Chen also removed his shielding medal. Wearing such an item in such a setting seemed somewhat ostentatious. Our Rongjiang province examination venue is the desert in front of us. This exam is divided into 2 phases. The first 3 days of monster killing for points, followed by a 20-day free monster killing phase. In other words, during the first 3 days, you're not allowed to attack any other students. You can only kill monsters to earn points. In the second phase, you can both kill monsters to earn points and attack others to compete for their points. But one thing, you can't kill anyone. There are 5,000 military novice flying boats overhead, with many military personnel monitoring your every move and recording all your battles. Finally, your provincial exam ranking will be determined based on your points, and your admission will be determined based on the number of places available at the universities you applied for, the examiner said loudly. The homeroom teacher had previously prepared everyone. Since Rongjiang province has more than 10 cities, to unify the provincial exam, each city has been established at the intersection of several larger cities. Candidates from each city will start from their respective cities and enter the exam area. As they continue to kill monsters and advance deeper, they will encounter each other. However, the authorities were also very considerate of the students' safety, constantly monitoring the examination area. A man in military uniform approached the examiner, his face stern and his eyes sharp as an eagle's. The examiner quickly said, "General Qin, the military officer in charge of this examination, please speak." Since each examination requires the use of the military's novice flying boat and personnel, the military is considered one of the responsible agencies for this examination. To ensure your safety, each person will be issued a distress talisman. If you encounter danger, crush it to reveal a defensive formation, letting us know you're in danger. This defensive formation is sufficient to sustain us until we can rescue you. However, once you use the distress talisman, you will be disqualified from the examination and eliminated. No matter what, life always comes first. Next, we will use the novice flying boat to drop you off at the edge of the desolate land. Remember, the monsters become stronger the further you go. Until the deadline, reach the evacuation area, and the points will begin to be counted. General Qin declared loudly. Wang Chen's brows furrowed in surprise. They were actually using the novice airship to parachute students from high altitude. This was clearly intended to prevent some students from colluding. "Ah, Brother Chen, you have to hold me up. I'm afraid of heights." Zhang Yong wailed in frustration. This drew laughter from those nearby. Wang Chen slapped Zhang Yong in the face. "Something's up to you." Then he whispered to Zhang Yong and Murong Shui to keep an eye on the positions of their respective airships and rendezvous as soon as possible. Then, after their order was disrupted, the numerous examinees prepared to board the novice airship. The novice flying boat is similar to the Kiros airship from Red Alert. It's a powerful Air Force weapon with both offensive and defensive capabilities, and can also be used for passenger transport. Just as Wang Chen was about to board the novice flying boat, he was stopped by an angry young man. With a murderous look on his face, he declared, "Wang Chen, remember this. I am the junior guild master of the Holy War Guild. All your points in this final exam will be mine." Wang Chen's eyes fixed. He hadn't expected to encounter this Lin Haonen so soon. Lin Haonen was a rare class, the Go Sword Warrior. Unlike traditional warriors, Go Sword Warriors are damage-dealing warriors, not tanks or monster killers. Their melee damage is completely different from that of assassins. However, rare classes are different from Wang Chen and Murong Shui's hidden classes. The probability of awakening a hidden class is much lower than that of a rare class, and there is very little information about them. Therefore, the combat effectiveness of hidden classes is a question mark. Some are ridiculously strong, others pitifully low, and some are particularly tricky. Wang Chen snorted and walked over, ignoring Lin Haonen. Besides glancing at Lin Haonen's message, he didn't even glance at him. This feeling of being slighted drove Lin Haonen nearly insane. "Kid, after the final exam, I absolutely kill you." But Wang Chen had already walked away. At this moment, aboard a unique novice flying boat sat the principals of various schools, and at the head of the table sat 5 others. The principals treated these 5 individuals with extraordinary respect. These 5 individuals were the chief examiners for this exam. I didn't expect to awaken a gunner this time, and even upgrade him to level 16. I hope this candidate is quite powerful. The leading mage exclaimed. Definitely not. I heard he single-handedly killed over 10 level 20+ class characters. A principal quickly remarked. That doesn't prove anything. Perhaps he used tactics, or even had others help him kill. I don't believe such a thing. Another Beastmaster examiner shook his head. At this moment, a silver-haired old man approached. The examiners and principals were startled at first, then quickly stood to greet him. Master Zhong, what brings you here? The mage examiner asked hurriedly. The man known as Elder Zhong said with a smile, I heard your city has a new gunner, so I came to see him. It's been ages since we've seen one. As the president of the Gunners Association, I'm almost left without a commander. Elder Zhong, that's right. The title of president of the Gunners Association is just an empty title. You're a very important figure in our eastern military region. Yes, it's just a small exam. Why did you come in person? Elder Zhong waved his hand, motioning for everyone to take their seats. Then he said, as an old gunner, I never complete the second rank until I die. I'm curious about this newly awakened gunner. How did he reach level 16 in such a short time? Isn't he worried about ammunition? I just saw the information your city sent me, and his weapons are extraordinary. I was curious, so I came to take a look, hoping I could get some inspiration from him. Hu Qing's face darkened upon hearing this. After a moment's thought, he quickly said, Master Zhong, you're exaggerating. He's just a junior. How can he possibly offer you any inspiration? Who knows? This kid might have the backing of a wealthy tycoon to have so many ammunition. Master Zhong waved his hand. That's not right. As the saying goes, a teacher is a master. We should also be more modest. Chapter 39. Regardless, whether this student's bullets are backed by a chaebol or manufactured by himself, at least they're quite powerful, which is something we can learn from. Elder Zhong said loudly. As Hu Qing's expression grew increasingly grim, he stopped talking. Principal Qin Yun, after the final exams, could you arrange a private conversation between me and this gunner student? Elder Zhong then looked at Qin Yun. Qin Yun thought for a moment and said, a conversation is a small matter, but in what capacity do you want to talk to him, Elder Zhong? Talking to Wang Qin in a personal capacity, as the president of the Gunners Association, or as a military official all carry different meanings. Elder Zhong smiled, not expecting Principal Qin Yun to be so strict, and said, then, as a military official. Many principals were envious. It was clear that Elder Zhong had taken a liking to Wang Qin's talent. At this moment, Wang Qin was sitting on Noah's flying boat. Prepare for landing, all candidates, prepare for the test. A clear voice rang out, and then the Noah flying boat descended rapidly, breaking through the clouds. When the boat reached a certain altitude, the same voice rang out again, prepare to jump. And Wang Qin jumped first. Looking at the bewildered candidates, they asked, why are you so anxious? There aren't any monsters in the outermost area. The instructor on the flying boat was also bewildered. There aren't many level 16 candidates in the entire province, but this candidate is clearly level 16, yet he chose to jump in the outermost area. Is he afraid of danger? Yes. The monsters in the outermost area are very low level, and the points are pitifully low. A soldier shouted in confusion. Little did they know, it wasn't just Wang Qin who jumped first. Murong Shui and Zhang Yong had also done so. Zhang Yong, braving death with a fearless air, silently muttered, Brother Qin, protect me. My life is in your hands. Soon, the three of them landed in the outermost area. While in the air, Wang Qin glanced around and spotted the approximate locations of Zhang Yong and Murong Shui. After all, they were the only three who jumped first, so it was easy to identify their positions. This was what Wang Qin had instructed them to do before the exam. General Qin, who was observing the exam, took a deep breath upon seeing this. These three are classmates from number 1 middle school. Wang Qin must be trying to pick up his classmates as soon as possible. I have to say, this guy has a lot of leadership qualities. Even if it means fewer points, he won't abandon his companions. It's just that he's a mechanic. While a powerful profession, it's a bit useless. Useless is simply a matter of Krypton gold. General Qin didn't know about Wang Qin's deeds, so he wasn't optimistic about him. Meanwhile, Wang Qin and Murong Shui all headed towards Zhang Yong. Of the three, Zhang Yong was the weakest and also afraid of heights. It took over 10 minutes to finally gather them. After being found, Zhang Yong was still curled up on the ground. It's so scary. He looked terrified. Wang Qin approached and kicked him in the butt. You're already on the ground. What are you afraid of? Get up. Zhang Yong touched his butt and then his thigh, realizing he hadn't lost any parts. He hugged Wang Qin's thigh. Brother Qin, you don't know. I thought I was dead. Murong Shui was speechless. You're a man after all. Can you show some self-improvement? Zhang Yong said stubbornly, I'm just afraid of heights. Alright. Let's go! We've been left behind because of the rendezvous. We kill any monsters we see. Don't let them affect our progress. We must catch up with the troops ahead as quickly as possible. Wang Qin waved his hand. During this critical exam, he wasn't in the mood for verbal battles with Zhang Yong. Zhang Yong, realizing the impending test, grew serious. At the same time, he cast magic armor on Wang Qin and Murong Shui, while Murong Shui cast wisdom aura on her. The desolate land, dotted with sand dunes, dead trees, and the road strewn with monster skeletons, looked especially desolate under the scorching sun. Duh. Wang Qin, Gatling Purgatory in hand, spotted a wild jackal in the distance and unleashed a burst of bullets without hesitation. However, a single bullet killed the monster, and all the remaining bullets were wasted. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the wild jackal, plus 20 experience points. Damn! Killing a low-level monster only gives me this little experience. Wang Chen cursed, a rare occurrence. After all, Wang Chen always killed monsters above his level, so such low experience points was unusual for him. And the points awarded were only 1. Since we were a 3-person team, the points would be evenly distributed. During the 3 days before the final exam, everyone would often team up to earn points. Some candidates without lofty goals, once they had earned enough points, would complete the assessment area and no longer compete for points. This way, they could ensure they wouldn't be left behind. But to gain admission to top universities, like Huaqing University and Imperial Capital University, one must enter a life and death battle for points. While killing isn't allowed, taking someone's points is tantamount to ruining their future, akin to murder. No matter what kind of exam it is, it's brutal, and ultimately, a bloody battle for a spot in a prestigious institution awaits. Along the way, Zhang Yong and Murong Shui would occasionally intervene, practicing their skills. As long as it didn't delay their journey, Wang Chen fully supported their trials. Most of the level 15 and 16 monsters along the way were completely vulnerable to Wang Chen's machine gun. Even a level 16 monster couldn't withstand Wang Chen's 3 bullets. Old Zhong, aboard Noah's flying boat, watched this scene through the screen, his eyes narrowing slightly. What kind of gun is that? The recoil, balance, and trajectory are all perfect. This is the first time I've seen such a perfect machine gun. And the bullets are as powerful as the military's highest grade bullets. Gunners can unlock machine guns when they level up, but they usually have to buy or craft their own bullets. What's with his bullets? Old Zhong looked at Wang Chen on the screen with tears in his eyes. I don't know either. After all, every class has its own secrets. I can't ask Wang Chen, but as far as I know, Wang Chen has never run out of bullets. Could it be that gunners can unlock unlimited bullets when they level up? Qin Yun smiled wryly. If unlimited bullets are truly unlocked, then gunners are absolutely the most powerful class, bar none. Currently, Wang Chen only needs 3 bullets to kill a level 15 or 16 monster. A mage of the same power would need to cast 3 fireballs to kill an ordinary level 16 monster. 3 fireballs would take about 15 seconds to hit, while 3 bullets wouldn't even take 0.1 seconds. Chapter 40. Old Master Zhong said solemnly. Everyone was stunned by these words. They had watched Wang Chen's live broadcast for a minute, and only noticed that Wang Chen's lethality was indeed impressive, but they hadn't analyzed it in detail. After Old Master Zhong's analysis, they finally realized the terrifying power of Wang Chen's machine gun. You know, in terms of output efficiency, Wang Chen, a gunner, is over 100 times that of a mage of the same strength. Hiss. Indeed, such output efficiency is truly terrifying. Yes. I didn't expect the highest output efficiency to be a gunner. Nanjiang No. 1 Middle School has produced a promising talent. I'm afraid Old Master Zhong has taken a liking to this kid. Everyone was amazed. Only Huqing had a grim expression, muttering to himself, without bullets, what good is he? But Huqing knew clearly that even if Lin Haonan could take all of Wang Chen's points this time, Wang Chen would eventually be valued by the military. After all, the military has an old gunner in charge. Let's see if this kid can get into Huaqing. If he has such a powerful weapon, and still can't get into Huaqing, he's probably clueless. People without brains are only good at scientific research. Old Zhong said pertinently. Old Zhong is right. If a level 16 player still can't get into Huaqing, he's a complete idiot. All skill without brains is useless. At this point, Huqing quickly chimed in. As Wang Chen and the other 2 continued deeper, over an hour later, they finally saw the candidate. This meant they had caught up with the main group, and the monsters they saw were all level 17 or 18. To Wang Chen, these monsters were no different from the previous ones. A few shots were enough. A single pull of the trigger, and the monster collapsed, instantly dead. Many principals, examiners, and high-ranking officials from various provinces and cities watched in astonishment. Is this monster killing efficiency? And Wang Chen and his 3 companions all reached 220 points. Wang Chen could only earn 2 points per monster, but for other professionals, such monsters would require considerable effort to kill. As the candidates progressed, the competition for monsters became increasingly intense. While they couldn't steal others' points, they could still seize their own. Many candidates wished they could transform into wild beasts in the Colosseum. And the monster Wang Chen had his eye on was unattainable. After all, it had a 1,000-meter range and incredibly fast kill rate. Some of the successful candidates, upon seeing Wang Chun and his companions, initially didn't take much notice. But they gradually realized that Wang Chun had killed almost all the monsters they encountered along the way, leaving them with no monsters left to kill. Unable to steal Wang Chun's points, they could only stay away from him in frustration. Thankfully, the monsters in the desolate land rarely appeared in groups, so as long as they stayed away from Wang Chun, they could find them. But their efficiency was completely incomparable to Wang Chun's. At this moment, Lin Haonan was killing monsters with a classmate he had found. After killing a monster, Lin Haonan checked his score information. First place, Wang Chun, 220 points. Second place, Murong Shui, 220 points. Third place, Zhang Yong, 220 points. Fourth place, Qin Hongyan, 110 points. Fifth place, Duan Muyong, 105 points. Looking at himself, with 96 points, he was only 7th. Didn't even make the top 5. How is that possible? Only 7th place? Wang Chun, Murong Shui, Zhang Yong? If I remember correctly, they're in the same class and have the same scores, which means they're teaming up. And they're still scoring so high even though they're teaming up? Damn it! Wait 3 days, and I definitely steal your points. Lin Haonan gritted his teeth. Many people were also astonished by Wang Chun's performance, and the fact that all 3 of them had such high scores even though they were teaming up. If one person was being led, it meant the other 2 were even more formidable. Brother Chun. It's so great to be led by you. If I keep this up, I can get out by the 3rd day. Zhang Yong said with great satisfaction, his face filled with admiration. Yeah. We can't team up after the 3rd day. If your grades are good enough, you can still go. Murong Shui chimed in. Sometimes, listening to Zhang Yong's dog-licking comments made Murong Shui feel uncomfortable. Zhang Yong also kept using obscene language, talking about her and Wang Chun, which often made Murong Shui blush. However, at the moment, she was being led astray, so it was difficult for her to say anything. But Murong Shui wanted to prove herself in 3 days. Wang Chun nodded. If you want to be safe, you can go kill some low-level monsters, avoid crowded areas. With Zhang Yong's strength, participating in a chaotic battle would be a real disadvantage. And when the battle started, many people would surely form groups to compete for points. While they couldn't form a team, they could still fight in groups, with points distributed based on kills. As a pure damage-dealing class, Wang Chun wasn't sure he could protect Zhang Yong. Besides, the school Zhang Yong wanted to apply to wasn't very prestigious. As long as he earned enough points within 3 days, and then he could go and kill some monsters on his own, he could easily get in. Zhang Yong nodded. Okay, I listened to the boss. Humph. Murong Shui snorted proudly. What? Doesn't the school beauty Murong want to listen to our boss? Be careful, or the boss will spank you if you don't obey. Zhang Yong spoke to Murong Shui with a stinging tone. As time went on, the top students who passed the entrance exams became the focus of attention. Murong Shui, that girl from the Murong family. She's quite capable, but teaming up with Wang Chun took all the shine off her. Old Zhong said, stroking his beard with a smile. She's awake in the hidden class, the elemental mage. Her future is limitless, but her father didn't provide any help, leaving her to level up on her own and experience the harshness of the wild. Qin Yin replied with a smile. Yes. That's the way it should be. If we don't cultivate children's combat awareness early on, they easily suffer heavy losses later. I heard that some students this year are relying on the power of their families and guilds to find others to help them level up. The level increase is quite high, but their actual combat effectiveness is worrying. Old Zhong nodded. That's not necessarily true, Old Zhong. Look at Lin Haonan from our school. He's the junior president of the Holy War Guild and has awakened the rare Ghost Sword Warrior class. Isn't his combat power quite strong? Hu Qing said quickly, pointing to Lin Haonan on another screen. Not bad. The Ghost Sword Warrior's sustained combat capability is indeed very strong. His grade should be good too. Old Zhong made a casual comment, his main focus still on Wang Chun. Chapter 41. Many high-ranking officials and examiners commented on the outstanding candidates. Qin Hongyan, a rare class arcane mage, still has considerable damage. While her single target damage isn't that dramatic, she can be quite formidable when she's killing groups of monsters or engaging in group battles. She's a promising prospect. Indeed, I guess this girl can freely choose which school to apply to. Duan Muyong is also quite impressive. He's also a rare class, a retribution paladin. He has decent damage output, decent tankiness, and can even provide a small amount of healing. He's a very well-rounded class. Wang Chen was still killing monsters at this moment. However, the wild monsters and desolate land didn't offer much experience. This area was originally prepared for the final exam. Not only was the experience low, but the monsters were also much stronger than those in normal areas, only slightly weaker than those in dungeons of the same level. But for every candidate, experience wasn't important. What mattered was points. The Gatling Inferno blasted wild monsters frantically. But Wang Chen felt completely unsatisfied. The monsters were too scattered, and he couldn't quite experience the thrill of the machine gun. Zhang Yong, standing by, stopped attacking, as if he hadn't been doing anything anyway. In his spare time, he alternately offered Wang Chen a drink and wiped his sweat, appearing exceptionally attentive. Zhang Yong, can't you just be quiet for a moment? I don't even feel as tired as you killing monsters. Murong Shui raged, feeling particularly uncomfortable with Zhang Yong's attentiveness. My brother Chen is helping me earn points. How could I possibly make him uncomfortable? Brother Chen, I'm telling you, I've got a bunch of iced drinks and barbecue ready. When we have a break, I grill you some. Zhang Yong said quickly. Wang Chen glanced at him. Was this guy here for the exam or a vacation? He was certain that Wang Chen wouldn't abandon him, and would definitely help him level up. Although, a full-fledged exam with food and drink was certainly pleasant, the prerequisite was that everyone got into their dream school. Murong Shui couldn't help but shake her head. This guy really knew how to enjoy himself. We consider resting after we reach the level 20 monster zone, Wang Chen said. The monsters they had killed so far were particularly easy for Wang Chen. He knew full well that the top tier of students had already started battling level 20 monsters. As for their lead-in points, it was simply because Wang Chen had killed so many, which was why the three of them had taken the top 3 spots. Seeing the boss's words, Zhang Yong didn't dare to relax too much and began to cast his own spell, Shadow Bolt. Finally, after more than 10 hours, they arrived at the level 20 monster zone. Standing on a high point ideal for sniping, Wang Chen began to survey his surroundings. Although the Gatling Inferno was a machine gun, it was equipped with an 8x scope. So, while holding the machine gun, he could still see the surrounding targets. After spotting his target, he confirmed he was within range and immediately began firing. While its range wasn't as good as those of a true sniper rifle, the difference wasn't huge. Furthermore, as a machine gun, the Gatling Inferno could fire in bursts, making it virtually impossible to miss a kill with a single shot. After killing 5 wild monster targets, Wang Chen used the 8x scope to spot several wolf-sized, red wild monsters behind a large sand dune. They were gathered in groups of 3 or 4, gnawing on a wild monster corpse on the ground. Wang Chen put down his machine gun, took out a G14 grenade, and waited to see if it could reach the desired throw distance. Thanks to his blood-red suit, which greatly increased his strength, Wang Chen possessed the strength of a warrior or knight. Should work. Test its power. Wang Chen threw the G14 grenade without hesitation. It traced a graceful arc through the air. It just missed the top of the dune and landed among the monster corpses. Boom! A loud explosion echoed, followed by a brilliant burst of light. The monsters, still gnawing at the corpse, had no time to react before being blasted into a pile of flesh. At the same time, some flesh and blood spilled across the dune and onto the ground. Oh my god! Zhang Yong was startled by the explosion, and quickly stood up, looking towards the distant dune. He saw a pile of pulverized monster remains on the ground. He was truly terrified. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surpassing their level to kill a desert dog, gaining 100 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surpassing their level to kill a desert dog, gaining 100 experience points. While the experience points weren't much, each level 20 monster was worth 3 points, significantly more than the previous 1 or 2 points. This scene was observed by several examiners and higher-ups. Essentially, Elder Zhong, a fellow gunner, was most focused on Wang Chen. Aboard their flying boat, over 20 screens were broadcasting live streams of top students from various schools fighting monsters. Essentially, Elder Zhong would glance at Wang Chen. How is that possible? And there's a grenade? This grenade is incredibly powerful. Zhong Lao exclaimed in astonishment. Yeah. This kid. Is he really a gunner? Bullets seem free, and each one is incredibly powerful. Now he's made a grenade with such a wide blast radius. I'm starting to doubt his level and family background. An examiner was equally astonished. This is incredible. Killing a level 20 monster is so easy. Remember, these level 20 monsters are about the same strength as level 24 or 25 players. I'm not paying attention to him anymore. Killing monsters is like drinking water. Too boring and unsightly. Some examiners also stopped paying attention to Wang Chen. He just shot at monsters, instantly killing them. Only this grenade surprised them. It was too boring overall. They turned their attention to the other players. Murong Shui wasn't idle either, constantly using skills like Fireball and Frost Bolt to kill monsters. As an elemental mage, she was both ice and fire. When unleashing skills, she also paid close attention to mana management. She didn't want to rely too much on Wang Chen, so she also wanted to kill more monsters to contribute to the team. Facing a level 20 monster, she could basically kill one with 3 skills. While it seemed a bit monotonous, she was much stronger than Wang Chen. At least she had more skills. Murong Shui's performance was recognized by many examiners and senior management. Elsewhere, Lin Haonan, longsword in hand, also charged towards a level 20 monster. With a single strike, his longsword shone with phantom light, and he decapitated the desert dog. Go Sword Warriors of Mana. This class requires both stamina conservation and mana control. However, each time he kills a monster, while efficient, it consumes too much mana, and his efficiency decreases as he progresses. Chapter 42. So, although he's one level higher than Murong Shui, his overall performance is slightly inferior. The examiners gave their assessment. After all, the final exam lasts over 10 days. If these mana-intensive classes run out of mana after the 3rd day, they easily be defeated and eliminated. Even if everyone has access to mana-replenishing potions, these have a cooldown, and mana usage still needs to be managed. Even classes that don't require mana still need to consider their stamina allocation. The final exam focuses on the final results. Some even take their time while clearing monsters, building up enough strength after 3 days to start looting recklessly. By evening, Wang Chen stopped killing monsters, focusing on killing all the monsters within a 10-kilometer radius. Murong Shui's mana had also been depleted by half. In any case, his points had reached over 700, over 400 points behind the 4th place. No one has Wang Chen's ridiculously high output efficiency. He instantly kills anything he sees. Since Zhang Yong has prepared the ingredients for the barbecue, he might as well rest up and let Murong Shui recover her mana. By the way, I teach Zhang Yong the upgrade path for the next 3 days. This kid is just a nerd. His brain isn't particularly bright. Let's build a bonfire. We can rest for the night and grill the meat, Wang Chen ordered. Okay. Zhang Yong was happy to see this. He quickly found a pile of wood and piled it together, then glanced at Murong Shui. Sister-in-law, light the fire. Murong Shui's eyes fixed. Are you looking for death? But he still cast a fireball spell, setting the pile of wood ablaze. Turning around, he found Wang Chen. Wang Chen. I don't mean that to you. Don't listen to Zhang Yong's nonsense. He stuttered as he spoke, his face flushing. Dedicated to her studies, she couldn't quite articulate her feelings towards Wang Chen. If you know he's talking nonsense, why take it so seriously? Wang Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Your red wine is quite good. Did you bring it this time? Elsewhere, Zhang Yong tied meat to thick branches and began grilling it. Hearing the word red wine, he quickly said, Brother Chen, why are you drinking red wine? We're not exactly elegant people. I brought beer. Just enjoy the grilling. Wang Chen glanced at him. Murong Shui nodded gently, then retrieved her drinking utensils and red wine from her storage compartment. She had actually prepared quite well. She had long suspected that this exam would give her and Wang Chen some leisurely time. She began to decant the red wine. Then he set it aside and sat down on the hillside, shoulder to shoulder with Wang Chen. Wang Chen, why do you never care about bullet consumption? Do you know how to make bullets? Murong Shui finally asked the question she had been cramming for a long time. I guess so. Every profession is different. I, a gunner, am different from other gunners. My bullets are like your mage's fireballs. As long as you have a weapon, you can unleash them endlessly. Wang Chen had no intention of hiding this from Murong Shui. Even if someone from the school asked him about it later, he would answer truthfully. After all, this kind of thing couldn't be kept secret. Is it so extreme? Murong Shui's face was filled with shock. As Wang Chen's teammate, she knew only too well how terrifying infinite ammo was. Not bad. In 3 days, you're going to go and earn points on your own? Wang Chen then looked at Murong Shui. Murong Shui had previously hinted at her own thoughts. She was a very determined girl. Having been led by him twice, and though she was deeply grateful to Wang Chen, she still harbored a desire to surpass him. Yes. I want to prove myself. I won't be left behind. Murong Shui nodded. Wang Chen simply smiled and shook his head. Why bother? Murong Shui continued. Actually, there's something more important. I also need to hone myself. I need to master survival skills in any situation and adapt to harsh living environments. For that, I must be admitted to Huaqing Academy, and even to its super seminary. As she spoke, a fighting spirit flickered in her eyes. Beyond Wang Chen, she had even broader goals. Super seminary? Wang Chen asked, puzzled. You don't even know about the super seminary? After you're admitted to Huaqing Academy, you can challenge Huaqing Academy's Tower of War. If you can reach the 10th floor, you'll be eligible to enter the super seminary. And the higher the floor, the richer the rewards. The nation's top talents, after being admitted to Huaqing Academy, will attempt to challenge the Tower of War, aiming for admission to the super seminary. Of course, there are even the most talented who aspire to break the record on the Tower of War. Seeing Wang Chen's lack of understanding, Murong Shui patiently explained. Wang Chen was silent for a moment, unsure whether his aunt had managed to get into the super seminary after attending Huaqing Academy. However, based on Wang Chen's understanding of his aunt, given her fiery personality, she would definitely challenge the Tower of War. The two of them said nothing more, instead contemplating their own affairs. Under the brilliant starlight, the scene seemed remarkably tranquil. Sizzle. At this moment, the aroma of meat wafted forth. Zhang Yong sprinkled the meat with seasoning. Almost done. Then Zhang Yong removed a piece of beef and placed it on a plastic plate. He brought it directly to Wang Chen. Boss, this is yours. Then it was Murong Shui's turn. Murong Shui also poured red wine into a goblet. Ignoring Zhang Yong, she clinked glasses with Wang Chen, celebrating our ability to enjoy a peaceful life amidst the constant bombardment. Come on, cheers! This scene happened to be witnessed by several examiners and senior management. Everyone was speechless. After all, the other examinees were still vying for points. Look at Wang Chen again. He was enjoying himself with two classmates, drinking red wine and eating barbecue, having a particularly pleasant time. Wang Chen, this kid, this is too much. That's too much. This is a major exam? Drinking and eating barbecue? Is he taking the exam so lightly? But it looks delicious. It's so late, I'm starving just looking at it. Since Wang Chen was ahead in points, they were extremely upset, but they could only sulk. Ha ha. This kid is enjoying himself during the major exam. He's the first one ever. This exam is too easy for him. Old Joan laughed at this. General Qin, one of the examiners beside him, was annoyed. Should we give this kid some more pressure, let him show off? The desolate land was under the military's jurisdiction, but Wang Chen's behavior seemed to challenge their authority. No, the exam must be fair. General Qin, this kid might be very important to us. Chapter 43. While others were toiling away, desperately killing monsters, Wang Chen was unusually relaxed. And he even brought his two teammates along with him. 3 days of leisurely monster killing during the day and barbecues around the bonfire at night passed in this manner. Until dawn on the 4th day. Wang Chen, Murong Shui, and Zhang Yong secured the top 3 spots with 2,130 points each. At this moment, Lin Haonan was completely downing a bottle of potion. I want to be ahead from the start. I've killed nearly 500 monsters, so I should be first. Lin Haonan gritted his teeth. He also valued the early points because in the later points grabbing round, he could compete with other players for points, and so could Wang Chen. So Lin Haonan worked extra hard to kill monsters. Due to his exhaustion, he drank the expensive Ant Power Restoration Water, a gift from his father. His father knew his son was competitive and striving for first place in the provincial exam, so he pulled out this treasure from the bottom of the box. This was also a key reason why Lin Haonan was so confident and unfazed by the physical exhaustion. After taking the Ant Power Restoration Water, one can fully restore physical strength within a minute. Lin Haonan, his face filled with anticipation, checked the points. After reading, he froze in his tracks. What? How is that possible? His face was filled with disbelief. He was only in 6th place, surpassing Duan Muyong, and then another candidate named Aiken surpassed him. The top 4 remained unchanged. Furthermore, the top 3 combined had nearly twice as many points as the 2nd place finisher. Could he have cheated? Lin Haonan asked subconsciously. Even if Wang Chen was exceptionally good, he was still so far behind in a 3-person team. It certainly looked like cheating. But after thinking about it, even if he cheated, so what? He had no evidence. Relatively speaking, the final exam was a very fair assessment. With so many Noah's flying boats watching overhead, there was little room for cheating. Lin Haonan was furious. To earn more points, he hadn't formed a team. He was afraid someone would take away his points, and he considered his monster-killing speed quite good. For 3 days, he had ignored his energy consumption and worked tirelessly to kill monsters, yet he was still falling behind. Humph. It's not even the end yet. Sooner or later, your points will be mine. Lin Haonan snorted, gritting his teeth. Then he looked at his classmates nearby. Go, gather our people. The main focus will be on earning points, supplemented by monster hunting. Everyone will receive points. Aboard the Noah's airship, where the examiners and senior management were, Qin Yun saw the final scores for the first stage. He jumped up in excitement, his hands trembling with excitement. Our school swept the top 3. He pointed at the leaderboard on the screen and said excitedly, I should say, your Wang Chen is truly formidable. Someone analyzed. Qin Yun couldn't deny that most of the points earned by these 3 people were earned by Wang Chen alone. As for Murong Shui, she only managed 700 or 800 points. If he hadn't formed a team, Wang Chen would have likely earned over 4,000 points. The thought of this made Qin Yun find it incredible. You have to know, even if Wang Chen scored over 2,100 points, it would still be double Lin Qinmao's previous score of over 1,000. Furthermore, in this final exam, he was more than double the gap behind Qin Hongyan, Aiken, and the others behind him. It was terrifying. Wang Chen and the other 2 gathered under a large tree. Zhang Yong, do as I say. Return the same way, and kill any monsters you see. Once you have enough points, you can exit the final exam. Wang Chen instructed. Then his eyes fell on Murong Shui. Since you're going solo, be extra careful. I'm afraid people from other schools will gang up on you to grab points. It's best to focus on killing monsters, and stay away from the crowds. Listening to Wang Chen's advice, Murong Shui pursed her lips, her heart filled with gratitude. After a moment's thought, she said in a deep voice, I won't fight a battle I'm not sure of. I still have the flash spell to save my life. Since Murong Shui dared to venture out alone, she naturally had ample resources. At least among her peers, she had never been afraid of anyone in a one-on-one fight. As for this life-saving skill, the flash, Wang Chen was even slightly envious. The flash's range was far greater than Wang Chen's escape. At this point, nearly half of the candidates had already decided to turn back and not participate in the next major exam. They knew how brutal the next stage would be. The slightest misstep could ruin their future. Zhang Yong excitedly gave Wang Chen a bear hug and quietly left. All the points he had earned were thanks to Wang Chen. So, he was filled with excitement. Among those who hadn't turned back, some wanted to sneak up on 1 or 2 candidates, steal some points, and then leave. Some people wanted to earn points while killing monsters. The further they went, the higher the points awarded by wild monsters. Since stealing points from students was extremely risky, they chose a relatively safe approach. Another group focused their efforts on stealing points from other students. For example, Lin Haonan gathered 5 alumni from the same school, naturally the strongest students from number 3 middle school. They prepared to launch a points-grabbing operation. Humph. I'm not planning on killing monsters. Snatching points is more direct and exciting, and it can even eliminate students from other schools. Lin Haonan snorted. Young president, what's your route? Some were already impatient. Let's pick the weak ones first. Let's go to the outer perimeter and intercept the retreating students. Lin Haonan made a quick decision. Accumulating some points was the most important thing. So, the 6 of them turned back together. After bidding farewell to Murong Shui, Wang Chen chose to continue deeper, clearing the jungle and stealing points. Actually, there was no rush to grab points. Right now, they wouldn't have many, but later on, there would be many more high-scoring candidates. Grabbing points from them would be even more profitable. Of course, Wang Chen was specifically referring to Lin Haonan and the other students from number 3 middle school. It's rude not to reciprocate. Since Lin Haonan and the principal of number 3 middle school are working against me, don't blame me for being rude. Besides, given Lin Haonan's personality, he would definitely do his best to grab the other students' points. Thinking of this, Wang Chen took his Gatling Inferno and headed deeper into the desolate land. The monsters here ranged from level 20 to 23, and there were also many elite monsters. Wang Chen looked around and saw that within the visible area, there were about 20 monsters, including 2 elite monsters. He found a hill and lay down, using the 8x scope on his machine gun to survey the surroundings. To his surprise, there were more than 20 monsters within range. Da-da-da. Then, the sound began to rumble. Chapter 44. Only 5 bullets were fired, and the ravening werewolf was only on the verge of death. It wasn't killed. It had to be said that monsters were becoming increasingly powerful these days. Even with Wang Chen's incredible damage, he couldn't kill them with one strike. He had to fire again. Duh. 3 more bullets went off, and finally the level 21 ravening werewolf was killed. 300 experience points, a full 20 points added to his points. Although it was still an instant kill, the speed was much slower. Wang Chen couldn't help but grumble, such low experience, no materials or equipment dropped. Have all the monsters in the desolate land been plundered by the military? How shabby. However, the desolate land was originally a trial area for candidates, so it's normal for them to be tampered with. Otherwise, why would killing a monster show up on the leaderboard? Duh. I couldn't care less. I just killed it first. Almost 1 monster a second, and in less than a minute, they had completely decimated all the wild monsters in a 1-kilometer radius, including 2 elite monsters, each worth 200 points. The points suddenly increased by over 1,000. In the Noah's flying boat, where the examiners and senior management were, a bustle erupted. What's going on? So many points suddenly increased. Did Wang Chen steal points from other candidates? It seems he went to the area with the ravenous werewolves and killed them all. The lowest ravenous werewolf is level 20, and its strength is comparable to that of monsters of the same level in the dungeon. How could he have killed them all so quickly? Oh my god! I just wasn't paying attention, and I scored over 1,000 points in just 1 minute. The high-ranking officials and examiners exchanged bewildered glances. While they knew Wang Chen was strong, they didn't think he was this strong. After hearing this, Elder Zhong suddenly stood up from his closed-eye state. On a surveillance screen, Wang Chen could be seen wielding his machine gun, slaughtering all the surrounding monsters. Elder Zhong was well aware of the monster's strength. Only a handful of examinees in recent years could kill a single monster in under 5 minutes. But under Wang Chen's machine gun, these werewolves barely survived a second. What a concept! Others fought tooth and nail, employing all sorts of skills, to barely kill them in 5 minutes. Wang Chen killed this monster effortlessly, without even breaking a sweat. The werewolf was dead before it even realized anything. Such outrageous output intimidated even this experienced gunner. At this moment, Wang Chen began his journey. For him, finding monsters took more time than killing them. Furthermore, the monsters were scattered, requiring Wang Chen to walk at least a kilometer to find new ones. Wang Chen could only treat the final exam as a journey. If you want to farm monsters, you have to go deeper. Oh, right. There are several bosses in desolate land. We could farm them first. Thinking of this, he quickened his pace. While clearing monsters, he followed the map to search for wild bosses. As for grabbing points, Wang Chen wasn't in a rush right now. 10 days. Let those people fight it out first, and then Wang Chen could consider the harvest. At the beginning, these candidates wouldn't have many points. Wait until they'd accumulated more points before taking on them, and the points they'd earn would be even higher. However, wild bosses move within a certain area, so encountering them required a certain amount of luck. The points awarded by wild bosses far exceeded those of ordinary monsters. Most importantly, each kill offered an additional reward from the military. Finding wild bosses was also quite difficult, due to the random nature of the situation and the immense distance involved. Wang Chen, Gatling Purgatory in hand, pushed forward without searching for a firing position. Every monster he encountered was instantly dispatched by the machine gun. Some passing professionals were horrified by the sight of the machine gun's instant kills. Oh my god! Is this the gunner from the video? So powerful. This is a level 20 monster, and it can't even hold out for a second? Someone exclaimed. After exclaiming, they hurriedly hid, fearing that Wang Chen's machine gun fire would cause them to lose all their points. Even the candidates who had gathered in a group didn't dare approach Wang Chen. No one dared to use a machine gun. After seeing this scene, Elder Zhong couldn't help but take a deep breath. He was afraid that this year's provincial top scorer had been decided. His machine gun firepower is so intense. I can't imagine what kind of weapons he unlocked after reaching level 20. Besides, he really doesn't have to worry about ammunition consumption. I think he can definitely ignore ammunition consumption. That way, as long as he has enough stamina, he can even kill a boss 10 levels higher than him. This kid seems to be looking for a boss to kill. I want to see how long the desolate land boss can hold up against his machine gun. Old Zhong's eyes were fixed on Wang Chen's screen. Based on the route Wang Chen was following, he made a vague judgment. Old Zhong, your desolate land boss looks pretty useless. You know, desolate land bosses all have multiple skills and ridiculously high health bars. If you really encounter a boss above level 25, I'm afraid all your efforts will be wasted. Hu Qin said unconvinced. Oh, you really don't think highly of Wang Chen? Old Zhong rolled his eyes. Hu Qin sighed and continued, this kid's been so lucky. He probably has no idea how powerful wild bosses are. In previous exams, even to take on a wild boss, you'd have to organize more than 10 people to kill it together. I've never heard of anyone taking it solo. I admit this little gunner's damage is high, but he's very fragile. Even with his scarlet armor, he'd be instantly wiped out if he were to be touched by a wild boss. Based on past experience, few people would actually take on wild bosses. Even if they did, it would be with a group of close friends. Since points only go to the first person to inflict aggro, it's difficult to distribute them. There were even cases where, after killing a wild boss, the others would defeat the student who earned the points and eliminate them. I also think this kid is a bit over the top. Given his route, he might run into a thorn tree man. Its abilities are incredibly disgusting. I don't think he'd be a good match. Someone chimed in. Many candidates have a map overview of Desolace, which marks which areas have monsters of what level, but does not mark any other information about the monsters. Chapter 45. Although many examiners knew Wang Chen's strength, when they thought of the bosses in the desolate land, they no longer dared to believe that Wang Chen had the strength to kill them. At the same time, Lin Haonan swung his sword fiercely, and a black sword shadow fell. With one strike, he instantly killed a level 11 candidate. Thankfully, the candidate possessed a defensive array talisman, and after resisting the blow, he had completed the exam. Points 0. Lin Haonan shook his head. Only 80 points. It's still too slow to snatch points from these weaklings. Young President, we've already snatched points from over 30 people, and now these candidates here are like mice seeing a cat running away. This way of earning points is still too inefficient. A soldier spoke up. Lin Haonan snorted coldly, thinking to himself, if I didn't have to give you points, would your points be so low? A cruel thought even surfaced in Lin Haonan's mind. A man without ruthlessness is not a hero. If the final moment comes, all brothers will be sacrificed. Thinking of this, Lin Haonan let a cruel smile play on his face. Slow it down, if you will. We have to let all the brothers have something to eat. Let me check the points first. Then he checked the leaderboard. First place, Wang Chen, 2,988 points. Second, Murong Shui, 2,350 points. Third, Zhang Yong, 2,101 points. Fourth place, Qin Hongyan, 1,453 points. Fifth, Aiken, 1,451 points. Sixth, Lin Haonan, 1,390 points. The growth rate isn't that fast anymore. Lin Haonan muttered to himself. Then, after a moment's thought, his eyes darkened. Let's go! Let's find Murong Shui and Wang Chen. If we defeat them, we earn tons of points. Young Guild Master, there are 2 candidates from our first middle school over there. Want to join us? The soldier glanced ahead. Of course. Tell any candidates from 3rd middle school they encounter to kill anyone from 1st middle school. Lin Haonan looked up and said coldly, kill these 2 first, then find Murong Shui and Wang Chen. At this moment, Wang Chen had walked a long way when he saw several dead monsters on the ground. Wang Chen's eyes fixed on them. These were candidates from other cities. While the candidates from each city departed from different cities, they all headed deeper into the central area of the desolate land. The further you go, the higher the chance of encountering candidates from other cities. Sure enough, a moment later, 5 professional candidates ranging from level 12 to 14 emerged. There were 5 classes: warrior, mage, priest, archer, and berserker. It was a pretty good dungeon clearing combination. TSK. I actually ran into a level 16 guy, all alone. One of the mages said with a grin, as if he'd found some gold. What a cool machine gun. Is this a gunner? Wow, I really want to touch that big gun. It's so big and so beautiful. It would be great if we could kill someone in Desolace. After that, this machine gun would be ours, and we could do whatever we wanted with it. The others also started to discuss. Wang Chen frowned slightly. These people, seeing him at level 16, weren't the least bit afraid. Instead, they were like admiring their own trophies. Don't you know your place? However, Wang Chen was also well aware that his monster-killing video had only gone viral in Nanjiang City. As for other cities, it was probably unknown to many. So, these 5 people thought they could easily defeat Wang Chen. What? You want to steal points? Wang Chen said calmly. Originally, Wang Chen had little interest in the points of the lower-level candidates. The audacity of these people to tease Wang Chen made him very upset. Kid, even though you're level 16 and a so-called hidden class. Gunner, I advise you to stick to your defensive array talisman. To avoid physical pain, our mage is capable of both ice and fire, the warrior said with a smug look on his face. At this moment, the 5 men had formed a line, and the warrior was already within charging distance. In their eyes, Wang Qin was just a higher level DPS. A warrior charged to stun Wang Qin, a berserker charged in to stun him again, and the coordinated DPS from the others behind them was enough to kill a squishy class only 4 levels higher. In previous dungeon raids, they had used this same combination to defeat dungeon bosses countless times, and even killed professional players using the same method when leveling up in the wild. TSK. That little guy's big machine gun must be amazing. Even I want it. The mage still had a smirk on his face. Just you guys? A bunch of newbies, you want to steal my points? Wang Qin laughed back. He just thought these people were being naive, trying to treat him like a dungeon boss, like a mindless professional player. Stop rambling. Get rid of him quickly. Delays can lead to disaster. The archer hurriedly ordered. Duh. Before he could finish his words, Wang Qin's machine gun blared, puffs of smoke spreading with the shots. Ah! All the bullets instantly struck the soldier, before he could even use his charge skill. His life was hanging by a thread, and a circle of white light appeared around him, protecting him. Wang Qin's points suddenly increased by 110. This was his first experience of the thrill of plundering points. The soldier was suddenly killed, leaving the other 4 stunned. What was going on? Without a single second, the soldier was shot down. After all, this soldier was a tank in bronze armor. But he was so vulnerable to this machine gun. Gee! The archer immediately drew the bowstring, ready to shoot. Duh. Little did they know that Wang Qin had been watching their every move. The archer had barely pulled back the bowstring when Wang Qin's bullet struck him. Ah! With a scream, he was also killed. Knocked out. Brother, can you please let me go? I accompany you through the final exam and help you earn points. I can cast both ice and fire spells, and my spellcasting skills are exceptional. I definitely help you earn a lot of points, and I won't take a single point. Okay? Just let me go. I don't want to be eliminated. The mage, seeing this, stopped casting spells and instead pleaded. She knew the archer's speed was already impressive, but compared to the gunner before her, her own speed was nothing but a snail's pace. Surrender was her only option. Otherwise, she would lose all her points, and her future would be bleak. Wang Qin glanced at her. It was quite remarkable that a simple mage could master spells of 2 different elements. However, when it comes to ice and fire, how can she be compared with Murong Shui, who has a hidden profession as an elemental mage? Chapter 46. Duh. Wang Qin merely glanced at her before unleashing a volley of bullets. All of them struck the mage. Bitch. Wang Qin offered a bland assessment. I never expected to encounter such a wretch in the final exam. Wasn't he afraid of being seen by the invigilators? Luckily, the people on Noah's flying boat couldn't hear their conversation, otherwise this mage would have been ruined. The remaining 2 candidates trembled as they stared at Wang Qin like frightened lambs. They didn't even have the courage to resist. The strongest members of the team had already been easily dispatched by Wang Qin, leaving the remaining 2 at a significant disadvantage in terms of level. Duh. Without the slightest hesitation, he dispatched the remaining 2, eliminating them. All 5 were enveloped by the defensive array talisman. Now they only had to wait for the military to arrive and take them away. This final exam was a complete failure. From then on, their life options became incredibly narrow, their brightest path completely blocked. Gunner, I remember you. Our family will never let you go. The mage even threatened. A look of resentment filled her face. She had already conceded defeat and offered her body, yet the other party still refused to let her go. I wait. Wang Qin simply said this, turned around, and left, continuing his journey. Boy, you're making an enemy of Chunwei No. 3 Middle School. Our school will avenge us. Damn it. When I reach level 16, I absolutely kill you. A burst of insults came from behind him. Wang Qin simply found it hilarious. The insults of a loser were like those of a shrew going wild. If it weren't for the defensive array talisman, Wang Qin would have silenced them long ago. So, they still had to thank the authorities and the military. Along the way, Wang Qin killed many monsters, and his points increased at a similar rate to those of the stronger candidates behind him. Some powerful candidates often chose to kill monsters while harvesting the points of other candidates. After all, they were all alive. It was unlikely to encounter them frequently, and if they did, they had to consider the possibility of being harvested by the other party. After 5 hours of travel, they finally spotted the first boss, the Thorn Tree King, at the bottom of a canyon. From a distance, Wang Chen could only see the boss's unknown health bar, its level, and the title of Elite Boss. A level 25 Elite Boss. After thinking for a moment, Wang Chen approached it slowly, trying to avoid being detected by the boss, knowing that he would be able to obtain detailed information about the Thorn Tree King. Thornet King, level 25, Elite Boss. Strength, 820. Agility, 780. Intelligence, 850. Description, a tree king with a thorn aura. Absurdly tanky. Watch your step, or tentacles might emerge from the ground and hold you captive. You then be slain by the tree king and become the earth's sustenance. That description is ridiculous. Wang Chen couldn't help but grumble. But it's clear that the Thorn Tree King possesses a defensive aura, one that increases armor and tankiness, and a crowd control skill that controls the tree's tentacles. According to the course the teachers had taught us, bosses above level 20 often have multiple skills, at least 3. So this Thorn Tree King is far from simple. And Wang Chen, observing the Thorn Tree King, was seen by some examiners and higher-ups. Ha ha. That kid has seen a real boss, scared now. I don't know if the Thorn Tree King can withstand the gunner's bullets, but I do know that the Thorn Tree King's entangle skill has no range. Anyone caught in it will be entangled. This kid is in great danger. Led by Hu Qing, the higher-ups and some examiners were unsure of Wang Chen's fate. After all, Wang Chen was alone, and this boss was both resilient and controllable. It would take a team of more than 10 people to kill it. Even Elder Zhong frowned, took a deep breath, and said, I fought this boss before too. I only had 2 healers and 4 tanks, and it took me half an hour to defeat it. Those friends back then were very kind, and gave me their points. At this, everyone was deeply moved. I can't believe Elder Zhong has such a history. You're one of the best artillerymen in the province, maybe even the country, and you still had to team up. To think there were such combinations. Doesn't that mean Elder Zhong relied entirely on his own damage output? If I remember correctly, those who worked with Elder Zhong are now very important figures in the military. Early on, Elder Zhong shook his head as he recalled those glorious years. Those who had worked with him had indeed become important figures in the military, even more glorious than he, the once prominent gunner. He, the gunner, had hit a bottleneck, unable to even advance to a second class, and the military could no longer provide him with much financial support. He was only allowed to take action in desperate battles. After all, when he did, it was a mountain of gold. This Wang Chen is quite calm. He didn't rashly attack a wild boss. That's quite rare. Old Zhong turned his attention to the screen. For some reason, he was increasingly excited about Wang Chen. At least for now, Wang Chen's performance surpassed his performance during the final exam. How much more, however, would have to be tested against a boss? After observing for a moment, Wang Chen began to retreat. Whether fighting high-level monsters or bosses, Wang Chen always prioritized safety. Because in the wild, there could be unknown dangers. After closing in on a distance of over 800 meters, Wang Chen took a deep breath. Aim! Pull the trigger! Duh. A tongue of fire erupted. Bullets struck the Thorn Tree King, each dealing nearly half the damage of a normal monster. In other words, the Thorn Tree King's inherent defense was incredibly formidable. Therefore, even with his own impressive attack power, it was difficult to inflict damage. Furthermore, the Thorn Tree King's health was ridiculously high. Due to Wang Chen's low level, he couldn't see its health at all. It only displayed a question mark. And the bullets felt like hitting iron. Enraged, the Thorn Tree King cast a cold gaze at Wang Chen's position. Wang Chen had become its target of hatred. The Thorn Tree King dragged its heavy body with all its might towards Wang Chen. Chapter 47. Duh. Wang Chen continued firing, but found the knockback effect was insignificant. This outdoor boss was indeed quite formidable. Wang Chen's new bullets, the Springfield armor-piercing rounds, could ignore 50% of defense, but they still proved difficult to hit. The knockback effect meant the Thorn Tree King took 2 steps forward, but Wang Chen could only push it back 1 step. In other words, it only achieved a half-delay effect. For seconds passed, and over 100 rounds had been fired upon the Thorn Tree King, yet its health had only dropped by a quarter. Ding! The Thorn Tree King activates its skill, summoning trance. Surprisingly, there were other skills, and Wang Chen hadn't discovered them through the introduction. The Thorn Tree King waved his hand, and rays of green light emanated, landing on some trees. The trees, stained with the green light, instantly transformed into tree ants, their branches acting as hands and their roots as feet. There were about 20 or so tree men, swarming towards Wang Chen. Wang Chen frowned. A level 25 elite boss was truly unique, even summoning minions. After a moment's thought, Wang Chen swung his gun and fired at the tree men. The Thorn Tree King was still some distance away, so he needed to clear out the minions first, to avoid the Thorn Tree King's ability to summon minions respawning if he failed to kill it. If there were too many tree men, Wang Chen would have a hard time clearing them out. Wang Chen didn't want to be threatened. If these tree men touched him a few times, he'd be eliminated instantly. Even the Scarlet Set's abilities couldn't change the fact that the gunner was squishy. Luckily, these tree ants weren't as tanky as their master, and only 4 or 5 shots were needed to kill one. Wang Chen quickly dispatched the tree ants. But when Wang Chen was halfway through, he noticed that the Thorn Tree King had stopped. Wang Chen thought to himself, "Oh no! Stopping for no reason must be a sign of trouble." Ding! The Thorn Tree King activates its ability, Entanglement. Duration, 20 seconds. The next moment, numerous tentacles appeared beneath Wang Chen's feet. These tentacles completely encircled Wang Chen. Most importantly, these tentacles grabbed Wang Chen's legs, then continued to extend, even binding his arms and hands. "Fuck, I'm tied up," Wang Chen cursed. No matter how hard Wang Chen struggled, he couldn't break free. He couldn't escape on his own. After all, the Thorn Tree King's power far surpassed Wang Chen's, and he also had the Entangle skill. If he continued like this, he would be chopped to death by the oncoming Tree Sons. Even without those Tree Sons, by the time the Thorn Tree King arrived, he was sure to be defeated. At this moment, on Noah's flying boat, where the senior examiners were, Hu Qin finally revealed a smug look. "Ha. This kid's entangled. Entangle is a skill that can't be avoided. Normally, the tank takes it, and the healers hold the tank back for 20 seconds. Let this kid get so arrogant, and even kill the boss alone. His points are back to 0. I wonder what he'd do next." This scene was also witnessed by Qin Yun, who had just returned to the flying boat. Qin Yun had just learned that Wang Chen was killing the boss alone. Wang Chen, ouch! Qin Yun felt a profound pity. Number 1 middle school might have been surpassed by number 3 middle school this year. Wang Chen and Murong Shui were the hopes of number 1 middle school, but now, Wang Chen was facing elimination because of his own arrogance. Even Elder Zhong had a solemn expression, staring intently at Wang Chen on the screen. He was even thinking that if Wang Chen failed the assessment, he could consider making an exception and allowing him to come to the military. At this moment, Wang Chen's gaze focused. He decisively used his escape skill. With a flash of his body, he kicked back, breaking free from the tree's entanglement and leaping 50 meters away. Little did he know that the escape skill could circumvent any control ability. This was Wang Chen's ultimate weapon. What? How is that possible? This kid has a strength of over 200. How could he possibly use a skill to evade restraints? Hu Qin was momentarily stunned. He had never imagined that Wang Chen's life-saving skills were so powerful. You know, even a mage's flash can't dodge an elite boss's control skills. If I'm not mistaken, this skill of his can dodge any control skill. A gunner with a life-saving skill is truly terrifying. Old Zhong stroked his beard, his face solemn. He was becoming increasingly curious about Wang Chen. Typically archers, priests, and warlocks, ranged classes other than mages, don't have many life-saving skills. But Wang Chen, on the other hand, has mastered the life-saving skill of escape. And this skill is so incredibly powerful. Some people have seen Wang Chen use the escape skill before to dodge attacks. But who would have thought that the escape skill could be used while being controlled, directly breaking free of the control effect during the escape? Wang Chen's damage output was already outrageous, and with such an invincible life-saving skill, no one could imagine how terrifying Wang Chen would become once he matured. After breaking free from his restraints, Wang Chen quickly eliminated all the tree children. Afterward, all firepower was focused on the Thorn Tree King. The Thorn Tree King's skill was on cooldown, and it was met with a barrage of bullets. As its health gradually dwindled, the Tree King continued to move forward, its body constantly swaying from the throbbing, creating an extremely awkward scene. Wang Chen maxed out his damage, his focused attack power reaching its maximum value, ensuring a critical hit every 2 shots. Wang Chen's hands were numb from the constant barrage. When the Thorn Tree King had advanced over 200 meters, it finally collapsed with a thud. 25 seconds. An examiner exclaimed, holding a stopwatch. It didn't even take half a minute. The damage is outrageous. Oh my god, that directly broke the record for the shortest time to solo the Thorn Tree King. This, the Thorn Tree King, just gone like that? The others were also astonished. Qin Yun's heart finally settled down, and he stared at Wang Qin on the screen, feeling incredibly mysterious. Old Zhong then smiled and said, "It's true that the younger generation pushes the older generation forward. When I was in a team back then, it took us half an hour to defeat this boss, but he didn't even take half a minute. That's ridiculously fast. We're both gunners, how can there be such a huge difference?" He even used self-deprecation to praise Wang Qin. "Thank you, old Zhong. He's still young and needs experience," Qin Yun said with a smile. "His damage efficiency is truly terrifying. Throughout the time he was entangled and killing the tree man, and he only had 20 seconds to fight the boss." Chapter 48. It looks like he fired at least 700 bullets in those 20 seconds. Just imagine, a single bullet has the power of a fireball from a mage of the same level. If they all hit the same target, and if someone can help hold off the monsters, Wang Qin can at least kill an elite boss 5 levels higher. Old Zhong analyzed. Indeed, Wang Qin is likely to break many major exam records this time. I think first place in the provincial exam is pretty much settled. We just have to wait and see if there's any monster who can challenge him after visiting Huaqing Academy. At least, no one in this year's provincial exam can match him. Many examiners began to discuss. Then, they checked the score. Wang Qin killed the Thorn Tree King, adding a full 2,000 points. That means his score is now nearly 5,000, putting him in the lead. Old Zhong. Your military should prepare the rewards, a principal said with a smile. Ha ha. Of course. As long as you kill the boss, our military will give you the same reward. Old Zhong smiled and stroked his beard. As he stroked it, his expression became unnatural, as if he had realized something. At the same time, someone reminded him, what if Wang Qin kills all the wild bosses? Old Zhong, wouldn't your military be in for a huge loss? Old Zhong's face darkened. This was indeed a very real possibility. We talk about it later, we talk about it later. Old Zhong waved his hands repeatedly, and began to think about how to deal with such a situation. Meanwhile, Wang Qin, seeing his points increase, was remarkably calm. He resumed his journey, glanced at the map, and headed for the next boss's area. It wasn't until the next morning that he found this elite boss, also level 25. He then repeated his old tricks, studying the boss's profile, then keeping his distance and starting to shoot at it. After being controlled, he used his escape skill to break free. With the experience of killing the Thorn Tree King the first time, he was already familiar with the process. In less than half a minute, he killed the boss. Then he moved on to the next target. For Wang Qin, finding the wild boss was the most time-consuming task. His points increased by another 2,000. Adding the points earned from killing wild monsters along the way, his total rose by over 2,800. The examiners and higher-ups had become numb to this. This kid's already started looking for a level 26 elite boss. A level 26 elite boss, haha, is just a matter of a few rounds of bullets. Just another bonus point. If I had the authority, I'd definitely increase the difficulty for him, spawn a few more elite bosses together, and have him slay them to see if he can finish them off. Right now, there hasn't been a fight for points among the top 100 candidates, so the gap is still quite large. Second place went to Murong Shui. With the foundation Wang Qin had laid for her over the past 3 days, and her elemental mage skills, she was already very strong. Her points reached over 3,500. Qin Hongyan, the arcane mage, also swiftly killed monsters and followed closely behind. Next up were Aiken, Lin Haonan, and Duan Muyong. Aside from Wang Qin, who took first place, the second, third, and fourth places were all mages. It must be said that mages are indeed exceptional in terms of monster killing efficiency. Furthermore, in the desolate land, mages' area damage advantage had yet to be demonstrated. But everyone knew that this current advantage wasn't their last. Melee classes needed to engage monsters head-on, engaging them head-on, and their efficiency was lower. But once the fray began, ranged classes wouldn't have much of an advantage. Furthermore, the candidates taking the exam were all relatively newbies, and being rushed by a melee class left them completely bewildered, unsure of what to do. Thus, the final results would have to wait and see. The exam was designed to be brutal, potentially eliminating some exceptional candidates. However, the designers of the exam had their own considerations. If a class lacked any means of escape and couldn't handle various crises, how would they cope with various battlefield and war situations in the future? Even if such people were high-level and had a good awakened profession, they wouldn't be recognized. As time went on, more and more candidates encountered this situation. During the exam period, After killing monsters in the desolate land, the monsters wouldn't respawn. So, as you progressed, leveling up by killing monsters became increasingly difficult, unless you challenged powerful monsters or elite bosses. Wang Chun would often see professionals fighting each other. After the fight, some were defeated and eliminated, while others used life-saving skills to escape. The winner collected the points. When these people saw a level 16 gunner, some would occasionally try to steal points, only to be eliminated by Wang Chun. But many more, knowing the top-ranked gunner was a gunner, knew Wang Chun was the one holding the machine gun. So they chose to stay away from him to avoid him harvesting points. Wang Chun had no interest in these people. His immediate goal was to find the elite boss. Besides the need for points, Wang Chun was also curious about the rewards the military would offer. What would the rewards be if he killed many elite bosses? After defeating the third elite boss, Wang Chun reached level 17. Elite bosses still give a lot of experience, and after adding in the experience gained from killing smaller monsters, he was able to level up. After leveling up, Wang Chun continued on his journey and encountered 5 of his classmates. Clearly, to safely earn points, they had chosen to walk together. But these 5 people looked back, dusty, as if they had been through a tough battle. Wang Chun. Some people immediately grew nervous upon seeing Wang Chun. What, Wang Chun? Call me Brother Chun. A companion beside him patted him and said quickly, Brother Chun, you're so awesome. So amazing. Brother Chun, you've really made a splash again this time. You even managed to get first place on the leaderboard. Amazing. First place on the leaderboard leading. Awesome, Brother Chun, your damage is incredible. 5 people stepped forward, smiles breaking across their pale faces. Don't flatter me. What's wrong? Your health is so low? Wang Chun glanced at them. You could see their health bars were very low, and the mana of the classes with blue bars was also low. Don't mention it. We just ran into a few level 14 or 15 guys from level 3 middle school. I don't know why, but they were chasing us like mad dogs. Luckily, the 5 of us are pretty strong, so we were able to escape. Zhang Yang, the leader, explained. The highest among the 5 of them is only level 14, and the rest are all level 13. Chapter 49. It was truly difficult to avoid elimination. It seems the people from number 3 middle school are specifically targeting number 1 middle school. We've heard many times that number 3 middle school has teamed up with people from other schools to deal with us. Another person added. Hearing Wang Chun's gaze sharpen, one could guess that with Hu Qing and Lin Haonan around, they would definitely find a way to deal with number 1 middle school. But what Wang Chun hadn't expected was that they were quite blatant. It was only the 5th day, and they were already targeting each other. Students from the same city should support each other, but instead, they were backstabbing. If your points are similar, leave. Since they're targeting us, I don't mind teaching them a lesson, Wang Chun said in a rather cold tone. The other 5 students were naturally delighted to hear that Wang Chun was standing up for number 1 middle school. My points are still over 200 points short of what I need from my school. If I play it safe, I still have 300 points, Zhang Yang said after a moment's thought. The other 4 also expressed their own unstable points. They still needed to slay monsters in the desolate land or steal points from other candidates. I'm heading northwest. You follow me, and take the points you earn along the way. Once you have enough points, you can return. Wang Chun nodded. Since they were classmates, Wang Chun still had to be considerate. Zhang Yang was ecstatic. Everyone knew how quickly Wang Chun gained points. Having a big boss around was naturally the greatest blessing. The 5 of them followed Wang Chun like little brothers. The support class even gave Wang Chun a buff. After crippling the monsters along the way, Wang Chun stopped attacking again, letting his classmates finish off the enemies. Because of the need to manage bullet output, this was more tedious than simply killing the monsters. This was the first time for these 5 students to kill level 18 or 19 monsters, and they were all incredibly excited. After all, with their own strength, if they encountered such monsters alone, they would undoubtedly be defeated. To be on the safe side, Wang Chun gave each of them an extra 500 points. Also, along the way, Wang Chun kept a close eye on any students from number 3 middle school. Each school had its own school emblem, used to identify them, and avoid being accidentally injured by people from the same city or school. Finally, they spotted a group of 7 or 8 students from number 3 middle school, working together to kill monsters. Zhang Yang also noticed them and gritted his teeth, saying, Brother Chen, number 3 middle school. Wang Chun nodded and slowly raised his Gatling inferno. The students from number 3 middle school also noticed Wang Chun and the others and tried to provoke them. Duh. But before they could say anything, a volley of bullets blazed past. How could these students in levels 12, 13, and even 14 withstand the damage from Wang Chen's bullets? 2 or 3 bullets eliminated one person, while Wang Chen fired over 40 or 50 bullets in just 2 seconds. In a moment of distraction, all the students at 3rd Middle School were eliminated. All of them were enveloped by the defensive array talisman. Oh my god! This, Brother Chen, is amazing. One volley of bullets, and they're all gone. He's a tough guy, so he doesn't talk much. The 5 students were stunned. It was as if they had witnessed something unimaginable. What's going on? This? My points? Wang Chen, how could it be him? The students from 3rd Middle School were all stunned. They hadn't even uttered a word before they were eliminated. Over a dozen people, in just 2 seconds. It was practically a complete annihilation. They were baffled. I'm asking you, why are you from 3rd Middle School targeting us from 1st Middle School? Zhang Yan continued to question. I don't know. It was just that the students from 3rd Middle School didn't want to tell the truth. Even though they were completely safe, their points were gone, and they had already formed a feud with Wang Chen and the others. Don't know? Haha. Was that Lin Haonen's idea? Wang Chen asked. But the students from 3rd Middle School didn't answer. Let's go! There's nothing to ask. Once I eliminate Lin Haonen, the feud will be settled. Wang Chen prepared to leave. You want to eliminate Lin Haonen? Wang Chen, what are you talking about? He's the Junior Guild Master of the Holy War Guild. Even though you have a high score now, you're no match for the Ghost Sword Warrior in a head-on fight. That's right. Junior Guild Master Lin is unmatched in single combat among the entire younger generation of Nanjiang City. Junior Guild Master Lin will definitely avenge us. Wang Chen was speechless. He hadn't expected Lin Haonen to have so many lackeys in school. This indirectly indicated that it was Lin Haonen's orders. Wang Chen also made up his mind. After defeating all the bosses, he would find Lin Haonen. Wang Chen didn't even glance at the students from number 3 middle school before leaving with his 5 classmates. Then, he gave them the return route. After all, Wang Chen had carefully studied the map of Desolate Land to find the elite boss faster. To retreat safely, they should try to find an area where wild monsters had spawned. But a certain amount of luck was still required. The route Wang Chen provided was only relatively safe. After a burst of gratitude, the 5 students parted ways and left. This time, after eliminating the students from number 3 middle school, they had earned a total of over 3,000 points. That was more than killing elite bosses in the wild. It had to be said that this method of looting was indeed much faster. However, Wang Chen was more concerned with the military rewards. Along the way, he killed several more wild monsters and 2 waves of students from number 3 middle school. Wang Chen's points had already exceeded 10,000. Over the next 3 days, Wang Chen killed 6 elite bosses in the wild. And the looting points outside intensified. Lin Haonen climbed all the way to 2nd place, surpassing Murong Shui. Clearly, having caught a few big fish, his points were skyrocketing. In 3 days, Wang Chen's points reached over 30,000. Lin Haonen's was 15,000, Qin Hongyan, in 3rd place, over 10,000, and Murong Shui, in 4th place, also over 10,000. After defeating 6 elite bosses, Wang Chen considered his next route to gain points. After much deliberation, he decided to challenge the most difficult elite boss, the level 28 Dark Skeleton Warrior, the ultimate elite boss in Desolate Land. Wang Chen only knew of the boss's existence, but no one had yet defeated it in the grand exam. Thus, there was no information about it. The Dark Skeleton Warrior's area of operation was in the heart of Desolate Land, where even the surrounding monsters were between level 23 and 26. This boss will definitely net a lot of points, and the military reward for defeating it will surely be quite generous. Thinking of this, Wang Chen headed towards the center. Chapter 50. As long as I kill this elite boss, even without any other points, I'd be guaranteed admission to Huaqing Academy. That much is certain. Thinking of this, Wang Chen quickened his pace, essentially ignoring anyone who wasn't from Nanjiang No. 3 Middle School. Just as Wang Chen was about to enter the Dark Skeleton King's range, he saw a familiar figure. Murong Shui. At this moment, Murong Shui was sitting under a tree, her clothes a little torn, and blood still stained the corner of her mouth. Clearly, she had just been through a fierce battle. Wang Chen strode forward and approached. Murong Shui, sensing someone approaching, immediately displayed a wary look. After these recent exams, Murong Shui had become extra sensitive. A single misstep could wipe out her points. She wasn't used to teaming up with other classmates or alumni, so after separating from Wang Chen, she had been keeping to herself. When she saw the approaching figure clearly, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Wang Chen saw that her health bar had dropped by half, and she probably didn't have enough mana to cast more than a few fireballs. Going to fight the boss? Wang Chen asked. How is that possible? Do you think everyone is as perverted as you, capable of soloing an elite boss? Murong Shui wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said with a smile. What happened? Wang Chen continued to ask. I ran into Lin Haonan and almost died. Luckily, I dodged. Murong Shui was furious at the memory of her previous embarrassment. Lin Haonan again. Hurry up. Come with me after you finish your drugs. Wang Chen's eyes narrowed. To think that even Murong Shui had nearly fallen prey to Lin Haonan's clutches. After killing the Dark Skeleton King, he must be eliminated. Wang Chen made up his mind. Humph. You think you can just drink health and mana bottles at will? They have a cooldown. Murong Shui snorted. She muttered to herself, he's a top student, top of the leaderboard, and he doesn't even know this common sense. I don't know when you drank it. Can you walk? If you can, come with me and kill the elite boss. Wang Chen was speechless. Yes, at least I don't have to carry you. What did you say? The elite boss? If I remember correctly, the only elite boss in this area is the Dark Skeleton King. Are you killing this one? Murong Shui was shocked, her face filled with disbelief. Although she had guessed from her points that Wang Chen had killed an elite boss before, this Dark Skeleton King was a long-forgotten elite boss. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't imagine Wang Chen daring to fight the Dark Skeleton King. Isn't it possible? Wang Chen asked. It's not a question of whether or not you can do it, Wang Chen. I know you're powerful, but the official hasn't released any information about this Dark Skeleton King yet. If you rush into it, there are many unknown dangers. Your points are now secure at Huaqing University, so why take the risk? Murong Shui began to persuade him. What? Are you scared? If so, just find a safe place and wait for me. Wang Chen said with a smile. The other elite bosses weren't challenging at all. Wang Chen considered it a chance to hone himself. As for the danger, at worst, he could just use his life-saving skills to escape. Wang Chen was more concerned about the military reward for defeating the Dark Skeleton King. Scared? How could that be? The worst that can happen is I just fail you. Murong Shui's stubborn nature resurfaced, and she gritted her teeth. Let's go! After we kill the boss, we find Lin Haonan. Recover as you go. Keep your health bar healthy. Wang Chen waved his hand. The two of them set out on their journey together. After about half an hour, they finally found the Dark Skeleton King in a gloomy cave. Wang Chen continued to try to get closer, examining the Dark Skeleton King's attributes and profile. Dark Skeleton King, level 28, elite boss. Strength, 1050. Agility, 980. Intelligence, 900. Introduction, a powerful skeleton king from the Dark Realm. His skeleton body is as tough as diamond, and his dark battle axe stuns anyone he strikes. Possessing a vampire aura, this skeleton king is incredibly durable. If you see one, run as fast as you can. Wang Chen analyzed the situation and concluded that the Dark Skeleton King must be quite tanky. Furthermore, his weapon, the Dark Battle Axe, can stun enemies with its throws and possesses a vampire aura, meaning it can regenerate significant health while striking. As for whether it possesses other abilities, that's unknown. Only by trying can one know for sure. Afterwards, Wang Chen retreated, bringing him and Murong Shui into the farthest range. This guy looks terrifying. I'm afraid he'd be tough to defeat. Murong Shui muttered softly. The Dark Skeleton King stood over 3 meters tall, all black bone, its eyes emitting an eerie green light. In its hand, it held a skull-shaped battle axe, stained with blood. If things go wrong, escape immediately. Don't worry about me. After Wang Chen gave a few instructions, he set up the Gatling Inferno. Da-da-da. He then pulled the trigger, and the gun began to fire. Though Murong Shui was known for her strong character, she was also extremely nervous at this moment. This elite boss, at level 28, was almost twice her level. One could even say that a single touch from this elite boss could kill her instantly. After taking damage, the Dark Skeleton King locked onto Wang Chen and charged towards him, dark battle axe in hand. Its movement speed was much faster than the previous outdoor bosses, perhaps because it lacked extra tankiness. Thankfully, the Gatling Inferno's knockback effect was quite significant. Ding! Dark Skeleton King uses the skill, Dark Throw. Hit causes a 30-second stun and deals significant damage. Just as the notification sounded, the Dark Skeleton King swung his dark battle axe in Wang Chen's direction. hurling a green shadow at the axe. If hit by this skill, the stun would be minor, but the damage would be immense. Wang Chen wasn't sure if his current defense could withstand it. If he was instantly killed by the axe, his points would be wiped out instantly. All the examiners and senior management were glued to the screen. They had been watching this scene since Wang Chen found the Dark Skeleton King. They weren't sure if Wang Chen could withstand the Dark Skeleton King's skills. Even if he could, his remaining health wouldn't be enough to withstand any further attacks. At that point, he'd be finished. Everyone, including Murong Shui, held their breath, not daring to breathe. They all wanted to see if Wang Chen could withstand this wave of boss damage, or how he would respond. The Dark Throw skill flew out at an extremely fast speed. Wang Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, as if waiting for something. Just as the skill was about to hit Wang Chen leaped up, using the escape skill, just in time to avoid the Dark Throw. Chapter 51. Fuck, he dodged the stun skill. That reaction speed? Absolutely terrifying. He only had a split second to dodge Skeleton King's skill, and Wang Chen seized it perfectly. It's just a life-saving skill, and Wang Chen has completely overused it. The examiners and the higher-ups began to discuss. Wang Chen probably understood the mechanics of the Dark Skeleton King's skill. Since it wasn't instantaneous, there was plenty of room for dodging. Of course, perfect dodging required both observation and speed. The next Dark Skeleton King, despite its toughness, still became Wang Chen's target. The Dark Skeleton King was indeed a nightmare for melee classes. It possessed terrifying lifesteal, but if it couldn't reach anyone, the lifesteal was negligible. Thus, Wang Chen, with his knockback ability, was also restraining the Dark Skeleton King. If the Dark Skeleton King reached a threatening distance, Wang Chen could easily retreat and fire. It was like a hunter flying a kite in World of Warcraft. As a qualified marksman, kiting is a necessary survival skill. However, Wang Chen knocked the Dark Skeleton King to the ground before he could even reach a threatening distance. It took a full 30 seconds. However, after the Dark Skeleton King fell, no points were added. What's going on? Wang Chen was stunned. Why are there no points? Was it all for nothing? Wang Chen was about to check on the Dark Skeleton King's skeleton to see what was happening. But after a moment's thought, he subconsciously stopped. Something was amiss. Wang Chen continued to raise the Gatling Inferno, remaining alert. As expected, the Dark Skeleton King's skeleton instantly coalesced into one, slowly rising to its feet. The light in his eye sockets turned red, and a blood-red glow permeated his black bones. His health had returned to half, but it was clear that the Dark Skeleton King had mutated. Resurrected on the spot after death, Wang Chen was stunned at first, but quickly recovered. No matter if he's dead or alive, let's just shoot. Duh. The bullets blasted out like a dragon of fire. This time, there was still a knockback effect, but the Skeleton King's movement speed had doubled. The knockback effect wasn't very noticeable. Let me help you. At this moment, Murong Shui stood up. Her blue bottle cooldown was up, so she immediately took one, then moved forward a few dozen meters. Once she reached the casting range, a blizzard descended from the sky, drastically reducing the Dark Skeleton King's movement speed. Combined with the knockback effect of Wang Chen's machine gun, the Dark Skeleton King posed no threat at all. In just 10 seconds, the two of them finally felled him to the ground. This kid's pretty good. He's broken the Dark Skeleton King's record of remaining undefeated during the exam. The Dark Skeleton King is formidable, but surprisingly, a gunner with life-saving skills is this boss's nemesis. Regardless, Wang Chen has broken the record this time. Elder Zhong, please bleed. The examiners and higher-ups began to discuss. Qin Yun was even more elated. He was so proud of himself in front of the presidents of all the major universities in the province. Elder Zhong smiled and said, I have to discuss the bleeding issue at the meeting when we get back. At this moment, a non-commissioned officer rushed in a hurry. Master Zhong, something terrible has happened. The non-commissioned officer said hurriedly. Master Zhong frowned. Something had just happened that had made him very happy, so how could it be a disaster? What's wrong? The non-commissioned officer whispered, in the desolate land, the confinement formations of 4 prisons have loosened. It must be the power of the underground void at work. I'm afraid it won't be long before the elite bosses imprisoned in these 4 prisons will escape. What? Quickly have General Qin send men to repair the confinement formations, and then mobilize the troops from all the cities surrounding the desolate land, and march them all into the desolate land. Master Zhong gave a direct order. At this moment, he held the highest military rank in the desolate land, and even General Qin had to obey his orders. General Qin has already dispatched troops, but repairing the confinement formation will take at least an hour. During this time, a large number of elite bosses may emerge. General Qin is worried about the danger to all the examinees in the province. It will also affect the progress of the exam. It will take time for the military to arrive. The sergeant continued. I understand. Tell General Qin to mobilize the troops as quickly as possible. The examinees have defensive formation talismans, so they should be able to hold out for a while. Old Zhong nodded. Yes. After hearing this, the sergeant left quickly. I'm afraid the defensive formation talismans won't be able to withstand the overwhelming number of elite bosses. Old Zhong's face remained filled with worry. Thinking of this, Old Zhong suddenly stood up and said, Principals and examiners, let's get ready. Let's get going. Upon hearing this, the others immediately understood that Elder Zhong was leading them to protect the students. Their location was inside the desolate land, closer to the students. Elder Zhong, which prison should we go to? Someone asked. The Quiet Water Prison in the center. Elder Zhong said without hesitation. At this moment, Wang Chen had just earned 5,000 points and finally breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, Wang Chen was still quite nervous about defeating the Dark Skeleton King. After all, he wasn't sure if this elite boss had any particularly unusual skills. Thankfully, he could perfectly counter it. As Wang Chen prepared to leave, he noticed that many candidates from other cities had arrived in the central area. Clearly, they were all here to kill monsters and loot points. There were quite a few monster points here, and it was possible to encounter candidates with high points. Wang Chen even spotted Qin Hongyan, fourth on the leaderboard, and the Storm Mage Aiken. They were surrounded by 7 or 8 people, seeking greater safety by staying together. When they saw the corpse of the Dark Skeleton King, they were all stunned. Could this be the elite boss that the gunner had slain? Some of the gangs even began to whisper, discussing whether to kill Wang Chen and Murong Shui. But despite their discussion, no one dared to strike first. Wang Chen and Murong Shui maintained a relatively safe distance from the others. If they dared to approach, Wang Chen could use his range advantage to eliminate some of them first. At this moment, the formation in the very center was engulfed by waves of pitch-black light, its glow gradually dimming. It seemed as if it could be destroyed at any moment. Not only the formation in the central area, but also the formations in 3 other areas of the desolate land were experiencing the same problem. Chapter 52. What's going on? That's the Stillwater Prison, holding many of the desolate land's elite bosses. If this defensive formation is broken, all the elite bosses inside will escape, and we be doomed. Yes. Even if we have defensive formation talismans, if we're under the endless attacks of the elite bosses, it will eventually break. By then, not only will we be in dire straits, but we even lose our lives. What should we do? We don't know when the military and the Ministry of Education will arrive. Many of the examinees were terrified. The entire desolate land began to shake. Everyone knew something terrible was about to happen. Some examinees began to gather together with more examinees. The more critical the moment, the safer it is to stick together. Most people no longer cared about plundering points. Right now, survival was the most important thing. Soon, through the cracks in the broken formation in the center of the Stillwater Prison, the figures of many Dark Skeleton Kings could be seen. Wang Chen took a deep breath. Something serious is about to happen in Stillwater Prison. Could it be related to my killing of the Dark Skeleton King? That's not entirely possible, but regardless, something uncontrollable is happening throughout Desolace. Desolace has 4 prisons, housing many of the region's elite bosses. This area, designated as the Grand Exam Area, is actually a man-made test area. Desolace has long been occupied by the military, who have captured many wild monsters, including powerful ones, and turned them into elite bosses. Then, the elite bosses in Jingshui Prison were raised. The military and the Ministry of Education would constantly teleport elite bosses for the examinees to slay, even the smaller monsters. Thus, there was a fundamental difference between desolate land and a dungeon. Now, the prison had a problem, and these elite bosses, who had been kept captive, were desperately trying to break out. What should we do? Murong Shui looked at Wang Chen with a serious expression. At this moment, her only hope lay in Wang Chen. Wang Chen thought for a moment and said, the hole sealed by the formation isn't very large. If we can hold it there, preventing the elite bosses from escaping, and hold out until the military arrives, we have a chance of survival. Otherwise, we're afraid we all die here. Murong Shui took a quick look and saw that the hole sealed by the formation was indeed only a little over 10 meters wide. Then Wang Chen leaped to a high point and shouted, "Attention everyone! If you want to survive, follow me and block the cave entrance." Don't let the monsters escape. Especially ranged mages follow me. Many people naturally recognized Wang Chen, who was at the top of the leaderboard. Seeing Wang Chen show no fear and remain so calm, some thought for a moment, and then echoed Wang Chen's words. That's right. As long as everyone fires at full force, and holds the cave entrance, there's a chance we can hold out. Otherwise, we all die here. A mage shouted. This mage had seen Wang Chen kill monsters before. It was Ah Chen from number 2 middle school. All students from number 2 middle school, follow the gunner. Don't fight among yourselves. If anyone dares to steal points from others at this moment, I will not let them go after we leave the desolate land. Aiken called out again. At this moment, students from all directions also rushed towards the crowd. Only where there were crowds could one be safer. Everyone at number 1 middle school should know Wang Chen. Everyone, follow Wang Chen. Murong Shui also shouted a loud call. As the school beauty, she was quite appealing. Additionally, Wang Chen's strength was recognized, so the students from number 1 middle school rushed behind him without hesitation. Brothers, follow the top of the leaderboard. Students from Changchun number 1 middle school, go, guard the exit of Jingshui prison. Students from other cities also called out. Although there were only a few hundred or so gathered here, a steady stream of students continued to gather. Oh no! The formation is about to be broken. Wang Chen frowned. Then he shouted loudly, melee classes, stand in front of the ranged classes. Once the monsters in Stillwater prison rush, within 300 meters, block them decisively. Mages, no damage dealing skills allowed. Everyone use control skills. High damage output is useless. The most important thing is to prevent the monsters from rushing out. Other ranged classes, control them if you can, and then deal damage if you can't. After saying this, Wang Chen arrived at an area over 700 meters from Stillwater prison. The other melee classes also blocked Wang Chen's way, crouching down, ready to charge at any moment. The ranged classes were positioned slightly ahead of Wang Chen, as their range wasn't as good, but they were still behind the melee classes. Boom! A moment later, with a loud bang, the formation was completely shattered, and one by one, the Dark Skeleton Kings and Thorn Tree Kings began to burst out of Stillwater prison. However, because the exit was too narrow, only 4 or 5 elite bosses could emerge at once. Fire! Wang Chen commanded. Duh. The Gatling Inferno in his hand began to fire. The other candidates had never seen such a scene before. Even the Dark Skeleton King was seeing it for the first time. Many were terrified. Someone's legs went weak with fear, and their morale plummeted. After hesitating for a second or two, they heard Wang Chen's gunshot and finally reacted. If they had acted quickly, they would have lost their lives. Murong Shui's face turned pale with nervousness, and she unconsciously grabbed the corner of Wang Chen's clothes. Can we really hold out? Wang Chen said, as he pulled the trigger, as long as we can control these elite bosses, we can handle it. In reality, Wang Chen wasn't sure. After all, his firepower was limited. And Wang Chen didn't dare to count on the other candidates' fighting ability. Under control, even the most elite boss is nothing more than a target. To boost his confidence, Wang Chen deliberately raised his voice. The others' morale lifted slightly after hearing this. Murong Shui quickly joined the other mages in unleashing a blizzard, while Ah Chen cast a tornado. The warlock's rain of fire also descended. Shadow bolts, bows, smiting rays, chain lightning, arcane missiles. A whole range of attacks pelted the entrance to the Stillwater prison. Wang Chen could also unleash his full firepower, frantically mowing down the elite bosses. The only elite bosses in this prison were the Dark Skeleton King and the Thorn Tree King. Since the Dark Skeleton King could resurrect, defeating him proved challenging. Thankfully, the mage's control chains were strong enough that the elite bosses within were defeated before they could get more than 10 meters away. Chapter 53. Although the damage dealt by the other classes besides Wang Chen wasn't significant, they were numerous, and the damage, after stacking, was quite impressive. Furthermore, Wang Chen would occasionally launch indiscriminate attacks, ensuring that all elite bosses within sight were armor-piercing. What was truly jaw-dropping was Wang Chen's damage output. He would frequently deal critical hits of 800 or 900 damage, eclipsing the damage dealt by the others, who were only dealing a few dozen or a few hundred. Aiken frowned, as he observed Wang Chen's damage output. If his Storm Fury, with its highest single-target damage, had struck the Dark Skeleton King, it would only deal around 400 damage with a critical hit. Furthermore, this skill required a 3-second charge. Yet Wang Chen dealt such high damage with a single bullet. Wang Chen could fire over 10 bullets per second. The damage difference was visible to the naked eye. Absurdly powerful. Wang Chen felt a bit of pain. The Thorn Tree King could cast a long-range entangling skill, but fortunately, support classes like priests and paladins could help break it in time. But after the Dark Skeleton King unleashed his skills, those without life-saving skills were either stunned and reduced to low health, or directly knocked out of the defensive array. After being knocked out of the defensive array, they were enveloped by the array, which not only protected them from external attacks, but also prevented internal attacks from escaping, completely sealing them in. This meant they lost their combat effectiveness. Wang Chen had no way to deal with this. The battlefield was often extremely brutal. As Wang Chen continued to fire, the Thorn Tree King soon fell to the ground. But Wang Chen took all the points. After all, Wang Chen's damage was too high, and the chances of anyone else getting kills and earning points were incredibly low, unless Wang Chen gave them away. After defeating several Thorn Tree Kings, another resurrected Dark Skeleton King rose to his feet. Duh. A barrage of bullets met them, and soon, 2 Dark Skeleton Kings fell to the ground. Killing these elite bosses not only earned high points, but also considerable experience. The Thorn Tree King could reach 8,000 experience points, while the Dark Skeleton King could reach 12,000. The other classes seemed to be providing support and control for Wang Chen alone. However, the constant stream of wild monsters, while their slowing and control effects were significant, were no match for the relentless tenacity of these elite bosses. And they couldn't be defeated quickly. After 3 minutes, a large number of elite bosses had already burst out of the cave entrance, desperately advancing. The melee classes readied their weapons, ready to charge. Wang Chen frowned upon seeing this. He quickly pulled out a G14 grenade. Bang! He flung it into the monster pile, and 4-digit numbers appeared, indicating critical hits. The elite boss, with less than a third of its health, collapsed to the ground. Oh my god, what kind of damage is that? Grenade? Holy crap! That's incredible. Killing over a dozen elite bosses at once. I have a feeling Wang Chen will become a true genius. Everyone exclaimed in amazement. After throwing the grenade, Wang Chen continued to fire with the machine gun. After the 30-second cooldown, several more elite bosses burst out of the prison gate, greeted by G14 grenades. This went on for 4 rounds. Wang Chen unexpectedly discovered that he was almost leveling up. This incident in the desolate land had given Wang Chen an opportunity to gain points and experience. At this moment, over 500 meters behind Wang Chen, Lin Haonan, who had recently arrived, witnessed all this. His eyes flashed with anger and greed. Wang Chen's explosive output made him particularly unhappy. In fact, Wang Chen's output had exceeded his expectations. No, I absolutely cannot let him get into a good school, otherwise, he will definitely turn against me in the future. Lin Haonan gritted his teeth, a fierce look flashing in his eyes. He thought of Wang Chen's numerous points and the military rewards. If Wang Chen was eliminated, all these points and rewards would belong to him. With this thought, Lin Haonan made up his mind. Let's attack together and take out Wang Chen. After we kill him, I earn points, and we split the military reward, Lin Haonan said to his fellow students. The students hesitated after hearing this. They knew full well that Wang Chen was going all out for the safety of the other students. Attacking Wang Chen at this moment would be extremely unethical, and would undoubtedly draw widespread criticism. The most crucial thing was, if Wang Chen was eliminated, how would they deal with the elite bosses in Jingshui prison? Humph. A bunch of losers. If you don't go, I will. Lin Haonan saw the hesitation in his companions' minds. Young president, if we really eliminate him, what will happen to the monsters in the prison? Someone advised. What should we do? Just do what we have to do. The military will be here soon. As long as we run fast, why worry about it? It's not us who will die anyway, Lin Haonan said impatiently. At this point, only 3 people stood up, willing to join Lin Haonan in dealing with Wang Chen. If you don't get the reward, don't come crying and begging me, Lin Haonan said coldly. With that, he led the 3 men and prepared to attack. The 4 men prepared to simultaneously unleash their respective abilities on Wang Chen. Lin Haonan slowly moved toward Wang Chen, and when he was within charging range, he raised his black long sword. Wang Chen, firing his machine gun, suddenly felt a surge of murderous intent, as if he were being stared at. Turning his head, he saw someone charging at him. The charge also involved 2 abilities, a bow and arrow attack. Wang Chen escaped, dodging all the attacks. Lin Haonan. You're courting death, Wang Chen said coldly. It turned out this guy was trying to backstab me. Murong Shui also noticed this and angrily shouted, Lin Haonan, the monsters in Jingshui prison have all broken free. Instead of dealing with them, you're attacking your own people. Aren't you afraid everyone will come after you? Fear? What's there to be afraid of? You've held out for so long. The military will be here soon. If we can finish you off before they arrive, everyone will think it was the monsters who killed you. Duh. Wang Chen said no more nonsense and fired directly at Lin Haonan. In the few seconds Lin Haonan wasted his time attacking, more than a dozen elite bosses rushed out, attacking the examinees with their skills. If these bosses were allowed to get close to the examinees, a large number of people would die. Wang Chen believed that even with the defensive array talisman, hundreds of attacks from these elite bosses would break it. Chapter 54. Duh. Wang Chen's eyes burned with rage at this thought. A volley of bullets went off, and Lin Haonan, the ghost sword warrior, couldn't withstand it. He was directly knocked out of the defensive array. Not only him, but also the other three who attacked Wang Chen. All were eliminated, and all their points went to Wang Chen. How could you possibly react so quickly? Lin Haonan looked incredulous, completely unable to believe that his points had been reset to 0. He had made ample preparations before launching a surprise attack. But he never imagined that he would end up losing more than he gained, and instead be destroyed by Wang Chen. All his efforts all wasted. The final exam also meant complete failure. Over 20,000 points, Wang Chen happily accepted them all. Who knew that Wang Chen wouldn't even spare him a glance, but returned to the battle. During the 10 or so seconds Wang Chen was out of the fight, more students came to join him. Even those from 3rd middle school, who hadn't joined Lin Haonan in attacking Wang Chen, joined the fight against the elite boss. This barely stopped the elite boss's advance. With Wang Chen's return, the battle became much easier. Wang Chen, return my points, or I have the Holy War Guild issue a nationwide warrant for your arrest. Lin Haonan, trapped in the formation, roared hysterically after losing all his points. But no matter how loud his roar, it was nothing more than the wail of a loser. While Jingshui prison had stabilized, the situation in the other 3 prisons wasn't so good. Numerous examinees were knocked out of their defensive formations by the elite boss. Even after being knocked out, some were still repeatedly breached by the elite boss, ultimately perishing. Once a defensive formation was breached, death was only a matter of time. For a moment, the vicinity of the 3 prisons in the desolate land felt like the end of the world, and the examinees began their mass escape. 20 minutes later, General Qin and other non-commissioned officers were diligently repairing the cores of the 4 prison defense formations. Some troops landed in novice flying boats near the prisons, while others rushed in vehicles to rescue the examinees and kill the elite boss. One convoy, however, stood out from the rest. Most of the passengers in the vehicles were elderly, with even the youngest in their 40s. The entire convoy was heading towards the central Jingshui prison. This convoy contained high-ranking military officials, led by Elder Zhong, and the presidents of various universities. Something's wrong. Why didn't any of the students notice? Shouldn't many of them be fleeing? Could it be that none of them escaped? We know what's going on once we get to Jingshui prison. On a military bus, everyone was puzzled. Even Elder Zhong frowned. Aside from a few scattered students along the way, the sight of them became fewer and fewer as they went further. Could there have been an accident? No one escaped? Early on, Elder Zhong couldn't figure it out. If there were widespread casualties, he, General Qin, and the higher-ups at the Ministry of Education would all be held responsible. The principals wouldn't be able to explain themselves to the students' parents, and might even offend some powerful families. These people stared intently at the scene, filled with anxiety. They simply hoped nothing unexpected would happen. The mass death of students was unbearable for anyone. A fleet of vehicles moved at full speed. Master Zhong, look. What's going on? Someone shouted. Everyone looked ahead, their eyes tearing. They saw a group of students standing in 3 rows. The first row held melee classes, ready to charge. The second row held mages, warlocks, and other classes. The third row held archers, priests, paladins, and other classes. Under the fierce attack, they actually held off the elite bosses. The most impressive thing was a gunner, whose every shot dealt terrifying damage. From time to time, they threw grenades, causing widespread damage. These students are amazing. They actually knew how to save themselves, and they actually managed to hold off the elite boss. It seems the main damage dealt was by the gunner. Gunner, yes, that's Wang Chen. Wang Chen is incredibly powerful, and the other professionals seem to be just supporting him. Many principals and senior management felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted off their shoulders. Their suspense finally eased. Old Zhong also breathed a sigh of relief, his gaze sweeping in Wang Chen's direction. These kids aren't seriously injured. It's a blessing in disguise. Then old Zhong pulled a cannon from his storage space and hefted it onto his shoulder. These kids have held out for so long, it's time for us old guys to do something. As he spoke, old Zhong, carrying the cannon, dismounted from the vehicle and ran off. The others followed suit. The other candidates finally relaxed upon seeing the reinforcements arrive. Old Zhong deliberately stood beside Wang Qin, giving him a meaningful look. Wang Qin frowned, realizing that this officer was actually a level 70 gunner, only at the first level, not the second. But just the first level, and his level alone were enough to make him formidable. Old Zhong held the cannon, his gaze solemn. Boom! Then a brilliant light emanated from the cannon, and with the force of the cannon, it blasted out. It landed directly among the group of elite bosses. Instantly, it exploded, its dazzling light covering a vast area and advancing towards the cave entrance. No one dared to look directly at the area. Countless elite bosses were instantly shattered. A single shot eliminated all the elite bosses within a 500-meter radius. Is this the power of a late-stage gunner? Wang Qin's gaze narrowed slightly. Although these elders weren't yet at the late stage, having not yet reached the second transformation, their terrifying strength captivated Wang Qin. The other principals and senior officials began to clean up the mess. Some examinees collapsed to the ground. Luckily, Wang Qin was here, otherwise we'd be dead. Wang Qin is incredible. He saved us all. If he hadn't been here, we'd all be dead here. That Wang Qin seems to be a gunner. Who says gunners are useless? They're so powerful, how could they still be considered useless? I feel like Wang Qin is killing these elite bosses to earn points and experience. Many examinees looked at Wang Qin with admiration. At this time, the defensive formation of Jingshui prison had also been repaired. Old Zhong looked around, a look of relief on his face. Then he patted Wang Qin and said, "Good job, kid." After that, he gathered the other principals and senior management and ordered, "Send the children back first to avoid any accidents." Chapter 55. The military arrived shortly thereafter. Treatment of the injured students and the collection of the bodies of the deceased candidates were handled by the military. Murong Shui still looked shaken. "Are you okay?" Wang Qin soothed. Murong Shui shook her head. I'm fine. She knew that if Wang Qin hadn't saved the day, she would have been reduced to a corpse. So, she felt deeply grateful to Wang Qin. The other candidates were similar to Murong Shui. They simply didn't have the strength to fight the elite boss. A head-on fight would have surely resulted in certain death. Wang Qin, like a god, saved them. Afterward, many candidates boarded the bus. Returning to their respective cities, they awaited the announcement of the final exam results. Those who had been eliminated were filled with despair. A score of 0 meant they would be denied admission to top universities. For those who survived the elimination, the final ranking would be determined. Many institutions of higher learning have different requirements for professions, levels, and points. The higher the ranking of the institution, the higher the requirements in various aspects. At this moment, Elder Zhong was discussing the exam with the provincial education minister, several top experts from the Ministry of Education, and the military. A special situation arose, forcing the final exam to end a day early. However, some candidates were eliminated by elite bosses. How should this situation be handled? However, how should compensation and explanation be given for the candidates who unfortunately died? What should be Wang Qin's points? These three issues were the primary focus of discussion among the senior management. After some discussion, the senior management decided that the scores of candidates eliminated by the elite bosses would be retained. The deceased candidates would be truthfully disclosed, with the Ministry of Education and the military jointly providing financial support for their families. As for how to appease the parents, that would be left to the schools. When the discussion touched on Wang Qin, the entire conference room erupted in excitement. Such a remarkable gunner has emerged. Master Zhong has a successor. This is the first time I've seen such a formidable gunner. He's definitely number one in the province. I've been keeping an eye on this kid, but I didn't expect him to be so incredibly strong. He doesn't look like a level 17 professional at all. I feel like he's no different from a level 25 or above. Not only does his strength far surpass those of his peers, he's also incredibly calm and possesses strong leadership and analytical abilities. Indeed, if he hadn't organized the students to control the monsters in Jingshui prison, I'm afraid this group of outstanding candidates would have suffered significant losses. I think he deserves special attention from the military. Those present were all experienced figures, yet they were all full of praise for Wang Qin. Wang Qin had turned the tide, almost single-handedly. It could be said that Wang Qin was the brightest rising star of this class of candidates. But here's the problem. Wang Chen has killed over 500 elite bosses. How do we calculate his points? A senior official from the Ministry of Education asked, somewhat perplexed. If Wang Chen's points were calculated accurately, it would likely cause a nationwide outcry, even leading many to accuse the provincial government of fraud. In the eyes of the average person, no one could possibly score over 2 million points. Even the geniuses of the imperial capital couldn't possibly do it. After a major exam, while the results varied from province to province, they were generally similar. In previous years, the top scorer in each province only scored over 100,000 points. This time, it would be difficult for them to achieve this. Furthermore, something unexpected had occurred in the assessment area. Let's write 500,000 points. I believe that barring any unexpected events, with Wang Chen's ability, he can get at least 500,000. I negotiate with him privately. But don't give too precise a number, Old Zhong said after a moment's thought. As he spoke, he glanced at the provincial education minister. Clearly, he was the one who made the final decision on this matter. The minister nodded decisively. Then he looked at Elder Zhong. So what reward is your military planning for Wang Chen? Elder Zhong smiled and said, you know when the time comes. It's definitely going to be good. The minister curled his lips. Why be so secretive now? Think about how you're going to explain this to the imperial capital. We've caused such a huge mess, and both you and I are to blame. Elder Zhong remained calm. We just bear with it for now. Once they know we sent such an outstanding talent to Huaqing University, the matter will be suppressed. Soon, the final results were announced. Wang Chen took first place with 521,203 points. Murong Shui ranked second with just over 20,000 points. However, Wang Chen's dazzling aura overshadowed the others. None of them caused any sensation. Aiken, Duan Muyong, and Qin Hongyan took third, fourth, and fifth place. As for Lin Haonan, he was eliminated. With a score of 0, he had no chance of admission to Huaqing University. Attention, all examinees! Attention, all examinees! Because Lin Haonan attacked a fellow alumnus during the riots in Desolate Land, this act is extremely despicable and lacks moral integrity. Therefore, the following punishment is imposed. He is prohibited from applying to any university, and the military will never recruit him. In other words, even if Lin Haonan wanted to pay to attend some university, it was impossible. And he wouldn't have the opportunity to join the military for training. Lin Haonan immediately became hysterical. Why? I didn't break any exam rules. This isn't fair. But no matter how he screamed, he couldn't change the facts. The Holy War Guild behind him was nothing in the face of the official forces. It could be said that this had shattered his future. Congratulations to combat class Wang Chen for winning the provincial top scorer this year. The voice from the Great Lama continued. The examiner also announced the provincial champion. This announcement immediately caused an uproar in the city. Everyone erupted in thunderous applause. They all sincerely congratulated Wang Chen. You have to know that Wang Chen had won first place with overwhelming force. Many had witnessed his terrifying output. At this moment, Murong Shui whispered, why only a little over 500,000 points? Given the situation at the time, it should have been at least 1 million. Wang Chen smiled and thought, if the points were too high, they wouldn't be able to explain it to their superiors. The elite boss rampage was a special case, so even if the points for those killed during the rampage were cleared, Wang Chen didn't see any problem. Boss! Congratulations, congratulations. Zhang Yong excitedly ran over, ready to embrace him. However, Wang Chen dodged in time. Chapter 56. Zhang Yong nearly got himself into a fight. But he still wore a smug look on his face. After all, everyone in the class knew he was Wang Chen's closest friend. Brother Chen, you've already scored first in the province. Why are you still so stern? Smile? Zhang Yong said. Wang Chen gave a helpless smile, even though he was the top scorer in the province. In reality, Wang Chen remained quite calm. After all, this was just the beginning for a professional. Congratulations, Wang Chen. Congratulations. Congratulations. At this moment, Aiken and Duan Muyong came up, offering congratulations. Aiken was a mage from the same city, and Wang Chen had seen his abilities before. He was a very promising storm mage. Duan Muyong didn't attack. After all, he was a melee class, but his grades were impressive. His face was resolute, with the dignity of a knight. Congratulations, congratulations. Wang Chen clasped his hands in return. Wang Chen, I really have to thank you this time, otherwise we'd all be in big trouble. Aiken said gratefully. That's right. Otherwise, with our strength, we wouldn't be able to deal with so many elite bosses. Duan Muyong echoed. It's nothing, just what we have to do, Wang Chen said calmly. Brother Chen, are you planning to apply to Huaqing University? Aiken asked again. For Wang Chen, any university in the country was his to choose. Yes. Wang Chen nodded. I'm planning to apply to Huaqing University too. When we meet, I treat you, Aiken said readily. I treat you too, Duan Muyong added. Clearly, all four of them had decided to apply to Huaqing University. Zhang Yong, standing nearby, seemed somewhat out of place. In the world of top students, it's not easy for underachievers to blend in. After a moment's thought, Zhang Yong said, if there were a national unified exam, where do you think my brother Chen would rank? Definitely first. It's just that each province has its own regional exam, and the difficulty varies, so there's no unified ranking. But with brother Chen's strength, is there any doubt? Aiken said without hesitation. The other two top students agreed. The education department awarded Wang Chen over 500,000 points, but anyone who had witnessed Wang Chen's terrifying output knew that these points were definitely discounted. Actually, I was thinking, this exam involves killing elite bosses. The military will give out a reward for each one. Brother Chen has killed hundreds of them. Doesn't that mean the military will have to pay out hundreds of rewards even if they're bleeding money? Aiken added with a smile. The candidates were eagerly anticipating the military's rewards, but Wang Chen had killed so many that they might not be able to keep up. The others looked at Wang Chen with envy. After a few more pleasantries, they said goodbye and left. Next, everyone had to return to their respective schools and then to their homes. The examiners also had to calculate the rankings of support professions. Since most support professions lack lethality, they needed a comprehensive assessment. Another ranking list would be created for support professions. Wang Chen was about to board the bus when an examiner stopped him. Wang Chen, Senior General Zhong, Chief of Staff of the Southern Military Region, invites you to speak, the examiner said politely. Wang Chen frowned slightly. Old Yong? Could he be the gunner I'd seen earlier? Questioning this, he followed the examiner to a green tent. Entering, he found it was indeed old Zhong. To Wang Chen's surprise, this gunner was actually the Chief of Staff of the Southern Military Region. He was arguably the highest-ranking gunner currently. Of course, there weren't many gunners in the entire country. Oh, the top scorer is here. Old Zhong quickly stood up upon seeing Wang Chen enter, a pleased smile on his face. You know, Wang Chen brought honor not only to the gunner profession, but also to the entire Southern Military Region and even the entire province. In his heart, there was no doubt that Wang Chen was the top scorer in the country. Old Zhong, you're welcome. Wang Chen smiled and shook Old Zhong's hand. Please sit down. Old Zhong waved his hand graciously. The two sat down simultaneously. Elder Zhong slapped his forehead and said with a wry smile, You caused chaos in our military. You've killed so many elite bosses. If we follow the previously established reward standards, I'm afraid we empty all the valuables in our military warehouses. Wang Chen smiled. Old Zhong, you're being polite. This is a major military region, after all. How could you be so shabby? Undoubtedly, Old Zhong's words were a bit exaggerated. But he probably couldn't give out too much within his authority. Besides, the military already needs a lot of weapons and equipment. Even if they don't use them, they need to be prepared for any eventuality. Shabby, so be it. Old Zhong didn't deny it. This time, he had been trying to shirk his responsibility. You killed too many elite bosses this time, but the military can't afford to be too stingy, lest we become a laughing stock. So I prepare a military-specific battlefield suit for you, the warlord said. It includes 4 pieces of equipment, armor, helmet, gauntlets, and leggings. This set will upgrade its stats as your reputation within the army increases. Equipping the complete set will grant you additional stats. It's hard to give you too many rewards, so I give you the best, Elder Zhong said slowly. Wang Chen curled his lips at this. What do you mean by the best reward? So this equipment requires increasing your reputation to improve its stats. That's like working for the military, isn't it? However, Wang Chen wasn't worried about increasing his reputation. Then I take it, Wang Chen said. Wait a minute, I have someone take you to get it. This warlord set is more suitable for battlefield combat. It's not as effective for dungeon runners as other top-tier equipment of the same tier. You might consider getting 2 sets of equipment in the future, one for battle and one for dungeons. Elder Zhong continued to explain. Wang Chen nodded. In today's world, there aren't just monsters, there are wars between nations. There are even battlefields specifically designed for professionals from various countries. To strengthen the combat prowess of their own people, Even their own battlefields exist. Fighting humans is vastly different from beating bosses, as humans often have far superior IQs to bosses, requiring professionals to possess high survivability. You can't simply rely on high damage output to kill. No matter how high a ranged class's damage output is, it can't withstand a few sneak attacks from an assassin. Many ranged classes are effectively dead if a melee class gets close enough. This set of equipment clearly focuses on improving survivability, not simply damage output. I understand. Wang Chen nodded. There's one more thing I hope you agree to. Old Zhong's gaze narrowed, and he spoke seriously. Chapter 57. Our military is holding a trial. All participants are students from various universities with military status. Interested? Elder Zhong said slowly. Trial? Wang Chen frowned slightly. This meant that some of the students at those universities had military status, and the trial they could participate in was likely very unusual. Yes. I tell you the specifics after you agree to participate. Elder Zhong nodded. Listening to this, Wang Chen began to ponder. Since the participants were all from prestigious universities, they were all 1 to 3 years older than him. At the very least, they would be significantly lower in rank than Wang Chen. Although I can't reveal too much, I can responsibly tell you that this opportunity is extremely rare. I need to apply under the name of the Southern Military Region. Elder Zhong continued to persuade. Okay. Wang Chen agreed without further hesitation. At least the military wouldn't harm him. That's right. Let me tell you something. You represent the Southern Military District. Of course, you can understand this as me tacitly accepting you as a member of our Southern Military District. However, whether you can truly become a member of the Southern Military District depends on your own decision. Old Zhong nodded in satisfaction. Well, I decide after I start college. Wang Chen also nodded. At this point, Wang Chen didn't know the pros and cons of joining the military while attending a higher education institution. But one thing is certain, if you want to make a difference, joining the military is inevitable. After all, war is the endless theme in this world. Can I ask you a question? Old Zhong looked at Wang Chen with a piercing gaze. Go ahead. Wang Chen nodded. I want to know why you have such an abundance of bullets. Can you craft them? This question is private, and you can choose not to answer. If you do, I keep it a secret. Old Zhong said. I can't craft them. It's probably because of my awakened profession. After awakening, my ammunition can be infinitely replenished. Wang Chen shrugged nonchalantly. The question couldn't be hidden anyway. However, those who saw Wang Chen wasn't worried about ammunition consumption would think he was from some prestigious family. I see. Old Zhong took a deep breath. While his doubts were resolved, his concern stirred up a storm. A gunner with infinite ammunition would be invincible, wouldn't he? He knew gunners all too well. What they lacked wasn't damage output, but ammunition and consumable weapons. This was also the main reason why he hadn't progressed this far. Are you planning to apply to Huaqing Academy? Elder Zhong continued. Wang Chen nodded. Later, I have someone prepare 50,000 Huaqing Academy points for you. These points are very important in the school, and can be redeemed for many things. You understand once you get there. Elder Zhong continued. Afterwards, the two exchanged a few more pleasantries before Wang Chen left. Led by a non-commissioned officer, he finally retrieved his commander's suit. After receiving it, he immediately stowed it away in his storage compartment. Then, the military prepared a special military jeep for Wang Chen and took him home. After arriving home, Wang Chen couldn't wait to take out his Warlord set. Warlord's helmet, LV1 plus 120 strength, plus 130 agility, plus 100 intelligence, increases hit rate by 20%, damage by 10%, reduces slowdown and stun effects by 20%. Warlord's gauntlets, LV1 plus 100 strength, plus 100 agility, plus 100 intelligence, increases movement speed by 10%, damage by 10%, critical strike chance by 10%, critical strike effect by 20%. Warlord's leggings, LV1 plus 100 strength, plus 100 agility, plus 100 intelligence, increases movement speed by 30%, 20% toughness. Warlord armor, LV1 plus 150 strength, plus 150 agility, plus 150 intelligence, increases hit chance by 10%, critical chance by 10%, reduces damage by 30%. Warlord ring, LV1 plus 80 strength, plus 80 agility, plus 80 intelligence, increases damage by 10%, critical chance by 10%. Warlord set attributes, additional 103D attributes, 20% damage, 10% toughness, reduces damage by 20%. Wow, That's a ridiculously high 3D attribute. And the damage and critical hit are ridiculously high. Most importantly, it can be upgraded. After upgrading, I'm afraid the 3D attributes of this set will be even more outrageous. In fact, to some extent, even in dungeons, this set would definitely deliver decent damage. As for why it's more suitable for battlefields, it's because it significantly improves survivability. Without hesitation, Wang Chen swapped out the Scarlet set. Although the Scarlet suit was considered good equipment for these ordinary students, it was far inferior to the Warlord suit. Moreover, possessing a single Warlord set was already a remarkable achievement for any candidate nationwide, but Wang Chen had managed to obtain the entire set at once. It must be said that the military wasn't as stingy as one might imagine. Generally speaking, only those with outstanding contributions and a high reputation on the battlefield could obtain the equipment in this set. After a brief rest, Wang Chen lay down on his bed. After the arduous days of the exam, he was exhausted. He fell asleep without even showering. Wang Chen had to take the trial the next day, and after that, he would report directly to Huaqing Academy. The next morning, Wang Chen was awakened by a knock on his door. Impatiently, he opened it. He saw Zhang Yong carrying several bags of food and drinks. "What are you doing?" Wang Chen frowned. Zhang Yong said cheerfully, "Boss, you're the top scorer in the province. I'm preparing something for you to celebrate." As Wang Chen's good friend, Zhang Yong knew Wang Chen only had one family left, and that family wasn't even in Nanjiang City. So, no one would congratulate or celebrate Wang Chen's admission to Huaqing University. Although Wang Chen was a little grumpy, he was still quite touched. "Leave the things here. I have to go to the military later." "Huh? The military?" Zhang Yong was stunned. "Yeah. The military wants to ask me something, but I don't know what exactly." Wang Chen nodded. "I couldn't tell anyone about the trial, so I made up an excuse. Then I bought all that food for nothing." Zhang Yong was a little disappointed. "It's okay, you can eat at my house. Also, you can keep this set of equipment," Wang Chen said nonchalantly. Then he tossed the scarlet suit he had changed out of to Zhang Yong. Wang Chen no longer had any use for it. Although the crimson set was pricey, he wasn't short of money. Furthermore, at Huaqing Academy, points were far more important than money. Might as well help his buddy. As for Murong Shui, she was already a wealthy family. Even if she didn't have equipment like the crimson set, she could still get something similar. So, it was best to make the most of it. Chapter 58. "Boss, you." Zhang Yong was stunned for a moment after seeing the blood-red suit, then his words became stammering. Tears welled up in his eyes. He was completely moved to tears. "Hurry and put it away. The suit has hidden properties. As long as you don't show off, no one will notice it, and no one will want it." Wang Chen glanced at Zhang Yong. Zhang Yong was naturally carefree and not very smart, so he still needed some advice. "Boss, you are my adopted parents. Even my biological parents never gave me something so precious," Zhang Yong said with emotion. "Get out. Get out. Get out. Bring out some food for breakfast. I'm going to go wash up." Wang Chen waved his hand impatiently. "Okay." The carefree Zhang Yong immediately took out the food he had brought. "Take the rest back. I'm afraid I won't be able to return home after I go to the military." Wang Chen gave another instruction and began to wash up. Soon, Wang Chen finished his breakfast, though it consisted of a bunch of snacks and fruit. At this time, the military arrived at Wang Chen's door. Zhang Yong's eyes were filled with envy. His boss was being picked up and dropped off by a military vehicle. The moment Wang Chen got in, Zhang Yong felt a glow of light surrounding him, making him look incredibly sacred. Riding in a military jeep, they quickly arrived at a teleportation array, where Elder Zhong was already waiting. There were 4 other people, 1 man and 3 women, all young, looking like university students. "This is your new team member, Wang Chen, this year's provincial top scorer. Go over there and prepare. I tell Wang Chen the details of the trial tomorrow." Elder Zhong introduced them. He then looked at Wang Chen. "Let's go to the teleportation array first. From here, we can reach the trial preparation area." Wang Chen nodded and joined the other team members on the teleportation array. Immediately, a brilliant light erupted from the teleportation array, and Wang Chen felt as if he had stepped into a time tunnel, as if he were stepping into the vast Milky Way. In just a moment, he appeared in a military fortress. One of the tall girls smiled at Wang Chen and said, "Hello, provincial top scorer. I'm Qin Ming, a level 23 elf archer from Imperial Capital Academy." As she spoke, she shook Wang Chen's hand. "This is our captain, Fu Han, Sister Han." She then introduced them. Fu Han introduced herself gracefully. I'm Fu Han, hello. Level 24, Holy Light Knight, from Fudan Academy. Wang Chen gasped. These students were all so highly ranked, and all from top institutions. Luckily, he had the shielding badge. However, Wang Chen knew he had to declare his own rank as well. You and I are from the same city. I heard so much about you yesterday. You're a fantastic gunner, a great guy, and this gun is amazing. Another woman said with a smile, her eyes fixed on Wang Chen's machine gun. Then she extended her fair, delicate hand and continued, Wu Mingyu, level 24 disciplined priest, also from Huaqing like you. Wang Chen was stunned by the look he gave the machine gun. Was that really a discipline? Seeing the other man didn't want to introduce himself, Wang Chen thought for a moment and then took the initiative to introduce himself. Wang Chen, level 17 gunner, also from Huaqing Academy. They had to know sooner or later. What? Level 17? Did I hear correctly? But as soon as these words came out, the mage's expression immediately showed dissatisfaction. There was a mixture of indifference and arrogance in his voice. Lu Zhan, Wang Chen is the provincial top scorer, and his points are arguably the highest in the country. Wu Mingyu said somewhat angrily. What's wrong with being the provincial top scorer? What's wrong with being the national top scorer? He just got first place. I've seen top scorers like that before, and I've always bullied them all. Aren't there a lot of useless top scorers in our Huaqing Academy? The man named Lu Zhan spoke with immense arrogance. And he didn't take the provincial top scorer seriously at all. Wang Chen couldn't help but shake his head. This guy must have relied on his high rank to bully many of the top freshmen at Huaqing Academy. It seemed he took pride in bullying the top freshmen. I couldn't believe I'd run into such a jerk before even arriving at Huaqing Academy. Lu Zhan, if you can't talk, don't talk. Wu Mingyu spoke on Wang Chen's behalf. Lu Zhan, however, looked at Wang Chen with a haughty gaze. You're a gunner, so I guess you have some connection to Elder Zhong. However, our team relies on strength. Relying on connections won't get you anywhere. For Elder Zhong's sake, I let you take part in this trial. But don't say a word. Just be obedient. If you dare to drag us down, I definitely make you suffer. Wang Chen couldn't help but shake his head. I've seen some arrogant people, but never anyone this arrogant. Idiot, get out of here. Wang Chen said coldly. Huh? What did you say? Lu Zhan was stunned. It was as if he'd misheard something. It was completely unbelievable that a level 17 professional not only spoke, but also cursed him. You're courting death. A red light flashed on one of Lu Zhan's hands, and he prepared to unleash a skill. Enough. At this moment, Captain Fu Han intervened. Sister Han, are you going to protect this brazen little brat? Lu Zhan withdrew his released mana, his eyes still fixed on Wang Chen. He's a member of our team, and I won't let you mess around. Fu Han said forcefully. Okay. Sister Han, I give you a favor today, but if he drags us down, don't blame me. Lu Zhan shook his sleeves and walked aside, looking furious. Wang Chen simply ignored him, treating him like a fool. Wang Chen, ignore him. He's a lunatic. Don't bother with him, Wu Mingyu said softly. Fu Han looked at Wang Chen and continued, We set off tomorrow morning at 8 o'clock. Everyone, get ready in the fortress. You can buy some of the daily supplies, medicine, and equipment a professional needs here. The prices are reasonable. If you need anything, get it here. Then, Wang Chen was pulled aside by Wu Mingyu. Wu Mingyu continued, He's a notorious lunatic in our Huaqing Academy. He's incredibly arrogant. Ignore him. Humph. He's just relying on his family's influence. No one wants to deal with him. Wang Chen smiled. It doesn't matter. I'm just worried he run into a tough opponent. Another playboy. Chapter 59. Officially, Captain Fu Han addressed Lu Zhan, saying, Don't underestimate me. Since Elder Zhong introduced me here, there must be a reason. Does Elder Zhong want to fail the trial? Lu Zhan said with a look of dissatisfaction, Am I underestimating me? What level is this guy? And he's only a gunner. Elder Zhong, also a gunner, hasn't even reached the second level yet? Without the support of a wealthy family, a gunner is nothing more than a worthless waste. Fu Han shook his head and continued, After all, he's the top scorer in the province, and his points are the highest in the country. First, while these top students and the like may not be as strong as us, they simply leveled up faster than us. That doesn't mean there's no chance of surpassing us. I trust Elder Zhong's vision. He definitely wouldn't bring in trash. Lu Zhan narrowed his eyes. Elder Zhong is old, after all. His vision won't always be as sharp. Besides, Elder Zhong is the only one in the entire country who can make it as a gunner. Alright, whatever you think, don't disrupt team unity. As for the strength of this newcomer, we have to wait and see, Fu Han said impatiently. Wang Chen, led by Wu Mingyu, arrived at the fortress's exchange. The exchange wasn't large, but it housed essentials for all classes. As an alumnus, Wu Mingyu was happy to explain things to her junior. This made Wang Chen feel the care and concern of her senior. After a stroll, Wang Chen didn't buy anything. Instead, Wu Mingyu bought some health and mana bottles, as well as equipment. After Wu Mingyu finished buying a bunch of things, she looked at Wang Chen in surprise. Junior, why don't you buy anything? Don't you need to buy bullets? Don't you need to buy blood bottles? She knew Wang Chen had no mana bar, but bullets and health vials were essential. No need. Wang Chen smiled and shook his head. No money? Wu Mingyu asked hurriedly, only to see Wang Chen shake his head. Wu Mingyu scratched her hair. Ah, whatever you need, I buy it for you. Don't hesitate, just don't be too expensive. Wang Chen smiled and said, don't worry. I don't need anything. Wu Mingyu was still confused. However, seeing Wang Chen's insistence, she couldn't say much. During the trial tomorrow, stay behind me. Safety comes first. With me here, you won't need health vials. Wu Mingyu instructed. Thank you, senior, Wang Chen said. Next, they were led to their quarters by the military personnel in the fortress. After a short rest, the next morning, the 5 members of the team gathered. This time, there was a new member. The shaman named Zuiyu is a standard support class, but he can summon totems to increase the team's 3-dimensional attributes, including damage and mana regeneration. He can also buff enemies and monsters with negative effects, like slowdown and weakness. He's a fairly versatile support class. This team consists of 6 people, ignoring Wang Chen, a tank, a physical damage dealer, a magic damage dealer, a healer, and a support buff dealer. It's a relatively perfect 5-person team. Everyone must unite in this trial. No one is allowed to fall behind. Wu Mingyu, please take good care of your junior. If your junior falls behind, I hold you accountable. Fu Han spoke loudly. It was clear that this wasn't the first time these people had gone through the trial. Don't worry. Junior will listen to me, Wu Mingyu said with a smile. Let's go! Fu Han led everyone to a teleportation array. Then, another burst of white light enveloped them, and it felt as if they were in the vast universe. After a brief journey, another flash of light suddenly appeared. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in an unfamiliar area. Wang Chen could feel the dazzling sunlight shining on the ground. The sandy beach surrounded him, with many coconut trees in front and a dense forest behind. After experiencing the teleportation array for the second time, Wang Chen was still a little surprised. However, looking at the expressions of the others, they seemed to have experienced something quite ordinary, not the slightest bit of surprise. This confirmed Wang Chen's previous assumption. They had definitely been through the trial more than once, and had frequently used the teleportation array. Let's go! Fu Han, with familiarity, led the group to a shimmering rock. When people approached the stone closely, they discovered words emerging from it. These words explain the trial quest. This trial stone will periodically issue quests. Wu Mingyu explained to Wang Chen in a low voice. Wang Chen nodded. This trial quest required reaching an island populated by Nagas, then slaying 50 Naga guards. Finally, entering a dungeon, defeating the final boss, and obtaining a Naga harpoon. Completing the trial quest would increase one's reputation within the Southern Military Region, and the Southern Military Region would also receive points. Military Region points influence the rankings among the major military regions. This trial quest requires players to be at least level 25, meaning the maximum is 24. Perhaps Elder Zhong couldn't find anyone more suitable, so he chose Wang Chen. But this trial quest is also challenging. The Naga harpoon only drops when the player is on nightmare difficulty. The most crucial point is that only 3 Naga harpoons drop. So, only the first 3 teams to complete the trial will receive the Naga harpoon. This places a special demand on monster farming speed. I didn't expect it to involve fighting Nagas. This quest only refreshes once a year, and only drops 3 Naga harpoons, and on nightmare difficulty. That's a bit tricky, Fu Han said gravely. Fu Han was clearly worried. Furthermore, it seemed the trial quest might be different each time. So what's the use of this Naga harpoon? Wang Chen asked. Fu Han glanced at Wang Chen but patiently said, this is a necessary ingredient for a special weapon, so all the major military districts and even some countries are trying to obtain it. The trial quest here can be entered once a month, but just when we arrived, the Naga trial quest spawned. I don't know if this is good luck or bad luck. All the major military districts has sent teams to this trial, 8 in total, and there will be teams from other countries too. Wang Chen was stunned. So all the major military districts took this trial so seriously, and there were teams from other countries too. Everyone, listen carefully to my command. If you encounter a team that wants to attack us, you must do everything in your power to kill them, no matter what country they are from. Every year when the Naga trial quest spawns, people die. They even guard the dungeon entrance, preventing anyone from entering. Fu Han thought for a moment before speaking loudly. As he spoke, he glanced at Wang Chen again, clearly trying to urge him to be more cautious. Chapter 60. First, apply the buffs, then prepare to board the boat to the island. Fu Han said again. Wu Mingyu then bestowed auras of resilience, defense, and health on everyone else. Zui Yu, the shaman, also bestowed auras of increased damage, increased critical strike chance, and increased skill damage. Lu Zhan bestowed an aura of increased intelligence on the 4 people, except Wang Chen. Wang Chen sneered at this. But Lu Zhan saw this and said disdainfully, "Humph. What are you staring at? Gunners don't need intelligence." Indeed, but you really need to increase your intelligence, otherwise your brain capacity won't be enough. Wang Chen nodded and said calmly. Lu Zhan was so angry that he almost attacked, but Fu Han's commanding look stopped him, and he reluctantly put down his staff. The others suppressed their laughter, but didn't show it. Is this calling Lu Zhan a fool? Under Fu Han's guidance, they quickly found the boat. After about 10 minutes, they finally reached a modest island. On the island, scattered Naga corpses could be seen. Clearly, someone had already been here, and probably quite a few. Someone's been here, Chen Ming said. I'm afraid it's from Cherry Country. This place is even closer to Cherry Country's trial stone. Fu Han said after analyzing the situation. Captain, we have to be careful. I heard that Cherry Country's ninjas and onmyoges are particularly fond of ambushing people. Be careful not to get ambushed, Wu Mingyu warned. Fu Han nodded. Indeed, ninjas rely primarily on sneak attacks, and onmyoges are even more shady professions. Fu Han then ordered, stand in formation. I be in front, the mages, priests, and shamans in the middle, and the archers and gunners at the back. The formation was based entirely on range. Everyone advanced carefully, following the formation but doing their best to maintain speed. After all, time was running out. If they slowed down, the dungeon would likely be cleared, and by then, nothing would be gained. As they advanced deeper, they could often see green-skinned Nagas wielding knives and forks. Male Nagas had heads resembling crocodiles, while female Nagas had scales or hair of various colors on the back of their heads. Ignore these Nagas and move forward, Fu Han commanded. Wang Chen slowly advanced to the rear of the group, examining the Nagas' stats. He saw they were just a bunch of level 19 to 21 monsters. Not very powerful at all. Fu Han only charged when he encountered a Naga blocking his path. These Nagas were no match for humans. Killing them was a matter of a few skills. From beginning to end, Wang Chen didn't make a single move. The archer's arrow was steady, fast, and dealt considerable damage. The mage's fireball, upon impact with a monster, would trigger a burst of flames, with subsequent, sustained damage. In their eyes, the damage of both main damage dealers was quite good. Without killing a single Naga, Wang Chen gained over 500 experience points. Since the Naga's level was not high for Wang Chen, and they were in a group, the share was even smaller. It didn't matter. As for the dead Naga, Fu Han picked up all the dropped items. Wang Chen didn't pay any attention to these matters. As they walked, Wang Chen's gaze fixed on an area flanked by giant trees. He shouted, "Wait!" Everyone was stunned. What was this low-level gunner, who had never fought before, up to? Lu Zhan immediately became furious. Boy, what do you mean? Not only are you not going to fight, but you're also going to hinder the team's progress? Fu Han shook his head and said, Wang Chen, don't hold us back. Don't hold us back. I don't want to repeat it again. Wu Mingyu looked at Wang Chen curiously and asked, What? Did you find anything? Wang Chen smiled and pointed to a tree trunk. This symbol is the communication code of the Rya Ninja. I'm sure you're familiar with it. The monsters ahead were just cleared, but there aren't any footprints on the road ahead. Don't you find it strange? I had learned about the characteristics of some national professionals in textbooks. Most importantly, this area was perfect for ambushes. As a gunner, I was very sensitive to these special positions, and could even identify the most suitable sniping positions at a glance. Of course, the sniper position applies not only to gunners, but also to other range damage classes. Humph. You, a guy who hasn't even been to college, are so brazen as to give orders here? We don't know anything, do you? Lu Zhan snorted. Wait. He does have a point. The front is a natural ambush position. If both sides attack, I can only block one direction. But if I'm attacked from both sides, I'm in danger. Fu Han waved his hand, signaling everyone to stop. Sister Han, you. Lu Zhan gritted his teeth, annoyed. Stop it. This is about awareness of the overall situation, not strength. What you say makes sense, Fu Han said gravely. At this moment, in the woods on either side, 4 ninjas hid behind tree trunks on one side, while 4 onmyoji also hid on the other. One of the ninjas, noticing Fu Han and the others suddenly stopped, whispered, Why are these Dragon Nation guys suddenly stopping? Sir, they seem to sense the danger and are afraid to move, but they're not yet within our attack range. Another ninja said. Damn it! This time, our Cherry Nation team has occupied all the key intersections. We definitely take all the Naga harpoons. No team is allowed to approach the dungeon, especially the Dragon Nation team, the leader said gravely. Then his eyes fixed. 6 people in total, and there's even a level 17 gunner. Humph! They must be some wealthy young men sent by the military to gild their reputations. They're all good for nothings. The trial is meant to give true warriors a chance to hone their skills. But killing the gunner will definitely net us a lot of valuables. At this point, he had made up his mind. And now, he had a target that made him jealous. That was Wang Chen. The ninja and onmyoji team consisted entirely of level 23 and 24 professionals. It could be said that there weren't any weaklings. Most importantly, their team wasn't out to obtain the Naga's harpoon, but to assist other teams in their own country and stop anyone attempting to clear the dungeon. At the same time, a Rowu shot into the tree opposite. The 4 onmyoji immediately understood that this was preparation for action. Then, the 4 ninjas moved swiftly along the tree, a moment later reaching attack range. Their movement also caught the attention of Fu Han and the others. Oh no! Enemy attack. All ready for battle. Chapter 61. In the woods, 4 ninjas transformed into 4 dark shadows, darting through the trees at incredible speed. 4 others wore distinctive onmyoji attire. Their attire revealed their professions. Damn it! Cherry Country people. Fu Han gritted his teeth. I'd been worried about a sneak attack from Cherry Country, and now they've actually arrived. In other words, Wang Chen's predictions were correct. Amidst the tension, Fu Han's perception of Wang Chen, a level 17 gunner, shifted somewhat. What should we do, Captain? They're all level 24 professionals, and we have a level 17, but we're even fewer. Lu Zhan said worriedly. What else can we do? Attack them. They say fire mages have hot tempers, but why are they a bit cowardly today? Wu Mingyu said coldly. Fu Han was also pondering a strategy to counter the enemy. Judging from the situation, they were indeed outnumbered against the majority, and their level was definitely at a disadvantage. If a real fight broke out, Fu Han didn't believe the 6 of them could truly defeat the enemy. Humph. That's only if the 2 sides were evenly matched. Don't forget, there's a slacker in our team. Lu Zhan snorted in dissatisfaction. Watching the 8 professionals from Cherry Country bounding toward the group, Fu Han couldn't think of any good ideas. Unconsciously, she glanced at Wang Chen. Wang Chen, what's your plan? Fu Han believed that a desperate fight would only result in heavy losses. Retreating would reduce the losses, but still result in being savaged by the military. Furthermore, seeing the Cherry Country's rampant behavior made her feel extremely unhappy. Destroy them. Ninjas are best at tracking and sneak attacks. If we retreat, we won't be able to outrun them, Wang Chen said without hesitation. How arrogant, Lu Zhan said angrily. Wang Chen simply ignored him and continued, their team composition isn't as good as ours. It's not like we don't have a chance. 4 ninjas, 4 onmyojis. Wang Chen believed the Cherry Kingdom's people weren't trying to form a team, but were specifically blocking other teams from entering the dungeon. To stabilize his own troops' morale, Wang Chen needed to appease them. The enemy team had no composition at all, so there was no coordination. Duh. At this moment, the ninjas had already hurled shurikens at Fu Han and his group. These shurikens were fast, accurate, and fierce, and some even had special attribute bonuses like lightning and fire. Similar to how the Dragon Kingdom enchanted bullets and weapons. Wang Chen fired his machine gun without hesitation, accurately knocking the shurikens to the ground. Fu Han finally woke up from his dream. There was no time to waste. Whether to fight or retreat, a quick decision was necessary. They were already within range of the Cherry Nation's troops. Go! Kill them! If we can't defeat them, A one-for-one trade would still be a win for us. Fu Han still had that chivalrous spirit. He had even considered every possible scenario. Fu Han then moved forward quickly, aiming to engage the Cherry Nation's troops at close range. As soon as he could reach the charging range, he would immediately activate his skills. A major advantage among the 6 of them was her, a close combat holy light knight. Qin Meng and Wu Mingyu were also busy. Qin Meng immediately drew her bowstring and launched an arrow, while Wu Mingyu used her only damage-dealing skill, Light of Punishment, to cast a spell. Zuiyu then raised his totem. Only Lu Zhan hesitated, seeing that everyone else was ready to attack, and then hesitantly began to cast a spell. At this moment, the Onmyoji summoned his Shikigami, who then used their skills to cast a spell. A spell landed on the ground, causing an explosion that sent surrounding trees and dirt flying. Fortunately, Fu Han stepped in front, taking most of the damage. Wu Mingyu promptly healed Fu Han. The Onmyoji's spells continued to blast out, one after another. Also, they were accompanied by ninja shurikens of different attributes. Fu Han, on his side, launched a continuous barrage of arrows, fireballs, and lightning chains. The ranged attacks from both sides erupted in a multicolored light, illuminating the entire forest. Wang Qin, who didn't attack again, observed for a moment and pondered. He wanted to learn about the characteristics of other ninjas and onmyojas through combat, thus gaining common sense for future battles. The attacks these ninjas currently used included shurikens and kunai, and one ninja performed the Great Fireball Jutsu. Powerful ninjas can perform various ninjutsu through hand seals, the specific type of which depends on their future development. Onmyojas, on the other hand, can fight by summoning Shikigami. Powerful ones can even summon powerful Shikigami, like Yamada no Orochi and Shiranui. The Onmyojas he had seen so far were still low level, and the Shikigami they summoned were quite ordinary. What should I do? My output can't keep up. At this moment, Lu Zhan shouted. After all, it was a battle between 3 and 8, and Fu Han, besides just taking damage, hadn't posed any threat to the 8 Cherry Nation troops. Thankfully, Wu Mingyu was able to heal Fu Han, ensuring no casualties on this side. This clearly demonstrates the importance of a strong healer in a team. If a team is weak, it can significantly delay a complete annihilation. Then move to the side, Wang Qin said coldly. He then took 2 steps back, found a half-man-sized rock, and set up his machine gun. Lu Zhan was stunned. Who was he telling him to move to the side? What did you say? Believe it or not, I kill you. If I can't kill an onmyoji or a ninja, how can I kill you? Lu Zhan turned to look at Wang Qin, his eyes icy cold. Lu Zhan, you're crazy. Focus on killing the enemy. Wu Mingyu quickly cast a healing spell on Fu Han, and then stepped in front of Lu Zhan. Wang Qin didn't even glance at Lu Zhan, instead aiming his gun at a ninja. Duh. Bullets shot out like flaming dragons, blasting towards the ninja. Humph. Tickle someone with bullets? Lu Zhan snorted. But he still listened to Wu Mingyu and began casting the fireball spell. While casting, his mouth wasn't idle either. Ah. Then, a wailing sound echoed from Cherry Country. The bullet-stricken ninja plummeted from the tree to the ground, blood gushing from his body. He lay motionless. In other words, Wang Qin's barrage of bullets had instantly killed him. Both sides suddenly stopped attacking, stunned. It was as if time had stood still, and their gazes were fixed on Wang Qin. It was like seeing a monster. A level 17 gunner instantly killed a level 24 ninja. Chapter 62. How is that possible? A level 17 gunner? Am I right? He killed the ninja? Fu Han and the others were stunned. The rest of the ninjas and the onmyoji were also stunned. What was going on? Duh. As everyone was stunned, Wang Qin's Gatling Inferno wasn't idle, firing again. Ah! Another ninja was struck by machine gun fire, instantly falling, tumbling to the ground. It must be said that the combat prowess of these Cherry Nation troops was truly high. They quickly identified their primary target. That target was Wang Qin. In the Dragon Nation team, the damage dealt by the others was nothing, while Wang Qin's damage was truly explosive. They couldn't understand how a mere level 17 gunner could deal such terrifying damage. But no matter what, they had to kill the one with the highest damage first to achieve ultimate victory. Fu Han also understood this. No matter how shocked she was, as the captain, she had to remain rational. She was responsible for the lives of her entire team. She immediately stepped back several steps and shouted, "Protect the gunner. Wu Mingyu, take good care of Wang Qin." Wu Mingyu naturally understood who was the overlord at this moment. She kept a close eye on Wang Qin's health. Zuiyu, the shaman, also summoned 2 totems at Wang Chen's feet. As for Lu Zhan, he gritted his teeth for a moment, equally baffled. How could a level 17 kid be so perverted? The battle continued. Wang Chen's damage output was extremely efficient. After dispatching 2 ninjas, he turned his gun and headed straight for the Onmyoji controlling the Shikigami. Onmyojis were just as fragile as mages and priests. All of them were squishy. Each one took only 3 bullets, instantly killed, and their summoned Shikigami dissipated. From the moment they prepared to attack Wang Chen until their death, these 4 Onmyojis didn't even have time to activate a single Shikigami skill. Wang Chen's bullets were too fast, giving them no time to attack. These Onmyojis thought they were far enough away and relatively safe, but to Wang Chen, they were completely within his range. With their immense range, they could leap over the Shikigami and strike the Onmyojis directly. Oh my god, the Onmyojis died just like that? Wang Chen, that's too long. Too long. Wu Mingyu exclaimed. And the remaining 2 ninjas, despite desperately attacking Wang Chen, were within their range, but Fu Han blocked all their attacks. Duh. Quickly, Wang Chen swung his gun, and in less than a second, he dispatched the last 2 ninjas. Fu Han and the others finally felt relieved. Wang Chen, how did you do that? Your damage output is incredible. Wu Mingyu ran up to Wang Chen, a look of astonishment on her face. Are you really level 17? That's outrageous. Qin Meng also looked incredulous. Brother, you're incredible. I treat you to dinner after we get out. Zuiyu said with admiration. Fu Han came back panting, hunched over and said, Thank goodness, Wang Chen. Forgive me, I really thought you were a noob. I never expected that. Wang Chen, however, looked nonchalant. After all, he was low level, and often people's combat effectiveness was judged based on their level and class. Being underestimated was perfectly normal. Only Lu Zhan's face was extremely grim, twisted as if he'd eaten shit. However, remembering Wang Chen's earlier bullets, he realized that if he had truly angered Wang Chen, he wouldn't have been able to withstand that barrage of bullets. He was just as fragile as those Onmyojis. Let's go! Recover as you go. If you're slow, you might not be able to enter the dungeon. Wang Chen ignored their reactions. And his words, except for Lu Zhan, were taken as gospel. Go! Fu Han also shouted. Subconsciously, she was willing to obey Wang Chen's every command. No matter where they were, strength was ultimately paramount, so in the eyes of these 4, Wang Chen was more like the team leader. While recovering their mana and health, they set out on their journey. Only Wang Chen needed no recovery. After all, the gunner had no mana bar, and the Cherry Nation soldiers couldn't hurt him. They encountered any Nagas along the way, but they were all killed. After all, Nagas blocked the path, and were also part of the mission. However, Wang Chen didn't engage them. The others were also very understanding. They knew that gunner ammunition was expensive, so they used it sparingly. Clearing the small monsters naturally fell to them. Soon, they came into view the dungeon entrance. But on the flat ground of the dungeon, there were 2 groups of people, one in front and one behind. One group stood at the dungeon entrance, the other opposing them. And at the edge, 2 or 3 other groups were watching the situation. Damn it! The Cherry Nation people are actually trying to block the dungeon. This island is closer to them, so they need to move faster. But no matter what, let's charge in first. We can't let the Cherry Nation people get the 3 Naga harpoons. That's right, brothers, hurry up. These damn guys are so despicable. Something's wrong. Since when did Cherry Nation have a class called Mutant? Guarding the dungeon entrance were all Cherry Nation professionals, including specialized classes like Ninja, Onmyoji, and Mutant, as well as more traditional classes like Warrior, Mage, and Priest. Opposing them were Dragon Nation professionals. Watching from the sidelines were the trial teams, including those from Dhaka and Curry. Because they were farther away, their numbers were small. However, the Rhea Nation had a large contingent and refused to allow anyone to enter the dungeon. Go! What are you thinking? The Naga dungeon isn't theirs. Let's kill them! Someone shouted loudly. This immediately ignited the crowd, and the Dragon Nation professionals took action. First, ranged classes like archers, mages, and warlocks began to dish out frantic damage. Seeing this, the professionals from Dhaka and Curry also began to attack the Cherry professionals. The frenzied attacks of these level 20 classes created a spectacular spectacle. Warriors, knights, assassins, and other classes also joined the fray, charging into the enemy ranks. These professionals, relatively well trained, engaged in melee combat, with the healers constantly supporting the melee classes. The ranged damage dealers engaged in a skill-sharing match. Daka and Curry, motivated by their own interests, also attacked the Rhea professionals. For a moment, both sides engaged in a fierce battle, but neither side could defeat the other. Chapter 63. Damn, why is this so chaotic? Sister Han, we can't enter this dungeon. I'm leaving the team. At this moment, Lu Zhan took the initiative. Wouldn't you like to wait and see? Fu Han looked puzzled. It was clear that Lu Zhan didn't want to join this chaotic battle. Furthermore, he clearly disliked Wang Qin. He was eager to find a good excuse to leave the team. There's nothing to see. The Cherry Country people are guarding the entrance. We can't get in at all. Lu Zhan left the team without hesitation. Fu Han didn't say anything more. After all, in such a special situation, it was difficult to force him to stay. But several people in the team were still somewhat disappointed. Everyone knew that Lu Zhan had a deep dislike for Wang Qin. How could he quit the team now? That's outrageous. He just resented Wang Qin for saving the team, and he couldn't stand it anymore. He'd actually wanted to leave for a while. What a jerk. We're already at the dungeon entrance, and he's still doing this. Wu Mingyu and the others also expressed their dissatisfaction. Generally speaking, after forming a team, anyone who abandons their teammates midway is despised. If they weren't from the same school, there was nothing they could do, but Wu Mingyu, also from Huaqing Academy, gnashed her teeth in hatred. She secretly thought that when she returned to Huaqing Academy, she would definitely settle the score for abandoning him. Alright, let him go. Wang Qin, you two are the only two Qinmangs left with damage output. Is that a problem? Fu Han was also determined, his eyes fixed on Wang Qin. Just now, when Wang Qin dealt with the Cherry Country professionals, he had revealed his immense strength. So hope rested solely on Wang Qin. Damage is fine. We stop soon. When we do, we head straight into the dungeon. Wang Qin nodded. As he spoke, his gaze remained fixed on the chaotic battlefield. Indeed, the Cherry Nation team has been dispersed. Their firepower has weakened considerably. Clearly, they don't want to see large-scale casualties. Wu Mingyu casually threw a healing spell at an unfamiliar Dragon Nation soldier and nodded. The fighting forces, fearing excessive ferocity, retreated to the side and continued healing. If large-scale casualties occurred, the Cherry Nation would receive a joint warning from several nations. Occupying the trial dungeon was unacceptable to all nations. More large-scale casualties could even provoke a local war. The Cherry Nation members were well aware of this. But it didn't matter. Their goal had been achieved. 3 teams had already entered the dungeon, and had been grinding for 7 or 8 minutes. Now they could be allowed to proceed. In their eyes, no matter how hard the teams from other countries tried, they couldn't catch up with their progress in clearing the dungeon. Soon, all the factions gave up. The Cherry Nation team was dispersed, and a path cleared at the dungeon entrance. Are we still going? We've been delayed for a few minutes. I'm afraid it's all for nothing. The Cherry Nation people are probably already clearing the dungeon. Besides, we're short of damage. So you said with some concern. Wang Qin, what do you say? Fu Han ignored the others, and looked at Wang Qin with a sharp gaze. Let's go! Just clear it. Wang Qin waved his hand, raised his Gatling Inferno, and headed straight for the dungeon. Hey! Wang Qin, don't you need another damage dealer? Wu Mingyu called from behind. No, let's go! Wang Qin said as he walked. Without hesitation, Fu Han followed him. Right now, in her mind, Wang Qin should be the captain. There was no doubt that Wang Qin was the core of the team. Fu Han wasn't sure, but it didn't matter. At worst, they could just fail and quit. With a knight like her, decked out in defensive gear, there was basically no danger. It was simply that Wang Qin's team was too conspicuous, attracting a lot of attention. A 5-man team of level 17 gunners? Only 2 DPS? Why are they in such a hurry to enter the dungeon? Oh my god, this team is so strange. Why only 1 archer DPS? They're not expecting a level 17 guy to also DPS, are they? Should we stop them from entering? They look so anxious. Are they sure they can get in? No, with a team like that, they probably won't even get to see the dungeon boss. The crowd began to discuss recklessly. Then, Wang Qin ignored them, and headed straight for the dungeon entrance. The Cherry Nation's people no longer tried to stop anyone from entering the dungeon. They were absolutely confident, especially since Wang Qin's team was small, and had some slowdowns. Although Zui Yu and Shen Ming followed the team forward, they were still very worried. After all, with one less person on the team, Wang Qin had indeed unleashed a terrifying burst of combat power against the Cherry Nation's ninjas and onmyoges. But fighting real people is different from clearing dungeons. Clearing dungeons requires pure damage, no skill required. Real people are also much more fragile than dungeon monsters and bosses. Often, dungeon monsters of the same level have over 10 times the health of real people, and bosses of the same level have thousands or even tens of thousands of times that of real people. They're completely different in quality. Even if Wang Chun, a gunner, has high damage output, whether his ammunition will be effective is still a question. But since they've already decided to enter the dungeon, there's no point in saying anything more. Just attack wherever they can. Just treat it as a practice run. They just need to make sure their teammates don't die. Soon, several people quickly entered the dungeon. Let's try it first. Everyone, prioritize safety. It doesn't matter if you can't win, Fu Han instructed. Then he looked at Wu Mingyu and Zui Yu. Let's get in shape first. What kind of shape? It's a waste of time, Wang Chun said in a deep voice. After saying that, he walked forward and soon saw a male Naga over 3 meters tall, fiercely guarding the path through the dungeon with a large pitchfork in hand. He took a quick look at the monster information. Naga heavy armor warrior, elite monster. Level, 23. Strength, 1,200. Agility, 1,100. Intelligence, 900. Skill, Deep Sea Smash, unleashes terrifying power, damaging and stunning nearby units. After the stun, they also slowed down. Wang Chun was stunned. In this Trial Grounds dungeon, monsters actually had skills. And they stun and slowed down. If a normal team tried to clear the dungeon, I'm afraid many melee classes would be disabled. This would significantly affect the progress of the dungeon. There are many of these Naga heavy armor warriors. What made Wang Chun more relieved was that if there were too many of these monsters, it would definitely affect the Cherry Country team's progress. What is certain is that a team from Cherry Country must have entered the dungeon, otherwise they would not have made way for them later. Chapter 64. Raising his machine gun, he held his breath and pulled the trigger. Da-da-da. The sound of the machine gun instantly startled everyone. Fu Han hadn't even prepared to charge before the bullets had already been fired. Accompanied by a scream, the Naga heavy armored warrior collapsed to the ground. The others were stunned. What was going on? How did he kill the Naga monster? Fu Han clearly received the message, gaining over 2,000 experience points and some materials. All 4 of them stared at Wang Chun as if he were a monster. You have to remember, this was an elite monster from a nightmare dungeon, a powerful one. According to their understanding, even the best teams would need 2 or 3 minutes to kill such a monster. But Wang Chun simply fired a few shots, and it was instantly killed. Oh my god, it's gone already. What kind of damage? Killing so quickly, even killing elite monsters so quickly? Huh? My strongest arrow doesn't do as much damage as one of his bullets, and his damage output is so terrifying. Several people hadn't reacted at all, their jaws dropping in shock. They thought Wang Chun was a liability, but then he not only saved their lives, but also proved to be a formidable force in the dungeon. They'd been the ones being led by a level 17 wretch at that. If this got out, no one would believe it. Follow. Fu Han was the first to react, quickly warning the others. But not to follow her, the tank, but to follow Wang Chun. Wang Chun kept moving forward, his bullets piercing the smoke, unconcerned with male or female Naga, simply crushing them all. No monster could last more than 3 seconds. TSK. Wang Chun, don't go too fast. As a grown man, going too fast isn't a good thing. Wu Mingyu couldn't help but tease. However, Wang Chun ignored her. This girl was enthusiastic and unrestrained. Because Fu Han couldn't keep up with the speed of picking up the dropped items. Wu Mingyu also felt a sense of relief. She hadn't expected dungeon crawling to be so easy. Before, dungeon crawling required her to desperately heal the tank, sometimes also heal other melee damage classes, and occasionally take care of the backline's health. She wasn't the only one feeling this way. Fu Han was even more impressed. Now, just picking up items was more tiring. Before, as a tank, she had to attract all monsters' attacks. She had to firmly control the monsters' aggro to prevent them from attacking her teammates. But now, there was only the task of picking up items. Chen Meng and Zui Yu also took a deep breath. There was nothing for them to do. If I could keep grinding like this, I'd be damn happy. 2 minutes later, the path twisted and we came upon a rather dilapidated temple. 2 Naga heavy armored warriors stood at the entrance, guarding it like guards. The boss should be inside. There might be other monsters, Fu Han whispered, walking behind Wang Chun. At this moment, her attitude towards Wang Chun had completely changed. Wang Chen nodded and said, I take care of these two monsters first. Then, you go to the temple entrance and try to lure out the smaller monsters inside. I clear them out, and finally, take care of the boss. Fu Han nodded heavily, okay. She was deeply impressed by Wang Chen's approach to the dungeon, her eyes flickering with admiration. A barely level 17 professional, barely even entering a higher education institution, not only had terrifying damage output, but was also incredibly strategic. He was truly the perfect man. The only thing Fu Han wasn't sure about was Wang Chen's speed. Duh. Another burst of machine gun fire, instantly killing the two Naga armored warriors at the door. Armored or not, they were as fragile as paper before Wang Chen's bullets. Fu Han quickly rushed to the temple entrance and collected the items dropped by the two Naga armored warriors. Then, she cautiously entered the entrance, surveyed the situation, and then secured the aggro of over 20 Naga monsters. She then stormed out of the temple. As a tank, she had never before encountered so many powerful monsters in a dungeon of this level. Among them were Naga archers, Naga rippers, Naga warriors, and other monsters. Fu Han even found it particularly thrilling. Wang Chen observed Fu Han's every move until he was over 200 meters away from the monsters. He immediately pulled out the G14 grenade. At this point, all the monsters that had been attracted had gathered at the temple entrance. Without hesitation, he threw the G14 grenade over. Boom! With a massive explosion, all the monsters were shattered to pieces. Materials, gold, and a few pieces of equipment lay scattered on the ground. Oh my god! What kind of grenade? It's so powerful. One grenade killed all the monsters? That's incredible. I've never seen a professional below level 30 deal such terrifying damage. Wu Mingyu, Chen Meng, and Zuiyu jumped in shock, feeling as if they were dreaming. Fu Han stared blankly at the pile of exploded items on the ground, unable to recover for a long time. She was completely stunned. What are you thinking? Hurry up and pick them up. I'm going to fight the boss. Wang Chen shouted. Fu Han finally woke up, picking up all the items on the ground. At the same time, she began to wonder if she should give all the exploded items to Wang Chen after she got out. After all, this dungeon run was solely Wang Chen's responsibility. She and her teammates had played no role at all. Plus, Wang Chen had already saved their lives. Wang Chen quickly walked to the temple entrance and took a look inside. Inside the temple, there was a massive Naga statue, seemingly representing the Naga god worshipped by these Nagas. Wang Chen had no idea which Naga it was. Deeper in the temple stood a small, green-skinned female Naga, trailing a flowing fishtail. In her hand, she held a bow and arrow, which emitted streams of blue light. Wang Chen signaled his teammates to wait at the entrance, while he went to observe the Naga. High-level Naga, elite boss. Level, 26. Strength, 2,100. Agility, 2,540. Intelligence, 2,800. Skills, Forked Lightning, summons a cone of lightning, damaging multiple enemies in front of it. See Ice Arrow, increases bow damage, slows enemy units' attack and movement speed. Thankfully, this trial instance directly lists the monster's skills, rather than providing a brief description. Chapter 65. It's actually an area of effect damage skill, and the attack has a slowing effect and reduces attack speed. It must be said that the boss in the Trial Grounds dungeon is indeed different from previous ones. The three-dimensionality is also ridiculously high. How do we fight it? After Wang Chen retreated, Fu Han proactively asked. After a moment's hesitation, Wang Chen said, you go to the front and hold the line. The priest ensures the maximum casting range for the healer. The rest of you, follow me and retreat. Everyone followed Wang Chen's instructions without hesitation. Although they were a little puzzled as to why Wang Chen was also retreating. Wasn't he afraid that the boss would be out of range? But despite their doubts, they couldn't say much. After all, they were being led. Just obey. After they were ready, Fu Han rushed in front of the High Naga, stunning it immediately. Wang Chen quickly aimed at the High Naga and opened fire, bullet after bullet piercing the High Naga like a dragon of fire. The High Naga, a minor dungeon boss, possessed extremely high resistance and only awoke after being stunned for a second. The aggro point was directed at Fu Han, the closest enemy. A sea ice arrow struck Fu Han. Fu Han's movement slowed several times, and raising his shield seemed an immense struggle. The damage from this arrow directly destroyed nearly a third of Fu Han's health. Wu Mingyu's health recovering skill also landed on Fu Han in time. This was the only way he could withstand the mini-boss's damage. Wang Chen's damage continued to fall on the High Naga. After more than 10 seconds, the High Naga's gaze shifted, its malicious gaze fixed on Wang Chen. Completely shift the target. Oh shit, I can't hold it. As an experienced tank, Fu Han reacted quickly. OT, Wang Chen's damage was too high, generating more aggro than Fu Han's various taunts and skills combined. The aggro generated by normal damage is far lower than a tank's taunts and debuffs. Thus, tanks can rely on low damage to hold the monster's aggro. But if the damage is too high, and the frequency is too high, an OT situation will occur. The monster's aggro target will shift. Once an OT situation occurs, it often results in a team wipe. After all, other non-tank classes simply can't withstand the monster's attacks. This was Fu Han's first time encountering such a situation. And she was facing an elite boss in a dungeon. If a high-level Naga were to touch Wang Chen, they would all die. Fu Han desperately used every skill she could to regain aggro. But it proved futile. The high Naga ignored Fu Han and dragged its tail towards Wang Chen. What should we do? The high Naga is heading our way. We couldn't even attract aggro? What's going on? The crowd exclaimed in shock. Retreat! Fu Han's aggroed. Stand aside. Wang Chen shouted as he continued firing. The more chaotic the situation, the more we must avoid chaos. Wang Chen focused on his shooting, without a trace of panic. The others were also confused. If the high Naga were within range, a single arrow or a burst of lightning would surely kill Wang Chen. After all, the gunner is a fragile class, unable to withstand the damage of a dungeon boss like this. Duh. Tongues of fire shot out at the high Naga. What surprised everyone was that for every 3 steps the high Naga took forward, it had to take 2 steps backward. This meant its movement speed was reduced by 2/3. The bullets actually have a knockback effect. That's insane! Only then did they realize Wang Chen's terrifying power. Before the high Naga could even get within range, Wang Chen slew it. It took a full half-minute to finally defeat the mini-boss. Ding! Congratulations to the host for killing the high Naga. 40,000 XP bonus. Amidst everyone's astonishment, Fu Han slowly picked up his equipment. It actually dropped a silver-level defensive helmet and some materials. Wang Chen, everything that dropped this time is yours. Without you, we wouldn't even be able to complete this dungeon. As he spoke, the look of shock still lingered on his face. Let's talk after the fight. Wang Chen waved his hand nonchalantly. Now wasn't the time to discuss the distribution of spoils. Continuing forward, he saw an underground passage where the high-ranking Naga had been. Wang Chen headed straight down into the passage. The final boss must be within it. Let's go! Fu Han exclaimed. Watching Wang Chen's skillful execution, he felt a surge of admiration. The underground passage wasn't deep. After descending only 100 meters, he came to a cavern. The cavern held many rare treasures, and in the very center stood the final boss, the Naga Siren. There were still groups of small Nagas patrolling around, seemingly protecting their queen. Old strategy. Deal with the minions first, then the boss. For the minions, just pull them along, and focus your main aggro on the boss. Wang Chen observed for a moment. He then checked the final boss's information. Naga Siren boss. Level, 28. Strength, 3,400. Agility, 5,100. Intelligence, 3,300. Skills, Harpoon critical hit, hits with a chance to deal triple damage. Naga Shadow, splits into 5 shadow clones, only one of which is physical. The shadow clone has 50% of the physical health but deals no physical damage. Siren Scream, all enemies within 500 meters are stunned by the scream for 20 seconds. Watching Wang Chen's brow furrow, it was undeniable that this Naga Siren was incredibly powerful, and its damage was ridiculously high. If she lands a few critical hits with her active attacks, these fragile classes will likely be instantly killed. Furthermore, with her high agility, her attack speed is definitely not bad either. Her active skill is also quite outrageous. It can split into 5 Nagas, only one of which is her true form. Damage must be used to determine which is the real one and which is the fake one. Otherwise, if damage lands on the fake one, all damage will be ineffective. Thus, it is essential to find the true form before attacking. Otherwise, all attacks will be completely useless, wasting ammunition. While searching for the true form, time is wasted. During this time, however, the Naga Siren continues to damage. The Naga Siren's final skill is even more outrageous, stunning everyone within a 500-meter radius. This means that melee classes, and even some ranged classes without very long range, will be vulnerable. Chapter 66. But for Wang Chen, this last skill didn't matter. 1,000-meter firing range was more than enough for him to hide in safety. After reviewing the Nada Siren's stats and skills, Fu Han's expression grew grave. The Nada Siren stats are quite high. If it's a 6-man team, with a perfect team composition, it'd take at least half an hour to defeat the boss. In other words, 1 or 2 tanks, 1 or 2 healers, 2 damage dealers, and 1 support are all needed. But after reviewing the Nada Siren's skills, Fu Han still couldn't figure out how to kill the boss. Because she was the only tank, if she was put to sleep by the boss, the entire team would be in dire straits. Right now, their only hope was Wang Qin. I wondered if Wang Qin's terrifying damage output could pose a threat to the Nada Siren. Are you sure? Fu Han looked at Wang Qin with a solemn expression. Wang Qin shrugged casually. Try it. Do as I say, and Wu Mingyu will heal you. He then turned to Wu Mingyu and said, Heal Sister Han. Even if she's hit by a sleep skill, you must ensure your casting range is outside the stun range. When the boss's hatred shifts to me, all of you move away. Stay away from me and the boss. After giving these instructions, Wang Qin glanced around. Fu Han followed Wang Qin's gaze, which was exactly where all the minions were targeting him. Pull the minions, Wang Qin commanded. Fu Han immediately charged towards a wave of minions. As soon as he attracted the minions, he startled the Nada Siren, who then pursued Fu Han. Fortunately, the Nada Siren was a melee boss, stabbing Fu Han with a harpoon. Fu Han sprinted, gathering all the minions. Just as she was about to be caught up by the Nada Siren, the other minions formed a circle behind her, surrounding her. Is the charge cooldown off? Wang Qin shouted. Yes, Fu Han replied. Charge the minions ahead, avoid the boss first. Wang Qin ordered again. After hearing this, Fu Han rushed directly towards the small group of minions in front without a second's thought. This put him in a good position to distance himself from the boss and the group of minions behind him. Cold sweat covered Fu Han's forehead. If he were attacked by so many minions and the boss, he wouldn't even last a second, collapsing before he could even stand up. Wang Qin then pulled out his G14 grenade. He threw it directly at the group of minions. Boom! With just one grenade, all the minions were gone. The G14 grenade's damage was outrageous, and it dealt a significant area of effect. Fu Han heard the explosion behind her, and finally understood Wang Qin's strategy. He was trying to distance himself from her, to avoid being accidentally hit by the grenade. After Wang Qin threw the grenade, he cleared out the minions around Fu Han. Now, the only monster left in the clearing was the Nada Siren. Fu Han reacted quickly and rushed towards the Nada Siren, twice her size. The Nada Siren stabbed her with her fork, sapping a full third of her health. Wu Mingyu quickly healed her, restoring half of her health before the Nada Siren's second attack landed. But if healed repeatedly, he wouldn't last long. The healing rate wasn't as fast as the regeneration rate. Wu Mingyu cast another slow heal while simultaneously casting a healing spell, relying on the double recovery to replenish Fu Han's health. Zuiyu, the shaman, also continued to heal, though his healing wasn't high. Wang Qin didn't hesitate at all, and fired his machine gun. Under the triple healing, Fu Han was barely able to hold on. After more than 10 seconds of damage, the Nada Siren had lost nearly a third of its health. The Nada Siren then launched an attack. Nada Shadow. It instantly transformed into 5 Nadas, some real and some hidden. Wang Qian's gaze focused. Now he needed to divide his firepower and locate the Nada Siren's true form. So Wang Qian fired his gun, one at a time, at each of the 5 Nada Sirens. By comparing the damage dealt, he quickly located the Nada Siren's true form. The health bars of the Phantom and the real body are different. The Phantom only has 50% of its health. Although their health bars cannot be seen, the length of the missing health bars can be used to determine which has taken more damage and which is less. Fu Han attacked the Nada Siren randomly, but after seeing Wang Qian's method, she was secretly impressed. Why hadn't she thought of this? The others also understood Wang Qian's intention and responded with admiration. After holding on for more than 10 seconds, Fu Han felt that pulling aggro was becoming increasingly difficult. The Nada Siren's phantoms also disappeared into the void. But the Nada Siren's real body's damage dealt 3 critical hits in a row, nearly killing Fu Han. I can't hold on any longer. Hurry up. If you keep going like this, she go berserk. Fu Han roared. Retreat first. Don't draw aggro. Let her aggro me. Wang Qin shouted. No matter what, there must be no casualties. After hearing this, Fu Han stopped using any skills. He allowed Wang Qin to deal damage. In just half a second, the Nada Siren shifted aggro. It was Wang Qin's turn, his damage output exceeding the limit. Spread out, I take it on myself. Wang Chen shouted again. Through this experience with the Naga Siren, Wang Chen realized that in a normal team, using 2 tanks would be more reliable. Now, Wang Chen could only rely on himself. But Wang Chen also wanted to see if he had a chance of killing the Naga Siren on his own. Duh. A stream of bullets, like a flaming dragon, rained down upon the Naga Siren. The Naga Siren's fierce eyes fixed on Wang Chen. It desperately twisted towards Wang Chen, but was constantly repelled, its advance still pathetic. Perhaps out of sheer exasperation, the Naga Siren screamed in place. Instantly, the shaman and the Holy Light Knight fell asleep. But the skill's effects had no effect on Wang Chen at all. It must be said that this skill was truly terrifying. Once hit, there was no chance of using escape skills. After all, once asleep, one lost the ability to use skills. Unlike physical or magical skills that stun, one can use escape skills to dodge the moment they're about to hit. Thus, the Naga Siren desperately rushed towards Wang Chen, but could never get within 500 meters. When the others woke up, they all watched the show. The Naga Siren could no longer pose a real threat to Wang Chen. This continued for a full minute. Chapter 67. Finally, the Naga Siren collapsed to the ground with a scream. Ding! Congratulations to the host for defeating the Naga Siren, 60,000 XP added. Among the items that dropped on the ground were a Naga harpoon, 2 pieces of magic equipment, and a ton of materials. Fu Han's face was filled with excitement. I never expected so many goodies to drop, and their trial quests were all completed. Wang Chen, how do we divide the items now? Fu Han, excited, asked Wang Chen. Give the 2 silver-level magic equipment to Wu Mingyu and Zuiyu first, and we divide the materials later. Wang Chen thought for a moment and said, Wang, brother Wang, I love you so much. Are you really giving it to me? Wu Mingyu was so excited she almost cried. You know, there aren't many silver-level items in the trial dungeons. Even if they did drop, it might not be the right equipment for her. And the ring that just dropped is incredibly well suited to his class. It increases healing by 10% and also increases mana regeneration. Zuiyu was equally grateful, brother Chen. I love you too. The other piece of equipment was also a magical item, perfect for a shaman with a healing support build. You too. Stop. Wang Chen feigned resistance. TSK. If Lu Zhan saw us finishing the dungeon, he'd be furious. Wu Mingyu put away the ring and let out a smug smile. Humph. Don't mention him. He's the most disgusting person. Fu Han even cursed. As a knight, she had a bit of a macho personality. She was also quite direct in her speech, and when she was upset, she'd just curse. Yeah, don't mention such a dejected guy. Chen Ming shouted. Who knows what's going on outside? Should we go out now? Zuiyu asked. Wang Chen thought for a moment. They'd only spent about 15 minutes on this dungeon run. The conflict outside had long since ended, and some teams might still be trying to grab some progress. But some teams might also choose to leave. After all, only the first 3 teams to complete the dungeon could complete the final mission. There was little point in going to great lengths and failing to complete the mission. Wang Chen looked around and asked, Does anyone have a dungeon cooling array talisman? A dungeon cooling array talisman? You don't want? Fu Han exclaimed in surprise. The others understood Wang Chen's thoughts, and Wu Mingyu immediately said yes. Chen Meng and Zuiyu nodded. If everyone gets one, there won't be any left. I don't have any, Wang Chen said somewhat awkwardly. He hadn't arrived at Huaqing Academy yet, so he couldn't exchange points for one. The only other way to obtain this dungeon cooling array talisman was to buy it at the Dragon Country Exchange. I have one. I have one. I have one too, the other 4 said in unison. They were all eager to give Wang Chen the array talisman. Wang Chen was a bit embarrassed. We each take one, and you can keep them all, Fu Han said directly. Then he pulled a dungeon cooling array talisman from his storage space and handed it to Wang Chen. The other 3 did the same. Afterwards, they all left the dungeon together. As soon as they exited the dungeon, they saw dozens of Cherry Nation members standing to one side, seemingly waiting for their team to emerge. There were also several Dragon Nation teams hesitating. Teams from several other nations hadn't entered the dungeon, observing something. Presumably, they were awaiting the final outcome of the trial mission. When Wang Chen emerged with a few other members, machine gun in hand, he caught everyone's attention. This was the first team to emerge from the dungeon. Out so quickly. Oh, it's the team with the level 17 gunner. TSK, they must have been undefeated and had no choice but to leave. Making it out alive is already quite impressive. Whether from the Ria nation or the other nations, everyone scoffed. No one believed that Wang Qin and his team had cleared the dungeon. Furthermore, it took only 15 minutes. No team could have cleared the dungeon in such a short time. However, while the Dragon Nation teams laughed, they also felt fortunate for Wang Qin and his 5 companions. With such a lineup, making it out alive was truly remarkable. Out? Was this dungeon difficult? Excellent. You've done a great job making it out alive. Another person stepped out from the crowd, Lu Zhan. Lu Zhan said with a sinister smile, TSK. You actually made it out alive. You're quite lucky. He had also formed his own new team, presumably unwilling to miss out on this trial. If he succeeded, the rewards would surely be substantial. But he still needed to observe the situation. Ignore him, that unlucky fellow. Wu Mingyu said disdainfully. Let's go! How could a human fight a dog? Wang Qin said nonchalantly. And then, Wang Qin led them back into the dungeon. In full view of the crowd, everyone was stunned. Entering the dungeon again? Are you unconvinced? After failing once, you're actually using the dungeon cooldown talisman to grind again. What a luxury. Are you crazy? Going in again to get beaten? Are you really not afraid of dying in there? The others began to discuss. All of them couldn't understand why such a fearless team could exist. Lu Zhan was stunned. Not fighting a dog? He called me a dog? Wang Qin, you're looking for death, but you won't be able to leave the dungeon. You'd definitely die in there. Lu Zhan quickly realized he was being scolded. But remembering how Wang Qin and the others had rushed into the dungeon to seek death, he felt relieved. Why would he bother with a dead man? Thinking of this, he actually felt a little happier. After Wang Qin and the others entered the dungeon, everyone coordinated with Wang Qin's every move. Right now, Wang Qin was their absolute main force. After this run, I won't be able to run it again. I only have 2. Fu Han spoke first. Me too. I only brought 2 dungeon cooling array talismans. Wang Qin, is it okay to run it on your own? Wu Mingyu asked. Wang Qin thought for a moment and said, it's fine to run it on your own, but each of you should give me 1 array talisman. How about we run it together after this run? Who has an extra one? At this moment, Wang Qin realized the preciousness of this dungeon cooling array talisman. They only carried 2 with them. Even Murong Shui, who was so wealthy, didn't have many on her. I have some here. If we have to run it 3 times, Brother Qin just needs to return their array talismans. Chapter 68. With this distribution, everyone could complete 3 trial dungeons. Upon hearing this news, everyone beamed with joy. This was a purely guided dungeon run. For Zuiyu and Qinming, they even had to operate the dungeon the entire time, simply following behind Wang Qin. This was arguably the first time they had ever experienced such treatment. After distributing the dungeon cooldown talismans, Wang Qin entered the dungeon without hesitation. With the experience gained from the first run, the second run became a breeze. Some minor monsters that didn't need to be dealt with were automatically skipped. But any wild monsters that blocked his path were instantly killed. Wang Qin needed the experience from them. As long as it didn't affect his time, he wouldn't let them go. By the time he reached the High Naga, his experience had already risen by a significant amount. The elite monsters in the trial dungeon still provided a considerable amount of experience for Wang Qin, a level 17 professional. The sound of machine gun fire echoed throughout the dungeon. A few minutes later, they had reached the high-level Naga. Everyone was familiar with the boss's skills. Ranged classes retreated to safe locations, while Fu Han pulled the boss around, turning it so that its back was facing everyone. This prevented the healer from being hit by the boss's skills, which would then allow Wang Qin to unleash his insane damage. When the boss's aggro shifted to Wang Qin, he was once again kite-killed. Soon, the high-level Naga collapsed. Ding! Congratulations to the host for surpassing their level and killing a high-level Naga. 50,000 XP added. They also obtained a pair of silver-level leggings. Next, they had to deal with the minions surrounding the final boss, the Naga Siren. After gathering the minions, he immediately dispatched them all with a single G14 grenade. Dealing with the Naga Siren also became much easier. With everyone's coordinated efforts, they knocked her to the ground in half a minute. Similarly, Wang Qin gained another 60,000 experience points, and 2 silver-level items dropped, along with a large amount of materials. He also dropped a Naga harpoon. Wang Qin had no real need for equipment, so he told Fu Han to distribute it as needed. Wang Qin's suit was far superior to these silver-level items, and his weapons were even more impressive. After distributing the equipment, Fu Han followed Wang Qin out of the dungeon. It took a total of 8 minutes. quite efficient. As soon as they exited the dungeon, they were met with a wave of jeers and ridicule. Out so soon? Look! No way they can win. What a waste of the dungeon cooling talisman. It only took 8 minutes to get out. Those guys are so lucky, no one died. Everyone was talking at once. Lu Zhan even smiled smugly. He loved seeing Wang Chen and the others get humiliated. And just as everyone was discussing, Wang Chen and his 4 companions re-entered the dungeon. The others dropped their jaws in shock. Going in again? Refusing to admit defeat? Are you so rich you're so careless? You just used up the dungeon cooling talisman so carelessly. You're crazy. You might as well sell me the dungeon cooling talisman. The people of Riyadh, in particular, were both sarcastic and deeply jealous. In their country, dungeon cooling talismans were much harder to obtain. A professional could only manage 2 or 3 in a year, which was considered a good thing. In Dragon Country, however, one could obtain one every 1 or 2 months. So, in the eyes of the professionals of Riyadh Country, this was simply a waste of natural resources. But in full view of the crowd, Wang Chen and his 4 companions used the dungeon cooling amulet again and disappeared from sight. The last dungeon took only 7 minutes, and they emerged from it again. The others, upon seeing this, continued to laugh. Let's go! Wang Chen glanced at Fu Han and said. Fu Han had already distributed all the spoils. At Wang Chen's suggestion, the materials were divided equally among the 5 of them, and the equipment would belong to them. Fu Han and the others were extremely grateful for this. They all knew that Wang Chen had been the sole driver of their efforts, but he insisted on dividing the materials equally and not taking any of the equipment. In fact, Wang Chen was fully entitled to take everything. Amidst the laughter, Wang Chen and his companions prepared to leave. Wang Chen ignored the taunts, calling them nothing more than idiots. But as they walked, they suddenly heard someone shout, "The 3rd trial quest is gone." The others hurriedly checked their trial quest status. Indeed, the 3rd Naga Harpoon quest had vanished. This meant that the quest had already been completed. If someone else couldn't complete it, it would disappear. What's going on? The quest has already been completed? What's going on? I was waiting for the people inside to fail the dungeon, then I could do the quest, and it's still gone. Could it be that the Cherry Country people have already finished it? Except for the Cherry Nation people, everyone else looked troubled. The Cherry Nation people, on the other hand, looked smug. The mission had been completed, and 3 nightmare-level Naga trials had been cleared. In their eyes, all 3 teams had completed the dungeon. Whoosh! Suddenly, a ninja emerged from the dungeon. Who completed 3 dungeons? The ninja roared breathlessly. What's going on? Didn't you complete the dungeon? Didn't you get the Naga Harpoon? The ninja shook his head. Following him, his 5 teammates, a warrior, 2 onmyoges, and a healing ninja, all emerged. Aren't we supposed to have 3 chances? Why didn't we all get the final mission? Why didn't anyone complete the 3 dungeons? One of them shouted in frustration. The Cherry Nation people looked at each other in bewilderment. This was their strongest team. They had been counting on them to quickly complete the dungeon and claim their first reward. But as powerful as they were, they didn't even get the Naga Harpoon. Soon, 2 more teams hurried out of the dungeon. All of them looked confused. They had already defeated the mini-boss, and were waiting to fight the Naga Siren, but the quest had already been completed. 3 teams all failed? Someone completed the dungeon 3 times. What happened? Something's wrong. Who got there first? Faster than us. That level 17 gunner team just entered the dungeon 3 times. Could they have completed the quest? Yes, it must be them. Only they could have taken all 3 Naga harpoons. Hurry, catch up to them. We can't let them get away. The Ria professional who had been guarding outside quickly realized the problem. It must have been Wang Chen and the others who had entered the dungeon 3 times and taken all the Naga harpoons. Chapter 69. There was no time to figure out how a 5-man team of level 17 gunners had quickly cleared 3 nightmare-level trial dungeons. Aside from this team, which had entered and exited the dungeon 3 times, the other teams had at most entered but never left, and had entered much later than them. Chase! We can't let them escape! A wood-type ninja shouted. At the same time, they broke into a sprint. The other cherry ninjas immediately responded, chasing Wang Chen. Their superiors demanded that they obtain 3 Naga harpoons at all costs. If they failed, the leaders would be punished by disembowelment. Those cherry ninjas seemed to be chasing us. Qin Meng realized something was amiss. The sound of running could be heard from the ground. The 5 men hadn't gone far, still within sight. Wang Chen turned and saw that the Ria Nation's men were all chasing them. The ninjas? their hands tied behind their backs, ran at full speed. The onmyoges, riding on their shikigami, soared through the air in pursuit. The warriors, priests, and other ordinary professions were also running at full speed. Damn it! What should we do? Fu Han gritted his teeth. As he spoke, he glanced at the leader of the team, Wang Chen. Wang Chen remained silent, his gaze fixed solemnly on the Cherry Nation troops. We can't let the Cherry Nation troops succeed. Stop them. Yes, as long as the Naga harpoon is in our hands, we can't let the Cherry Nation troops take it. Stop them. Don't let them get close to that gunner. Many people in Dragon Nation also realized Cherry Nation's intentions. No matter how many of them had previously envied Wang Chen's team for obtaining the Naga harpoon, but before the numerous professionals of Cherry Nation, they clearly understood who their true enemy was. The Naga harpoon was a material that professionals from all nations were currently fighting for, and each nation was determined to obtain it. No matter what, Cherry Nation could not be allowed to succeed. Then, with the exception of Lu Zhan, all the other Dragon Nation professionals rushed forward, blocking the Cherry Nation professionals' path. The Dragon Nation professionals even formed a battle formation. The Cherry Nation professionals paused for a moment, but thinking of the Naga harpoon, they were unwilling to give up. Furthermore, they already had the advantage in numbers. After all, this trial ground was closer to them, so they could send more professionals. With this in mind, the leading level 25 Wood Ninja shouted, "Go! No one can stop us from obtaining the Naga harpoon. Go! The master has specifically instructed us not to lose the Naga harpoon." Another level 25 onmyoji, seated on his shikigami, spoke with a particularly gloomy voice, as if emanating from the underworld. On the other side, Qin Ming, Wu Mingyu, and the others watched this scene, their blood boiling. They hadn't imagined so many people would stand up for them. "Wang Chen, shall we fight them?" Qin Ming asked first. "Go! Brother Chen, these people from Riyao are so despicable. They're even trying to silence us." Zui was even more direct, seemingly asking for a fight. Wu Mingyu and Fu Han looked at Wang Chen with intense passion, their fighting spirit blazing. But they all knew that Wang Chen was the absolute main force in terms of damage output. "Go! You guys go with the main force. I'd be acting alone. Safety is paramount. Don't be too aggressive. If the enemy attacks the ranged professions, retreat immediately," Wang Chen said decisively. But no matter what, Wang Chen needed to consider their safety. This time, the professionals sent by the Riyao Kingdom not only had a numerical advantage, but also a clear level advantage. "Yes! Got it!" Fu Han and the other two immediately rubbed their hands in anticipation. And then, they joined the Dragon Kingdom's main force. The battle was about to begin. Wang Chen didn't join them. Instead, he looked around, found a commanding position, and took advantage of the clamor of the crowd to climb up. After all, the Riyao Kingdom's men were within Wang Chen's range, so Wang Chen didn't need to crowd with the mages and archers. Moreover, the higher you stand, the less you have to worry about harming your own people. According to Wang Chen's estimation, all of the ranged classes of the Riyao Kingdom were within his range. This was the terrifying range of the gunner. The ranged classes of the Riyao Kingdom could only reach half of Wang Chen's range at best. Soon, a fierce battle ensued. The ninjas continuously used hidden weapons and various ninjutsu, while the onmyoges controlled their shikigami to launch attacks. The Dragon Kingdom's attacks were even more spectacular, and the scene descended into chaos once again. The melee classes quickly charged into a position, and the healers in the rear healed their warriors. But it was obvious that the Dragon Nation's firepower was weaker. In the previous chaos, teams from other countries had joined in. But now, they were completely indifferent. Only the Dragon Nation and Cherry Nation were fighting. Duh. Wang Chen took a deep breath and pulled the trigger, aiming at a level 23 ninja in the middle of a hand seal. After just 5 rounds, the ninja, almost ready to form a hand seal, collapsed to the ground, his hand still blazing with flames. It was clear that the ninjutsu the ninja was about to unleash was the signature jutsu of fire-type ninjas, the Great Fireball Jutsu. Next, he swung his gun towards the area where several ninjas were gathered. In an instant, over 10 rounds were fired, not a single one was wasted, and 3 ninjas were instantly dispatched. Due to the chaotic scene, only a few of the Riyao Nation's men noticed Wang Chen's fire. But as time went on, and Wang Chen slaughtered over 20 Riyao professionals, he finally attracted more attention. That level 17 gunner's damage was terrifying, 3 shots per person. What? A level 17 gunner, what kind of damage? And how could his range be so outrageous? We can't even hurt him. Is this a hallucination? Is he really level 17? Some real people were shocked when they saw their companions killed. You have to remember that both sides had been fighting for so long, with hundreds of people fighting without a single fatality. And yet, a mere level 17 gunner had killed over 20 people. However, during the battle, the two sides had healers providing health and continuously pulling the strings. Those with less health retreated and waited for more health. As long as the recovery classes and range damage weren't harmed, the casualties wouldn't be too extreme. After all, the professionals from both sides who came to the trial grounds were the elite among those below level 25. They were the hope for the future of every nation. Chapter 70. First, find a way to kill the gunner. If possible, take his spear back. The leading Wood-type ninja glared at Wang Qin fiercely. He had already focused all his attention on Wang Qin. The next moment, he charged towards Wang Qin with all his might. But he was stopped by the Dragon Nation professional in front of him. Would release, great forest technique. He quickly formed hand seals with his hands, and over a dozen tree vines erupted from his arms, entangling all the Dragon Nation professionals blocking his path. Wang Qin witnessed this from above, and, without hesitation, swung his spear. Da-da-da. A volley of bullets blazed past. The Wood-type ninja was quite experienced. After taking a bullet, he quickly formed another hand seal. Would release, tree wall. Instantly, a shield of vines sprouted from the ground to protect him. Little did they know that the vine shield only needed a few more bullets. With just 3 rounds, the vine shield was completely shattered. 3 more rounds were fired, and the leading Wood-type ninja collapsed to the ground. What? Kishimoto-sama is dead? How is that even possible? He was a powerful Wood-type ninja, well equipped. Kishimoto-sama? Killed by this gunner? What kind of damage does this gunner have? What should we do? Even Kishimoto-sama can't handle this gunner. With the Dragon Nation professionals holding us back, we be cannon fodder sooner or later. The death of their leader instantly dampened the morale of many of the Ria Nation's professionals. They couldn't imagine a powerful Wood-type ninja dying so quickly. And the dense barrage of bullets was rapidly harvesting their lives. As long as they kept their firing range, it would be a massacre, a slaughter, without the slightest chance of resistance. Damn it! Retreat! The other leading Onmyoji analyzed the situation, and said through gritted teeth. At this point, he knew clearly that continuing the battle would only result in a one-sided massacre. If they failed to recapture Naga's harpoon and suffered heavy losses, they would surely die if they returned. Following this, a large number of Ria professionals began to retreat, like stray dogs. They had witnessed the terrifying firepower of the gunners with their own eyes, and they dared not stay any longer. If they were caught in the machine gun's crosshairs, there was no chance of survival. Want to leave? How could that be so easy? Wang Qin snorted, aiming his gun directly at the leading Onmyoji. However, this Onmyoji was clever, using his Shikigami to block his retreat. This Shikigami was an armored Inuyasha. Many had seen this in Inuyasha's attributes. All 3 of his stats were over 2,000, and his attack power was terrifying. If Dragon Country's strongest tank hadn't withstood Inuyasha's damage, they would have suffered heavy losses. Da-da-da. Wang Qin's bullets pierced the Shikigami's rear end. The supposedly powerful Inuyasha, in 1 second. 13 bullets, vanished in a puff of smoke. That's it? Wang Qin was surprised. Due to the distance, Wang Qin couldn't see the Shikigami's attributes, but he hadn't expected such a quick death. I thought it would take another 2 seconds. But everyone else's jaws dropped. This was a powerful Shikigami, yet he couldn't even hold out for a second. Is Wang Qin too powerful, or is this Shikigami too weak? The Shikigami's death also severely damaged its master. They were closely connected. Da-da-da. And then, a stream of bullets, like a flaming dragon, rained down upon the Onmyoji. With a look of fear and terror in his eyes, the Onmyoji was completely dead. The Dragon Nation's people were all stunned, their faces terrified, as they looked at Wang Qin in the distance. Inuyasha is a very powerful Shikigami, yet he couldn't hold out for even a second. What kind of damage was he dealing? Oh my god, is he still a level 17 gunner? I don't think even a level 30 professional could deal such terrifying damage. They already knew Wang Qin was a level 17 gunner. There was a full 8 levels difference between them. Could it be that the gunners have truly risen to prominence? The Dragon Nation professionals finally relaxed as they watched the Ria Nation professionals flee in panic. But the fleeing Ria Nationers dared not delay even a moment. They needed to quickly bring back the information that a level 17 gunner had slaughtered them. The deaths of a powerful Onmyoji and a Wood Ninja were a matter of explanation. But regardless, let's run. The Dragon Nation people watched their panicked escape and began to chat and laugh. They were actually driven off by a single gun. These Ria Nation people are hilarious. Yeah. They were so arrogant just now, claiming to have the dungeon to themselves. But not only did they not get the Naga harpoon, they also lost over 30 people. However, this level 17 gunner is incredibly powerful. He can even clear a nightmare level trial instance 3 times in a flash. These Ria people are quite sensible. If they keep fighting, they all be dead. As the crowd retreated, they began to discuss the situation. And all eyes were fixed on Wang Chen. At this moment, Wang Chen flicked the barrel of his gun, fanned the smoke from the muzzle with his hand, and then slung his machine gun over his shoulder. His movements were graceful and smooth. Some people began to speculate about Wang Chen's origins. Where is this level 17 gunner from? I've never heard of him. Which academy has such a formidable gunner? He doesn't look very old. Why is he representing the military in the trial? I don't know. But this guy even managed to carry several of his companions off, and his strength is truly formidable. What a master. Although most of them didn't complete their mission, they were still deeply satisfied with the way they had beaten the Ria professionals to a pulp. Witnessing such a formidable gunner was a real eye-opener for them. Standing far away, Lu Zhan looked at Wang Chen with a complicated expression. Though he hated and envied Wang Chen, he also regretted leaving the team in the first place. If he had still been on the team, he would have shared in the fruits of this trial mission. The thought of this filled him with even more resentment. Humph. Wait until you get to Huaqing University, and I show you how I deal with you. Lu Zhan gritted his teeth. Then everyone returned to their starting point. After stepping onto the teleportation array, they returned to the military fortress. Fu Han was in charge of handing in the mission and the Naga harpoon. After that, Elder Zhong also took the teleportation array and appeared before everyone. Chapter 71. You've completed the mission very well. I've heard all about you. You did a great job. Completing the trial mission will give you each 10,000 points from your respective schools, and your reputation with the Southern Military District will increase by 1,000 points. As for the material rewards, wait for notification. This time, you completed the mission so well that the original rewards are definitely not enough. We need to go back and discuss giving you a better reward, Old Zhong said with a smile. Upon hearing about the better rewards, points, and reputation, Fu Han and the others were overjoyed. School points are the hard currency of the school. As for reputation with the military district, reaching a certain level of reputation allows you to purchase corresponding military supplies and enter battlefields and certain military-specific dungeons through the military. Thank you, Old Zhong. Old Zhong, it would be great if you could give me a weapon. I've been wanting to change my weapon for a long time. Me too. Give me a staff. Fu Han and the other 3 said in quick succession. Okay. 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 Old Zhong said kindly. He took their request to heart. Wang Chen, come with me. Wu Mingyu, you can wait outside for Wang Chen. We returned to Huaqing together later. Then Elder Zhong looked at Wang Chen and said. Immediately afterwards, Elder Zhong dragged Wang Chen into a conference room. What's wrong, Elder Zhong? Wang Chen asked in surprise. After a pause, Elder Zhong said, I've heard about your performance in the trial grounds. I really didn't expect you to be able to obtain all 3 Naga harpoons. This was completely unexpected for the Southern Military Region and the entire military. Originally, they simply hoped to obtain a Naga harpoon by sending out a few teams. But Wang Chen's outstanding performance surprised them immensely. Anyway, I'm a quick raider. I can't let the Cherry Nation get this thing, Wang Chen said nonchalantly. I simply did what I was supposed to do, and I didn't see anything to praise him for. Elder Zhong shook his head. You still don't quite understand the importance of this mission. The Naga harpoon contains a rare element from ancient times, essential for crafting a divine staff. Only this trial ground will spawn Naga harpoons. Whichever nation gathers 100 Naga harpoons first will be able to craft this staff. You obtain 3 at once, while Cherry Country didn't get any. This means we're at least 2 years ahead of them. A divine staff will bring a qualitative improvement to top mages. If a war breaks out someday, it could even affect the lives of thousands. After hearing Elder Zhong's words, Wang Chen finally understood why the military attached such importance to this trial. Even Elder Zhong had taken the risk of sending him, a student who hadn't even entered college, to the trial ground. So that's what's going on. Wang Chen smiled and nodded. But boy, you've brought me a huge surprise, but you've also brought me a huge trouble. Old Zhong glanced at Wang Chen, feigning annoyance. Trouble? What kind of trouble? Wang Chen scratched his head. After killing so many professionals from Cherry Country, I'm afraid they definitely put pressure on us. Elder Zhong shook his head and said. As he spoke, he changed the subject, but those people are truly damnable. They actually hijacked the dungeon. If it were me, I wouldn't let them go. Wang Chen smiled and shook his head. As expected, most gunners don't have good tempers. Then what should we do? Should we admit our mistakes to them? Wang Chen asked deliberately. Admit mistakes? What a joke. Even if I die fighting for them, I can't do that. Besides, it was their fault in the first place. I will contact the imperial capital about this matter, and have them come forward to explain the truth. People from Dhaka, Kuri, and several other countries are testifying. Since they were the first to strike, even if we all die in the trial grounds, we have to hold back. Elder Zhong said passionately. It's over. I was wrong, Elder Zhong. Wang Chen slapped his thigh upon hearing this. Wrong? How wrong? Elder Zhong glanced at Wang Chen, his brow furrowed. If I had known, I would have killed them all, Wang Chen said hurriedly. Shong Lao gasped at the thought, then walked over to Wang Chen and patted him on the shoulder. He continued, my little ancestor. You killed over 30 people, and I already know how to explain this to the higher-ups, yet you still want to kill them all. You know what I said just now was just impulsive. It was said to be impulsive, but it was clear that this was Zhong Lao's true intention. Zhong Lao also longed to exterminate all those people from the Raya kingdom, but due to public opinion and the influence of senior military officials, he did not dare to go too far. Okay. Let's not talk about this anymore. Next, you and Wu Mingyu should go directly to Huaqing. With her around, you'd be able to get to know Huaqing better. Then I also give you 10,000 points. The military reward might come later. I have to deal with the murder first. Finally, I hope that after you've gained some experience at the university, you can join our southern military region. I give you the best treatment, Old Zhong said sincerely. Recruiting more people. Wang Chen still hasn't figured out the strengths and differences between the various military regions. After a moment's thought, Wang Chen said, Thank you, Old Zhong. When I join the military, I definitely give the southern military region my priority. The southern military region is the largest. Bye, Old Zhong. I don't want to be tied down just yet. Before Old Zhong could finish his words, Wang Chen waved his hand and left the meeting room. Ah! This kid. Old Zhong shook his head helplessly. But he also knew that young people don't like being tied down. We talk about it later, but first we have to find a way to tie him up. Elder Zhong muttered to himself. After all, Wang Chen had already completed a trial mission for the southern military region. He could interact with Wang Chen more often in the future, making everyone assume he was from the southern military region. After Wang Chen emerged, he met Wu Mingyu. Wu Mingyu, the junior sister, was particularly enthusiastic upon seeing Wang Chen. Let's go! Let's go to the teleportation array and head straight to Huaqing Academy. Thanks to you for this trial mission, and for saving my life. If you need any help at Huaqing Academy, come to me. Wu Mingyu led the way, speaking as they walked. Okay. I be in your hands then. Wang Chen nodded. Wang Chen, you're already so perverted at level 17. After you get to Huaqing Academy, have you considered going to the super seminary? Wu Mingyu asked. What's the change? What is the super seminary? Chapter 72. Wu Mingyu was speechless. She didn't even know about the super seminary. After a moment's thought, Wu Mingyu offered an explanation. The super seminary is Huaqing University's top-tier college. Its faculty and resources are top-notch, and it symbolizes the strength of every Huaqing student. Only those who can enter the super seminary are considered the nation's top geniuses. To put it bluntly, those who make it to Huaqing are just ordinary geniuses, while only those who enter the super seminary are considered true geniuses. Wang Chen nodded. I don't know if my aunt Lin Qianmo is at the super seminary, but given Lin Qianmo's pride, since she's at Huaqing, she's determined to get into the best college. So how do I get into the super seminary? Wang Chen asked. It's easy. Just clear the 10th floor of the Tinglong Tower. But clearing the Tinglong Tower requires certain qualifications, level and points. You need to reach level 20 to qualify, and you need 5,000 points. Once you meet the basic requirements, you can try at any time. If you succeed, you can transfer from your current academy to the Super God Academy. Wu Mingyu explained. Wu Mingyu, known for her fiery temperament, spoke with exceptional seriousness. As they spoke, the two had already reached the teleportation array. Huaqing University. Wu Mingyu said to the soldier guarding the array. The soldier nodded, signaling the relevant personnel to operate the array. The two entered the teleportation array and experienced something resembling a space adventure. Soon, they emerged in a brand new area. The surrounding scenery was beautiful, with lush green grass and magnificent buildings in the distance. The nearest wall was tens of meters high, reaching hundreds of meters wide. Its white-gray color evoked a solemn and awe-inspiring presence. It seemed to possess an unparalleled aura, awe-inspiring. Wang Qin could even sense that this wall was extremely dangerous. In fact, Wang Qin was well aware that many cities and universities had these types of defensive and offensive walls, concealed within them trapping traps and even formations. Even for the most powerful warriors, forcing their way through would be costly. "Let's go! I take you to the new student registration office," Wu Mingyu offered. Just outside the entrance stood 3 tents, housing students and teachers specifically tasked with welcoming new students. Every student arriving at Huaqing Academy was identified by these tents and guided to their dormitories. Because Wang Qin had participated in the trials, he arrived much later than his peers. "Hello. New student, reporting in," Wang Qin offered. "Hello, junior. What's your name?" a male student asked enthusiastically. Wang Qin said, pulling out the ID the military had prepared for him. The man took the ID, swiped it through the scanner, and then took a picture of Wang Qin's face. After confirming it was correct, he returned it to Wang Qin. He said, "So you're the Wang Qin." "Huh? Which Wang Qin?" Wang Qin was stunned. "The Wang Qin who killed so many professionals from the kingdom of Rya." The man's eyes flashed with excitement, a touch of admiration. TSK, I guess you've become famous at Huaqing Academy." Wu Mingyu quickly realized and laughed from behind. "Indeed, Junior Wang Qin, your story has spread throughout Huaqing Academy. You're truly amazing. A gunner, yet you've surpassed your level and killed so many ninjas and onmyojas. We were just discussing how you did it," the boy said excitedly. Only Wang Qin scratched the back of his head awkwardly. To be honest, he was a little worried about becoming too famous. After all, he was just a freshman, and if he became too famous, he'd probably get into trouble. As the saying goes, a tree that stands out in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. A middle-aged man in the tent stood up and said, "Student Wang Qin, please follow me. The principal is waiting for you." He wore glasses and looked like a school teacher. "Principal?" Wang Qin was stunned. "Yes, the principal knew you were reporting today, so he arranged for me to wait for you and bring you to his office." The middle-aged teacher nodded. "Senior then?" Wang Qin turned to look at Wu Mingyu. Wu Mingyu thought for a moment and said, "I'm leaving now. If you need me, come find me at the Holy Law Academy." As she spoke, her eyes twinkled at Wang Qin. "The principal personally met you on your first day of school. That's unprecedented. You can do it, Wang Qin. Your future is limitless." As the principal of a top university, his daily life is incredibly busy. The fact that he personally greeted a new student speaks volumes about the importance the school places on Wang Qin. "I hope so. Then I go first. I talk to you in more detail when I have time." Wang Qin gave a meaningful smile. Wu Mingyu pondered for a moment, then suddenly realized that this junior wasn't as honest as he appeared. "Let's go, let's go!" But with the teacher around, it was difficult to say anything blunt. Following this, Wang Qin, led by the middle-aged teacher, headed towards the administrative building, where the principal's office was located. Along the way, he could see many students hurrying along. There was no laughter or joy to be heard, but instead, a tense, solemn atmosphere pervaded. I'd heard before that the students at Huaqing Academy were all racing against time to improve themselves, either on the road to promotion or on the road to learning. Now it seemed true. After all, the world today is a cruel place, and everyone needs to do everything they can to improve themselves. Soon, they arrived at a stately, tall building. After entering the building and climbing one floor, they arrived at an office. Knock knock. "Come in. Principal Nya, student Wang Qin is here." After greeting him, he turned to Wang Qin and said, "Come in. This is Principal Nya Hongbo." Wang Qin nodded and walked into the office. Principal Nya Hongbo stood up and greeted him. "Wang Qin, you haven't even arrived at school yet, and you've already caused me such a mess." A smile spread across his face as he spoke. "Is it about the killing of the Cherry Country professional?" Wang Qin asked in surprise. "Of course. However, Elder Zhong and I agree. You did a great job. Even if someone else wants you to apologize, Elder Zhong and I will take care of it." Principal Nya gestured for Wang Qin to sit down. Wang Qin frowned, perhaps figuring out what was going on. It turned out that someone in the upper echelons wanted Wang Qin to apologize to calm things down. Otherwise, Elder Zhong and Nihongbao wouldn't have said anything about causing such a mess. Someone must be putting pressure on them. In other words, not all the top executives are strong-willed people. Chapter 73. Okay, that's all you need to know about this. On behalf of Huaqing University, I welcome you. You're the future of the gunnery profession, Nihongbao said enthusiastically, changing the subject. Thank you, President Nie, Wang Chen said modestly. After arriving at Huaqing Academy, I have a few things to remind you. Points are paramount here. Your outstanding performance in the final exam and your completion of the trial mission for the military have earned you 100,000 points. Most things can be purchased with points. And then, I hope you quickly reach level 20. After level 20, you can tackle more dungeons and challenge the Tinglong Tower. Often, level 20 is a watershed for professionals, as it's the time to advance to the first level. Level 50 is the second level, and if you can reach level 80, it's the third level. Currently, the gunner class has never had a second level advance. Even old Zhong, the nation's top gunner, managed to reach level 70, but never succeeded. Principal Nie said slowly. Failed? Why? Wang Chen asked, rather surprised. Indeed, old Zhong had always been a first-level gunner at level 70. How could old Zhong, a gunner with the support of the military, fail to achieve the second-level advance? It's quite embarrassing, but I've never been able to complete the second job quest. The gunner's job quest is different in difficulty than other classes, and it can only be completed alone. Zhong Lao's spawns are indeed terrifying, but this class is too fragile. He said this second job quest is so terrifying that it requires a team to complete. Principal Nie explained. So that's how it is. Doesn't that mean I might not be able to complete the second rank quest? Wang Chen felt a little unsure. Even someone as powerful as Elder Zhong couldn't complete the second rank quest. That's not necessarily true. If you reach level 70, your firepower will definitely surpass Elder Zhong's, and I heard you also have escape skills. I'm very optimistic about your potential. Principal Nie encouraged Wang Chen. Okay. Here's your points card. Just swipe it when you make a purchase. Then, he handed Wang Chen a metal card that looked like a high-end club membership card. It looked very impressive. I won't keep you here any longer. I still have a lot of work to do. Teacher Mu outside will take you to the dormitory, Principal Nie said. He then pulled out a pile of documents and began flipping through them. Wang Chen also walked out. It had to be said that Principal Nie's work was incredibly busy. This was a rare opportunity for him to see him despite his busy schedule. The teacher Mu had been waiting. Upon seeing Wang Chen, envy welled up in his eyes. You know, Principal Nie is the most authoritative figure in the entire school. To actually meet with a freshman in person. It's clear how much he values this freshman. Student Wang Chen, you can choose your dorm, but the points required vary. There are shared dorms, double dorms, single dorms, and even private villas, Teacher Mu inquired as they walked. Then he explained the point situation to Wang Chen. An 8-person dorm costs 200 points per month, a 4-person dorm costs 400 points, a 2-person dorm costs 600 points, and a single room costs 1,000 points. But for a standalone villa, it would be 10,000. Although Wang Chen had 100,000 points, he knew that there were countless areas in Huaqing Academy where points would be needed. Points were the real currency here, even gold coins couldn't compare. After thinking for a moment, Wang Chen said, Teacher Mu, I live in a single dorm. A dorm alone is quieter. But Teacher Mu was still a little surprised. He hadn't known Wang Chen already had 100,000 points. Student Wang Chen, points are very important in Huaqing Academy. I suggest you save as much as possible and never waste them. Teacher Mu advised. I know, but you can rest better when you're alone. A good rest will allow you to level up better, Wang Chen said with a smile. Being able to stay in a single-family villa meant that Wang Chen was already very frugal. Okay. Whatever you say. Teacher Mu led Wang Chen to an area of residential buildings. He found Building 3, went up to the 5th floor, and said, this building is all single-person dormitories. There are 10 rooms on each floor. Rooms 501 and 504 are already occupied. You can take any of the others. Wang Chen nodded, looked around, and said, let's go to room 505. Okay. Then I take you to get a points card. Teacher Mu nodded. Points card? Is that the one? Wang Chen took out the card Principal Nie had given him. Teacher Mu was stunned. Black Dragon card. How did you get it? He immediately recognized the difference in this points card. What dragon card? That's the points card Principal Nie just gave me. Principal Nya also told me that I could use this card to redeem points. Wang Chen raised his eyebrows. Wow, you're quite capable. Black Dragon cards are usually only given to those who have made outstanding contributions to the academy or the military. They're not given out easily. Teacher Mu said with envy, thinking about how powerful this card was. He then led Wang Chen to a points card swipe machine and placed Wang Chen's card on it. Wang Chen then underwent facial recognition. After the operation, 1,000 points were deducted. The remaining points appeared on the screen. But when Teacher Mu saw the total, his jaw dropped. Holy crap! Even the national treasure blurted out. The remaining points were a full 149,000. He was genuinely shocked. Where did you get all those points? Teacher Mu stared at Wang Chen as if he had seen a monster. I got them from the final exam. Wang Chen said flatly. Teacher Mu shook his head. Even though I'm a teacher, I only have a little over 10,000 points. Nothing compared to yours. Teacher Mu wasn't very old, only about 24 or 25, so he was rather easygoing. He didn't have the airs of a teacher. Go! 505 is your dorm. Get some rest. If you need anything, feel free to come to the Assassin Academy and find me. Teacher Mu glanced at Wang Chen's dorm. Thank you, teacher. Wang Chen nodded. It's not a big deal. This is my job. Wang Chen then returned to his room. The nearly 30 square meter room was simple and comfortable, with all the necessary toiletries. Wang Chen retrieved the sheets and quilt he had prepared long ago from his storage space and spread them on the bed. Then he took off his coat and climbed onto the bed, pondering Principal Nye's instructions. Chapter 74. Next, the most important task is to reach level 20 and then complete the second level quest. After the second level, Wang Chen will have the confidence to challenge the Tinglong Tower. I'm not sure if my aunt Lin Qianmo is in the super seminary, but Lin Qianmo will definitely work hard towards it. No matter what, let's get into the super seminary first. With this thought, Wang Chen clarified his goal, closed his eyes, and fell into a deep sleep. He didn't wake up until the sun set. I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep tonight. Let's go get dinner first, and then ask where to level up. I try to get into the super seminary when school officially starts. After a good sleep, Wang Chen's fighting spirit was high. He hurried out of the dormitory and saw two alumni on the same floor talking. When they saw Wang Chen come out, they took the initiative to greet him. New here? Wang Chen nodded. Yes, I just moved in today. Hello. My name is Lu Xiao, freshman this year, and a level 15 Beastmaster. The classmate extended his hand. Because Wang Chen was wearing a concealing medallion, his level and class could not be seen. In his eyes, Wang Chen seemed extremely mysterious. Wang Chen, a level 17 gunner. Wang Chen also shook his hand enthusiastically. Gunner. One of the 10 hidden classes. Wow, you're amazing. Lu Xiao paused, a lot of thoughts running through his mind. Although he was praising Wang Chen, in his eyes, gunner was a useless class. However, for Wang Chen to have mastered a useless class and gotten into Huaqing was quite impressive. Can I ask if there's a teleportation array on campus that leads to dungeons or leveling areas? Wang Chen paused and asked. At the moment, Wang Chen hadn't found Murong Shui yet, nor was he willing to look for Wu Mingyu, so it would be best to ask his classmates first. Typically, top universities like these have teleportation arrays to various areas, especially for dungeons and leveling in the wild. At top universities, student leveling and growth are paramount. Yes. There's a dungeon hall to the east, with teleportation arrays leading directly to the dungeon entrances. There's also a town hall, which leads to towns in the various regions. These towns are surrounded by wild areas, where you can level up and spawn monsters. However, using the teleportation array requires a considerable amount of points. I've only been at the school for 3 days, so I don't have many. Lu Xiao explained enthusiastically. After hearing this, Wang Chen paused. So Huaqing Academy's teleportation array is so convenient that you can even reach it directly if you want to level up. But it did prove Principal Nye's words that points are so important at Huaqing University. Thank you. I check it out later, Wang Chen said gratefully. With that, he headed straight downstairs. Lu Xiao was stunned. Check it out? From the way he spoke, it seemed like this kid had points. Wang Chen went downstairs and first found the cafeteria. He wanted to get a taste of what a high-level university's cuisine could be like. Following the signposts, he walked a long way before finally finding the cafeteria. What surprised Wang Chen was that even dining required earning points. Thankfully, the points required weren't too high. The cafeteria offered a wide variety of delicious dishes, satisfying every appetite. Wang Chen quickly ordered 2 dishes and a bowl of rice, but he was extra careful when swiping his card, to prevent his Black Dragon card from being seen by more people. After eating and drinking, Wang Chen didn't forget to buy some more food that wouldn't get cold and put it in his storage space. After all, with so many points, he certainly wouldn't let it go to waste. After he was ready, Wang Chen was about to leave. But before he could even leave the cafeteria, Wu Mingyu hurriedly caught up with him from behind. "Wang Chen, where are you going?" Wu Mingyu asked directly after catching up. "Getting ready to level up." Wang Chen shrugged. "I hadn't expected to meet this somewhat uninhibited passer while out for a meal. I'm such a poor senior. I should have led you, and treated you to a good meal. But I didn't expect you'd come out so late," Wu Mingyu said somewhat embarrassedly. But after he finished speaking, he suddenly looked at Wang Chen with surprise. "Wang Chen, you want to level up? Do you need a nurse? I'm a very powerful nurse. Plenty of milk." Wang Chen was stunned. This guy had really found a great partner. When he heard he was going to level up, he acted like he'd taken a drug, and his words became even more flirtatious. "No, but if you want to come along, go ahead," Wang Chen said nonchalantly. Anyway, he really needed a guide. Leveling up on his own was pretty boring, so having a companion wouldn't hurt. As for experience, just kill a few more monsters, and you have everything. I should call you Brother Chen." Seeing Wang Chen agree, Wu Mingyu was particularly excited. "I'm not even that old yet. How come he's Brother Chen?" Wang Chen asked in surprise. "Who made you so amazing? You're a year younger than me, and you leveled up a year less, yet your damage output is so impressive. After you lead me this time, I definitely reward you," Wu Mingyu said with a smile. How do you want to reward me?" Wang Chen smirked. "Ahem. Whatever you want. However, your level isn't high yet. Once you reach level 20, you have more dungeon options. I suggest you level up outdoors." Wu Mingyu changed the subject. "We can also level up outdoors and reward ourselves while we're there." Wang Chen smiled slightly. "Ah? Outdoors? Wang Chen, you're really imagining that?" Wu Mingyu was startled, and even she, a bold person, blushed. "Why not? You can make me some barbecue or something in the wild, and I'd be responsible for monster farming. You can't just sit there and watch me farm monsters and level up. I don't need to heal." Wang Chen tapped Wu Mingyu's forehead. What's going on in this girl's head? Then Wu Mingyu led Wang Chen to the town hall. The town hall was bustling with activity, with many classmates teaming up to farm the wild. Some quests, as well as professions like potion making and refining, require specific materials, some of which can only be found in certain locations. In addition, players around level 20 also need to level up in the wild. So the town hall was packed. Anyone farming night pearls and duskwood? 4 for 1, and you can return to the city after you farm 4. Anyone leveling up in Blackrock Spire? Any profession under level 20, no matter your class, and those who want to farm all night, join a group. Ice territory, farming white bear hides and white bear bones. Anyone can come, 5 people, and we set off. A burst of noisy voices rang out. Chapter 75. The noise was as clamorous as a market. You can team up here, or once you get to town. However, here you can team up with classmates from your own school. Once you get there, there will be more people, and you'll be able to see people from various universities and society. With more people comes more danger. Relatively speaking, people from your own school are more reliable. Of course, except for the Lu Zhan we met earlier. Wu Mingyu explained. Wang Chen nodded. People from your own school often have some alumni ties, but that's not always the case with outsiders. Leveling up outside, and being tempted by wealth and backstabbing is a common occurrence. Where are the wild monsters above level 30? Wang Chen looked at Wu Mingyu and asked. Wu Mingyu gasped at the mention of wild monsters above level 30. The boss is indeed a boss. But on second thought, Wang Chen could even solo the Naga trial. It makes sense to want to level up by killing monsters above level 30. You can go to Duskwood. There are more monsters around level 30 there, and if you're lucky, you might even get some night pearls. Wu Mingyu thought for a moment and said, What are night pearls for? Wang Chen asked. You can accept night pearl quests in the primary quest hall. Each night pearl you turn in earns 2,000 points, Wu Mingyu explained. Gaining experience and completing quests at the same time is a perfect option. Alright. Then, let's go to Duskwood. Wang Chen made the decision. Then the two of them walked to the teleportation array in Duskwood. A deep blue vortex swirled above the teleportation array, creating a particularly mysterious scene. In front of it stood a machine for swiping points cards. Wu Mingyu placed her points card on it first, and a yellow halo appeared above the teleportation array, as if awaiting the user's entry. If the user didn't enter within a minute, the teleportation array would automatically shut down. Wang Chen also took out his Black Dragon card and placed it on the machine. As soon as he did so, Wu Mingyu's jaw dropped. Black Dragon card. Principal Nya thinks so highly of you. I've only heard of the Black Dragon card, but this is the first time I've seen one. Wu Mingyu's eyes sparkled with envy, admiration, and love. There you have it, Wang Chen said nonchalantly. Shoulder to shoulder, they tapped the confirmation button on the machine. As space twisted, they began their journey through time again. Wu Mingyu looked at her junior student beside her, a fire burning within her. After about 10 seconds, they finally emerged into a small town shrouded in darkness. This teleportation took a long time, varying depending on the distance. A gloomy atmosphere permeated the town. Professionals moved in groups of 2 or 3, patrols wandered aimlessly, and the merchants in the shops were mostly languid. This gloomy atmosphere gave one a sense of dejection. This place is mostly infested with undead monsters, like ghouls and skeletons. It's said that the Twilight Forest remains in darkness 24 hours a day, as if completely shut out from the sun. Wu Mingyu gave a brief introduction. I get the feeling. Wang Chen nodded slightly. But I can also help you with damage. My holy light can deal damage to undead creatures, and even deals bonus damage, Wu Mingyu said with a smile. Wang Chen glanced at her and said nothing more. Even though her holy light had high damage, her casting frequency was, at most, 1 skill per second. Let's go! Wang Chen didn't hesitate a moment, and immediately took out his Gatling Inferno. Right now, leveling up quickly was the top priority. At the same time he asked, do you know where the monsters are most numerous? Wu Mingyu had just cast Power Word of Fortitude on Wang Chen and said, actually, this is my first time here too. After all, I'm only level 25. I wouldn't dare venture into the wilderness at level 30 on my own. The wilderness is more dangerous than a dungeon. Although the monsters in the wilderness are less powerful than in a dungeon, you can choose to give up if you fail in a dungeon. There's no option to give up in the wild. You face the immediate risk of death. You dare to come with me? Aren't you afraid I fail? Wang Chen asked. Aren't you a pervert? Failure, I accept it. Wu Mingyu thought for a moment and said. Wang Chen sighed. This girl is actually quite brave. Generally speaking, when hunting monsters in the wild, one should go for monsters at most 3 levels higher than oneself, while in dungeons, one should go for monsters of the same level. By the way, take a look at this. Wu Mingyu pulled a map from her storage space. It was the map of the Duskwood. Wang Chen took it and examined it carefully. The area they were in was called Dusk Town, a central location surrounded mostly by forests and abandoned houses. It was obvious that this area had been invaded by undead creatures, and humans had been decimated by them. The wild monsters were between levels 28 and 32. But in a dense forest on the map, a skull symbol was prominently marked. Does this skull symbol mean it's particularly dangerous? Wang Chen frowned. Yes. It said there's a level 40 plus Bone Dragon Elite boss there, a nightmare for students like us. That's why it's marked as the most dangerous area on the map. However, occasionally teams of more than 20 people would go to kill the Bone Dragon. Wu Mingyu nodded, explaining. Level up first. Once I'm done, I consider taking on the challenge, Wang Chen said after some thought. For a powerful gunner, killing a single boss is a very satisfying experience. Because it can hit every target, every bullet truly hits the boss. It's too dangerous. This boss isn't the Naga from the trial grounds. Not only is it significantly higher level, but it's also said to be incredibly tanky. Several level 30 teams have been wiped out by this Bone Dragon, Wu Mingyu said worriedly. Level up first, and we figure it out later. Wang Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Then he led Wu Mingyu out of Dusk Town and continued along the winding path. Along the way, they saw many dilapidated houses, each emitting a creepy air. Sometimes, eerie red or white lights could be seen emanating from them. It seemed as if something infernal was hiding. Wang Chen, what's in that house? It's so scary, Wu Mingyu said fearfully. It must be the wights and skeletons you mentioned. Wang Chen smiled. Chapter 76. After saying this, Wang Chen pointed his gun directly at the glowing light inside the house. Duh. A burst of bullets went off, and the house immediately erupted in a commotion. Then, a group of bizarre-looking ghouls sprinted out. These ghouls stood upright on 2 legs, their bodies leaning forward. Their skin was like glue, making them look sickening. Their feet were like hooves, their faces were like dogs, and they had sharp claws. As they ran, they made rapid, weeping noises. Oh, ghouls? So disgusting. I heard they often forage in graves. Looking at the swarm of ghouls, Wu Mingyu's face was filled with disgust. Wang Chen fired a burst of bullets, killing one. This level 29 ghoul brought Wang Chen over 1,000 experience points. And there were more than 20 ghouls running in the swarm. Without hesitation, he unleashed a burst of gunfire. Since some of the previous bullets had already been shared by the whites, so, with over 100 more rounds, they were completely wiped out. Over 20,000 experience points were earned. Just pick up the corpses. Wang Chen stood up and began to look around the other houses. It was obvious that many whites were hiding in these dilapidated houses. They preferred sheltered spaces. Ah, a bit disgusting. Wu Mingyu instinctively protested. Is the material that exploded on the ground disgusting? Wang Chen asked in return. Well, it's not disgusting, hee. This sentence made Wu Mingyu smile brightly. No matter how disgusting the white corpses were, it didn't matter for the things that had exploded on the ground. You're responsible for collecting materials. If a night pearl is found, each of you gets half, and the rest is yours. Wang Chen ordered. Wang Chen didn't need much materials anyway. The most important thing right now was leveling up and gaining experience. In some ways, picking up materials that fell from the ground was a waste of time. Since I'd brought someone with me, I might as well leave this task to her. Wang Chen aimed at another house, and through the glassless window, he shot at the light emanating from the eyes of the ghouls inside. Then, more than 20 more ghouls burst out, frantically trying to devour the humans outside. Duh. Before they could even take a few steps, they were all shot dead. Wu Mingyu, who hadn't finished collecting materials yet, listened to the sound of gunfire and the experience points rising. A surge of happiness washed over her. This leveling speed was something she had never experienced before. Keep going. Don't stop. This is so cool, Wu Mingyu said excitedly. At the same time, she sped up her material collection. Wait a minute. Remember, your holy light damages undead creatures. Cast holy light on all houses within range to draw out the monsters. After you've drawn out the monsters, pick up whatever you want. Wang Chen said quickly. Got it, Wu Mingyu responded. Immediately, Wu Mingyu randomly cast holy light on an old house. The goal was simply to draw the aggro of the whites within. While waiting for the holy light to cool down, she squatted down to pick up items. Although the whites were disgusting, she was still very excited. After Wang Chen dealt with a white that had rushed out of a house, he turned his gun on the group of whites Wu Mingyu had drawn out. Just like that, the two of them dispatched all the whites in the dozen or so surrounding old houses within 3 minutes. Wang Chen successfully reached level 18. Wow! That was fast! No more monsters, Wu Mingyu said with a lingering feeling. Fast? If you pull monsters faster, it could be even faster. Wang Chen frowned. Hearing Wu Mingyu mutter softly, I hope everything doesn't go so fast. Let's go! There's a valley over here. There should be a good spot to snipe monsters. From a high vantage point, it'd be easier to kill them. Wang Chen ignored Wu Mingyu and pulled out the map. As he looked at it, he pondered. There weren't any suitable spots near the current area where monsters gathered, and this valley wasn't too far away. It would be a good place to level up. Okay. Wu Mingyu nodded heavily. As they walked, they cleared out the monsters they encountered along the way, including level 29 and 30 ghouls, black widow spiders, and vicious purple spiders. However, the monsters along the path were sparse, with only 1 or 2 visible every few dozen meters. After all, clearing monsters was a convenient task, so Wang Chen naturally wouldn't miss any. Even the smallest fly is meat. Soon, they reached the top of the valley. Below, ghouls and various spiders were clustered in groups of 3 or 5, quite dense. The density was even comparable to any dungeon Wang Chen had cleared so far. Under the moonlight, the monster's ferocious appearance was particularly terrifying. There's even a level 32 monster. I've never fought so many high-level monsters before. Looking at the monsters everywhere in the valley, Wu Mingyu said with emotion. That was the truth. She was only level 25, and didn't dare challenge monsters above level 30. So you have to be careful, and just help me pull the monsters. Clear the monsters quickly. I have to reach at least level 19 tonight, Wang Chen said in a deep voice. 1 level per night. Wang Chen, can you really do that? Wu Mingyu was shocked. After level 15, everyone's leveling speed slows down significantly. Although Wang Qin's terrifying monster-killing speed could be seen, leveling 1 level per night still seemed a bit unlikely. Hurry up, it should be no problem. When we reach level 20, we go kill the Bone Dragon boss. Wu Mingyu said calmly. Wu Mingyu took a deep breath. She could see Wang Qin's determination to level up quickly. In other words, Wang Qin was determined to win the super seminary. After a moment's thought, he said, how about we not team up yet? I just pull monsters for you, so you can level up faster. Wang Qin shook his head. Since I brought you here, there's no way we split up. I roughly estimated my experience points. Even after reaching level 18, killing a level 30 monster still gives me over 1,000. There must be at least 7 or 800 wild monsters in this valley right now, which means 7 or 800,000 experience points. I have about 5 million experience slots total. As long as I can find 7 similar wild monster areas, I can easily reach level 19. Listening to Wang Qin's calculations, Wu Mingyu was even more impressed. Wang Qin was not only incredibly powerful in terms of damage output, but also had unique insights into leveling and monster-killing strategies. Alright, let's get started, Wu Mingyu said resolutely. He cast a holy light spell on a widowed black spider in the valley. Chapter 77. When the holy light landed on the widow black spider, it attracted the attention of a group of surrounding widow black spiders. These widow black spiders first determined the direction of their attacker, then sprinted towards Wang Qin and Wu Mingyu. 8 legs moved desperately along the ground. Da-da-da. And all they were greeted with was a barrage of bullets like tongues of fire. Soon, over a dozen widow black spiders were slain. Wu Mingyu didn't dare go down to retrieve equipment. There were too many monsters in the valley below. With her small frame, she would likely die instantly if hit by a few of them. After waiting for the cooldown on her holy light spell to expire, she hurled it at another group of carrion wights. Wang Qin's ammunition was completely idle. While Wu Mingyu helped pull monsters, he also continued to pull monsters. When the monsters gathered together, he fired his Gatling Inferno gun wildly. After slaying 5 waves of monsters in a row, Wu Mingyu felt her experience bar grow, and then glanced at the dazzling, sustained Gatling Inferno. She couldn't help but grumble. This gun was too powerful. It couldn't be stopped. She also couldn't understand why Wang Qin wasn't worried about ammunition. But one thing was certain. As long as there were enough monsters, this gun would keep on firing. It took a full 10 minutes to clear all the monsters in the valley. Let's pick up the exploded items. Wang Qin glanced down at the valley. At the same time, he stepped on the rocks and headed down. Wu Mingyu followed cautiously. Even after clearing all the monsters below, Wu Mingyu still worried about slipping through the net. Being behind Wang Qin was safer. After reaching the bottom of the valley, Wang Qin pulled out the map and continued researching the next upgrade location, while Wu Mingyu, without thinking twice, gathered everything. Wu Mingyu thought to herself that no matter what, she and Wang Qin would have to share half of these materials. After all, she was the one being led. While picking up materials, Wu Mingyu suddenly screamed, 2 night pearls. Wang Qin was slightly stunned. According to the book, the drop rate of such quest items from monsters was extremely low. To think that after just defeating a group of monsters, 2 would appear. We can just turn in the quest when we get back to school, Wu Mingyu said with satisfaction, stroking the crystal-clear night pearl. But we haven't accepted the quest yet, Wang Qin asked, puzzled. Quests like these that require you to turn in items can be accepted immediately. You don't have to accept them in advance, Wu Mingyu explained. Wang Qin nodded. It turned out this was possible. After Wu Mingyu gathered all the materials, the two continued their journey. They found 7 areas where they could deal group damage to wild monsters, and killed them all. At dawn the next day, Wang Qin finally reached level 19. Wu Mingyu was astonished when she saw Wang Qin level up. Such an astonishing leveling efficiency. As long as Wang Qin had enough wild monsters, leveling up would be as easy as eating and drinking. She recalled how when she had been admitted to Huaqing Academy, each level took at least 2 months. Let's go back. Wu Mingyu looked at the corpses of wild monsters scattered on the ground and said, Going back? Why go back so early? Wang Qin was a little surprised. My storage space is full, Wu Mingyu said with some embarrassment. Besides, you've almost wiped out the wild monsters in Duskwood. We have to wait for them to spawn. Wang Qin scratched the back of his head. We still have that bone dragon. How can we say it's extinct? TSK. You really want to wipe it out? There are basically no wild monsters left. They spawn every 8 hours. We can go back and divide the spoils and clean out our backpacks. Wu Mingyu smiled. Okay then. Wang Qin thought it made sense. According to the timetable, the valley where Wang Chen first spawned monsters would spawn in about an hour, just in time for him to level up after returning from school. Originally, Wang Chen had planned to wait in Duskwood for the monsters to spawn, but he had forgotten about the storage space. The two of them galloped back to Dusk Town, then used the Night Town teleportation array to return directly to Huaqin University. After a brief interstellar journey, they reappeared in the town hall they had been in. Wu Mingyu and Wang Chen returned to the primary quest hall. There, they quickly found the Duskwood quest manager, who was responsible for all quests in Duskwood. After accepting the quest, they turned it in. After turning it in, they used their points card to increase their points by 2,000. Then they went to the Dragon Country Exchange to sell some of the materials they no longer needed. Wu Mingyu expertly sold most of the materials, earning over 100,000 gold coins. After receiving the gold coins, Wu Mingyu insisted on giving Wang Chen half. Take them. I was brought here, and gold coins aren't that important in Huaqing Academy, but we still need some, as we'd likely be traveling to various towns. If we trade in those towns, we need gold coins. Wu Mingyu pressed the gold coins into Wang Chen's hands. Wang Chen didn't refuse. Unexpectedly, Wu Mingyu was a very efficient person, unlike some who were scatterbrained and unrestrained. She was also passionate and outgoing, unlike Murong Shue's ladylike personality. Wang Chen. Just as Wang Chen and the others were about to leave, they ran into an old acquaintance. Wang Chen was startled to hear this. It was Luo Xia. Luo Xia? Wang Chen turned to look at Luo Xia, sizing her up. It had been so long since they last met, and Luo Xia had already reached level 23. Her leveling speed wasn't much slower than his own. When I first met Luo Xia, she was level 18, and is now level 23. Wang Chen was level 10, and is now level 19. You're leveling up pretty fast. I had a feeling I'd find you at Huaqing University. When did you hook up with this vixen? Luo Xia said with a grin. As she spoke, she glared at Wu Mingyu with a hint of disdain. Luo Xia, you little bitch, are you itching for more? If you're not convinced, let's go to the arena and PK. Wu Mingyu shouted. But judging by their tone, the two girls definitely knew each other. TSK. What? You hit the nail on the head? But I'm really confused. How do you know our handsome little gunner? Did you get carried away by the sight of such a handsome gun? Luo Xia's words grew increasingly snarky. We've done trial missions together before, and we're from the same school, so we know each other. Wang Chen said quickly. Chapter 78. Humph. Luo Xia pouted, still unsatisfied. Wu, if you weren't 2 levels higher than me, how could I possibly defeat you? Wang Chen was stunned by what he heard. These two girls had fought before. However, normally, a shadow assassin is still very powerful in a one-on-one fight, and a disciplined priest is unlikely to be a match for a shadow assassin. Even if they were 2 levels higher, it would still be unlikely. You, a main class, can't even beat a support class? Wang Chen asked back. TSK. I wore her down. I have a few damaging skills too. I just need to heal myself, and then slowly wear her down. Wu Mingyu said with a smug look on her face. It has to be said that if an assassin can't quickly eliminate a priest with his high burst damage, he will create space for the priest and then heal her back up. Humph. Wu Mingyu, wait until I'm level 25 too. Then I see how I torture you. Luo Xia snorted. Wait, aren't you afraid of killing the other person in a one-on-one duel? Wang Chen asked, looking at Wu Mingyu. You don't know that? The school has an arena specifically for settling personal grudges. Fighting in the arena guarantees that once a professional's health reaches the critical point, they will be invulnerable to any further attacks. However, to enter the arena, both players need 5,000 points. After deducting a 2,000 point handling fee, the remaining points go to the winner. Wu Mingyu explained. It's a relatively fair dueling platform, allowing you to resolve internal animosity and earn points. Excuse me, what's going on between you two? You're like enemies? Wang Chen continued to ask. Humph. Once upon a time, I was soloing a wild elite boss. I fought for 3 full hours, my mana bar nearly depleted, and just when I was about to kill the boss, that damn Luo Xia ambushed me and stun-clunked me. And then she stole the boss. Wang Chen, tell me, should I punish her? Wu Mingyu said angrily. Wang Chen couldn't help but laugh. Stun. A common skill for assassin classes. It stuns enemies for up to 20 seconds, but if they're attacked, they wake up and break the stun. It's a fantastic skill for clearing out minions around the boss. I can't believe this girl Luo Xia actually used it on a monster she was trying to steal. That's just how stupid you are. You're almost done with the boss, and you still don't know how to throw a flare. Luo Xia sneered, sticking out her tongue. You? Wu Mingyu gritted her teeth in anger. Alright. We have to level up. You can handle your own affairs after I'm done. Wang Chen smiled and waved his hand. Level up? Where are we going? Can you take me with you? At the mention of level up, Luo Xia immediately looked at Wang Chen with anticipation. She hadn't imagined that the small, level 10 guns and cannons she had once possessed would now be massive, level 19. Besides, she had heard about Wang Chen's killing of a professional from the kingdom of Ria. The moment she saw Wang Chen, she began to reassess his combat prowess. I have no objection, but what do you say? Wang Chen glanced at Wu Mingyu. Wu Mingyu was still angry, but she pouted and said, if you don't have any objections, what else can I say? The person being led had no right to make demands. Besides, Wu Mingyu could see that Wang Chen and Luo Xia knew each other, and their relationship was quite good. Otherwise, Luo Xia wouldn't have spoken so brazenly. Let's go! Where to? Luo Xia said excitedly. Duskwood, Wang Chen replied. Then he added Luo Xia to the team. Luo Xia had given him a skill book before. Since he had met Luo Xia, Wang Chen had no intention of leaving her behind. Wouldn't it be annoying if these two girls, both somewhat outgoing, were chattering together? They weren't as quiet as Murong Shui. Then the three of them headed towards the town hall. Wang Chen thought to himself that if Wu Han and Murong Shui were added to the team, it would be a pretty perfect five-man team. We'd have a healer, a tank, melee damage dealers, ranged magic damage dealers, and ranged physical damage dealers. If possible, Wang Chen wouldn't mind teaming up with 4 girls. Soon, they arrived in Duskwood Town via the town hall's teleportation array. Luo Xia, entering Duskwood for the first time, was quite excited. This was a level 30 monster zone, a wealth of experience for her. In addition, assassins often have a special fondness for darkness, as many of their skills receive bonuses in the dark, and their invisibility becomes even more effective. It was already early morning, but Duskwood was still pitch black, as if the entire area were perpetually shrouded in endless darkness. Wang Chen led the 2 women along the path they had taken their first time, and the monsters along the roadside spawned. As they walked, they cleared the roadside ghouls and spiders. This experience is awesome. Luo Xia felt the boost in experience, a look of surprise on her face. Humph. Look at you, you loser. The fun is yet to come. Wu Mingyu looked down on her. Run. Oh no. The stitched monster is coming. Get back to town. Just then, a panic cry rang out. Followed by the sound, dozens of professionals fled towards Dust Town, as if fleeing for their lives. Damn it! How could a stitched monster appear? Wu Mingyu's face was solemn. Then she glanced at Luo Xia. You just arrived in Duskwood, and you've already attracted a stitched monster. What a disaster. Luo Xia looked unconvinced. What does it have to do with me? Alright, what's going on with this stitched monster? Wang Chen stopped their argument. The stitched monster is a disgusting undead creature, a level 30 elite boss. It's thick-skinned and tough, and deals incredibly high damage. It's known as the nightmare of those in their 20s. According to incomplete statistics, this stitched monster consumes over 20 professionals every year. Wu Mingyu explained. A level 30 elite boss? Wang Chen frowned slightly. Doesn't that mean it's even higher level than the bosses in the Naga dungeon? I should give it a try. I probably gained quite a bit of experience. Go! Kill it! Thinking of this, Wang Chen shouted loudly. Wang Chen. Although you're growing rapidly isn't it a bit too abrupt? Luo Xia said with some concern. As an assassin, without a tank, I'm particularly afraid of a head-on confrontation with an elite boss like this. Assassins have high damage output, but they're also very fragile, and even healing isn't enough. With Wang Chen here, you can just stand back and cheer him on. Don't worry, it'll be fine. Wu Mingyu, having witnessed Wang Chen defeat the Naga Siren before, had complete faith in him. Chapter 79. Bah! As if you're not a cheerleader? Luo Xia said unhappily. At least I can heal and buff monsters, can you? Wu Mingyu crossed her arms, leaving Luo Xia speechless. Leveling up as an assassin is inherently difficult. With short arms, fragile skin, and no healing, it's a despised class. Even in dungeons, it's a despised class. At this moment, the stitched monster, with its heavy footsteps, appeared in the sight of the 3. The appearance of the stitched monster, and its terrifying appearance startled Wu Mingyu, and Luo Xia involuntarily took a step back. The stitched monster was over 3 meters tall and bloated. Judging from its stitched skin, it was composed of many fragmented corpses. Its eyes were skewed, and there was a huge hole on its chest. Holding a sickle in each hand, it moved slowly, bleeding as it walked. A sickening stench could be smelled from a distance. "Don't you know about stitched monsters? Why are you so scared?" Luo Xia said with disdain. "We learned about them in school, but this is my first time seeing one. It's disgusting." Wu Mingyu covered her nose and mouth, not daring to take a sniff of the air. Wang Chen also endured the nauseating odor, and slowly moved forward until he could see the stitched monster's details. Stitched monster, level 31 elite boss. Strength, 1520. Agility, 350. Intelligence, 200. Description, made from stitched corpses, it exudes a cloud of disease. Its scythe is the nightmare of every melee class. It might even be able to hook distant classes to its side, letting them breathe in that damn poisonous cloud. After reviewing the information, Wang Chen retreated to Wu Mingyu and Luo Xia's side. "Leave here. Don't come within a kilometer. I handle it myself," Wang Chen said solemnly. "Can't I deal damage from a distance? My holy light has double the damage on these undead creatures," Wu Mingyu asked. "If you want to get up close and personal with it, like a stitched monster hugging a schoolgirl, I don't mind you doing the damage. You have to be able to withstand the toxicity and smell of that poisonous cloud." Wang Chen shrugged calmly. TSK, a stitched monster hugging a schoolgirl. Just thinking about it is exciting," Luo Xia scoffed. Forget it." Wu Mingyu simply gave up. "Does this stitched monster have a skill that can pull people to it?" Wu Mingyu continued. Wang Chen nodded. "From its description, we can tell that its side can hook people, so ranged classes must be careful." The two women nodded in unison. The higher the level, the more skills the elite bosses encounter, and the more dangerous it becomes for ranged classes. If you can't predict the abilities of these elite bosses, you could end up in serious trouble. "What are you going to do?" Luo Xia asked worriedly. "I have a plan," Wang Chen said. Then, Wang Chen's gaze fell on the slowly approaching stitched monster. He simultaneously raised his Gatling Inferno. Luo Xia and Wu Mingyu quickly retreated, not wanting to cause any trouble for Wang Chen. If Wang Chen were distracted by them, his life would be in danger. So they quickly retreated to a distance of 1,000 meters, and quietly watched Wang Chen fight the stitched monster alone. However, Luo Xia was always prepared. If Wang Chen was unlucky enough to be hooked, she would immediately rush over to the Stitcher and stun him. Her level was not too low compared to the Stitcher, so a stun would still be effective. Wu Mingyu, on the other hand, was ready to step forward to provide healing. No matter what, he was still concerned about his teammates' safety. Seeing the two women ready, Wang Chen immediately pulled the trigger. Duh. Tongues of fire, bullets pelted the Stitcher's body. The Stitcher, as if enraged, instantly ran towards Wang Chen. But, even if it ran, it wasn't much faster than walking. Its movement speed was pitifully slow. The enraged Stitcher released a circle of green-yellow smoke, making the air even more unbearable. After firing a volley of bullets, Wang Chen noticed that the Stitcher's health bar was decreasing rather slowly. It must be said that this undead creature's health pool is incredibly high, and its defense and vitality are both incredibly strong, a bit terrifying. "Let's just grind it down." Wang Chen could only continue firing. The battle lacked any aesthetic appeal, just simple bullets blasting through the air with a cascade of yellow light. The stitched monster's skin was thick and tough, and every time it was hit by a bullet, yellow blood would ooze from its body, making the sight even more nauseating. The firing lasted for a full 2 minutes, the stitched monster moving slowly, unable to reach Wang Chen's position. In a fit of rage, it swung its scythe. The blade was incredibly swift, and if it struck a target, it would embed itself into the body. Then the stitched monster would drag the person, scythe and all, to its side. Then I could enjoy its poisonous aura. Wang Chen watched the Stitch's monster intently. From the Stitch's monster's description, Wang Chen naturally knew it had this skill. The only uncertainty was at what point in the Stitch's monster's health would trigger this skill. Right now, it looked like it was around 50%. Wang Chen watched everything. When the Stitch's monster's scythe was halfway through its flight, Wang Chen had already activated his escape skill. He narrowly avoided the scythe's hook. After the Stitch's monster missed its target, it was met with an endless barrage of bullets. After more than 2 minutes, the Stitch's monster was finally killed. Ding! Congratulations on killing a stitched monster above your level. 50,000 XP added. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Night Pearl 5. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Undead Gauntlets, Silver level. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Undead Dagger, Silver level. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Copper, or Tin. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Dark Wind Grass 24. 50,000 XP. Watching the XP increase, Wang Chen smiled with satisfaction. 5 minutes of non-stop shooting were well spent. In addition to the materials, 2 silver-level equipment items also dropped, a gauntlet and a dagger. Oh my god! You killed the stitched monster in less than 5 minutes? Luo Xia said in astonishment. I've only heard that it took a group of over 40 people to kill this stitched monster. I never thought you could do it all by yourself. Wu Mingyu also said in horror. The 2 women also gained a significant amount of experience, but since their levels were much higher than Wang Chen's, they didn't gain as much experience as Wang Chen. Gauntlets, give them to the patriarch. Dagger, give it to the assassin. Chapter 80. Wang Chen casually gave the 2 pieces of equipment to the 2 women. Silver-level equipment was quite good at their current level. Although the 2 women had better equipment, distributing equipment according to class was always an unspoken rule in team formations. Wang Chen didn't need it, nor did he care about the value of the equipment. After killing the stitched monsters on the road, the 3 continued on, albeit in a long detour. Although the stitched monsters were dead, the surrounding odor was still very disgusting. They still followed the route Wang Chen had taken to level up before, but with his previous experience, they were relatively familiar with it. It took only 4 hours to clear out the relatively dense monsters. However, as a 3-person team, the experience gained was not ideal, with the experience bar increasing by less than a quarter. This made Wang Chen frown. He had originally planned to reach level 20 in 1 day, but now, that seemed unlikely. Wu Mingyu, who was picking up materials on the ground, saw Wang Chen's intention. Wang Chen, why don't you go do some dungeon work later? You can even kill a level 31 Stitcher, so soloing a level 20 plus dungeon is no problem. Wu Mingyu suggested. Then her gaze fell on Luo Xia. Wang Chen wants to level up faster, so stop being such a burden. Luo Xia's eyes narrowed, and she said unhappily, you're talking as if you're not a burden. From beginning to end, have you ever used your healing once? You claim to have enough healing, but someone needs it. As she spoke, Luo Xia couldn't help but gaze at the other man's breasts, then down at her own. Like a towering mountain against an ordinary hill. Even if Luo Xia considered Wu Mingyu her enemy, she couldn't deny that this fierce priest was indeed quite capable of giving. Humph. Wu Mingyu snorted. In some ways, she was quite proud. Quit the group. Wu Mingyu decisively quit. Luo Xia, unwilling to be left behind, quickly left the group. Luo Xia then looked at Wang Chen and continued, I'm also planning to try to conquer the Tinglong Tower, and see if I can get into the Super God Academy. I'll be with you then. But right now, you need to quickly reach level 20 and reach the 2nd rank. That will give you a quantum leap in strength. Wang Chen nodded. To be safe, it's better to reach a higher level. Wu Mingyu said, hey. Actually, you're already quite perverted before you even reach the 2nd rank. Once you do, won't you become even more perverted? Then she changed the subject, but I'm really looking forward to seeing if your machine gun gets bigger and more powerful. I think a gunner with a powerful machine gun is more attractive to girls. As she spoke, she flashed her large, radiant eyes. She looked particularly sexy. Humph. What a disgusting woman. Luo Xia feigned disgust. Who are you talking about? Luo Xia, do you want to go to the arena? Wu Mingyu said loudly, her hands on her waist. Alright. Let's go back first. I'm going to do a solo dungeon, and see how much experience I can gain. Wang Chen waved his hand. Otherwise, Luo Xia would be in for another tantrum. This priest, 2 levels higher than her, was beyond her reach, and she couldn't even yell at him or beat him, and he was even more stubborn. Ultimately, it came down to her own strength. If Luo Xia and Wu Mingyu were the same level, with Luo Xia's class advantage, she wouldn't be afraid of Wu Mingyu at all. After all, a priest is a support profession. Okay. Let's go! The 2 women said in unison. When it came to serious matters, they were more tactful. Just as Wu Mingyu took a few steps, Luo Xia leaned over and whispered in Wang Chen's ear, you better be careful. She's not easy to deal with. Don't let her hook your soul. Wang Chen smiled and shrugged. He seemed to smell a sour smell. It even overwhelmed the stench of the stitched monster. Soon, the 3 of them returned to Dust Town and took the teleportation array back to the town hall of Huaqing Academy. After turning in the Night Pearl quest, they headed straight to the quest hall. The quest hall was even noisier than the town hall, with many teams shouting about recruitment and seeking group information, like a market. From what I'd learned during school, the dungeon experience was just as good as the wild, and the chance of finding equipment drops was even higher. Furthermore, many dungeons required a group, making it more interesting than solo raiding. It also improves teamwork. Teamwork is an essential quality for future professionals. This world is teeming with powerful and mysterious monsters, both in the wild and in dungeons. These monsters are so powerful that they simply cannot be defeated by individual effort. So, to defeat them, you must work together as a team. It is precisely for these reasons that the dungeon hall is the busiest area in every university, bar none. Goblin Cave, normal difficulty, urgently needs healers level 23+, for waiting. Fallen Elf Forest, hard difficulty, tanks and healers available, damage level 25+, anybody available. Centaur Princess Lair, nightmare difficulty, tank, healer, level 28+, full silver set. Wang Chen felt the clamor. He couldn't help but sigh. There were indeed many people in school who needed to form teams. Some difficult dungeons not only had class and level requirements, but also gear requirements. Thinking of gear, Wang Chen was certain that a small portion of his equipment upgrades came from dungeons, but a larger portion came from battlefields. Wang Chen needed to gain enough reputation in the battlefields to upgrade his suit. In dungeons, Wang Chen needed equipment beyond his suit, such as necklaces and shoes. Only when he encountered exceptionally powerful equipment would he trade in his battlefield suit. Wang Chen, which level of dungeon would you like to challenge? Luo Xia asked expectantly. Wu Mingyu also looked at Wang Chen. The Naga dungeon we tried earlier is equivalent to a difficult level 25 or 26 dungeon. You might consider the level 23 Goblin Cave. Wu Mingyu knew Wang Chen was new to the class and, despite his formidable skills, wasn't particularly clear on many things. As a senior student, she naturally explained things enthusiastically. Wang Chen rested his chin on his hand, pondering for a moment. Then, his gaze fixed on the teleportation vortex in the nearby Fallen Elf Forest. Wang Chen, this dungeon is around level 25. While there's no minimum level requirement, it's quite difficult. I suggest you try a lower level dungeon first. If you can break the dungeon clearance record, you earn points. This also counts as an academy mission. Luo Xia instructed. Chapter 81. Instance clearance records? Wang Chen frowned. This meant that each instance had a completion time record. There were even quest rewards. But Wang Chen still shook his head and said, just the nightmare level Fallen Elf Forest. As Luo Xia and Wu Mingyu exchanged glances, they felt Wang Chen had a sense of unfathomable depth. Since Wang Chen was confident he could clear the Fallen Elf Forest, there was no need to say anything more. At least there was no need to worry about Wang Chen's safety. Let's try this solo first. Wang Chen stretched his arms. In his opinion, the difficulty of the Fallen Elf Forest was actually about the same as that of the Trial Naga. Instances in the Trial Lands were more difficult than normal instances, thus compensating for the level difference. How shameless. A level 19 kid. You actually want to solo the nightmare level Fallen Elf Forest. Hey kid, are you crazy? And Miss Luo Xia, please keep your eyes open. How can you even bother with someone who's always boasting about their prowess? At this moment, a mocking voice rang out from behind. Wang Chen turned around and saw a rather scoundrel-looking man, with 4 teammates standing behind him. All of them had mocking expressions. TSK, Miss Luo Xia, your most loyal bootlicker has arrived. Wu Mingyu chuckled. At these words, Luo Xia's face darkened, her brow furrowed, and she didn't know what to say. But the man who spoke didn't seem to care at all. As for the name of bootlicker, he didn't care at all. Don't talk nonsense. Luo Xia thought for a moment, and said through gritted teeth. Then he looked at the man called Huang Jun, I warned you to stay away from me. Do you understand what I'm saying? But Huang Jun was smiling. Naive girl. I want to see how this guy dies in a dungeon. I've never heard of a level 19 kid daring to go to the Fallen Elf Forest alone. Even professionals almost level 30 wouldn't dare go there alone. TSK, I'm afraid he'd get his pants wet the moment he gets in. He's barely grown out yet, and he's so ignorant. He'd definitely die if he goes in. Wang Jun's companions also started to mock him. Did you hear about the level 18 gunner who killed hundreds of Liao professionals? It spread all over the school. Luo Xia warned. Luo Xia, are you kidding me? He drugged you, didn't he? A level 18 gunner can kill hundreds of RIA professionals? We've been grinding dungeons all the time. I don't know what's going on at school these days. Even if I were to think about it, I know it's impossible. Wang Jun looked as if he'd heard something funny. Wang Jun, I have to explain this. Several students from the same school witnessed this incident, and I was an eyewitness. Could it be that what we saw was fake? Wu Mingyu also spoke up. Wang Jun was stunned by this, and turned to look at his teammates. But his teammates shook their heads, saying they didn't know anything about this either. At Huaqing Academy, most people were focused on their studies and leveling up, so they might not be aware of campus gossip in a timely manner. Wang Jun, seeing Wu Mingyu's conviction, was almost certain of the truth. After all, Wu Mingyu was eager to see Luo Xia embarrassed, so it was unlikely she'd lie. After a moment's thought, Wang Jun said, who knows what schemes he's using. Now I want to see how he solos the fallen elf forest. Even if the story of killing the Ria professional was true, Wang Jun didn't believe that was the true strength of a level 19 gunner. He must have used some shady tactics. Wait here for me, I'll be back soon. Wang Chun, however, remained indifferent, as if he hadn't seen Wang Jun and the others. Wang Chun simply disdained to pay any attention to such blind lectures. If they weren't in school, Wang Chun wouldn't mind giving them a taste of bullets. Pretentious? Wang Jun said angrily. Pretending to be so patronizing in front of the goddess he'd been dreaming of was unpleasant. But he could only suppress his anger and wait for Wang Chen's death in the dungeon. Be careful. If you encounter danger, get out immediately. It's a dungeon starting at level 25, so it's not shameful not to be able to clear it solo. Luo Xia and Wu Mingyu exhorted. Watching Wang Jun's jealousy, his hands clenched tightly in fists. He couldn't understand how a lousy gunner, barely level 20, could command the attention of these two beauties. And judging by the looks of it, these two beauties seemed to have different feelings for Wang Chen. Wang Chen nodded and took out his Gatling Inferno. Then, standing in front of the Fallen Elf Forest dungeon, he quickly pulled out his points card. He used his body to block this special points card and quickly swiped it. A full 500 points were used in one go. The point card machine displayed the clearing rankings for each difficulty level. Wang Chen glanced at the Nightmare difficulty record. The top place finisher was a 5-person team, all level 29 players. It took them 1 hour and 30 minutes. The Nightmare difficulty dungeon had a level limit of 1 to 29. Players with higher levels were not allowed to enter. The team consisted of a heavy warrior, a holy priest, 2 rare class mages, and a warlock. In terms of equipment, each player had 3 or 4 pieces of silver level gear. The warrior tanked monsters, the priest healed, the warlock reduced monster resistance, and the other 2 mages dealt damage. This record stood for 2 full years. The second place finisher was a full half-hour behind. Immediately afterwards, Wang Chen entered the dungeon alone. But this action immediately caused a stir in the entire dungeon hall. Oh my god, a kid who's not even level 20, going to the Nightmare Forest of the Fallen Elf? How pretentious. Even the seniors wouldn't dare to solo this difficulty. I'd probably be scared out within 2 minutes of entering. What a waste of 500 points. Maybe he's a big shot, and doesn't need the points. He just wants to see the scenery. What scenery? The Fallen Elves' flirtatious poses? Besides their good figures, Fallen Elves are incredibly beautiful. TSK. Who knows? Someone might actually like them. No one dared to believe Wang Chen could solo this difficult dungeon. Even if someone knew he killed a professional from the kingdom of Ria, they wouldn't believe him. In the dungeon, unlike in the trial grounds, there weren't people who could block enemies for Wang Chen, leaving him ample room to attack. Chapter 82. This was simply a fantasy. Aside from Wu Mingyu and Luo Xia, everyone else at the scene thought Wang Chen was just fooling around. However, as they watched Wang Chen disappear from the scene, they were certain of his courage. Regardless of Wang Chen's level, at least he had truly gone to this nightmare-level dungeon alone. Afterward, after a brief period of time travel, Wang Chen reappeared in an ancient forest. A blood-red moon hung overhead, and the forest was pitch black. Through this darkness, a sinister aura seemed to linger, as if countless dangers lay within. A gentle breeze rustled through, creating an occasional rustling sound, and occasional wailing sounds could be heard, bringing a sense of fear. Looking into the forest, Wang Chen could see several fallen elves transformed into undead forms. They retained their elven form, tall and with long ears, but after their fall, they were no longer as free and unrestrained as their original elves. Instead, they became extremely evil and violent. The fallen elves in the outer areas are mostly elite monsters between level 26 and 28. It's worth noting that many of the monsters in the dungeon are elite monsters, and their experience and strength far exceed those of ordinary monsters of the same level. Level 20, there's hope. Wang Chen briefly checked the fallen elves' attributes. Fallen Elf Archer Elite Monster. Level 27. Strength 900. Agility 800. Intelligence 500. Skill Piercing Arrow reduces all enemy defense by 50%. Even elite monsters have their own skills, but this one is passive. But these elite monsters were nothing compared to Wang Qin's bullets. Without even needing to maintain distance, Wang Qin charged at the corrupted archers. Duh. With a few shots, 3 corrupted archers were slain, vanishing into thin air. Ding! Congratulations on surpassing your level to kill a corrupted elf archer. 8,000 XP added. Congratulations on obtaining Corrupted Soul 1. Then came the corrupted elf warriors and assassins. Duh. Wang Qin unleashed his full power, dispatching monsters instantly. Ding! Congratulations on surpassing your level to kill a corrupted elf warrior. 90,000 XP added. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Luminous Grass 5. System notifications flashed incessantly, and his experience skyrocketed. It had to be said that soloing a dungeon was incredibly rewarding. It was much faster than leading a group. Wang Qin pushed forward, but he also kept a close eye on his safety. Since he hadn't prepared a dungeon strategy in advance, Wang Qin wasn't sure if there were any hidden dangers. He had to maintain a high damage output, while also being cautious at all times, putting safety first. Thankfully, he'd been pushing through the dungeon almost as if he were strolling along, gunning his way through. In terms of speed, it felt more like a leisurely stroll through the dungeon. After only about 20 minutes, he saw no mini-bosses, just hordes of fallen elves. Could this dungeon only have one boss? But it didn't matter. Without mini-bosses, the clearing process would be much faster. What was a bit of a headache for Wang Qin was the sheer size of the dungeon, the lack of a dungeon map, and he even had to go in circles at one point. What a waste of time. Typically, after classes begin, a dedicated teacher will explain the characteristics, maps, and strategies of each dungeon. Unfortunately, Wang Qin hadn't attended class yet. He wandered around for another 10 minutes, finding no monsters, and simply searching for the boss. Finally, he found the final boss at the end of the dungeon, the fallen elf Baron Yulan. Wang Qin took a look at the final boss. Baron Yulan was 3 times larger than a typical fallen elf, completely in ghostly form, wielding a long sword and dressed in aristocratic attire. He gazed up at the starry sky, a look of sorrow on his face. He kept repeating his lines, "Moon God, when will the fallen elves be reunited with you? Damn high elves. We fallen elves are locked in a mortal conflict with you. You've made us into devilish beings. Moon God. Moon God will not abandon us. King of the fallen elves. I believe you will lead us back to the moon god's embrace." Listening to the fallen elf baron's mumblings, it felt as if this race had endured a deeply tragic story. They must have had some grudge against the high elves, and resented them, but deep down, they still believed in the moon god. Wang Qin couldn't help but shake his head, unaware that they, like the high elves, had become monsters or dungeon creatures. In other words, they had long been abandoned by the elven race. Whatever his tragic story, at this moment, it was merely Wang Qin's experience. Wang Qin first glanced at his information. Fallen Elf Baron Yulan, Elite Monster Boss. Level 30. Strength 3000. Agility 2900. Intelligence 600. Skills: Fallen Blade, Fallen Skin. Charge higher level dungeons don't have boss descriptions. Instead, the boss's skills are displayed directly. The Baron's skills reveal him to be a capable warrior, both offensively and defensively. His strength and agility are ridiculously high. Compared to the stitched monsters he encountered previously, the elite bosses in this dungeon are far more difficult to defeat. But it didn't matter. After adjusting his distance, Wang Qin immediately launched his attack. There was no aesthetic beauty in the battle. It was a barrage of fire. Before the once glorious fallen elf baron could recover from his grief, he had already been blasted by 10 pairs of bullets. The fallen elf baron turned his head and stared at Wang Qin, his eyes turning blood red. The massive figure moved directly towards Wang Qin, its movement slowing considerably after the knockback from the bullets. Wang Qin's bullets landed on him, like water. Although his health continued to drop, it was only a pitiful loss. Relying solely on bullets and mines is truly too inefficient. Hopefully I can level up after killing the Baron. Otherwise, this monster farming efficiency is incredibly low. It'd probably take quite a while to finish this place. Wang Qin glanced at his experience bar as he continued to damage. He couldn't help but grumble. There was still about 20% of experience left, a bit of a stretch. But while dealing damage, Wang Qin didn't dare lose his focus for a moment, lest the fallen Baron reach charging distance. As a ranged class, he was more afraid of being charged by a melee class. Wang Chen even retreated while dealing damage. After a full minute of damage, he had already lost half his health. Let him have a taste of the grenade. Chapter 83. Then the G14 grenade was ready and launched. The grenade erupted with flames, instantly shattering the Baron's corrupted skin. Wang Chen seemed to understand that the corrupted elf Baron's high resistance was due to his passive skill, corrupted skin. Once the corrupted skin was shattered, his defense would plummet. The subsequent damage became even more direct. The corrupted elf Baron couldn't move an inch, while the damage increased exponentially. It took another minute, but finally, under the onslaught of thousands of bullets, he was brought to the ground. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the fallen elf Baron above your level. 120,000 XP added. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the fallen leggings, bronze, item level 20. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Baron's sword, silver, item level 20. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining night grass 20. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining frost iron ore 30. Wang Chen immediately collected the bronze level equipment, the silver level equipment, and the other materials. As for the equipment, Wang Chen will consider keeping some usable silver level equipment for himself. Of course, he will compare them based on damage attributes. Wang Chen will assemble a set of equipment suitable for dungeon runners. Wang Chen currently has no use for the equipment that is dropped, so he may consider selling it to the auction house or the black market later. But right now, Wang Chen's main concern is experience. After completing the entire dungeon, his experience has reached 81%. Just one more run will allow him to successfully reach level 20. Wang Chen is full of anticipation for level 20. More weapons and bullets can be unlocked. After the second level, earth-shattering changes will occur. Outside the dungeon, a loud announcement echoed throughout the dungeon hall. Congratulations to professional Wang Chen, breaking the Fallen Elf Forest dungeon record with a time of 35 minutes and 21 seconds. Team members, level 19 gunner. This announcement immediately caught everyone's attention. Those still outside the dungeon hall also rushed in. Someone actually broke a new dungeon record. There haven't been any in over a year. Level 19 gunner? Oh my god! This is the Fallen Elf Forest. How could someone clear it all by themselves? Wow, that's unbelievable. Such a low level, and a useless gunner. How terrifying. This Wang Chen is the gunner who killed hundreds of Riot professionals. I never thought he was so powerful, so skilled at killing, and even at dungeon clearing. A squishy profession. Actually managed to clear the nightmare level Fallen Elf Forest solo. How on earth did he do it? Boss, please help me. Amidst exclamations, many professionals surrounded Wang Chen. Most of the people present looked at him with admiration. You have to know that everyone present was several levels higher than Wang Chen, yet in terms of strength, they were completely outmatched by him. Damn it! You're a level 30 pro, and you're not ashamed to let a level 19 junior guide you? How shameless. Junior, I've heard your story. I'm only level 28, so you can guide me. Even Luo Xia and Wu Mingyu felt a surge of pride. They had all been mentored by Wang Chen. Wang Chen glanced around, a touch of impatience building. Being watched wasn't a pleasant feeling. So, he simply re-entered the dungeon. Less than a minute after Wang Chen entered, another notification rang out from the dungeon lobby. Congratulations, Wang Chen, for setting a new record in the Fallen Elf Forest. You've earned 2,000 points and 10 contribution points. A new dungeon clearance record can only be earned once. Because clearing a dungeon requires review by school staff, this announcement was delayed. Wang Chen also heard this notification in the dungeon. It only gave Wang Chen a slight pause. Why, besides points, were there contribution points at Huaqing Academy? What was the point of contribution points? But it was clear that contribution points weren't easily earned, meaning they were more important than points. It didn't matter. Reaching level 20 was the top priority now. With his previous experience, Wang Chen was much more adept at clearing the Fallen Elf Forest. Bullets shot out like a flaming dragon, mowing down every fallen elves he encountered. Wang Chen, familiar with the terrain, had already planned his monster-killing route. It took him about 20 minutes to reach the end of the dungeon. This time, upon encountering the Baron, Wang Chen started with a G14 grenade. He then continued firing, waiting for the G14 grenade's cooldown to expire before using it again. In just 3 minutes, the Fallen Elf Baron fell to the ground. Ding! Congratulations on surpassing your level to kill the Fallen Elf Baron. 120,000 XP added. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Fallen Fists, Bronze Tier, item level 20. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Black Feather Staff, Silver Tier, item level 20. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Night Grass 20. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining Iron Ore 30. Outside the dungeon, everyone was still discussing the record that had just been set. But then another announcement rang out in the dungeon hall. Congratulations to Professional Wang Chen for setting a new record in the Fallen Elf Forest dungeon, with a time of 23 minutes and 24 seconds. The announcement instantly sent the already noisy dungeon hall into a frenzy. Oh my god! He broke his own record again. What kind of incredible dungeon clearing speed is that? That's terrifying. I'm afraid no one will be able to break this record for years. In a few years? You're kidding. Professionals above level 30 can't enter this dungeon. I think only he can break this record. No one else can. One person. Solo. Has never cleared the dungeon in under an hour in years, and this gunner didn't even take 30 minutes. I'd call him the best. Yes. Below level 30, I'm afraid no one can surpass him. Everyone started talking, their faces filled with shock. It had been ages since such explosive news had arrived. They were all witnesses. They couldn't figure out how Wang Chen had managed it. I really don't understand how he killed the Baron. That Baron was incredibly tanky, not to mention his damage. Most importantly, he could charge. A solo kill would be a nightmare for any ranged class. But what if the range is extremely long? That won't work either. No matter how far the range is, the Baron will always close in. A charge only needs to be a little over 300 meters. What if it's super long range, combined with crowd control? That way, there shouldn't be any problem, right? Chapter 84. While discussing outside, Wang Chen heard the familiar notification sound again. Ding! Congratulations to the host for leveling up. Current level is 20. Ding! Congratulations to the host for increasing your basic attribute by 1 point. Ding! Congratulations to the host for gaining a free attribute point, which can be added freely. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the Springfield Enhanced Armor-Piercing Round. Ignores 60% enemy defense, increases damage by 150, and has a knockback effect. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the Freezing Round. Freezes all enemies within 20 meters of the target for 5 seconds. Applicable to any machine gun. 10 rounds can be used at a time. Cooldown time is 10 seconds. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the Explosive Flame Round. Converts 20 rounds of ammunition into fire attribute rounds. Adds a fire explosion attack. Increases damage by 500. And has a cooldown time of 20 seconds. The bullets have been enhanced again, and 2 new rounds have been added. One with a freezing effect and one with a fire attribute area damage. This means that from now on, while Wang Chen can fire his machine gun, he also be able to fire with mage-like effects. The thought of it is quite exciting. Now, while the damage has increased, there's also an additional CC and AoE damage. But the system notification hasn't finished yet. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you've reached level 20. Please complete the second job transfer quest. Wang Chen took a deep breath. The current rewards weren't enough. The rewards after the second job transfer would be the most impressive. Just as Wang Chen was contemplating the second job transfer, the notification sounded again. Congratulations to Wang Chen for setting a new record in the Fallen Elf Forest, earning 2,000 points. To prevent students from repeatedly breaking dungeon records, only one contribution point could be awarded. Wang Chen didn't care, and simply exited the dungeon. But as soon as he emerged, he was surrounded again. These people, like reporters, asked Wang Chen, "Handsome man, how do you manage to clear monsters so quickly?" "Student, could you please tell us how you killed the Baron so quickly?" "Student, do you have any tips for clearing this dungeon?" The questioners ranged in level from 20 to 30, none higher than Wang Chen, but they were all asking with humility. "My tip is, if you have enough firepower, there's no boss you can't kill," Wang Chen said calmly. "Oh my, it's like saying that, but it seems to be true. As long as you have enough firepower, there's really no boss you can't kill. It all comes down to your damage efficiency." "Why do I suddenly feel so overbearing, Wang Chen?" Wang Chen ignored them, and glanced at Luo Xia and Wu Mingyu. Then, he quickly left the noisy dungeon hall. Luo Xia and Wu Mingyu followed closely behind. Watching this scene, Wang Jun gritted his teeth. "Damn it! How could this kid be so fierce?" Seeing this, his companion said, "Brother Huang, what should we do? I think Luo Xia has set his sights on this guy." "Humph. Even if this guy clears dungeons quickly, He's only level 20 after all. If I run into him in the wild, I make sure he's in trouble. Luo Xia can only belong to me. At this point, Wang Chen and the two women walked a long way until they reached a quieter area. Should we go to the quest hall to pick up the second-level class quests? Wang Chen asked. You idiot. You're so good at dungeon clearing and killing people, but you don't even have a clue about common sense. Luo Xia raised her lips in a sarcastic tone. She was quite pleased to have defeated such a formidable man. Yeah. Class quests need to be picked up at the class hall. They're different from regular quests. Wu Mingyu also said with a smile. They're not even quests. Yet they're in different places. Wang Chen shook his head and sighed. TSK. At level 20, you must be really anxious for the second level. I take you there. Luo Xia laughed. No matter what class, everyone is eager for the second and third levels. After the second level, you can awaken more skills and attributes. Let's go! Wang Chen didn't hesitate. He went to the class hall with Luo Xia and Wu Mingyu without hesitation. Compared to the town hall and the dungeon hall, the class hall was deserted. Aside from a few staff members, there was hardly anyone else to be seen. That machine, let it determine your class first, then decide whether to accept the class quest. Once you've confirmed, swipe your points card and you're done. Wu Mingyu explained before Luo Xia could. Humph. A flattering vixen. Luo Xia snorted. Wu Mingyu, however, remained unfazed, a smug look on her face. Wang Chen followed Wu Mingyu's instructions. The machine displayed all of Wang Chen's information, including his level and class. Then the gunner's class change quest appeared. In the distant Nori dungeon, there are a group of brilliant dwarf weapon masters, with many advanced blueprints. Unfortunately, a catastrophe in Nori has afflicted all its members with a flesh curse, turning them into slaves of the void. Gunners, if you wish to advance to the next class, please help me obtain the pterosaur flying vehicle blueprints. Accept the quest? After accepting the quest, please pay 1,000 points within 30 seconds. Reading the quest description, Wang Chen couldn't help but gasp. 1,000 points. How precious. If it were any other freshman, even at level 20, they wouldn't be able to earn that many points in such a short time. Luckily, Wang Chen had over 100,000 points in his account upon arriving at Huaqing Academy. According to the quest description, unless something unexpected happens, you need to defeat the final boss of this dungeon to obtain the pterosaur aircraft blueprint. After accepting the quest, Wang Chen looked back at Luo Xia and Wu Mingyu. He asked, what level dungeon is the Nori dungeon? Luo Xia quickly replied, well, it's usually a dungeon run by a team of 5 players, usually level 27 or 28. However, the dungeon's value is very low, with few drops. Furthermore, it's underground, with winding paths, making it difficult to navigate. Wu Mingyu also said, that's right. I've heard from seniors who've been there, that the final boss in this dungeon sometimes doesn't even drop anything. Wang Chen frowned slightly at this and continued, so, have they ever dropped a blueprint? Wu Mingyu pondered for a moment, then quickly shook her head. I've never heard of a blueprint dropping there. Wang Chen took a deep breath. This meant that this blueprint could only be dropped by gunners, who were completing a class quest. Other classes wouldn't drop this blueprint without a quest. This would undoubtedly pose a significant challenge to gunners themselves. Class quests can only be completed by one person, meaning this dungeon must be run solo. Why is being a gunner, a hidden class, so difficult? Chapter 85. Or perhaps, are the second-level missions for hidden classes all very difficult? Thinking of this, Wang Chen couldn't help but think of Murong Shui. He wondered what level that girl was now, or which academy she was in. Will you wait for me, or go level up? Wang Chen looked at Luo Xia and Wu Mingyu and asked. The two women exchanged glances and said in unison, we wait for you. Wu Mingyu added, let's see if your machine gun will become bigger, more powerful, and more sustained after your second level. Luo Xia seemed to hear Wu Mingyu's implication and said angrily, shut up, you vixen. Wang Chen, be careful, this dungeon is very difficult. Wang Chen smiled and nodded. It had to be said that Luo Xia had a bit of a ladylike personality and was quite outgoing, but she really couldn't argue with the outspoken Wu Mingyu. Ignoring the verbal exchange between the two women, Wang Chen teleported directly from the class hall to the nightmare difficulty dungeon of Noah. Wang Chen reasoned that if he played on normal or hard difficulty, the drop rate for the pterosaur flying vehicle blueprint would be very low, so he decided to just play on the hardest difficulty. It would be a good opportunity to test out the power of the new bullets. As for the points spent, Wang Chen didn't care. Then, he appeared above a dungeon, with spiraling underground passages made of white metal. Neatly arranged drainage pipes, brightly lit, and several cursed dwarf soldiers patrolling, all armed with guns, and some riding mechanical mounts. Everything about this dungeon demonstrated the advanced technology of the dungeon. Even Wang Chen suspected that the technology here wasn't inferior to that of humans on Earth. The human technological civilization on Earth seemed more like the Industrial Revolution era, before Wang Chen's time travel. Let's go down first. Wang Chen didn't hesitate, picking up his Gatling Inferno and moving quickly. The swirling passageway didn't offer a particularly good shooting position for Wang Chen. He simply killed them one by one. Duh. A burst of machine gun fire pelted the cursed gnome warrior before him. Ding! Congratulations on over-leveling a cursed gnome warrior, 8,000 XP added. Ding! Congratulations on over-leveling a cursed gnome warrior, 8,000 XP added. These gnome warriors were all level 28, but the XP added wasn't significant. And nothing dropped on the ground. No wonder they say this dungeon is incredibly inexpensive. But it didn't matter. Wang Chen came here primarily for the class quests. But Wang Chen's gunfire aroused the hatred of many cursed gnome warriors. Because of the spiral tunnel, Wang Chen wasn't actually far from the cursed gnomes. After killing a few, he attracted the attention of the others nearby. Although Wang Chen couldn't see exactly how many cursed gnomes were attacking him, he knew there were over 10 emerging from the spiral tunnel. Thankfully, these cursed gnomes didn't have many special abilities. Some were ordinary elites, and quite a few were just regular monsters. Regular monsters were significantly weaker than elites. Wang Chen fired straight at them. Duh. Tongues of fire erupted in a burst of bullets. As the dense barrage of bullets unleashed, the following cursed gnomes followed suit. Wang Chen fired his weapon, while leaning to the side to see how many cursed gnomes there were. He glanced and saw that hundreds of cursed gnomes had already gathered in the area within his sight. Since these cursed gnomes were short, they weren't particularly worried about the crowding. Let's test the power of the incendiary bomb. Wang Chen immediately used the incendiary bomb. Duh. Boom! The bullet shot out, piercing with flames. When they struck several cursed gnomes, the flames exploded. They blew up all the cursed gnomes within a 30-meter radius. For a moment, sparks blazed brightly, and the combined damage from the critical hits instantly reduced the cursed gnomes to dust. Flesh and blood flew everywhere in the sparks. The incendiary bomb's damage was truly terrifying, even exceeding that of the G-14 grenade, though its range was smaller. The base damage was more than double that of the G-14 grenade. However, Wang Chen was certain that after the second level upgrade, these special weapons and ammunition could be upgraded, increasing their damage and stats. There's no second level upgrade yet, so there are no levels. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a cursed dwarf warrior above your level. 8,000 XP added. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a cursed normal dwarf warrior above your level. 1,000 XP added. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a cursed normal dwarf warrior above your level. 1,000 XP added. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining black iron ore. Wang Chen continued his killing spree. After using up all his incendiary bombs, the spiral tunnel was filled with the corpses of cursed dwarves and billowing black smoke. 20 incendiary bombs. And they were all wiped out. It must be said that the explosive bomb's area of effect damage is quite impressive and powerful. Wang Chen, who had previously maintained a calm demeanor, now showed a touch of joy. Next, Wang Chen followed the spiraling passageway and quickly reached the dungeon area. It was a circular hall with several passages within. It was unknown where these passages led. In the hall, hundreds of cursed dwarves gathered. They were moving various parts and assembling a chariot in the center. Atop this chariot sat a male dwarf, clad in rather ornate clothing, a testament to his noble status. Wang Chen quickly glanced at the male dwarf's information. Cursed Dwarf Sergeant Mechatork Elite Boss. Level 32. Strength 3000. Agility 2800. Intelligence 5300. Skills: Thunderbolt Missile, Machine Gun Sweep. Damn. Also ranged. Going head on with me? Wang Chen frowned. Although it only had 2 skills, it was clear that they were both mechanized weapons. It was also clear that the attributes of this cursed dwarf sergeant were based on his stats after riding the chariot. Destroying him wouldn't be so easy. I wonder what his range is. No class can possibly reach my range. Anyway, let's limit it first. Wang Chen pondered for a moment. As a fragile gunner, Wang Chen didn't have the confidence to engage in a damage exchange with an elite boss. Immediately, Wang Chen began to retreat, reducing his range to exactly 1,000 meters. Duh. Boom! 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 Then the guns began to fire. However, in order to quickly clear the monsters, Wang Chen fired a few normal rounds. Seeing the monsters gather slightly, he used incendiary bombs. In this way, the speed of killing monsters will be much faster. Chapter 86. Using more than a dozen incendiary bombs, he immediately dispatched most of the minions, with the remaining bombs landing on the cursed dwarf sergeant. The cursed dwarf sergeant was momentarily stunned by the explosion, seemingly enraged by the sight of all his soldiers being killed. He drove his tank-like vehicle towards Wang Chen. As he moved, he fired a thunderbolt missile. While firing, Wang Chen held his breath, paying close attention to any movement on the battlefield. He was truly unsure of the boss's attack range. As the thunderbolt missile rapidly approached Wang Chen, he finally determined that its range was even greater than his own. A missile is still a missile, and its range is naturally not comparable to a machine gun's. Just as the thunderbolt missile was about to reach Wang Chen quickly activated his escape skill. After escaping for a distance, Wang Chen, uneasy, stopped shooting at the cursed dwarf sergeant and instead desperately moved sideways. He had to maintain range both for himself and the cursed dwarf sergeant, while also staying out of the thunderbolt missile's blast radius. Boom! In just 0.5 seconds, the thunderbolt missile exploded where Wang Chen had been. The violent explosion sent up a small mushroom cloud, and the aftermath extended over 70 meters. Wang Chen happened to be at the edge of this aftermath. The violent explosion shook the entire instance, as if an earthquake had occurred. Damn! If I'd gotten hit by this, I'd have been utterly gutted. Wang Chen patted his chest. Thankfully, there was no danger. But it must be said that this boss was indeed very difficult. A single thunderbolt missile alone would have been enough to devastate any team. If it hit a ranged class, most would be killed instantly, without even a chance to exit the dungeon. Take a tank for a couple of hits, maybe. Wang Chen could only be confident he could withstand it. After all, the added resilience of a warlord set was no joke. However, it couldn't compare to a proper tank. After narrowly avoiding danger, Wang Chen pulled out his machine gun and continued firing. The cooldown on this thunderbolt missile should be quite long. Skills of this power, even ultimates, often have long cooldowns. As the machine gun continued to fire, Wang Chen realized that its knockback effect was barely noticeable. Could it be that this boss is riding in a chariot, mitigating the knockback effect? Or is it just the level difference? Wang Chen pondered. The cursed dwarf sergeant, standing atop a tank-shaped chariot, picked up his machine gun and began firing at Wang Chen. However, his machine gun's range was far inferior to Wang Chen's. Wang Chen could reach him, but his machine gun couldn't reach Wang Chen at all. Da-da-da. Da-da-da. The two sides' machine guns fired at each other. Wang Chen's machine gun struck the tank, while the cursed dwarf sergeant's machine gun strafed the ground. The metal ground clanged. But Wang Chen knew that if the dwarf sergeant got within 700 meters of him, he would be riddled with bullets. As for how much damage he could withstand, Wang Chen was unsure. The only certainty was that the health of a professional was far lower than that of an elite boss, even lower than that of elite monsters and ordinary monsters. The gap between the two sides was significant. In a head-on clash, a mage of the same level would have a slight chance, but all other classes had little chance. Let's try a freezing bullet. Wang Chen fired a freezing bullet. The freezing bullet transformed into a vast sheet of ice upon impacting the chariot, freezing it in place. Wang Chen continued his attack. The freezing effect lasted for 5 seconds, but due to the boss's inherent resilience, the actual freezing effect only lasted a respectable 2 seconds. So, he had to exploit these 2 seconds and attack quickly. As expected, after 2 seconds of attacking, the cursed dwarf sergeant broke free of the ice and continued his advance. Wang Chen could only fire another freezing bullet. Frozen the cursed dwarf sergeant once again, but Wang Chen knew this trick could only be used 10 times. After using up all 10 freezing rounds, the cooldown period begins, requiring 10 seconds before the next freezing round can be used. Therefore, Wang Chen must strive to kill the boss before the freezing rounds reach their cooldown period. So, Wang Chen's G14 grenades and explosive rounds are deployed against the boss as soon as the cooldown period is up, maximizing his own damage. Time passes until the penultimate freezing round is used up. The cursed dwarf officer driving the chariot finally falls off. Ding! Congratulations on over-leveling and killing the cursed dwarf officer. Bonus 20,000 XP. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the mechanical gauntlet, silver tier, equipment level 25. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Noah's Screw 5. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the pterosaur aircraft blueprint. Wang Qin finally breathed a sigh of relief as the mechanical notification chime sounded. I have to admit, this dungeon is indeed very difficult. It even posed a certain threat to me. At the same time, in the dungeon hall, a notification sounded from the class hall. Congratulations to class player Wang Qin for breaking the Noah dungeon record with a time of 30 minutes and 37 seconds. Instantly, everyone exclaimed in surprise again. Fuck. He cleared another dungeon in such a short time? And even broke the Noah dungeon record? Noah dungeon? That dungeon is incredibly difficult, and the cost effectiveness is extremely low. Why would he clear it? Could it be a class quest? It should be a class quest. Didn't you see he was already level 20 when he just came out, and then he went straight to Noah dungeon? That's terrifying. When I reached level 20, I didn't dare to do any class quests. I only completed them at level 22. What's your class quest? Wang Chen's gunner is a hidden class, and the quests for hidden classes are several times more difficult than those for ordinary classes. That's right. I heard that Zhong Lao from the Southern Military Region barely completed his second job quest until level 29, but Wang Chen, also a gunner, completed it at level 20. This is insane! He's a complete monster. Everyone started talking. Meanwhile, Luo Xia and Wu Mingyu were beaming with excitement in the class hall. Wang Chen had already brought them so many miracles. Luo Xia clenched his fist and said excitedly, "No, I have to level up quickly too. Otherwise, he surpassed me in level in a few days. If that happens, it'd be a disgrace." Chapter 87. Only a few days had passed, and Wang Chen had already advanced from level 10 to level 20. The terrifying leveling speed was enough to make one's scalp tingle. Luo Xia, already somewhat competitive, was suddenly aroused. No more laziness. Wu Mingyu also took a deep breath. That's right. If I don't work hard to level up, not only will I be overtaken, I fall further and further behind. As he spoke, Wang Chen emerged from the white vortex's teleportation formation. In other words, Wang Chen had completed his second job. Cleared it so quickly. Luo Xia hurried forward. Wang Chen nodded. This dungeon is indeed very difficult. The boss is actually a ranged one. TSK. You defeated that one yourself. Isn't your range longer than this boss? Wu Mingyu said with a smile. The gun's range is indeed so, but that guy has missiles. I can't even compare to the range of his missiles. Wang Chen looked terrified. If it weren't for his escape skill, Wang Chen would have struggled to dodge the missile. The missile's speed was no joke. Priests, warlocks, and archers without mobility skills would have simply taken the damage. If their level and equipment weren't up to par, they'd likely have perished instantly. Thinking of this, Wang Chen longed for similar equipment and weapons. Is this also where the second job quest should be submitted? Wang Chen asked. Yes. Just click on the machine. Luo Xia replied. Wang Chen quickly checked the machine and found the reward for completing the quest. After clicking, the pterosaur aircraft blueprint in the storage space disappeared. A mechanical voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations on completing the second job quest. Ding! Congratulations to the host for adding 50 to all their attributes. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the Dongfeng Sniper, a new micro-missile sniper rifle. It cannot be loaded with conventional ammunition, and can only be loaded with micro-missiles and micro-special attribute shells. It has growth potential. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the laser gun, which uses lasers to deal light damage and blind enemies within a certain range. It cannot be used in fog, snow, or rain. Ding! Congratulations to the host for unlocking the Qian 202 micro-missile, an ultra-long-range missile with automatic target tracking, eliminating the need to worry about flight paths and controls. Hearing the voice in his mind, Wang Chen's eyes lit up. Dongfeng Sniper. Isn't that a combination of a single-person missile and a sniper rifle? It's called a sniper, but its ammunition is micro-missiles. And it has the potential to grow. Could it eventually become a launcher capable of firing Dongfeng missiles? The more he thought about it, the more exciting it became. Let's go back and take a good look at the new weapon, Wang Chen said sarcastically. Then he looked at Luo Xia and Wu Mingyu. I'm exhausted. I'm going back to rest. You really need to level up quickly. After hearing this, the two girls also said goodbye to Wang Chen. A sense of urgency washed over them. They were already favored by heaven, and being surpassed in every aspect by a freshman would be a bit unpleasant. Wang Chen went straight back to his dorm. As soon as he reached the 5th floor, he saw Lu Xiao standing at his dormitory door, looking exhausted. When Lu Xiao looked up and saw Wang Qin, a hint of enthusiasm brightened his tired expression. He quickly greeted him, "Wang Qin. You've leveled up and returned." Wang Qin waved back, "Yeah, just got back." But after Lu Xiao saw Wang Qin's message, his expression changed again, one filled with shock. You're already level 20? How is that possible? You leveled up 2 levels in just one night, and the better part of a day? Lu Xiao tried hard to understand how Wang Qin had done it. But in his opinion, going from level 18 to level 20 would take at least several months, if not longer. But Wang Qin had done it, and with his status as a gunner. Both were gifted students admitted to Huaqing University, so how could the gap be so huge? It was like an insurmountable chasm. I leveled up by killing monsters and dungeons, Wang Qin said with a smile. Then he waved goodbye and returned to his room. Lu Xiao was left with a look of astonishment and bewilderment. This kid is too terrifying. I don't know where this monster came from. Lu Xiao shook his head repeatedly. After returning to his room, Wang Qin directly checked his stats. Level 20, second job. Strength, 1058, increases defense and recovery, agility, 1140, increases movement speed, attack speed, and critical strike rate, intelligence, 1080, increases spell damage and spell critical strike rate, weapon, Gatling Inferno, heavy machine gun, Dongfeng sniper, new micro-missile sniper rifle. Gear, Warlord helmet, LV1, Warlord armor, LV1, Warlord gauntlets, LV1, Warlord leggings, LV1, Warlord ring, LV1. Ammunition, Springfield enhanced. Armor-piercing rounds, ice rounds, incendiary rounds, QN202 micro-missile special weapons, G14 grenade, increases damage by 200, damage range 20-50 m, 30 CD, automatically refreshes after use, laser gun, deals light damage through lasers, blinds enemies in a ranged area. Unusable in fog, snow, or rain skills. Weapon specialization, passive, marksmanship specialization, passive, focus, passive, escape, active. Looking at his current three-dimensional stats, Wang Qin couldn't help but gasp. Among professionals below level 30, few could boast such high 3D abilities. Then, he glanced at Wu Xian's weapon. Weapon, Dongfeng sniper. Level requirement, level 20. Ammunition, QN202 micro-missiles. Range, 2,000 meters, no damage falloff. Features, damage increased by 300, 30% chance of multiplier damage, 50 bonus to all 3 attributes, scaling, 30-second cooldown, refreshes 30 seconds after use. This attack range is twice that of the previous Gatling Inferno, and the damage is ridiculously high. The weapon itself has a critical chance, and if you combine that with Wang Qin's own critical chance and the bonus damage, wouldn't that mean a single missile could critically damage a large area of monsters? This kind of AoE damage is simply explosive. If you use this skill to kill monsters, then you'd be practically invincible. Besides the damage range, the most astonishing thing is that this skill's cooldown isn't too long, just half a minute. For a weapon of mass destruction like this, a half-minute cooldown is incredibly low. It's practically negligible. The cooldowns for mages and warriors can even reach 5 or 10 minutes. Wang Qin's ultimate, however, is significantly shorter. Chapter 88. Wang Qin even felt an urge to try it out. However, he was in school, so he couldn't just experiment casually. This wasn't the time when he was a kid singing. Then it was time to look at the laser gun. A property page appeared before him. Weapon, laser gun. Level requirement, level 20. Ammunition, no ammunition required. The gun's internal laser generates the laser beam. Range, 1,000 meters, effect decays beyond 500 meters. Attributes, damage increased by 300, light damage, blinds the target for 5 seconds, critical chance, critical damage bonus based on the host's stats, linear damage, can penetrate without decay, cooldown 40 seconds light damage. That means it has additional damage against undead, assassin, and other creatures, plus a blinding effect, effectively a crowd control skill. Linear damage, if used in narrow terrain like corridors and caves, it would have a particularly effective attack and blinding effect. Its range is similar to that of a Gatling Inferno. Finally, there are the missiles mounted on the Dongfeng sniper. Weapon, QN202 micro-missile. Usable level, level 20. Features, damage increased by 1,000, critical chance, bonus critical damage based on host stats, damage within a 500-meter radius, auto-tracking this damage. Is truly terrifying. The Dongfeng sniper already had increased damage, But this Q-202 micro-missile adds so much more. That means a single missile strike could instantly devastate a large area. While Wang Qin was still immersed in the joy of unlocking a new weapon. In a villa at Huaqing Academy, 3 people sat leisurely at a wooden table, drinking tea and chatting. 2 of them were acquaintances of Wang Qin's. Old Zhong from the southern military region and Ye Hongbao, the president of Huaqing Academy. Old Zhong's face, once marked by the traces of time, was now filled with joy, his smile deepening his wrinkles. Who says gunners aren't good? What do you think of this little fellow I've got my eye on? Ye Hongbao was equally beaming, his normally stern face now overflowing with a smile. This kid, you dragged him to the trial grounds, was only at a few levels back then. Not only did he get all the Naga harpoons this year, he also killed so many people. Those arrogant ninjas and onmyojas are so embarrassed. Old Zhong became even more excited. Ha ha. Really? They're still trying to get an explanation from us? But we just explained the cause of the incident, and they're not going to ask for an explanation anymore. I feel like they really can't stand this loss. So many elite professionals were slaughtered by a level 10 gunner. They'd become the laughingstock of many countries. But Old Wu, your super seminary didn't perform very well in this trial mission. Do you want me to help you trick that kid into applying to your super seminary? The middle-aged man known as Old Wu was none other than the super seminary's president, Wu Tairan. Wu Tairan took a sip of his tea and said disdainfully, "You're talking as if our super seminary doesn't have any members from your southern military region. If that kid knew the super seminary's status within Huaqing Academy, he'd definitely venture into the Tinglong Tower. You wouldn't need to trick him. But whether he can pass the entrance exam will depend on his ability." Elder Zhong raised his eyebrows. Ability? He's already broken the clearance record for 2 dungeons, and he still doesn't have ability? Wu Tairan's expression was sullen. For this trial mission, their super seminary sent 5 members, but they were all reduced to supporting roles, completely powerless to stop the blockade by the Riyan ninja. Instead, Wang Qin stole all the spotlight. The Tinglong Tower tests not only strength, but also character, wisdom, and willpower. It's a multifaceted assessment. That kid hasn't suffered any losses yet, so we don't know what his character is like, Old Wu said in a deep voice. But Elder Zhong, this kid never runs out of ammunition. Do you know why? Ye Hongbao asked curiously. This is a question many people are curious about. If a gunner never runs out of ammunition, the damage he inflicts would be terrifying. It's okay to tell you. Hiding it would only harm him. After he awakened his class, he unlocked unlimited ammunition. As long as someone could withstand it, he could unleash unlimited damage. Old Zhong hesitated at first, but then spoke forthrightly. This was a secret that couldn't be kept secret forever. Wu Tairan and Ye Hongbao exchanged glances. They naturally understood the terrifying power of unlimited ammunition, and they also understood the meaning of Old Zhong's words. Generally speaking, others would assume Wang Qin was someone with a powerful background. Otherwise, he wouldn't have so many ammunition. People with powerful backgrounds have no shortage of ammunition, and ammunition is priceless. Such talented students often carry illicit possessions. If Wang Qin were killed, wouldn't all those bullets and valuables fall into his own hands? This kid has a promising future. Old Wu, don't be so stubborn. It'd be easy for him to get into your super seminary. Old Zhong continued. Wu Tairan frowned. Indeed. He was just being stubborn. After a moment's thought, he said, I know what you mean. I give him extra care. It's so hard to find an excellent gunner, and you treat him like a treasure. Are you really afraid that the gunner profession will become extinct? Listening to Old Zhong, Ye Hongbao burst into laughter. Old Zhong smiled and said, I admit I have my bias towards gunners, but I can't deny his potential. Old Wu, did you know he has an aunt named Lin Qianma? Wu Tairan frowned. Yes. After she got into super seminary, she was spotted by an old man in our academy and given private instruction. Lin Qianma is an excellent student. No. Aunt? You mean they're related? It was actually an aunt. Wu Tairan hadn't expected that 2 generations of geniuses could have such a relationship. That's perfectly fine. Lin Qianma is actually Wang Qin's aunt. I wouldn't have known if you hadn't told me. Even Principal Ye Hongbao looked incredulous. However, when Lin Qianma was almost done with her studies, she was summoned by the military. They also told me to delete all her school files. What? By whom? How come I didn't know about this? Old Zhong was completely stunned upon hearing this. You know, his identity is truly extraordinary. Yet, he was completely unaware of such a major event. This conversation seemed more like an exchange of information. Chapter 89. Of course you don't know. You're not from our school. The information came from the military headquarters, and they took the person away. We know nothing else. I guess that girl has been given special attention by the military headquarters. Or perhaps Lin Qianmo and Wang Qin's family backgrounds are far more complex than they seem, which is why they place such high regard on her. Wu Tairen explained. Although Elder Zhong is an important figure in the southern military region, he's not a high-ranking official at the headquarters. He has no way of knowing many of the higher-ups' affairs. Furthermore, at his advanced age, he no longer desires to climb the ranks. He has no interest in transfers or appointments within the military hierarchy. He simply wants to contribute his full potential within his lifetime. Could she have been transferred to the Void Front? The Void Abyss is currently unstable, with powerful void creatures occasionally traversing. The military headquarters is solely responsible for matters on the Void Front, and none of our 4 major military regions have the right to interfere. Elder Zhong squinted his eyes and speculated. That's a possibility, but it's not the only one. Old Wu, do you think Wang Qin will be chosen by the old man in your academy? Nie Hongba changed the subject. I don't know. That old man has a unique vision. You know how demanding his requirements are. He wouldn't even consider ordinary people. Even Lin Qianmo just happened to catch his eye. Wu Tairen shook his head. Regardless, this kid is very courageous. He showed no mercy to those people from the Ryak Kingdom. If the old man doesn't choose Wang Qin, our southern military region will do everything we can to help him grow. Elder Zhong spoke decisively. The 3 sipped their tea, their conversation growing increasingly animated, especially Elder Zhong and Nie Hongba. In Elder Zhong's eyes, Wang Qin represented the southern military region, while in Nie Hongba's, Wang Qin represented the new generation of strength at Huaqing Academy. Wang Qin was unaware of the 3's conversation. After a brief rest, he decided to continue leveling up. For sake's sake, the higher his level, the greater his chances of conquering the Tinglong Tower. Besides, Wang Qin was itching to try out his new weapon. This time, Wang Qin didn't go directly to the dungeon hall, but to the quest hall. Since he needed to level up anyway, he might as well complete quests while leveling up. It was all a side job. He could also earn quest rewards and points. Why not? The quest hall had many screens, each displaying quests according to their levels. Wang Qin looked around. The quests were all quite good. The more difficult the mission, the richer the reward. Considering the value for the difficulty and reward, the rewards are quite good. Compared to the missions in my hometown, the rewards are much richer. Perhaps this is the care that a top university gives its students. Classmate, would you like me to introduce you to the missions? Just as Wang Qin was surveying the missions, a girl spoke from behind him. Wang Qin turned to see the girl, dressed in a black jacket and holding a long sword, looking quite heroic. I can tell you're a freshman. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. Seeing Wang Qin didn't say anything, the girl continued. Wang Qin smiled and said, So it's you, senior. I'm planning to find a dungeon quest, then complete it, and level up while doing it. Dungeon? By myself? The girl was stunned. Yeah. Wang Qin nodded. You're level 20 now. So you can only find dungeons for level 17 or 18 at most. Otherwise, why don't you try teaming up? With a team, you can take on characters 2 or 3 levels higher than you. The girl frowned and advised. I try it myself first. After I choose the quest, I ask you to explain how to do it, okay? Wang Qin was also stunned. But the other party meant well, so it was hard to say anything more. Okay. The girl looked stunned, still wondering if she had said something wrong. By the way, what's your name, senior? Wang Qin asked again. Chunshi, level 25, Go Sword Warrior. The senior replied. Wang Qin. Level 20, Gunner. Wang Qin also took the opportunity to introduce himself. His eyes fell on the quest screen. Wang Qin. That name sounds familiar? Shinshi frowned, but couldn't recall where he'd heard it before. Maybe I've been so busy leveling lately that my brain isn't working as well. Wang Qin looked around and found one with a particularly generous reward among the quests below level 30. The quest was marked as ranging from level 25 to 32, but the reward was 10,000 points, 50 contribution points, and 2 pieces of silver-level equipment of his choice. With the enthusiastic senior around, Wang Qin didn't bother reading the quest description, which babbled for hundreds of words about the dungeon's backstory and requirements. Senior, how do you complete this quest? Wang Qin asked directly. Head of the Gurubashi? Qinshi's voice grew heavy. Junior, this quest requires a large 40-player dungeon, the Temple of Laika. There's a chance it dropped from the final boss, the Gurubashi. Let's not even think about it. Even though it's a level 25 dungeon, it generally requires players at least level 28 to participate in a group. Wang Chen nodded. So what's the use of this head? The Gurubashi head contains sorceress power, a necessary ingredient for a platinum level ring, Chen Shi explained. Many dungeon quest drops are gear for crafting. However, this platinum level ring is definitely not suitable for Wang Chen's class. Sorceress power is completely incompatible with a gunner. It sounds like this platinum level equipment is suitable for classes like mages and warlocks. Ah! It's just that this ring is difficult to craft. The Gurubashi head drop rate is very low, and the difficulty of the Swamp of Sorrows is extremely high. It's a large-scale dungeon, so there's no difficulty level. The final boss, Gurubashi, is a world-class boss. Every year, dozens of teams go to fight this boss, but only 2 or 3 succeed. And even if they kill the final boss, they may not even get the head. Chen Shi sighed. The drop rate is so low? There's no point in completing this dungeon. Wang Chen also frowned. Yes. It said that the drop rate of this boss's head is determined by the time you kill it. In other words, the faster you kill it, the higher the drop rate. Chen Shi nodded. Chapter 90. There's even such talk. Thank you. Wang Chen thanked him. He then accepted the quest. It cost a full 1,000 points. Large-scale dungeon quests are expensive. Are you really going to do this? But how could you, a freshman, possibly have a 40-person group? Are you asking for a team? Even if a 40-person group were to drop, it wouldn't be yours. Chen Shi said, completely baffled. He was completely bewildered. What was this kid up to? I can just do it myself. Wang Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Chen Shi's mouth dropped open in shock, a look of disbelief on his face. What a joke. That's a 40-person large-scale dungeon. Even a regular dungeon of the same level wouldn't be easy for just anyone to clear solo. But a 40-person large-scale dungeon is far more difficult than any other dungeon. At least Chen Shi had never heard of anyone clearing a large-scale dungeon solo. This was simply impossible. Could it be that this junior has lost his mind? Or is he just dying? But at this thought, his face darkened with worry. Junior, have you been heartbroken? Or has something happened to your family? Wang Chen was rather surprised. What was this long-legged senior saying? Nothing. I'm going to a dungeon first. Senior, bye. Wang Chen simply waved and walked away. Chen Shi scratched his forehead and muttered to himself, this kid's crazy. I want to see if he really goes out on his own. Thinking of this, he hurriedly followed Wang Chen. Wang Chen didn't immediately head to the dungeon hall, but instead to the Huaqing Exchange. The Huaqing Exchange is a trading venue specifically for school points, unlike the Dragon Country Exchange. Since Wang Chen currently has a lot of points, he prioritizes the Huaqing Exchange for anything he wants to buy. After entering the Huaqing Exchange, Wang Chen quickly found the consumables section. He spent a full 5,000 points on 5 dungeon cooling amulets. If time permits, I clear the Leica Temple 5 times, Wang Chen muttered. One thing is for sure, there will be plenty of experience in large-scale dungeons. Wang Chen needs many monsters to practice the damage of his new weapon. After purchasing the dungeon cooling amulets, he headed towards the dungeon hall. As for Chen Shi behind him, Wang Chen had already noticed him. Since he was curious, he let him follow. Soon, they arrived at the dungeon hall. The students in the dungeon hall had changed. The Huaqing students were very busy. Aside from sleeping and eating, he was either studying or leveling up or on his way to leveling up. Wang Chen reappeared in the dungeon hall, attracting no attention. Wang Chen then headed directly to the teleportation array at the Leica Temple. He then gazed at the dungeon's clearance record. It clearly stated that the top place record belonged to a 40-person team from the War God Academy, with a time of 20 hours, 23 minutes, and 31 seconds. Almost a day. Wang Chen frowned. The minimum level to enter this large dungeon was 25, yet 40 people above level 25 had taken such a long time to clear it. This alone speaks volumes about the dungeon's difficulty, and the sheer number of monsters. You even need to prepare a strategy in advance. But Wang Chen was alone, and he didn't have any ready. Let's go in and take a look. Wang Chen prepared to enter the dungeon. Classmate, please make way. We're going to clear the Temple of Leica. Just then, a warrior wielding 2 swords rushed in front of Wang Chen. Wang Chen glanced back and saw the warrior, clad in armor, with 39 other men behind him, all ready to go. They were indeed clearing the Temple of Leica. Wang Chen said calmly, Classmate, do you understand the first come, first served rule? Huh? First come, first served? Classmate, you're not saying you want to go into this dungeon too? And alone? The warrior was completely stunned. He had thought Wang Qin was curious about the dungeon, and had come to check out its information. But now, he was talking about first come, first served, and wanted to enter the large dungeon before them. Are you kidding? He's crazy. Yeah, that's right. Wang Qin remained impassive. Oh my god, has this kid taken the wrong medicine? Does anyone have any medicine for madness? Give him some. A 40-person dungeon, going alone? Wow. This student must be a freshman. A newborn calf, fearless as a tiger, right? But you can't play with your own life. Even though he speaks so arrogantly, this kid is still seriously ill. The members of the group were immediately furious. They were a group of 40 people, half of whom were professionals between level 28 and 30. They were still worried something might go wrong and prevent them from completing the dungeon. The freshman before him was truly beside himself. How incredibly bold. This student must be new here. We can't play with our lives. If you insist on clearing this dungeon, wait until my next cooldown and I team up with you, okay? But our group is desperate to break the clearance record. The warrior thought for a moment and began to persuade him. After all, with a group of 40, 1 or 2 extra slackers wouldn't be a big deal. Just follow instructions. No need. Wang Qin shook his head and immediately entered the teleportation array. Everyone present was stunned. Are you crazy? Are you really not afraid of death? The warrior said gravely. Oh my god. A level 20 gunner clearing the Leica temple alone. Is he a real big shot? What big shot? He's just going to die. I know this gunner. He's already broken the record for clearing 2 dungeons in a row, and this time he's going to challenge an even higher level dungeon. It seems like that's true. If he succeeds, it break the record for our Huaqing Academy. It's more than just a record, it's history, and history for the entire Dragon Nation. A level 20 gunner clearing a large dungeon solo. It's exciting just to think about it. That dungeon is incredibly difficult. That kid is courting death by going there. What a waste of such a talented player. The crowd began to discuss. But no one was optimistic about Wang Qin. In their opinion, Wang Qin was actually going to die. Some difficult dungeons wouldn't even give a professional a chance to escape. The warrior's mouth twitched slightly after hearing what everyone was saying. It was clear that the gunner had some real skills. However, no one was paying attention to their 40-man group anymore. All the attention was focused on this level 20 gunner. This made him particularly unhappy. Chapter 91. But no matter what, this dungeon record must be broken. Brothers, go! Then, a loud shout followed, so as not to dampen the team members' morale. After a brief space wandering, Wang Qin reappeared in a vast temple. The exterior of the temple was lush green, with flowers and trees everywhere, but there were also faint sights of wild beasts and trolls. 2,000 points for just one clear run. That's a lot. Wang Qin sighed. Add to that the points for the dungeon cooldown amulet, which is quite expensive. If he cleared this dungeon twice, nearly 1/6 of his points would be used up. Wang Qin advanced slowly. The area was filled with trees and walls, making visibility unclear. No one knew how many dangers lay ahead. Thinking of this, Wang Qin simply climbed a tall tree and looked down from above. He examined the general map of the Leica temple. Then, after some thought, he planned a leveling route. The outer area of this temple is enormous, and in the very center lies the actual temple. If nothing unexpected happens, the final boss will be within this temple. Wang Qin needs to kill enemies in the outer area before entering the temple area. The dungeon requires 40 people to clear for a day, so its scale speaks for itself. After planning his route, Wang Qin spotted a small patrol of trolls in a tree. Wang Qin leaped down from the tree and observed the trolls' attributes. Troll Spearman, Enhanced Elite Monster. Level, 27. Strength, 4,000. Agility, 4,500. Intelligence, 2,300. Skill, Frenzy Throw, increases the damage and speed of thrown spears. These attributes alone are comparable to many bosses in the same level dungeon. Moreover, it was a squad of 4 trolls. But to Wang Qin, they posed no threat. Wang Qin was confident that his range far exceeded those troll spearmen, and his rate of fire was unmatched by these monsters. Duh. Without hesitation, he unleashed a volley of bullets. The enhanced Springfield armor-piercing rounds had greatly increased their power, and with a critical hit, the increased damage was even more terrifying. A normal round could deal around 1,000 damage, but with a critical hit, the damage could reach 6,000 or 7,000. Although these troll spearmen were ranged monsters, their defensive capabilities were no less than those of melee units. Each troll spearman required 5 or 6 rounds of ammunition to defeat, but that only took about 2 seconds. In that instant, all 4 troll spearmen were eliminated. Congratulations on killing a troll spearman above your level, plus 50,000 experience points. Congratulations on obtaining dark gold grass 2. Congratulations on killing a troll spearman above your level, plus 50,000 experience points. Congratulations on obtaining gold ore 5. Just one patrolling monster gave me a whopping 50,000 experience points. 4 of them, that's 200,000. This experience point is incredible. Wang Chen continued his journey according to his plan. However, the next monster he encountered wasn't a troll, but a tiger. These tigers were scattered, but judging by the number along the road, there were indeed quite a few. Wang Chen examined the tiger's stats. Golden Tooth Tiger, Enhanced Elite Monster. Level, 27. Strength, 2,500. Agility, 2,400. Intelligence, 1,300. Skill, Pounce. The 3-dimensional stats of this beast-like monster are half that of a troll. But their health and defense were also lower. As for the damage comparison, Wang Chen could only guess that the trolls had more, but he couldn't verify it. Another burst of bullets. Due to the relatively low stats of these golden-toothed tigers, they were instantly killed after just 2 or 3 hits. Each shot dealt critical damage. Simple and brutal. The golden-toothed tigers didn't even have a chance to react. Congratulations on surpassing your level to kill a golden-toothed tiger. Bonus 12,000 XP. Congratulations on obtaining 3 tiger skins. After collecting the tiger skins, he fired another machine gun. Congratulations on surpassing your level to kill a golden-toothed tiger. Bonus 12,000 XP. Congratulations on obtaining 2 tiger eggs. The golden-toothed tigers on the road, though their name sounded impressive, couldn't withstand a few bullets. As he walked along, dozens of golden-toothed tigers were killed by Wang Chen. What Wang Chen regretted most was that he didn't encounter any of the troll monsters. Troll monsters truly possessed a wealth of experience, far surpassing the gold-toothed tigers. Wang Chen knew full well that the trolls dominated this dungeon, and the other beasts were all subordinates or even captives. Only by heading to the core area could one encounter more trolls. And in the gold-toothed tiger area, there was a boss stationed. Wang Chen reached the boss in a matter of minutes. This boss was a golden tiger, clad in bronze armor covered in sharp spikes. Its claws glowed white, seemingly highlighting their immense sharpness. Tiger God Rakan, Enhanced Elite Commander Boss. Level, 29. Strength, 7,200. Agility, 7,000. Intelligence, 6,000. Skills, Critical Blow, Swift Bite, Transmogrification, transforms to human form, gains magic skills, damage is proportional to strength. These 3 measurements, its stats are quite impressive. They're the highest rated bosses Wang Chen has ever seen. This Enhanced Elite Commander boss is quite impressive. Judging from its abilities, this boss has critical damage and can even transform into human form. I wonder if it'd be able to attack at close range or range once it transforms into human form. But Wang Chen didn't care. He simply gained sufficient distance, took aim, and pulled the trigger. He fired a burst of bullets to whet the tiger's appetite. Because the tiger boss was very tanky, Wang Chen's damage was about 1/3 less than when attacking smaller monsters. What surprised Wang Chen was that the knockback effect of the bullets was barely noticeable. Although the tiger's movement was hindered, occasionally taking 2 steps back, its steps were swift, and its retreating speed was nothing compared to its movement speed. If he couldn't kill the tiger boss quickly, sooner or later, he would be within striking distance of the tiger boss, pouncing and biting him. Then let me show you the power of the freezing bullet. Wang Chen immediately used the freezing bullet. With one blast, the tiger boss was instantly encased in ice, unable to move. Then, Wang Chen took the opportunity to reload his ammunition, using Springfield-enhanced armor-piercing rounds to unleash a barrage of damage on the tiger boss. Instantly, its health began to drop. In the blink of an eye, its health, once full, was reduced to a fraction. And its speed also slowed considerably. Chapter 92. After all 10 freeze bullets were used up, Wang Chen had 20 seconds to attack. In those 20 seconds, Springfield's enhanced armor-piercing rounds fired over 300 rounds. The tiger boss was immediately forced to transform. The exasperated tiger boss stood up, enveloped in a burst of light. After the light faded, it transformed into a middle-aged man. His hair was disheveled, he wore golden armor, and held a golden battle axe. However, 2 fangs could be seen at the corners of his mouth, highlighting his bestial nature. You know what? He really looks like a human. Wang Chen couldn't help but sigh. He suddenly remembered there was a profession called a transformer, which transformed humans into other creatures. But no matter how this tiger man transformed, he was met with bullets. Duh. A volley of bullets, like a fire dragon, pierced the tiger man's body. A series of damage values were displayed. The tiger man sprinted directly towards Wang Chen, swinging his golden battle axe. At first, Wang Chen thought the creature was going to strike him with the golden battle axe. But upon closer inspection, the golden battle axe didn't strike at all. Instead, a golden axe-shaped beam of light emanated from the axe, slashing towards Wang Chen. Clearly, this was a skill very similar to a mage's fireball, using the weapon to release a spell. Judging from the beam, it should be a light attributed attack spell. Wang Chen frowned, preparing to dodge. Thankfully, the attack was beyond Wang Chen's range and landed over 100 meters in front of him. Instead, a large crater was blasted into the ground. Wang Chen took a deep breath. This boss's attacks dealt high damage, and its range was quite good, even comparable to a level 27 or 28 archer. However, compared to Wang Chen's range, it still fell a bit short. Another grenade, test the damage. Wang Chen threw a G14 grenade with his backhand. Due to Wang Chen's improved attributes, his critical hit rate and critical hit damage had also increased significantly. One grenade, an instant critical hit. Boom! With a resounding explosion, cracks appeared on the tiger man's armor. The tiger man, however, felt no pain at all. Perhaps these creatures, called monsters, simply didn't know what pain felt like. Instead, his fighting spirit was high. The tiger man suddenly took off, charging towards Wang Chen. Clearly, even in his transformation, close combat was his strength. Duh. Wang Chen continued to pull the trigger. By the time the tiger man closed in on him, nearly 500 meters away, his health was already nearly depleted. But Wang Chen worried he'd be in the range of the Tiger King's swift bite ability. So, he simply pulled out his other big gun, the laser gun. Z. He pulled the trigger, and a straight line of blue light shot out from the laser gun, piercing the tiger man. A bloody hole appeared on the tiger man's body, and after striking him, the light began to spread. Burning streams of blinding white light erupted. The tiger man's eyes felt as if they had been stabbed. He could only close them, and charge forward mindlessly. But blinded, he had no sense of direction. After 2 steps, the route deviated, making it impossible to pinpoint Wang Chen's location. He could only dart around blindly. Wang Chen took the opportunity to move to the left and rear, then switched guns and continued his attacks. Duh. During the 2 seconds the tiger man was blinded, he began to fire non-stop. Finally, just as the tiger man was about to break free, a barrage of critical hits dispatched him, sending him sprawling to the ground. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the Enhanced Elite Commander boss, Tiger God Rakan. Ding! Congratulations on gaining 200,000 experience points. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Tiger God Battle Axe, Silver Tier. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 3 Tiger Bone Golden Whips. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 20 Dark Gold Grass. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 30 Gold Oregon. 200,000. Wang Chen couldn't help but feel a little excited as he listened to the mechanical notifications. This experience was truly amazing. And it took no more than 2 minutes to defeat this mini-boss. But what about these trophies? A Tiger Bone Golden Whip. What the hell? Why does it have thorns? And why are there 3? Wang Chen didn't have time to think. Leveling up was the priority. After clearing the tiger area, he continued along the outer areas. Along the way, he could still vaguely see some tigers. Perhaps because the map was so large, he didn't encounter many monsters. But Wang Chen knew that even a team of 40 would need time to defeat these powerful elite tigers. As he walked, Wang Chen finally saw other kinds of beasts. They were giant snakes, some darting across the ground, others gliding through the grass. This was an area where sand and grass coexisted, and there were even giant snakes lurking in the grass, seemingly waiting for their prey, lurking, ready to pounce at any moment. Wang Chen took a quick look. Violent Python, Enhanced Elite Monster. Level, 27. Strength, 3,500. Agility, 5,100. Intelligence, 2,300. Skill, Entanglement. These giant snakes were actually pythons, each one 4 or 5 meters long and thicker than a human thigh. Their thick hide was enough to strangle many creatures. They moved incredibly quickly, and many, relying on their emerald green skin, hid in the grass. If you are careful, You wouldn't know if there was any danger. As for how many pythons were hiding in the grass, no one could predict. These pythons, thanks to their thick hide, also had considerable tankiness. But Wang Qin didn't care. The gunfire started immediately. And Wang Qin was swinging his gun wildly from side to side. The target wasn't just one python, but all the pythons in front of him. Wang Qin wasn't about to proceed cautiously. The pythons in the desert were clearly visible, but who knew how many were hiding in the grass? Might as well lure all the pythons out and gather them together. After all, Wang Qin now had a way to deal group damage. The giant pythons, startled awake by the bullets, swarmed frantically towards Wang Qin. And as Wang Qin fired, the closest python was instantly killed. Congratulations on surpassing your level and killing a violent python. Bonus 20,000 experience points. Congratulations on obtaining a python skin *1 after a brief burst of fire. About 5 seconds later, a large number of violent pythons rushed towards Wang Qin like drinking water. Let's experience the damage of the incendiary bombs. Wang Qin immediately changed his bullets, a slight smile on his face. He was full of anticipation for the incendiary bomb's damage. Chapter 93. Boom. Boom. Each bullet was like a mage's ultimate move, creating a large-scale explosion whenever it landed on a monster. 20 explosive rounds. In less than 2 seconds, they were all fired. In other words, in those 2 seconds, 20 large-scale area attacks were launched. The terrifying flames, like the fires of hell, savaged the lives of large numbers of pythons. Wang Qin's bullets didn't stop, and he continued firing Springfield armor-piercing rounds. The pythons crippled by the explosive rounds were also savaged. Each python had over 20,000 experience points, but there were over 100 monsters in this wave. Just these 100 or so pythons alone increased Wang Qin's experience by 5%. Who said leveling is slow after level 20? Wang Qin thought to himself. Now at level 20, Wang Qin's experience gain was still quite impressive. But the prerequisite is that there are enough monsters for Wang Qin to deal group damage. If it were anyone else, they would have to carefully defeat the pythons one by one. But compared to Wang Qin's bullets, they were nothing. A series of experience and material reminders came one after another. In just a few minutes, Wang Qin had cleared all the monsters in this area of yellow sand and grass. Then Wang Qin continued forward, still circling the outer area. According to the rough map of the Leica temple I had seen earlier, after killing the monsters in the outer area, you can see the entrance to the core area. The outer area is divided by different groups of beasts. Continuing forward, he saw several more pythons along the way. However, all of these pythons had been transformed into Wang Qin's experience points. After upgrading, Wang Qin's bullets had significantly increased their damage. What impressed Wang Qin was the sheer size of this map. From a high vantage point, he hadn't noticed much, but when he walked down the path himself, he felt it all. After walking for a full half hour, he finally arrived at an area with many dilapidated walls. The monsters had also changed. Bats were flying everywhere. Each of these bats was the size of a human, with blood-red eyes, 2 fangs hanging from its mouth, and sharp claws. Blood-colored bat, enhanced elite monster. Level, 26. Strength, 2,800. Agility, 3,200. Intelligence, 1,500. Skill. By Wang Qin examined the bat's attributes. Compared to the previous monsters, these bats were relatively insignificant. But swarms of bats swarmed everywhere, far more numerous than the previous monsters. Even the pythons Wang Qin had killed earlier were far outnumbered by these bats. Wang Qin even saw a steady stream of bats flying out from underground behind some dilapidated walls. Such a large number of bats made Wang Qin fear the slightest bit of carelessness. But the greater the danger, the greater the opportunity. The more bats, the more experience. After briefly examining the bat's attributes, Wang Qin took the lead. With a few shots, he dispatched the 2 closest bats. Each bat took only 2 bullets before being instantly killed, without a trace of suspense. Wang Qin's damage was off the charts, while the bat's defense was poor. So he simply crushed them. Congratulations on surpassing your level to kill the bloody bat, bonus 10,000 XP. Congratulations on obtaining Bat Fangs *2. Congratulations on surpassing your level to kill the bloody bat, bonus 10,000 XP. Congratulations on obtaining Bat Fangs *2. These shots attracted the attention of several nearby bat squads. They all charged towards Wang Qin. The bats, as if enraged, released a barrage of shrieks, as if warning Wang Qin to get out of here. Wang Qin didn't rush to fire. Instead, he leaped behind a broken wall nearby, which came right up to Wang Chen's chest. Wang Chen placed his machine gun on the wall. He took aim and pulled the trigger. Duh. A burst of bullets ripped through the air, and the entire squad of bats was decimated. It was a complete massacre. It must be said that this dungeon was a holy place for leveling. The monster population was considerable. Congratulations on surpassing your level to kill a blood-red bat. Bonus 10,000 experience. Congratulations on obtaining Bat Fangs *2. Congratulations on surpassing your level to kill a blood-red bat. Bonus 10,000 experience. Congratulations on obtaining Bat Fangs *4. Although the blood-red bats didn't have much experience, over 20 were killed in just one burst of bullets. Afterward, Wang Chen took a quick look and saw that there were still quite a few squads of bats among the broken walls. But even more bats were flying out from underground, suggesting there must be a bat lair just ahead. If we could block this nest, wouldn't we be able to blow it up? Instantly, Wang Chen made up his mind. But first, we had to clear out all the bats outside. Only then could we blow up the nest. Thinking of this, Wang Chen began to act. He first eliminated all the bats within his sight and range. His experience points also increased significantly. After clearing out the bats, Wang Chen began to move forward. After entering a large area of dilapidated walls and walking a long distance, he finally came upon an underground cave. The cave was over 10 meters wide. Due to Wang Chen's previous killing spree, only a few bats were flying up from below. Wang Chen simply set up his machine gun at the entrance of the cave, prepared to fire from above. First, he observed the situation below the cave, which seemed bottomless. Then Wang Chen took out his lighting equipment and shone it downwards. He could clearly see many bats clinging to the cave walls, seemingly resting. And in this bottomless underground cave, countless blood-red bats roost. Wang Chen felt thrilled just thinking about it. It was all about experience. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Squeak. But the light immediately caught the attention of some bats, startling them awake. They flapped their black wings and flew upwards into the cave. Duh. Wang Chen quickly fired his machine gun, adjusting his shooting stance as he fired. At this moment, the underground cave was abuzz with activity, as dense swarms of bats began to stir, fluttering about wildly. It had to be said that Wang Chen's firepower was truly formidable. But even so, Wang Chen didn't dare to be careless. After all, he was a fragile creature, unable to withstand the bats' repeated attacks. And the bats were so numerous. This would be a long, drawn-out slaughter, and he had to be well-positioned. Chapter 94. This time, Wang Chen directly used incendiary rounds. Bomb after bullet erupted in terrifying flames, engulfing the cave's exit and killing scores of blood-red bats. When the incendiary rounds ran out of cooldown, Wang Chen continued firing with Springfield armor-piercing rounds. But the blood-red bats were too numerous, and when he used Springfield armor-piercing rounds, some would inevitably escape his reach and approach Wang Chen. At this point, Wang Chen simply used freezing rounds, freezing the bats. Then he continued shooting, using freezing rounds while still allowing Wang Chen to wait for the incendiary rounds to run out of cooldown. He repeated this process over and over, never tiring of it. Because of the massive amount of experience points, there was no interruption. It was awesome. Wang Chen could still fire with impunity. Duh. Ordinary armor-piercing rounds only dealt area of effect damage, while incendiary rounds dealt full-scale area of effect damage, and freezing rounds provided crowd control. There were no safety concerns. Guard this passage, and no bats could threaten him. Wang Chen even felt that as long as he wasn't attacked from both sides, he could easily conquer even this 40-player dungeon. He hadn't even used his ultimate yet. After more than half an hour, Wang Chen finally saw no more bats flying out of the cave. This was a complete annihilation. Over 1,000 bats had been killed. Although each one only gave 10,000 experience points, the sheer number of them meant the total experience gained was over 10 million. They also dropped a ton of materials. Wang Chen, however, remained idle, searching for a bat cave within the abandoned city walls. There weren't many bats on the ground, and for the exhilarated Wang Chen, they were a mere drop in the bucket. But then, instead of finding a bat cave, Wang Chen discovered a small temple. Within the dilapidated structure, 2 blood-red lights peered out. Looking directly inside, all was pitch black. Using the scope on his machine gun, Wang Chen observed closely, and discovered a bat the size of 3 men lurking within the temple. Furthermore, numerous blood-red bats were hanging from the temple walls. Wang Chen hurried forward, reaching a distance where he could observe the large bat's attributes. Crimson Bat Tyrant, Enhanced Elite Boss. Level, 29. Strength, 5,000. Agility, 7,500. Intelligence, 5,000. Skills: Sonic Blast, Iron Bat Wings, Supersonic Impact Boss? In other words, a small leader of these bats, not even a mini-boss. But its agility is ridiculously high. Clearly this small leader's damage is considerable. Wang Qin looked at the stats of the other bat monsters again. Crimson Brutal Bat Guard, Enhanced Elite Monster. Level, 28. Strength, 3,500. Agility, 5,000. Intelligence, 3,800. Skills: Sonic Attack. These bat guards also possess considerable agility. We must fight quickly. Wang Qin frowned slightly, especially the bat leader, who possessed the Supersonic Impact skill. It goes without saying that this skill is incredibly fast. But what's unclear is whether it's a short-range or long-range attack. And these bats are definitely flying fast. Thankfully, the temple's entrance isn't large, so Wang Qin only needs to cover the entrance with fire. Wang Qin thought for a moment, then dealt with the smaller monsters first, then secured the bat boss before killing him. The important thing to note is that you can't let the bat boss use its skills. Then, Wang Qin quickly retreated. Try to maintain the longest possible range. After preparing, he pulled the trigger and fired at the bloody, brutal bat guards. Buzz buzz buzz. The bats launched a sonic attack, the shrill sound filling the area. Thankfully, Wang Qin had kept a sufficient distance to avoid being harmed by the sonic attack. But his eardrums felt like they were listening to heavy metal music, which was quite uncomfortable. But what is certain is that this sonic attack is indiscriminate within a certain range. Wang Qin continued firing. The critical damage was displayed one after another. The bullets flew, sending plumes of smoke billowing out. How could these bloody brutal bat guards withstand Wang Qin's damage? With just 3 rounds, the bloody brutal bat guards were instantly killed. Congratulations on surpassing your level to kill a bloody brutal bat guard. Bonus 45,000 XP. Congratulations on obtaining 2 bat wings. The killing spree continued. Wang Qin swung his gun and fired at the other bloody brutal bat guards. At this point, Wang Qin's damage had also caught the attention of their leader, the bloody bat tyrant. All the hatred was directed at Wang Qin. It flapped its wings, attempting to burst out of the temple, and head straight for Wang Qin. Wang Qin decisively used a freezing bullet to hit the crimson bat tyrant, controlling it. Then, he used Springfield-enhanced armor-piercing rounds to fire at the other crimson brutal bat guardians. The minions were quickly cleared, and Wang Qin was adhering to the team-based approach of clearing the dungeon. Control the boss, kill the minions, and finally concentrate fire on the boss. The other crimson brutal bat guardians were equally vulnerable. Each could only withstand a maximum of 4 rounds, and in less than 2 seconds, Wang Qin had killed them all. Congratulations on overtaking a level to kill a bloody brutal bat guard. Bonus 45,000 XP. Congratulations on obtaining bat wings *2. Congratulations on overtaking a level to kill a bloody brutal bat guard. Bonus 45,000 XP. Congratulations on obtaining bat wings *3. Next, it was time to face the bat mini-boss. After defeating these bloody bat guards, the bloody bat tyrant had recovered from its freezing condition. Flapping its wings, it burst through the temple in a flash. What a speed! Wang Qin exclaimed in surprise. In the mere time it took him to turn his gun, the bloody bat tyrant had already traveled dozens of meters. If he gave it 2 or 3 seconds, it would have been right in front of him. He dared not delay even a moment. After all, this was a life-or-death situation. A slight delay, and the bloody bat tyrant would have been right in front of him. If that had happened, he would have been doomed. While turning the gun, he replaced the bullets with freezing rounds. Thanks to the system's support, changing bullets simply required turning the bullet control valve on the Gatling Inferno. Turning it would load the chamber. A single freezing round fired, once again freezing the bloody bat tyrant. Thankfully, the bloody bat tyrant had relatively low power and resistance, so its immunity to control wasn't very noticeable. Chapter 95. The advantage lies in damage and speed. But as long as Wang Qin is controlling it, no matter how high the damage or how fast it is, it matters not. After the freezing rounds, the Springfield-enhanced armor-piercing rounds followed. The bloody bat tyrant, whose defense was already very low, saw its defense reduced by 60%. The damage became more substantial, and the reduction effect was indeed rather pitiful. However, it was only thanks to its extremely high health that it could withstand a round of Wang Qin's attacks. Just as the freezing rounds wore off, the enraged bloody bat tyrant let out a wailing wail. Buzz! A piercing sound erupted, visible to the naked eye, as ripples of sonic waves formed in the air. This was the bloody bat tyrant's skill. It also used ultrasonic waves to inflict damage, and its range and power were several times greater than those of the bloody Bat Guardians. Even Wang Chen, relying on his immense range, felt the vibrations on his eardrums. Wang Chen even tore some cotton from his storage space and stuffed it in his ears, using it as earplugs. What surprised Wang Chen was that, while the super wind wave skill didn't cause him any damage, even more bats flew out of the dilapidated temple. Could it be? There's a bat nest? The blood bat tyrant's ultrasonic waves not only damage humans, but also summon its minions. So, there must be a cave in this dilapidated temple. Duh. As Wang Chen continued to attack, a large number of blood bats appeared at the temple entrance. Since blood bats are not very large, only about 1/3 the size of a human. Therefore, over 10 bats could fly out at once. Wang Chen needed to keep his gun trained on the Crimson Bat Tyrant, and now he also needed to take out the other Crimson Bats. Then use both hands. Wang Chen gritted his teeth and simply pulled the trigger with his right hand. With his left hand, he pulled out a G14 grenade and hurled it towards the temple. Luckily, he'd practiced with both his left and right hands. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to operate. Boom! A loud explosion followed, blasting many bats to smithereens. Experience and materials also exploded. But none of that mattered now. What mattered was his own safety. The G14 grenade, after being thrown, completely blew the ruined temple to pieces. An underground cave came into view. In other words, this was another bat nest. However, how deep this cave was unknown. But it didn't matter. As long as he was safe, no matter how deep the cave was or how many bats he attracted, it was all just experience. Moreover, a single G14 grenade could kill all the crimson bats at the center of the explosion, crippling any within a 30 to 50 meter radius. After Wang Chen froze the Crimson Bat Tyrant with another freezing round, he raked the swarm with another burst of bullets. All the remaining Crimson Bats were killed. He turned his gun back to the Crimson Bat Tyrant. The enhanced armor-piercing rounds combined with the freezing rounds controlled and damaged the Crimson Bat Tyrant. But as Wang Chen's G14 grenade cooled, more and more Crimson Bats flew out. They formed a dense black vortex, flying towards Wang Chen. Wang Chen frowned slightly. He once again unleashed his dual strike technique. He pulled out his laser gun with his left hand. The Gatling Inferno rested on the stone, its muzzle locked onto the Crimson Bat Tyrant. He only needed to pull the trigger with his finger. Wang Chen, however, needed to concentrate on operating the laser gun. He aimed at the swarm of bats. The area where the blood-colored bats gathered formed a thick, straight line, creating a perfect environment for the laser gun's linear fire. ZZ. Wang Chen flicked his left hand, and a white laser shot out instantly. The dazzling light was blindingly bright. Oh my god! How can the damage be even half as high as armor-piercing rounds? But Wang Chen was surprised to discover that the laser gun's damage was surprisingly high. Using Springfield-enhanced armor-piercing rounds against these blood-colored bats, a normal shot would only deal around 2,000 damage. But the normal damage from the laser gun was surprisingly high, exceeding 3,300. However, the laser gun's damage was lower than that of the Springfield-enhanced armor-piercing rounds, which also had the added bonus of the Purgatory Gatling gun's damage. The laser gun's advantage lay primarily in its linear area damage and blinding effect. Could it be that it had additional damage bonus against creatures like bats? Wang Chen pondered. Bats, after all, are light-sensitive, and the laser gun's damage was purely light-based. This was the only explanation that made sense. So, Wang Chen simply used the laser gun to fire at the blood-red bats that flew out of the underground caves. With every round of firing from his left-hand laser gun, a large number of blood-red bats were killed. The wailing continued, and no matter how many blood-red bats there were, they could not break through. Experience also increased rapidly. The Crimson Bat Tyrant on his right was enduring the damage from the interplay of ice and fire. Wang Chen also slowed down his attacks on the Crimson Bat Tyrant, waiting until the effects of the freezing bomb wore off, allowing it to unleash its ultrasonic ability. Perhaps, using ultrasonic to attract more bats would be enough. So Wang Chen wasn't in a hurry to kill the Crimson Bat Tyrant. The Crimson Bat Tyrant proved quite capable, and after its health dropped below half, it actually unleashed another ability, Iron Bat Wings. Wang Chen's effectiveness against it was instantly halved. In other words, its wings possessed a strong defensive effect. This was the best option. As long as the bats couldn't get close, nothing else mattered. He continued to kill, and with the Iron Bat Wings effect, the bat leader's health remained reasonably good. As time passed, Wang Chen lost count of how many blood-red bats he had slain, but his experience points had almost reached halfway. Admittedly, This leveling speed was quite good. Wang Chen simply felt unsatisfied. How much more satisfying it would be if he could keep killing like this. However, these monsters weren't infinite after all. When the blood-red bat tyrant's health dropped to less than a quarter, no more blood-red bats flew out. In other words, Wang Chen had cleared another nest of bats. Then let you, the leader, have a taste of the laser cannon. Wang Chen swung the laser gun in his hand, aiming it directly at the blood-red bat tyrant. Zizizizi. Similarly, the laser gun's light damage also had a bonus effect on leader-level bat monsters. After just a few seconds of Zizizi, the blood-red bat tyrant collapsed. It simply couldn't withstand the laser damage. The air was filled with a scorching smell. Chapter 96. After being hit by a laser, there will be a similar effect to a barbecue. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the Crimson Bat Tyrant above your level, gaining 500,000 XP. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Tyrant's Ring Silver level. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Tyrant's Long Sword Silver level. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the Basic Agility Potion recipe. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining 5 bat wings. A lot of other items dropped. 2 pieces of silver level equipment. But Wang Chen doesn't need either. He either give them away or sell them at the auction. The Basic Agility Potion recipe is a good item, but Wang Chen still can't use it. This potion recipe requires an alchemist to collect ingredients and then process them. The resulting agility potion is a must-have for classes with agility as their primary attribute, such as assassins, archers, and even gunners. Generally speaking, when a group goes to a difficult dungeon or boss fight, each class will take potions beforehand. Agility potions, strength potions, and intelligence potions, depending on the class. Some arrogant characters will even drink all 3 potions. These stat-boosting potions are already quite expensive, requiring over 1,000 points even at Huaqing Academy. And the potion formula costs dozens of times more. I check back when I get back to school. Wang Chen ignored the bat carcasses scattered around the ground and headed towards the temple entrance. After a fierce battle, Wang Chen had already walked most of the outer circular area. He only needed to complete the remaining half to reach the path leading to the temple entrance. Over 5 hours had passed since entering the Leica Temple dungeon. This dungeon was quite large, so Wang Chen had to spend a considerable amount of time walking. The rest of the way was relatively peaceful, with occasional encounters with beast monsters and patrolling trolls. Following Wang Chen's route, he finally arrived at the temple. A castle-sized temple came into view. 2 trolls stood guard at the temple entrance. The main gate was open, revealing the heart of the temple. A troll, with blue skin, 2 fangs, and dressed in the garb of a witch doctor, held a staff. There were also troll warriors, troll archers, and troll witch doctors moving about the temple in a certain order. Wang Chen pondered for a moment. If he wanted to charge into the temple, it would be difficult to defeat them one by one. The troll monsters within were quite powerful, several times more formidable than those in similarly difficult nightmare dungeons. Furthermore, the trolls within the temple moved in small groups, each equipped with a suitable team composition consisting of a warrior, ranged damage dealer, and healer. These troll groups constantly moved within the temple, and the slightest carelessness could attract more trolls. This was why even a 40-man team was so difficult to defeat. A 40-man team required excellent equipment, tacit coordination, and a strong commander. But for Wang Chen, with his explosive damage output, these were completely unnecessary. Wang Chen stepped forward, first sizing up the 2 troll guards at the temple entrance. Then he considered using his range advantage to defeat the troll groups within one by one. Elite Troll Axe Guard, Enhanced Elite Monster. Level, 30. Strength, 5,300. Agility, 4,500. Intelligence, 3,500. Skill, Fury. Their stats are quite high. In fact, they're not even considered dungeon bosses. Furthermore, these axe-wielding trolls possess high strength and agility. This demonstrates their inherently high damage, defense, and speed. For melee trolls, they all possess strong, tough skin and flesh. Duh. Wang Chen fired without hesitation. The flaming bullets, accompanied by a cloud of gunpowder, annihilated the 2 tough trolls in a mere second. After all, they couldn't withstand the terrifying damage of each critical hit. Simple and violent. Congratulations, you surpassed your level and killed the Elite Troll Axe Guard. 55,000 XP added. Congratulations, you received Silk Asterisk 3. Congratulations, you surpassed your level and killed the Elite Troll Axe Guard. 55,000 XP added. Congratulations, you received Silk Asterisk 2. After defeating the guards at the entrance, they reached the temple entrance without any problems. The temple's interior was enormous, enough to fit 4 or 5 football fields. However, within this vast temple lay hundreds of trolls, as well as the final boss, Troll Gurubashi. Wang Chen was about to check the information about the final boss, Troll Gurubashi, but then he realized he had already attracted the hatred of a group of trolls. Whether it was a monster in the dungeon or a wild monster, as long as a professional was within their sight, they would attract their hatred. Wang Chen frowned slightly. This group of trolls consisted of 6 in total, equipped with melee, ranged, and wizards. However, these trolls lacked teamwork. They were all very close to each other, not immediately engaging in melee or separating themselves from ranged attacks. Wang Chen unhesitatingly used his incendiary bombs. As the 6 trolls foolishly rushed toward him, he pulled the trigger. Da-da-da. Whoosh. The bullets instantly struck the trolls, exploding into balls of flame. The flames blazed over the 6 trolls with a whoosh. For a moment, a scorching smell wafted in the air, like roasted game. However, Wang Chen knew these trolls weren't very good at bathing, so their meat wouldn't be very tasty. The flames continued to incinerate the 6 trolls. Though they continued to charge toward Wang Chen, they were completely scorched after only a few steps. It turned into a pile of charcoal corpses. Congratulations on overkilling the elite troll, Witch Doctor. XP increased by 65,000. Congratulations on obtaining Black Iron or Asterisk 2. Congratulations on overkilling the elite troll Scout. XP increased by 55,000. Congratulations on obtaining Silk Asterisk 6. After dispatching this group of trolls, Wang Chen looked around. Fortunately, the temple was large, and the initial wave of slaughter didn't attract the attention of the other trolls. Wang Chen thought for a moment, and decided to improve his dungeon clearing efficiency. Without attracting the aggro of the final boss, he had to clear all the minions beforehand. So, he just squatted at the door and fired. With the Gatling Inferno's range, there was no need to worry about range. No matter how large the temple was, it couldn't reach Wang Chen's maximum range. Now, he just had to avoid attracting the final boss. With this in mind, Wang Chen immediately locked his sights on the 2 groups of trolls closest to him. Da-da-da. Wang Chen had only used 5 of the previous 20 explosive rounds, unleashing the remaining ones. Chapter 97. The flames continued to explode, briefly sending the 12 trolls spinning in circles. But the flames only lasted a few seconds, reducing them to charcoal corpses. Then, the guns turned to another group of trolls. In this way, it took over 10 minutes to nearly wipe out the smaller trolls. The only remaining group of trolls, too close to the boss, Gurubashi, prevented them from being dealt with. Wang Chen took a look at this final boss, the troll Gurubashi. It sat on a golden throne, dressed like a witch doctor, yet appearing incredibly ornate. An unholy aura seemed to emanate from it, a chilling presence. Furthermore, this unholy aura seemed to emanate from the depths of its soul, seemingly not even of this world. Normally, some trolls possess sorcery, but the aura emitted by trolls who wielded powerful sorcery was not like this. This unholy aura was more like that of a demon, a creature of the void. Although Wang Chen had never encountered one directly, his teacher had described these creatures back in school, and even showed the students their corpses. Could it be that this creature is possessed by some evil being? Wang Chen speculated. This was his first time encountering a world-class boss like this. At this moment, Wang Chen was still somewhat nervous. But despite his nervousness, he still had to defeat the boss. First, Wang Chen checked the information of the troll Gurubashi. Troll Gurubashi world-class elite boss. Level, 32. Strength, 12,500. Agility, 9,200. Intelligence, 13,000. Skills, corrupted blood, control mind, life siphon these attributes. Looking at the troll Gurubashi's attributes, Wang Chen couldn't help but gasp. Strength and intelligence exceeding 10,000 is a bit exaggerated. It can also be seen that this troll possesses both physical and magical damage, and with these strength and intelligence values, the damage output is certainly not low. Based on the names of this boss's skills, it can be inferred that Blood of Corrosion is a continuous damage skill, while Control Consciousness is used to manipulate the players, a control skill that, unsurprisingly, controls the players to turn against their own people. As for Life Siphon, it is undoubtedly a life-sucking skill. Such high strength means that its defense is very high. Wang Chen held his breath and retreated to the doorway, trying to maintain a sufficient distance. Even if this world-class boss is powerful, it still requires a certain range to cast spells. Quickly finish it. Wang Chen assumed a shooting stance and pulled the trigger. Da-da-da. The moment the bullet struck the troll Gurubashi, its eyes turned red. It did not attack Wang Chen immediately, but instead let out a long howl. Immediately, a blood-red light enveloped the troll, and the troll seemed to be in immense pain. But the blood-red light grew larger and larger, and the troll's body began to swell. An evil aura erupted, filling the entire temple. Bang! A moment later, the troll Gurubashi's body was completely engulfed by the blood-red light, and his body vanished completely. With a loud explosion and a flash of light, the troll disappeared, replaced by a giant wind serpent. Its face resembled a red dragon, its claws like two enormous sickles, and it twisted its long body, a full 20 to 30 meters long, with two blue wings on its back. It was over 10 meters taller, and Wang Chen's size from a distance was nothing compared to it. He's truly possessed by this monster. Wang Chen was certain. Perhaps it was this terrifying monster that had caused the fall of the entire troll tribe, ultimately becoming humanity's common enemy, and their temple had become a recurring dungeon. The bullets Wang Chen fired at Gurubashi as he transformed were like a drop of ox hair into mud, causing little damage. Come again! Duh. No matter how terrifying Gurubashi's transformed form was, Wang Chen had to let him experience the power of his bullets first. The transformed Gurubashi was completely enraged, and then he slammed his claws into the opponent, smashing a large hole in the ground. Such overwhelming power. Wang Chen couldn't help but take a deep breath. Now Wang Chen couldn't imagine how the 40-man team could handle this world-class boss. The transformed Gurubashi launched a single blow, leaving ranged classes vulnerable. Even defensive warriors and knights could barely withstand a single blow. And this was just the most basic attack. The Gurubashi twisted its body, its eyes fixed on Wang Chen's position, and began moving toward him. Wang Chen increased his firing rate, trying to prevent the Gurubashi from reaching him. However, he found the knockback effect was minimal. Even if there was a chance of repelling the Gurubashi, it only pushed back 1 or 2 meters, a pitiful distance compared to the 4 or 5 meters it could reach with a single twist. No matter what, we can't get it within 500 meters. Wang Chen frowned. Of this boss's 3 abilities, at least 2 are inescapable. So once within casting range, it's dangerous. Quickly unleash the freeze bomb. Duh. The freeze bomb instantly froze the Gurubashi in place, followed by a barrage of armor-piercing rounds. Although the damage from the armor-piercing rounds wasn't significant against the Gurubashi's immense health pool, Wang Chen firmly believed that even a piece of iron could be sharpened into a needle. Gurubashi possessed a high level of resistance, so the freeze bomb's effect only lasted about 2 seconds. 10 freeze bombs could only hold it in place for about 20 seconds. As the first freeze bomb thawed, the Gurubashi, in a state of rage, unleashed its abilities without a single target. A shroud of green mist appeared around it, extending its range to a full 50 meters. This meant that all creatures within this radius would be harmed by the mist. It could be determined that this was a debuff skill that caused continuous health loss. However, this skill was targeted at melee classes. Ranged players, as long as they kept their distance, were safe. When Gurubashi unleashed his skill, Wang Chen didn't use a freezing bullet, but instead fired normally, occasionally adding an incendiary bullet. This ensured that Gurubashi was constantly receiving the incendiary fire damage. When Gurubashi moved, Wang Chen unleashed another freezing bullet, instantly freezing him once again. Following the freezing, he began to fire. Soon, all 10 freezing bullets were used up. Chapter 98. Gurubashi's health had only dropped by about 1/10. Thankfully, Gurubashi unleashed another skill. This time, it was Life Siphon. Red rays of light, like thick needles, radiated in all directions. The range was approximately 300 meters. This distance is often within the casting range of ranged classes, like priests and warlocks, making it perfectly within reach for Gurubashi to suck life away. The consequence of being sucked away was that while Gurubashi healed, the class being sucked away faced the risk of death. This was especially true for healing classes. After taking damage, they had to heal themselves and the tank, putting the pressure on the healing process to the limit. This could easily lead to casualties, and the boss's health recovery was even more detrimental. But Wang Chen couldn't experience the Gurubashi's life-sucking effects. Gurubashi stood still, casting his life-sucking spell, giving Wang Chen time to recover from the cooldown. Moreover, Gurubashi stood there, gasping for air. Meanwhile, he was bombarded with bullets for over 10 seconds, and Wang Chen pulled away from him. When Gurubashi moved, the distance between them was restored to the previous distance. Boom! This time, Wang Chen not only fired bullets, but also used G14 grenades, trying to maximize his damage. Wang Chen's strategy for defeating the boss was actually quite simple and brute force. No machine guns, just control, distance, and rampage. The rest of the team would likely have to work together and pay attention to detail. After the boss began to move, Wang Chen fired again with freezing rounds. Freezing rounds and armor-piercing rounds, control and damage. When the freezing rounds were on cooldown again, Wang Chen even used his laser rifle. He did his utmost to control the boss, maintaining distance between them. If Wang Chen didn't have two control skills, soloing the boss would be impossible. Of course, the same goes for the G14 grenade and incendiary rounds. They would be used as soon as their cooldowns were up. And so, while maintaining full output, he took turns using the two control skills, and the battle lasted for over 20 minutes. The troll Gurubashi finally collapsed in a pool of blood. The agonizing wail echoed throughout the dungeon. Congratulations on defeating the troll Gurubashi above your level, gaining 1,200,000 experience points. Congratulations on obtaining the Gurubashi staff, gold level. Congratulations on obtaining the blood shield, gold level. Congratulations on obtaining the Gurubashi head, quest item. Congratulations on obtaining 15,000 gold coins. Congratulations on obtaining 10 diamonds. Congratulations on obtaining 8 ghost grass. The bloody battle of over 20 minutes was finally over. Wang Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. This world-class boss was truly difficult to deal with. It required constant control, movement to create distance, and constant damage. Thankfully, after defeating the Gurubashi, I successfully reached level 21. All 3 attributes increased by 20 points. After the second transformation, each level up increased even more. It took a complete dungeon run through the Temple of Laika to barely reach a level. This is enough to illustrate the difficulty of leveling up after the second level. At the same time, a voice announced something in the dungeon hall. The large-scale dungeon, the Laika Temple, has been cleared in 6 hours, 12 minutes, and 58 seconds. Everyone in the dungeon hall was stunned upon hearing this. This directly broke the record, and by a ridiculous amount. The previous record was barely 22 hours. And now it's already 6 hours. Oh my god! 6 hours, that's outrageous. Did the War God Academy team break it? Of course they did. Only they could have. You don't think that level 20 kid just now broke it. But this record is too terrifying. I'm afraid no one will be able to break it for the next few years. The students in the dungeon hall erupted in excitement. At this moment, figures emerged from the dungeon's teleportation array one after another. It was the 40-man team from the War God Academy, led by the warrior Wang Chen had encountered earlier, Su Yuanliang. Legend has it that he has a special relationship with the War God Academy's dean. The War God Academy's dean's surname is Mu, while his surname is Su. Yet, this dean treats him more lovingly than his own son. Some speculated that Su Yuanliang was most likely his illegitimate son. However, after Su Yuanliang emerged, his face showed no trace of joy. Instead, he looked disheveled, his face covered in black dirt, and he stumbled slightly as he walked. Congratulations, Senior, on setting a new record for clearing the Laika Temple. Senior is truly amazing. You must have made thorough preparations for clearing the Laika Temple this time. Senior, you're incredible. The War God Academy is truly impressive. It's truly the premier academy outside of the Super Seminary. Super Seminary? Even the Super Seminary couldn't achieve that record. Su Yuliang's face suddenly turned pale as he listened to the surrounding noise. He finally understood what they were saying. Boss, do they think we cleared the dungeon? What's the new dungeon record? We didn't even clear it. Someone whispered behind Su Yuanliang. Shut up. Su Yuliang's face darkened, and he said coldly. He looked up at the screen recording the dungeon clearance, his brow furrowed. 6 hours, 12 minutes, and 58 seconds. That's about the time it took us to enter the dungeon. Someone in the team chimed in, right? Could someone have entered the dungeon right after us? Could it be someone from the Super Seminary? Because the large dungeon display didn't indicate the team members who had cleared it, they had no idea who had cleared it. Classmate, did any group enter the Laika Temple after us? Su Yuanliang, still suppressing his frustration, asked the group. No. Senior, didn't you guys clear it? Someone shook his head. Su Yuanliang took a deep breath, his face grim as he said, it wasn't us. We're stuck in the bad zone, and we're just about to come out to rest and restock our potions. Then he muttered to himself, what's going on? It can't be that little guy. Soloing a large dungeon? You're kidding. He couldn't believe the idea, but logically, only the gunner and his group had entered the Laika Temple dungeon. That must be the gunner named Wang Chen. Besides the group from the War God Academy, he's the only one who's ever been there. That gunner broke records in 2 nightmare-level dungeons, And now he's breaking records in a large-scale like a temple dungeon? If that's true, it's too terrifying. That's impossible. Soloing? Could there be a malfunction in the notification system? Chapter 99. Everyone began to speculate. Su Yuanliang looked depressed. It's possible he cleared a nightmare-level dungeon, but a large dungeon. Absolutely impossible. He might have bribed someone at the academy for contribution points. The priest behind him, with a look of sudden realization, said quickly, Brother Liang, I heard that when he first arrived at the academy, the principal personally met with him. He's said to have a close relationship with Elder Zhong from the southern military region. Could it be? Elder Zhong gave him the green light. Su Yuanliang pondered for a moment, then said, someone must have given him the green light. Lights, large-scale dungeons. What a joke. A level 20 piece of trash wants to solo clear a large-scale dungeon, just to attract attention. He's just relying on a bit of luck to break 2 dungeon records. But you all know how difficult the monsters in large-scale dungeons are. Any small monster is as hard as a boss in a small dungeon of the same level. Who knows? That guy might have died in the Temple of Laika. As for the record breaking, maybe there's something wrong with the light screen, mistaking us for completing the dungeon. As soon as this was said, many students from the God of War Academy agreed. As for Wang Chen, they all smiled disdainfully. No one thought Wang Chen could solo a large-scale dungeon. You have to remember, they were a team of 40, barely making it to the bad zone, and nearly getting wiped out there. Luckily, they escaped in time and were able to evacuate the dungeon. Su Yuanliang, what you can't do isn't necessarily impossible for others. At this moment, a hearty voice rang out. The person who spoke was none other than the ghost sword warrior Chen Shi. Chen Shi. You're also from the Ares Academy, so why are you speaking for an outsider? Don't you know how difficult the Laika Temple is? Or are you mad at me because I didn't bring you with me? But I invited you, and you turned it down. Su Yuanliang frowned. Let the facts speak for themselves. Only you, and he entered the dungeon. If he wasn't soloing, who was it? Do you really think all the school's leaders are as despicable as you? Chen Shi said angrily. Chen Shi, are you crazy? Or do you simply think the school's leaders won't tolerate students? Su Yuanliang became even more annoyed. At this moment, another announcement sounded. The Gurubashi head has fallen. The Gurubashi head quest will be cancelled and will be reissued in 1 year. If a large-scale dungeon quest like this drops a quest item, it will disappear and reappear after 1 year. This meant that for the next year, no one else who attempted to clear the Laika Temple would find the Gurubashi head. Su Yuanliang's face darkened even further. Another report, confirming Wang Chen's clearance. Just at this moment, Wang Chen emerged from the Laika Temple's teleportation array. Even if the report could be faked, the Gurubashi head's discovery couldn't be faked. After all, it was a physical object. Wang Chen's appearance instantly made Su Yuanliang utterly embarrassed, feeling incredibly ashamed. Furthermore, Wang Chen wasn't far away. Damn it! Su Yuanliang gritted his teeth, his face livid. The 40 of them had put in so much preparation, but still hadn't cleared the dungeon, yet a level 20 kid had cleared it. And he even broke the dungeon clearance record. The others' eyes were filled with admiration and envy when they saw Wang Chen. On the contrary, no one paid any attention to him, not even a glance. Su Yuanliang felt like a clown, completely humiliated. Wow, that's Wang Chen. So amazing. One man alone. How did he do that? Big brother. This is a true big brother. Hearing the crowd's praise and admiration for Wang Chen, Su Yuanliang felt even more ashamed and angry. Wang Chen ignored him, and walked forward on his own. Su Yuanliang glanced at Wang Chen coldly. Let's go. He quickened his pace, rushed in front of Wang Chen, and angrily left with his team. What's that look in this guy's eyes? Is he crazy? Wang Chen noticed the man's gaze, and was a little surprised. Next, Wang Chen prepared to turn in the quest. This was a large-scale dungeon quest, so the rewards were sure to be substantial. But Wang Chen was surprised to find himself surrounded by a crowd. These people, each and every one of them had a hungry, expectant look in their eyes. Looking at Wang Chen made his scalp tingle. What's the meaning? Overly enthusiastic, right? Boss, please, take me on a dungeon run, okay? Brother Wang Chen, please take me on a dungeon run. I don't want anything, just clear it. Boss, I'm leaving the dungeon to refresh my amulet. Can you take me on a run? These people were practically clinging to Wang Chen's thighs. Moreover, they surrounded him tightly, not giving Wang Chen any chance to leave. Wang Chen frowned. Why were these people so obsessed with clearing the Temple of Laika? When Wang Chen had previously cleared the other 2 nightmare-level dungeons, No one had come forward to offer to lead them. Wait, stop crowding around me. Let's talk it over. Wang Chen waved his hand. Then his eyes fell on Qinshi, who was not far away. It was Qinshi who had answered some of Wang Chen's questions earlier. Qinshi understood Wang Chen's meaning. He quickly said, "Everyone make way. I need to speak to boss Wang Chen." The crowd then stepped back, and Qinshi took the opportunity to squeeze in. He came to Wang Chen's side. Perhaps guessing Wang Chen's confusion, he whispered to Wang Chen, "Clearing the Lika Temple is a task in the Academy's assessment. Only by completing this task can one be eligible to join the 8 academies besides the super seminary. The 8 academies have very high requirements. If you aren't directly selected with exceptional grades upon admission, there are only 2 ways to join: the Tinglong Tower or clearing a large dungeon." Then his voice dropped even lower. To put it bluntly, they're all relatively ordinary students with mediocre equipment. They simply can't form a decent group. In other words, this is a task to join a top-tier academy. The super seminary and the 8 academies each have their own admission criteria, but these standards are extremely difficult for ordinary students. Those with strong abilities may be selected by the 8 academies upon admission. As far as Wang Chen knows, Murong Shui was directly selected by the Holy Law Academy. As for the ordinary students, they must undergo quests or the test of the Tinglong Tower. However, Wang Chen was certain that Murong Shui wouldn't be content with staying at the Holy Law Academy, and would definitely give it a try for the super seminary. So it's a mission from the academy. Wang Chen nodded. But after looking around, seeing so many people begging for help and asking for favors, Wang Chen felt a bit overwhelmed. Chapter 100. There must be at least 100 people gathered. Seeing this, Qinshi lowered his voice and continued, "Wang Chen, how about this? Each person gets 500 points per session, so we can train 39 people in total. How about that?" Wang Chen pondered for a moment. 39 people, 500 points. If that's the case, that would be nearly 20,000 points per session. I performed so well on the exam, but I'd only been awarded 100,000 points. Getting that many points all at once would be practically impossible. 20,000 points is a lot. I give you 800 points, please. Only 800 points. Too few for such a difficult dungeon. I give you 1,500 points. My points aren't many anyway, so I give you 1,000 points. Can you please train me? I give you 2,000 points, please. The students all heard Qinxi's voice, and were in an uproar. Points are valuable, but compared to clearing a large-scale dungeon, they're nothing. Even 3,000 or 4,000 points isn't much. Except for some freshmen, everyone else has savings. Paying 1,800 points is still affordable. Of course, they also have to pay the dungeon entry points. Since they're willing to pay more, 1,000 points isn't bad either. Judging from the current situation, the majority can afford 1,000 points. Double the price isn't excessive. For a large-scale dungeon like this, even if Wang Chen offered 10,000 points, someone would still join the group. It's just that there can't be that many people. How about this? 1,000 points per person. To avoid any trouble, all the equipment and materials that drop belong to me. Wang Chen thought for a moment and said, according to normal thinking, when leading a dungeon run, one should be responsible for all the equipment and materials. Of course, Wang Chen was mainly afraid of the hassle. Distributing them himself would take time. If they were to pick up the items freely, it might lead to a fight, or even danger. Okay. I just want the quests. 1,000 points is actually quite low. Thank you, sir. I want to join the group. A great price. 1,000 points for a trip to the Lika Temple. If I tell anyone, they'd be envious. Yeah. I want to join too. For a moment, the dungeon hall erupted in chaos. Many students wanted to join the group, even those who had already completed the Lika Temple quest. 1,000 points, that's a very reasonable price. And after joining the group, the experience gained from clearing the Lika Temple is quite substantial. Wang Chen didn't care about the unit price. He was bringing 39 people at once, for 39,000 points. The overall price was quite high. Qinshi, standing by, took a deep breath. This was an unprecedented sight, one person leading 39 people. And a level 21 gunner, leading 39 professionals, who were higher, even much higher, than himself. The scene was truly spectacular. Everyone line up. I only bring students who haven't completed the Lika dungeon. Wang Chen quickly organized the group. Those students who had already cleared the Lika Temple dungeon were all a little disappointed. However, none of them objected, as they understood the importance of this mission to the other students. Everyone present had a deeper respect for Wang Chen. After lining up, every student who gave Wang Chen 1,000 points would be assigned to a group. The 40-member group was divided into 8 teams, each with 5 members. This made it easier to command. Commands could be conducted in a team-based manner. At this moment, Principal Nie Hongbao summoned Wu Tairan to his office and poured them both a cup of tea. Nie Hongbao sipped his tea, trying to suppress his shock. He said slowly, "Old Wu, that kid Wang Chen has achieved another unexpected record." Wu Tairan said nonchalantly, "What record? Which dungeon clearance record did he break?" They all knew that Wang Chen had broken 2 dungeon clearance records. Wu Tairan was quite calm about this. Wang Chen's strength is more than enough to break records in all those nightmare-level dungeons below level 30. Ha ha. The Leica Temple. Nie Hongbao chuckled, then spoke slowly. The Leica Temple? Are you kidding? That's a 40-player dungeon. How could one person possibly clear it? Wu Tairan frowned, as if he'd misheard. I'm not kidding. I'm serious. Someone in the dungeon hall just told me that. Nie Hongbao said with a smile. What a monster. What a monster. How did he do that? Wu Tairan was stunned. A look of disbelief filled his face. We couldn't see what was going on inside the dungeon while he was clearing it, but the fact is, he did enter it on his own, and then cleared it, breaking the record for the Leica Temple in just over 6 hours. Nie Hongbao continued. Fuck, 6 hours, Principal? Did that guy cheat? That dungeon is only accessible to professionals below level 30. Even a team of 40 of the strongest would take nearly a day. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Are you guys behind this? Wu Tairan lost his composure for a moment. He even suspected something was wrong with the school. Old Wu, don't you know who I am? How could I possibly be pulling this off? Nie Hongbao said, speechless. Wu Tairan thought for a moment, then said nothing. After all, the principal of Huaqing Academy couldn't possibly be so ostentatious as to do something like this. Next, I want to see how many floors of the Tinglong Tower this kid can climb. Nie Hongbao said expectantly. No, I have to get back. At the mention of the Tinglong Tower, Wu Tairan stood up. Why? Nie Hongbao was puzzled. I need to tell that old man in our academy that we absolutely cannot miss out on such a talent at Super God Academy. I bet the higher-ups from other academies will do everything they can to recruit this kid to their academy. Wu Tairan said decisively. As the saying goes, the first move is the strongest. Wu Tairan was also afraid that his academy would miss out on a talented talent. You, no matter what, wait until he finishes the Tinglong Tower. Nie Hongbao was speechless. Principal. There's trouble in the dungeon hall again. Come and take a look. If you don't come, we're doomed again. At that moment, a teacher hurried in. What happened? What's wrong? What happened? Nie Hongbao and Wu Tairan asked simultaneously. Wang Chen wants to lead 39 people to raid the Leica Temple.